Ding ding ding, Lin Feng was abruptly awakened by the sound of an alarm clock. The sound caught him by surprise. What's going on? This isn't the alarm tone I set up. It sounded like one of those old-fashioned retro alarm tones from over a decade ago. He opened his eyes and froze. He was in a small room, no more than 100 square feet. Besides the bed, there was only a desk and a chair. It was pitifully simple. Is this the basement apartment I used to rent? Did I travel back in time? He quickly grabbed the phone by his pillow. The cracked screen displayed the time, December 1st, 2021, his mind jolted. This was the day Eternal World officially launched. It was the groundbreaking virtual reality game that was about to go live. To most people, it was just a revolutionary online game. But Lin Feng knew the truth: this game would eventually bridge the gap between virtual reality and the real world. Abilities and equipment gained in the game could be brought into reality under certain conditions. And soon enough, monsters from the game would invade the real world. Lin Feng had died in one of those battles. The shockwave from a Deluo Golden Immortal wiped him out. In terms of combat power, the Deluo Golden Immortals was over 1 billion. At the time, Lin Feng's combat power had just barely reached 1 million. It was a one-sided slaughter. And now, here he was, alive again. Starting over from scratch, facing the game that would reshape the world. The alarm was still ringing. December 1st, 2021. 10:58 a.m. The game had already been live for almost an hour. But Lin Feng wasn't flustered. This time, he was determined to become stronger. To re-enter the game and seize the chance to change his fate. That Deluo Golden Immortal from my previous life, this time, I'll make you pay. Wait. Change my fate? A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and a sly smile curled at his lips. He knew exactly what to do now. Placing the gaming helmet on his head, his eyes gleamed with determination, and his grin carried a trace of audacity. Asterisk loading Eternal World, please wait, asterisk. In the blink of an eye, the vast cosmos unfolded before him. Mist swirled, and magnificent palaces dotted the sky like stars. The visuals were astonishingly lifelike. Even with his memories of a past life, Lin Feng couldn't help but be in awe. Asterisk please select your race, asterisk. The mist cleared, revealing several characters standing before a grand hall. A dashing man wielding a sword, human. A ferocious beast with a lion's head and a massive hammer, demon. 2 races, 4 avatars, 2 male and 2 female. In Eternal World, there were only 2 primary races, humans and demons. Unlike most games, there were no traditional class divisions here. Aside from racial traits, a player's strength wasn't strictly tied to their level. It depended more on luck and opportunities. Natural talent, skill proficiency, and the quality of one's equipment and treasures, all these factors combined to determine a player's combat power, which was the ultimate measure of strength. In his previous life, Lin Feng had fallen at the hands of a Deluo Golden Immortal whose combat power was 100 times his own. But this time, he wouldn't be cannon fodder. This time, he would save humanity from despair. I choose the human race. Asterisk race selection confirmed. Please name your character, asterisk. Raise sword to azure sky. Asterisk name confirmed. Would you like to randomly draw a talent, asterisk? Every account was given 1 chance to draw a talent. The draw was random but influenced by factors like the player's physical fitness and the quality of their gaming equipment. Lin Feng's body was lean, with no beer belly, but he wasn't even on par with those middle-aged men practicing Tai Chi in the park. As for his gaming helmet, it had cost him every penny he had. It was far from the high-end models or luxurious gaming pods others could afford. In his previous life, he had drawn a mediocre D-grade talent and worked tirelessly to scrape together a bit of strength, only to still end up as cannon fodder. Even if he managed to draw a B-grade or A-grade talent this time, he'd still be no more than a slightly stronger ant in the grand scheme of things. But this time, he smirked. He had a better plan. I choose not to draw. Asterisk you have opted out of the talent draw. You may instead seek opportunities within the game. Opting out, what was Lin Feng planning? Welcome to Eternal World. In a flash, Lin Feng found himself inside the game. In the bustling Huaxia server, countless newbie towns were packed with players. In cities as large as multiple stadiums, tens of thousands of newcomers arrived in glowing flashes of light, scrambling to begin their exploration. They were already behind, so every second mattered. The newcomers were awestruck by the hyper-realistic scenery. This virtual game is insane. The clouds in the sky are actually moving slowly. Wow, so many gorgeous girls. Chengdu's Feng here to make his mark. This game feels like a second world. I'm moving in for good. Many former pros were eager to roll up their sleeves and get to work. With graphics this good and such a massive player base, there was serious money to be made. This game alone could set them up for life. Lin Feng, however, remained calm. Inside, he thought to himself, Eternal World, I'm back. In this incredibly lifelike virtual world, players were brimming with curiosity. Some tested their skills against each other. Others, with a sly grin, set their sights on the charming female NPCs in the village. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Instantly, the sword struck down. Lin Feng ended up covered in dust and dirt, and the system even locked him up in a virtual black room for 5 hours. While other players trapped inside wailed in despair, no one paid them any attention. Lin Feng ignored the chatter, pushed through the crowd, and headed straight to a humble little shop in town, Taste Supreme. His goal? To buy a roasted chicken. Not just any roasted chicken, this was one that could change destiny. Despite its classy name, Taste Supreme was actually a modest establishment. Its only claim to fame was the shopkeeper's family recipe for honey-glazed roasted chicken. But Lin Feng wasn't there for the taste. Although the flavor simulation in the game was impressively realistic, he didn't have the luxury of time to savor it. He had much bigger plans. Boss, I'll take a roasted chicken, Lin Feng said. The chubby shopkeeper squinted his eyes, his grin betraying a hunger not for food, but for money. Which kind would you like, sir? The best one. Lin Feng replied confidently. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. The best roasted chicken? That'll be 500 copper coins. Lin Feng opened his inventory and froze. He only had 100 copper coins. In his previous life, he remembered a legendary human warrior named Dong Huangjian. Dong Huang had an S-tier talent that outclassed many players with SS or even SSSSS-tier talents. Despite his humble beginnings, he became the first player to achieve a combat power of over 10 million. And it all started with a seemingly insignificant moment, when he entered the game and, due to a mistake, failed to draw a talent. Struggling to survive, he encountered a starving old beggar and triggered a hidden quest. Giving up all his money to buy a roasted duck for the beggar, he unlocked the chance to merge talents and gained his overpowered S-tier ability. The story was so absurd that it sounded like something out of a novel. Lin Feng had been in awe of Dong Huangjian's luck back then. But now, in this life, he was determined to seize that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for himself. Step 1. Forgo the system's random talent draw, already putting him ahead of most players. Step 2. Buy the roasted chicken. But there was a problem, the price was way off. Lin Feng frowned. Boss, how many types of roasted chicken do you have? Sensing that Lin Feng might be a little short on cash, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, and his tone grew indifferent. The best one is 500 copper coins, and we only sell one per day. The mid-tier one costs 200 copper coins, with 10 available daily. The basic one is 100 copper coins and always in stock. Lin Feng was stunned. He clearly remembered Dong Huangjian mentioning that he had spent all his savings, 100 copper coins, on a roasted chicken to trigger the quest. The strongest human player to ever exist, with an S-tier talent rivaling SSS-tier abilities, got there with the cheapest chicken? If that was the case, what would happen if Lin Feng bought the best chicken? Would the rewards be even better? Excitement surged through his veins. He couldn't wait to find out. But there was one glaring problem: the game's currency exchange system hadn't opened yet, so he couldn't use real money to buy more copper coins. Where could he get the funds? After a moment of thought, Lin Feng made his decision. He would trade his sword and outer robe for cash. He unhooked the razor-sharp sword from his waist and slipped off his finely crafted robe, which exuded an air of masculine elegance. "Boss, what do you think these are worth?" Lin Feng asked. The shopkeeper took the sword and robe, inspecting them carefully despite Lin Feng's praises. "These are your lifelines as an immortal, and you're really willing to part with them?" the shopkeeper questioned, clearly surprised. The shopkeeper couldn't help but admire the stylish outfit Lin Feng wore, already imagining how great it would look on himself. Lin Feng said firmly, "If it means I can buy the best chicken in your shop, these items mean nothing to me." The shopkeeper slapped his thigh and gave Lin Feng a big thumbs up, grinning from ear to ear. "Sir, you've got guts, I like it. For these, I'll give you 400 copper coins. Throw in the 100 coins you already have, and the best roasted chicken is yours." Without hesitation, Lin Feng handed over all his money, placing 100 copper coins on the counter. The shopkeeper quickly darted into the back kitchen, returning moments later with a carefully wrapped roasted chicken. He handed it to Lin Feng with a reverent look. "Here it is, your chicken." Lin Feng's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the key to his destiny, his eyes filled with determination. Without sparing the shopkeeper another glance, he bolted out of the store, clutching the roasted chicken tightly. Only one thought echoed in his mind: "Old man, wait for me. Don't let Dong Huang Jian beat me to it." Relying on his memories, Lin Feng navigated through winding alleyways to a desolate area of the city. Beneath an ancient, gnarled tree, he found his target, a frail, nearly lifeless old beggar. As Lin Feng approached, the beggar suddenly sprang up from the ground, sitting upright. "Where'd you get that roasted chicken?" the old man asked, his nose twitching. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle and give a thumbs up. "Your nose is something else." The beggar smiled bitterly. "When you're old, all you've got left are these little cravings." He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Young man, could you spare me a bite?" Lin Feng didn't move. The old beggar's expression shifted, and a mysterious glint flashed in his eyes. "Give me the roasted chicken, and I'll give you something incredible in return." Lin Feng snorted. "This is the best roasted chicken from Taste Supreme. What could you possibly offer me in exchange?" The beggar's eyes sparkled even brighter, and he leaned in closer. "The best from Taste Supreme? If that's the case, the reward I'm about to give isn't something handed out lightly." As soon as he moved his head, he felt the reward might be even greater. Without hesitation, he respectfully offered up the roasted chicken. "Please, enjoy." The old beggar gave him a surprised look and began devouring the chicken without any politeness. Moments later, the old man lifted his head, his expression solemn. "Faithful one, thank you for the chicken. You may be an extraordinary person without talent, but perhaps you are exactly who I've been searching for. Close your eyes. I shall bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity." Lin Feng closed his eyes, trembling with excitement. A golden light flashed in his mind, and a system notification echoed in his ears. "You have completed the mythical unique quest, Heavenly Gift. Using the highest quality item, task alignment reached 100%. Proactively advancing the quest increased alignment by 50%. Improving the issuer's favorability further increased alignment by 50%. Character alignment reached 200%, task evaluation, SSS. Would you like to accept the talent, Chaotic Evolution?" Lin Feng held his breath. A 200% alignment with an SSS evaluation? In his previous life, a top player had only used the lowest quality roasted chicken, achieved a 50% alignment, and barely acquired an S-grade talent. Yet now, he had far surpassed that achievement. Did this mean that accepting the reward would grant him the most powerful SSS grade talent? That player with just one S became the strongest human. With 3 S's, wouldn't Lin Feng utterly dominate the invaders? Without a second thought, he chose to accept. Accepting talent. Detected unique factors in the player's body. Talent perfectly aligned, raising talent level to its peak. You have acquired SSSSSS grade talent, chaotic apex. Lin Feng was stunned. 6 S's? Is this even the limit? Had he just broken the game's boundaries? Reflecting on the nature of the game, he felt at ease. Perhaps breaking limits was the true purpose of his return. If that was the case, why not defy fate and rewrite his destiny? When he opened his eyes, the old beggar was gone, leaving behind only a piece of worn, greasy parchment. Lin Feng excitedly examined the quest reward, talent, chaotic apex, grade, SSSSSS effects. Cultivation amplification, killing monsters no longer increases character level but strengthens equipment, items, techniques, and abilities. The talent itself cannot be upgraded. Origin upgrade, strength can only be improved by consuming origin essence, with the amount required based on your strength level. Unlimited stats, attribute points have no upper limit within each level. Bonus gains, killing boss level creatures allows you to plunder attribute points and treasures as additional rewards, gain reduced to 0 if the target is 5 tiers below your level, gain significantly increased for higher tier targets. This talent came with 4 unique abilities, each of which left Lin Feng in awe. Particularly the cultivation amplification, while it prevented leveling up through monster kills, it allowed for equipment and item upgrades, perfectly compensating for any shortcomings. This meant that even trash-tier equipment could become top-tier in Lin Feng's hands. Top-tier gear could even evolve into divine equipment. Killing bosses also rewarded additional attribute points and treasures. Lin Feng's gains from killing monsters would far exceed anyone else's. Most importantly, his attribute point upgrades had no limits. Coming from his previous life, Lin Feng understood that the game's early stages followed a leveling system. Players all started at level 0 and had to reach level 100. Each level granted corresponding attribute points, and completing special quests or landing boss first kills provided additional attribute points. However, there was a cap on these points for every 10 levels, preventing players from endlessly grinding quests or farming bosses. Even the strongest players had limits. But Lin Feng was different. His upgrades had no restrictions. Combined with his bonus rewards, his attribute points would likely multiply several times over. Naturally, his overall strength would be far greater than others. Perhaps this was what qualified him to challenge the terrifying overlords of his previous life, the apocalyptic Grand Golden Immortals. With the quest complete and his talent in hand, Lin Feng began his journey to grow stronger. Quietly leaving the quest location, Lin Feng noticed a tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken wafting from the Taste Supreme restaurant, drawing his Eastern Emperor sword toward it eagerly. Meanwhile, in the sky, the old beggar was all smiles, muttering to himself as he rode a cloud into the distance. On his way out of town, Lin Feng took a moment to check his character panel. Character * Sword of the Azure Sky level *0, requires 1 origin essence to level up, talent * chaotic apex skills * none. Attributes * strength, 1 constitution, 1 endurance, 1 agility, 1 spirit, 1 damage output * 2 health * 50 mana * 50 defense * 2 critical rate * 0.5% critical damage * 150% luck * 1 wealth * 10 copper coins current origin essence requirement * 1 tail of silver equipment * none combat power * 5. The more Lin Feng looked, the more annoyed he became. He had just completed such an epic quest, yet the reward was only 10 copper coins. That old man was so stingy. And with a combat power of just 5, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Was he really the legendary battlefield weakling? He had dreams of defying the heavens, only to find himself the clown? Well, it's no wonder his combat power is so low. To complete a task, he pawned off the beginner's wooden sword and cloth armor gifted by the system in exchange for roast duck. If it weren't for the system's appearance protection, he'd probably be running around naked. Most people in this situation would have given up by now. How do you start with the strongest talent but no money? For Lin Feng, it's a piece of cake. His mind raced through countless rare tasks with quirky but high reward setups. Near the city gates, beside an inconspicuous stall, Lin Feng Sweet talked his way into getting a rare quest and even received a free skill book in advance. Rare quest: collect wild wolf pelts, the wild wolf pelts outside the village can be used to craft powerful armor. If you gather at least 10, I'll make you a wild wolf battle armor. Quest duration, 1 day. Reward, a randomly graded wild wolf battle armor and the spell Summon Yellow Turban Warrior, already pre-received. For regular players, this quest is nearly impossible to complete. The wild wolves are level 6, becoming strong enough to take them down in a single day is an uphill battle. Even elite guild players in teams could only barely manage them. And the armor's quality is random, meaning you could waste all your time and effort for low tier gear. On top of that, summoning skills are often deemed useless. This skill is bound to the player, so it can't be sold and must be used personally, regardless of how good or bad it is. All in all, this quest is a waste of time and effort with little payoff for most players, a total letdown. But for Linfeng, it's a completely different story. Summon Yellow Turban Warrior, a unique spell exclusive to the Sword of Azure Skies class. Low tier. Consumes 50 mana to summon a Yellow Turban Warrior to fight alongside you until you log out or the warrior dies. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Exclusive trait, confuse with boss-level creatures, with a chance to permanently increase its stats. This basic spell used up all of Linfeng's mana. If the summon died, he'd have to wait 3 minutes and use up the mana again to resummon it. For other players, early game money is scarce, most can't even afford health potions, let alone mana potions to keep summoning all the time. It's just not worth it. But Linfeng saw it as his sole source of combat power. He didn't think the Yellow Turban Warrior was weak at all. In a secluded spot, Linfeng summoned the Yellow Turban Warrior and checked its stats: level, 1 damage, 5 health, 100 mana, 10 defense, 3. Skill, immovable as a mountain, consumes 10 mana, double shield defense for 10 seconds. Combat power, 10, twice Linfeng's own. Linfeng was thrilled. Its damage, health, and defense were all better than his. For now, he could rely on it entirely. Ah Huang, attack. Under Linfeng's control, the Yellow Turban Warrior lumbered forward. The game had just launched, and players were still figuring things out. In the wilds outside the city, most players were hunting in teams, targeting level 1 or 2 creatures like rabbits and hedgehogs. These small creatures were weak, but monsters naturally had better stats and combat instincts than players. With no gear and starting at level 0, players found even these battles challenging. Many players formed parties, struggling to kill a single rabbit and then splitting the XP among several people, making progress painfully slow. Linfeng, however, led his Yellow Turban Warrior to a secluded stream behind the city. Here, the monsters were level 2 thornfish, which only lived in the water and caused continuous bleeding damage. The icy water made things worse. Early game players had no resistance to cold or bleeding effects and couldn't afford healing potions, making these monsters a nightmare. But none of this was a problem for Linfeng. The Yellow Turban Warrior was a summoned entity, it didn't care about the cold, and since it didn't have blood, it was immune to bleeding damage. For them, the thornfish were easy prey. With its massive arms, the Yellow Turban Warrior smashed through several thornfish in just a few minutes. Ding! You've killed a thornfish. You gain 20 XP. Bonus for defeating a higher level enemy, plus 8 XP. Linfeng received a series of notifications. Level 1 monsters only gave 10 XP, but level 2 thornfish doubled that. Plus, Linfeng got an additional bonus for defeating monsters a level above his own, making the rewards quite generous. In the Eternal World system, defeating enemies 1 tier above granted an extra 20% XP. While starting players could take on higher level foes, their weak stats made it a rare occurrence. Most chose to level up first to boost their strength, forfeiting the chance to earn bonus XP. Linfeng, however, was thrilled by such a lucrative strategy. Ordinary players would rather kill 3 level 1 hedgehogs than risk facing a level 2 thornfish out of fear of dying. Unexpectedly, one of the thornfish even dropped a piece of equipment, flexible slingshot, of fine quality. Requirements, level 0. Damage plus 3. Agility plus 1. 3% chance to trigger a double attack. The drop rate for equipment from regular monsters was already low, let alone a fine quality weapon with special attributes. Lin Feng felt like his luck had skyrocketed after being reborn. This slingshot might just be the first fine quality weapon in the entire game. Equipping the slingshot, Lin Feng's damage output finally caught up to the Yellow Turban warriors, significantly speeding up his monster-slaying efficiency. Before long, the entire stream of thorn fish had been wiped out. Looking at the accumulated XP, Lin Feng was beyond excited. The system notification popped up. Do you want to consume 10 cultivation points to enhance the flexible slingshot? Relieved that low-tier weapons didn't require much investment, Lin Feng immediately issued the command. Confirm. Ding. Flexible slingshot enhanced to level 1. Damage +1. Ding. Do you want to consume 20 cultivation points to enhance the flexible slingshot, level 1 amplification? Yes. Ding. Flexible slingshot enhanced to level 2. Damage +2. Ding. Do you want to consume 40 cultivation points to enhance the flexible slingshot, level 2 amplification? Yes. Ding. Flexible slingshot enhanced to level 3. Damage +3, agility +1. Ding. Do you want to consume 80 cultivation points to enhance the flexible slingshot, level 3 amplification? Yes. Ding. Flexible slingshot enhanced to level 4. Damage +5, agility +2. Ding. Upon reaching level 4 amplification, you've unlocked an additional evolution option. Option 1, F-grade damage +5. Option 2, E-grade agility +3. Option 3, B-grade attack speed +20%. A string of notifications made his heart race. Who would have thought that a simple slingshot could be upgraded into something rivaling a military-grade crossbow? The additional evolution options left him breathless. The grading system was clear, and the attributes were laid out plainly. While more damage and agility seemed tempting, he chose the attack speed without hesitation. It was far too rare and enticing to pass up. The upgraded slingshot was now entirely transformed. Flexible slingshot, level 4 amplification. Type, weapon. Quality, superior. Required level, 0. Attributes. Damage +11. Agility +3. Attack speed +20%. 3% chance to trigger double attack. The damage went from a mere 1 point to an astonishing 15 points, a massive leap. The added agility and attack speed turned the slingshot from slow and clunky to precise and lightning fast. Lin Feng eagerly took it into battle. On the other side of the stream, spiny fish felt like target practice under the defense of his summoned Yellow Turban warriors. Each kill contributed a significant amount of cultivation points. Slaying enemies with ease, Lin Feng was in high spirits. Finally, he didn't have to rely entirely on summoned creatures to carry him in fights. The only downside was the 3% proc rate of the special attribute. It was disappointingly low. After killing more than a dozen spiny fish, the double attack never triggered even once. If only the trigger rate were higher, he thought greedily. To his surprise, as his thought lingered, a system notification rang out. Ding. Do you want to consume 20 cultivation points to enhance the flexible slingshot's special attribute? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Special attributes could be enhanced too? He wasn't sure if this was a feature in the previous version of the game that the top-tier players knew about, but he was thrilled nonetheless. This talent of his, this 6S tier ability, was absolutely terrifying. However, enhancing special attributes required double the cultivation points compared to regular upgrades. To evolve it to level 4 and unlock another evolution option, he was still a bit short on cultivation points. Without hesitation, he shifted his focus to enhancing his spell for summoning Yellow Turban warriors. Ding. Do you want to consume 20 cultivation points to enhance summon Yellow Turban warrior? Confirm. Ding. Summon Yellow Turban warrior enhanced to level 1. Attributes increased by 50%. Ding. Enhanced to level 2. Attributes increased by another 50%. Ding. Enhanced to level 3. Summon count increased by 1. Ding. Enhanced to level 4. Spell upgraded to mid-tier. Ding. Upon reaching level 4 amplification, you've unlocked an additional evolution option. Option 1, F-grade summon creatures attributes plus 100%. Option 2, D-grade summon count plus 2. Option 3, A-grade unlock exclusive trait life evolution star. ****. The spell's power increased significantly after reaching level 4. This time, the evolution options were incredibly enticing. Even the weakest F-grade option was highly valuable. The D-grade option, allowing him to summon 4 warriors in total, was even more appealing. But compared to the A-grade trait life evolution, the rest paled in comparison. The name alone promised immense potential. This was a rare opportunity, and Lin Feng chose the third option without hesitation. The enhanced spell now looked like this. Summon, Yellow Turban Warrior. Exclusive spell for Sword of the Azure Sky. Level, mid-tier. Description: consumes 50 mana to summon 2 Yellow Turban Warriors to fight. They remain until you log out or the warriors die. 30% chance to summon 2 additional warriors. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Exclusive trait. Life evolution: absorbing the corpses of fallen monsters grants temporary attribute boosts. Effects are amplified when absorbing humanoid monsters. The boosts last until the warriors die or are dismissed. Absorbing boss corpses has a high chance of granting permanent boosts. Humanoid bosses guarantee permanent boosts. Originally, only boss absorption had a chance of providing upgrades, which was quite limited in potential. Now, even regular monsters could grant temporary boosts, massively increasing the warrior's strength. The fusion probability for boss enhancements increased significantly, with humanoid bosses guaranteeing a 100% chance of permanent enhancements. Lin Feng was thrilled, itching to find 10 or so humanoid bosses to fuse with and make his Yellow Turban warriors invincible. But he knew that wasn't realistic. The game had just launched, and most players were still battling level 1 porcupines. The fact that he could easily take down level 2 spiny fish was already a rare feat. Challenging a boss? No one in the server was capable of that yet. After the upgrades, both he and his Yellow Turban warriors became significantly stronger. No longer satisfied with spiny fish, he wanted to take on even tougher monsters. Upon returning to town, he used the copper coins dropped by the spiny fish to restock his supplies. Unlike other players who were scrambling to buy health potions, he only bought 2 mana potions and a set of iron pellets for his slingshot. Even though the iron pellets only increased damage and accuracy by 1 point each, they were still much better than the random rocks on the ground. Exiting the city, Lin Feng headed alone toward areas with denser monsters. His actions caught the attention of other players on the road. A pudgy guy rubbed his eyes, visibly surprised. While most people were just there to watch, this guy considered himself a gaming expert. He specialized in gathering and potion making and had already scouted the nearby areas. Lin Feng was heading straight toward the level 5 wild boar area. For players between levels 1 and 10, every level granted 2 free attribute points. Monsters, on the other hand, didn't rely on gear and gained 3 attribute points per level. A level 5 wild boar had 12 more points and attributes than a level 1 porcupine. In terms of stats, this translated to 24 extra damage, 18 more defense, and 600 additional HP. No matter how you calculated it, they were far stronger than players. This guy, who didn't even have beginner gear equipped, was walking straight into wild boar territory. Was he insane? Did he lose his starter gear and decide to commit virtual suicide by challenging a wild boar? In the game, players could only slightly adjust their appearance. Even though this guy had set his weight to the minimum, he still looked a little chubby. His confident demeanor, however, made the pudgy onlooker snicker. Wild boars don't care how good you look. Being handsome won't save you. He couldn't figure out where Lin Feng's confidence came from, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to follow. The monster levels kept increasing, and the number of players decreased. Humming a tune, Lin Feng arrived at the wild boar area. This place was quieter than others, likely because the players who had tried to fight the wild boars had been defeated and retreated. Lin Feng believed his yellow turban warriors could handle it, but he still proceeded cautiously, targeting a lone wild boar. Summon! 4 yellow turban warriors appeared before him. Yellow turban warrior. Level 1. Damage 10. HP 200. Mana 20. Defense 6. Skills: Mountain Stance, Divine Strength Empowerment. Exclusive trait: Life Evolution. Combat Power 30. After the spell enhancement, their attributes doubled. Upon reaching mid-tier, they also gained the skill Divine Strength Empowerment. Divine Strength Empowerment * consumes 5 mana points to double all attributes for 5 seconds. 1 minute cooldown. Effective in critical situations. The fierce-eyed wild boar barely had time to react before it was surrounded by the 4 warriors. If the boar had any sense of awareness, it would have been utterly bewildered. Damage numbers popped up: -5, -4, -11, -3. The damage was low, but it was enough to break through the boar's defense. Lin Feng was ecstatic. This was going to be fun. In Eternal World, the damage calculation was simple: damage value minus defense value. If the damage was lower than the defense and there were no special effects, no damage would be dealt. What worried Lin Feng the most was that level 5 wild boars were endurance-based monsters. Their high defense made it hard for attacks to penetrate. But to his surprise, he was managing to deal damage, which was all that mattered. After all, it was a 5-on-1 situation, with Lin Feng relying heavily on precise operations. The boar's large size and slow speed were its weaknesses. Under the combined assault of Lin Feng and his yellow turban warriors, the wild boar only managed to attack once before collapsing. Even though the boar's attack was minor, it still caused the yellow turban warriors' health bars to drop significantly, making Lin Feng's heart race. That was close. Level 5 monsters were indeed tough, but the rewards were worth it. Ding! You have slain a wild boar. Gains 70 cultivation points. Bonus for defeating a higher level monster, plus 70 points. A single level 5 wild boar gave Lin Feng 140 cultivation points, which was 14 times the amount earned from a level 1 porcupine. Even better, one of his yellow turban warriors dug out the boar's heart and consumed it. Ding! Your summoned yellow turban warrior has fused with the wild boar's heart, gaining plus 2 damage, plus 1 defense, and plus 10 HP. This enhancement lasts until death or the summoning ends. Although the stat increases weren't huge, they were cumulative. With so many wild boars around, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. They were practically walking bags of XP and attributes. At first, he lured the wild boars out one by one to kill them individually. As the attribute bonuses stacked up, he was able to handle 2 or 3 at a time. The pudgy onlooker, who had been watching Lin Feng slaughter wild boars with ease, decided to try his luck with a lone boar. At level 2, with all his points allocated to endurance and having completed a constitution quest, he was brimming with confidence. But after using a low-tier spell to launch his strongest attack, he missed 3 times in a row. The wild boar effortlessly smacked him into critical health with a single strike. If one of Lin Feng's yellow turban warriors hadn't intervened to draw the boar's attention, he would have died on the spot. From that moment on, the pudgy player didn't dare to make another move. His confused expression turned into one of admiration. He didn't know who Lin Feng was, but in the face of these ferocious beasts, Lin Feng was the one to rely on. Lin Feng continued clearing the area of wild boars while the pudgy player watched in awe. The pigs were completely wiped out, and only then did the chubby guy let out a sigh of relief. Dragging his stiff body, he cautiously approached Lin Feng, his voice unusually gentle. "Great master, I owe you my life just now." "I'm a gathering master," he said. This self-introduction made Lin Feng glance at him a few more times. "Gathering master?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right. My gathering skill has reached the master level," the chubby guy replied. Support skills are categorized into beginner, proficient, professional, master, and grandmaster levels. It seems you really can't judge a book by its cover. The chubby guy froze for a moment, then awkwardly smiled, saying, "Great Master, you misunderstood. My actual name is Gathering Master." Lin Feng was speechless. Is it trendy now to make jokes with names? Nice name, he said. Do you need something? Lin Feng asked. Gathering Master bent over respectfully. Great Master, could I gather materials from these wild boar corpses? He wasn't afraid of Lin Feng demanding a high price, only that his request might offend the Great Master. Lin Feng waved his hand. These are of no use to me. Go ahead and gather them. Gathering Master gaped, unable to believe it. Great Master, you're not joking, are you? These are level 5 wild boars. The hides and tusks can sell for quite a bit, he added. Lin Feng remained indifferent. I don't need money. Consider it a gift. A few hundred copper coins? Not worth wasting time over. Gathering Master was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had always thought money was of utmost importance, yet here was someone who seemed to care nothing for it. These materials wouldn't fetch a fortune, but in the early stages of the game, they were a good way to build up resources. Is this Great Master a player who joined the game just as the servers opened? Has he already surpassed the initial accumulation stage? Gathering Master was deeply impressed and bowed sincerely. Great Master, I admire your generosity. Could I add you as a friend? If you ever need materials, I'll gather them for you. Lin Feng considered it. The chubby guy seemed decent, not the greedy type. And he had heard that this name was quite well known in the gathering community. Having him as a resource gatherer could save a lot of trouble down the line. Sure, Lin Feng agreed readily. You're actually my first friend in this game. After adding each other as friends, Lin Feng continued deeper into the area. The wild boars were dealt with, it was time to hunt other monsters. Gathering Master was overjoyed. I'm the Great Master's first friend? He knew he had to seize this opportunity. If he could stick with the Great Master, he'd have access to high-level materials, earn money, and save up for his sister's surgery. Calming his excitement, he crouched down and began gathering. The gathering notification shocked him. The wild boar's level was unknown, but the gathering proficiency gain was extraordinarily high, 5 times that of gathering hedgehogs. His respect for Lin Feng grew even deeper. As expected of a Great Master. Even his leftovers are extraordinary treasures. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had no time to entertain Gathering Master's awe. His attention was drawn to a monster that had suddenly appeared in front of him. A massive, dark red wild boar stood just a few meters away from them. Its savage eyes, protruding tusks, and the faint white glow surrounding it immediately marked it as extraordinary. With a thunderous roar, Gathering Master turned pale and nearly fell to the ground. In a trembling voice, he said, "Gee, Great Master, what kind of monster is this? Let's get out of here." Lin Feng shook his head. Just a mere boss. Perfect for testing my skills. Before he finished speaking, he moved swiftly toward the boss. 4 yellow-turbaned strongmen followed closely behind, their heavy steps echoing. Gathering Master thought he must have misheard. A mere boss? He could understand Lin Feng easily defeating level 5 wild boars, but this was a boss, far stronger than ordinary wild boars. He estimated that Lin Feng was at most level 5, and a boss of the same level wasn't something a solo player could handle. Seeing the boss being drawn away by Lin Feng, Gathering Master quickly resumed gathering. Let the Great Master try his luck while he collected the materials first. Lin Feng stopped at an open area. One of the yellow-turbaned strongmen raised a massive iron hammer, slamming it down toward the wild boar boss. Just as it was about to land, the boar suddenly halted. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This beast is surprisingly clever. Unlike the clumsy ordinary boars, this boss knew how to dodge and maneuver. Unfortunately for it, Lin Feng had 4 yellow-turbaned strongmen on his side. Damage numbers began to appear, -18, -29, -15. With the blood of numerous wild boars infused into their veins, the yellow-turbaned strongmen had grown significantly stronger. Lin Feng's slingshot was fast but slightly lacking in damage. It seemed like the slingshot was starting to become insufficient. Even surrounded by one player and 4 summon warriors, the wild boar boss managed to hold its ground. Lin Feng decisively commanded the yellow turban strongmen to activate their divine strength ability. With 4 simultaneous roars, the yellow turban strongmen's bodies grew larger, glowing with golden light. Their damage skyrocketed to -38, -47. The wild boar boss was caught off guard. With divine strength empowering the yellow turban strongman, the battle's tide shifted dramatically. Attributes rivaling a level 10 player. With 4 level 10 warriors accompanying Lin Feng, taking down a level 5 boss was a breeze. Lin Feng intensified his attacks, relying on precise positioning and control, and the wild boar collapsed with a wail. Level 0 Lin Feng completely defeated the level 5 wild boar boss. A notification sounded. Ding, you defeated the wild boar, gaining 700 cultivation points. Bonus 700 points for defeating a higher level enemy. Ding, first kill of the wild boar boss in Fengyuan City's outskirts, you gain 3 free attribute points. Ding, first kill of the wild boar king, you gain 1 free attribute point. Do you want to make your achievement public? Attribute point rewards? Lin Feng never snagged a boss first kill in his previous life, so he didn't know such perks existed. However, this achievement didn't mean much to him. He chose to decline. Do not announce. The nearby gathering master, who was busy with his tasks, froze in shock. What? Boss first kill? Could this guy be a pro? He swallowed nervously and slowly turned his head. He saw Lin Feng crouched over the wild boar boss's corpse, looting it. The gathering master's breath quickened. Oh my god, it hasn't even been that long, and he already took down the boss? Thinking back to how scared he was when the boss appeared, and even suggesting they escape, he now felt the urge to slap himself. From now on, if he didn't know something, he'd just keep his mouth shut. All he needed to do was cheer and shout 666. Chinese slang for awesome. This pro's leg to hug was thicker than he imagined. Lin Feng, however, paid no attention to his feats. Only when he could achieve greater glory would he consider letting others know. What mattered most was the loot from this boss. The boss's corpse glimmered with a purple light. Next to it was a faintly white treasure chest. He reached out and picked up the drop. Swift explosive sword. Type, weapon. Quality, excellent. Required level, 5. Damage plus 30. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 15. Critical rate plus 10%. Sharpness, can cut through weapons of lower quality. Pierce, ignores defense, deals an additional 30 true damage. Lin Feng almost yelled in excitement. An excellent quality weapon? In the Eternal World, equipment quality below level 100 ranges from common, fine, superior, excellent, legendary, epic, to mythic. That earlier fine-grade slingshot had already boosted his power significantly, but an excellent weapon as the sole drop from this boss? Unbelievable. Before level 20, the best quality gear one could usually get was excellent. This was basically a divine weapon for the current stage. Too bad its level requirement made him sigh. With his talent, the attribute points gained from leveling up were limited. He decided not to level up for now. By continuously enhancing his gear and taking down bosses, he could steadily grow stronger. This maximized his ability to fight foes above his level. If only this weapon didn't have a level restriction. An idea struck him, and he tried enhancing it. Ding, spent 80 cultivation points, swift explosive sword enhanced plus 1, damage plus 10. Ding, spent 160 cultivation points, enhanced plus 2, damage plus 20. Ding, spent 320 cultivation points, enhanced plus 3, strength plus 15. Ding, spent 640 cultivation points, enhanced plus 4, strength plus 20. Fortunately, the boss had provided plenty of cultivation points, and he successfully enhanced it to plus 4. Ding, swift explosive sword enhancement reached plus 4. You gained an additional evolution choice. Option 1, E-grade damage plus 30. Option 2, F grade agility plus 20. Option 3, B grade gains the trait simplicity. Lin Feng held his breath. Luck was on his side, he unlocked simplicity. This attribute was more critical than a mere damage boost. No matter how powerful a weapon, it was useless if he couldn't equip it. Option 3, absolutely. The enhanced weapon's stats were astonishing. Swift explosive sword enhanced plus 4. Type, weapon. Quality, excellent. Required level, 5. Damage plus 30. Strength plus 35. Agility plus 15. Critical rate plus 10%. Sharpness, can cut through weapons of lower quality. Pierce, ignores defense, deals an additional 30 true damage. Simplicity, decreases required level by 5. A level 5 weapon with its requirement reduced by 5, perfect for level 0 Lin Feng. He couldn't wait to equip it and checked his updated stats again. Character, Swordmaster Qingming. Level, 0, requires one source of the Great Way to level up. Talent, Chaos Apex. Skills, Summon Warrior. Attributes, Strength 1, plus 50, Constitution 1, Endurance 1, Agility 1, plus 15, Spirit 1. Damage, 152. Health, 50. Mana, 50. Defense, 2. Critical rate, 0.65%. Critical damage, 200%. Luck, 1. Wealth, 310 copper coins. Source of Great Way required for level up, 1 silver tael. Equipment, Swift explosive sword enhanced plus 4. Combat power, 102. The weapon was ridiculously strong. Lin Feng's attributes skyrocketed dramatically. Just the weapon alone added 50 attribute points. For reference, an average player leveling from 0 to 10 would only gain 20 free attribute points. Even rare quests and first kill bonuses would only add up to 20 points at most. Yet, a single weapon boosted Lin Feng's strength far beyond that of a level 10 unequipped player. This SSSSSS tier talent, absolutely broken. Strength not only increased damage but also improved critical hit rates. Agility, on the other hand, significantly boosted critical damage. His combat power soared into triple digits. Finally, he was no longer a newbie punching bag. And the best part? There was still more loot to uncover. Level 5 Wild Boar Boss Chest, excellent grade. Type, Treasure Chest. Exclusive to Lin Feng, invisible and inaccessible to other players. Effect, open to gain 3 stamina points and a random treasure. Remaining time, 30 minutes. Stamina boost? Lin Feng frowned. Why not strength? Still, it wasn't terrible. The monsters he'd face later would undoubtedly be stronger than him. Stamina would improve survivability, defense mattered too. Let's enhance the weapon first, he thought. Otherwise, these 3 stamina points wouldn't even help a regular player level up twice. What good would that do? If a gathering master overheard his thoughts, they'd probably cry. I wouldn't complain. Just give me those 3 stamina points. However, the enhancement prompt caught Lin Feng off guard. Ding! Would you like to spend 80 cultivation points to enhance level 5 Wild Boar Boss Chest, excellent grade? What? The excellent grade chest required as many resources as a higher tier superior grade weapon? This was a problem. Lin Feng did some quick calculations. His remaining cultivation points weren't even enough to enhance it to the 4th tier. With only 30 minutes left, he needed to grind for more points ASAP. Perhaps the wild boars had already respawned? With that thought, he turned and headed toward the level 3 wildcat zone outside Fengyuan City. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi Wushuang and his subordinates were swiftly clearing out weakened monsters, gaining cultivation points at an impressive rate. However, as he examined the scraps of materials being brought to him, Xiaoyi Wushuang frowned. This isn't efficient enough. We're the Xiaoyi Alliance's reserve team, why are we still gathering materials from level 3 or lower monsters? One scrawny subordinate grinned. Boss, this area's overcrowded. We can't compete for resources. And as for monsters above level 3, we're not familiar with them and don't dare to challenge them yet. Xiayi Wuxuan fell into deep thought, his eyes scanning the surroundings. That won't do. My brother said I need to surpass regular players by a wide margin before I can officially join the Xiayi Alliance. Push further in. See if there are higher level monsters we can take on. At the moment, he was barely level 4. While stronger than the average player, he was still far from his goal. One sharp-eyed subordinate chimed in, I just saw 2 people head deeper into the zone. They might not have come back out yet. Another snorted. They probably got killed by monsters and respawned back at the village by now. Xiayi Wuxuan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. No one's stupid enough to head in unprepared. If a team dared to venture inside, they must have something to rely on. Or they know something we don't, a hidden treasure or an easy-to-kill monster. As he spoke, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. Let's go. We're heading in too. Yes, boss. The group answered in unison, quickly gathering their loot and heading forward in an imposing formation. Their path, coincidentally, was the same one Lin Feng and the gathering master had taken earlier. Scattered players nearby were visibly relieved. They're leaving? Finally. We can actually level up in peace now. Here, kitty. Big bro's coming for you. Someone spat on the ground. Pfft, a good riddance to those bullies. Trash, always picking on regular players. If they've got guts, they should try their luck on higher level maps. I bet the pros would wreck them. A female player clenched her teeth. They act so arrogant. If they mess with the wrong big shot, they'll regret it. Even so, Xiayi Wuxuan's group wasn't weak. With their numbers and strength, no one dared to provoke them lightly. Except for a stronger guild or alliance, who else could take them on? Most players were just grateful they'd vacated the area, leaving room for everyone else to grind and survive. As for where they were headed? Whether they lived or died wasn't anyone's concern. A few minutes later, Xiayi Wuxuan's scouts cautiously peered into the wild boar zone and froze. One of them quickly reported back. Boss, there's no one here, but there are a lot of wild boar corpses. Xiayi Wuxuan was taken aback. Level 5 wild boars? According to his older brother, their team's next big milestone would be to tackle level 5 wild boars together for better rewards. Yet, someone had already cleared them out? Could there be another elite team in this area capable of rivaling his brother's group? The scout continued, there's a player gathering materials from the boar corpses. Xiayi Wuxuan's eyes narrowed. Can you tell which guild their gatherer belongs to? Whoever had taken down those wild boars had to be from a major guild's elite team. Picking a fight with someone like that would be unwise. No way. Someone shook their head, looks like he's just a solo player. Heroic Virtue's heart lifted, and he relaxed, sneering, a solo player dares to harvest wild boars? Doesn't he know this is our heroic alliance's loot? As long as he wasn't part of a major guild, he was fair game for them to toy with. The subordinates all nodded and grinned maliciously. Boss is right, this kid dares to take our stuff? He has no idea what he's messing with. Heroic Virtue gave a signal, and a few of the players skilled in gathering immediately spread out, crouching by the wild boar corpses to start collecting. A scrawny guy named Heroic Essence strode toward the gatherer and yelled with a scowl, "Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing?" The gatherer blinked, clearly annoyed. Gathering, obviously. What else? Heroic Essence's face darkened. This is Heroic Alliance territory, and you're stealing our resources. Hand over everything you've collected. The gatherer wasn't stupid. He let out a cold laugh. Oh, so now you're just robbing people outright? Heroic Essence sneered, all these wild boars, did you kill them? The gatherer shook his head. Not me, but the big shot who killed them gave me permission to gather. Heroic Essence's heart skipped a beat, and his voice wavered slightly. Where's this big shot then? Uneasy thoughts crept in, could he have messed with someone from a top-tier guild? If it was someone they couldn't afford to provoke, it'd be better to back off quickly. The gatherer eyed him warily. Why should I tell you that? Heroic Essence let out a breath of relief. This guy couldn't even name the supposed big shot. Lucky kid. That big shot was probably a lie. Maybe some elite guild squad had cleared the area and left the materials behind, letting this guy benefit from the leftovers. Big shot? Yeah, right. If that's the case, nothing to worry about. With that thought, he turned around and reported back to Heroic Virtue. Heroic Virtue's face lit up with delight, and he impatiently waved his hand. Make him leave the stuff and get lost. A lucky little life skills player daring to make him be cautious? These precious materials, this chubby guy had no right to collect them. Heroic Essence walked back to the gatherer with an arrogant smirk. Kid, you're lucky today. The boss is in a good mood and doesn't want to take your life. Leave the materials and scram. The gatherer was seething with anger, his chest heaving. Heroic Alliance? You're nothing but a gang of thieves. Robbing people and acting so smug about it? He'd never encountered such horrible players before. Seeing the group surrounding him with hostile glares, he clenched his teeth. His hands trembled slightly as he began pulling out the materials. He was calculating quickly in his mind. If he resisted, he'd definitely lose. His gathering talent allowed him to convert some gathering experience into character experience. From the gathering earlier, his level had shot up and was about to hit level 3. Losing all this now would be such a waste. Fine, endure it. Here's everything. His voice was calm as he slowly handed over the materials. But in his heart, he swore he'd take revenge when he became stronger. One of the gatherers came over, counted the materials, and nodded. Boss, everything checks out. Heroic Virtue raised an eyebrow and grinned. Smart move. Now get lost. The guy was so cooperative, he couldn't be bothered to make a move himself. It wouldn't hurt to let Heroic Alliance maintain a somewhat decent reputation. Just as the gatherer was about to leave, one of the players collecting materials suddenly shouted. Wait a second, there's no heart here. Heroic Virtue raised an eyebrow, uninterested. What's so special about a wild boar heart? The gatherer excitedly responded. I found a recipe. It uses wild boar hearts to make an elixir that permanently boosts constitution. Heroic Virtue's expression changed drastically. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? He cursed loudly. They almost missed out on something huge. Heroic Essence immediately stepped in front of the gatherer, his voice turning icy. Kid, we were kind enough to let you walk away, and now you're playing games with us? The gatherer froze, then shook his head. I didn't see any hearts. His eyes flickered. He remembered that when Lin Feng killed the boars, his summoned creature seemed to have devoured the hearts. Lin Feng was strong, but these bandits had over a dozen people. No matter how powerful the big shot was, they'd struggle against this many opponents. They had already let him go once, how could he sell out Lin Feng? Heroic Essence grabbed the gatherer by the collar, his face twisted with rage. This elixir could be the key to his rise in power. Without the heart, how could he tolerate it? You didn't see it? Then where did the heart go? Did some dog snatch it? The gatherer shook his head and stayed silent. Heroic Essence was so furious he was practically jumping, but he was out of options. Forcibly PKNG someone would cost him 1 point of heroic value. Earlier, when clearing the area. An unyielding player. If he lost any more points, he might miss out on the rare quests. Left with no other option, he reluctantly reported the situation to Sini Wuxuan. Useless. Sini Wuxuan nearly slapped him out of frustration but restrained himself, driven by his greed. After thinking it over for a moment, he ordered 2 combat players to block the narrow path ahead. In a low voice, he commanded, "Hold this path. As soon as someone comes through, take them down." He didn't want them to attack on sight. What if they encountered someone they couldn't afford to provoke? But as long as it wasn't some untouchable powerhouse, the wild boar heart was as good as theirs. A permanent boost to constitution was a treasure too good to pass up. He couldn't help but feel exhilarated at the thought. As the leader, the majority of the guild's resources were allocated to him. Up until now, all 8 attribute points from his level 4 advancements had been put into strength, maxing out his damage output. If he could consume the secret medicine that increased constitution, boosting his health and stamina, his power would be flawless, balanced in both offense and defense. Even his older brother would struggle to match him, and the thought made him secretly gloat. He could almost picture the shocked expression on his older brother's face. Meanwhile, the gathering master was growing increasingly anxious. He realized that Cine Alliance was lying in wait, planning to ambush and steal the wild boar heart from the expert player. He sent a secret message to Linfeng, "Big bro, the Cine Alliance is camping out in the boar area with more than a dozen people. They're planning to rob you. You should take a different route." Linfeng read the message, and his face darkened instantly. He had already anticipated the Cine Alliance's bullying tactics. In his previous life, they had run rampant, forcing players to swallow their grievances. But in this life? They dared to mess with his followers? And even target him? They were courting death. As he walked, Linfeng kept an eye on the stats of his yellow turban warrior, eager to see how it would evolve after merging with the wild boar boss. Yellow turban warrior. Level 1. Damage 60. Health 350. Mana 50. Defense 40. Skills: immovable as a mountain, furious hammer, divine strength. Special skill: life evolution. Its health and defense stats already surpassed those of the wild boar boss, and it even gained a group attack skill, furious hammer. Linfeng couldn't wait to show those who dared provoke him just how powerful his yellow turban warrior could be. Cine Benz was tallying up the materials his team had gathered and reported to Cine Wushuang, "Boss, we've harvested all the materials from 21 boars. Including what that kid gathered, we now have 14 boar hides and 9 tusks. If we sell them to the village NPCs, we can get about 160 copper coins." Cine Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. Earlier, several hours of monopolizing the hedgehog area had yielded less than 100 copper coins. But just one trip to the boar area had already surpassed that. It was clear that taking on stronger monsters led to better rewards. Plus, these materials could also be used to complete town collection quests. All of this would contribute to their cultivation and power growth. It was only a matter of time before their strength surged. Yet, the thought of the secret medicine that permanently boosted constitution still made him restless. No one shown up yet? The 2 players guarding the path craned their necks to look. Not yet. Wait, someone's coming. Cine Benz grew alert and led 6 people to intercept them. When Linfeng appeared, the gathering master closed his eyes in self-reproach, blaming himself for bringing trouble to the expert and causing him to be surrounded. He resolved to take responsibility for any losses. Linfeng, however, looked at the players encircling him and decided to have some fun. Feigning confusion, he asked, "What do you guys want?" Cine Benz put on a friendly smile and asked, "Hey buddy, which guild are you with?" Linfeng shook his head. "I'm just a solo player, not in any guild." Cine Benz's expression darkened as he coldly asked, "Did you harvest the wild boar hearts from this area?" Linfeng acted as if he'd just realized something. "The hearts? Oh, I fed them all to my summon." Cine Benz's face froze. "Fed them? Those are key ingredients for making secret medicine." Linfeng smirked. "Yeah, my summon is so strong now. It ate over 20 wild boar hearts and gained 10 points of health." Cine Benz chuckled bitterly. 10 points? That's it? Linfeng proudly replied, "Well, the boost only lasts until I log off, but my yellow turban warrior is way stronger now." Cine Benz's mind raced. 10 points of health, is that really strong? At that moment, Cine Wushuang approached, sizing up Linfeng. A solo player who's killed this many wild boars, impressive. He tried to probe further. "Interested in joining our Cine Alliance?" Linfeng, feeling cocky, replied, "I'm not really looking to join a guild. Honestly, I'm not that strong. The only reason I could handle the boars is because I have a top tier." Before he could finish, he hastily covered his mouth, suddenly wary. Sini Wuxuan's eyes lit up, his greed now evident. Top tier? Besides top tier weapons, what else could make a solo player this strong? He thought to himself, if I get my hands on a top tier weapon, leading my crew to dominate the Sini alliance would be a breeze. His expression turned cold as he barked, I suspect you stole the wild boar hearts from our Sini alliance. Hand over everything you've got. Lin Feng looked a bit troubled. I really didn't take anything from you. Accusing me like this isn't very fair, is it? The gathering master, panicking, shouted, Big bro, run. These guys are nothing but robbers. Sini Bence kicked the gathering master to the ground. You're asking for it. Attack. Lin Feng took a step back, ready to. For towering yellow turban titans blocked the path in front of the group. If you dare make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. These titans are strong. Chivalrous Essence sneered at Lin Feng, just a few trash summons. So what if there are a lot of them? Brothers, take them out. Aside from the 4 gatherers, the others attacked together. Miss. 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 Every hit on the yellow turban titans resulted in miss, leaving the group stunned. 2 level 3 players began to doubt themselves. We've invested all our points in strength and are using beginner spells. How are we missing every hit? How high is the defense of these summons? Chivalrous Unmatched drew his sword coldly, a bunch of useless fools. Do I really have to step in? Chivalrous Essence laughed awkwardly, maybe they're tanks. Boss, your attack will definitely work. Taking a deep breath, Chivalrous Unmatched swung his sword, unleashing the cloud-piercing sword technique. This was a mid-tier offensive skill he'd traded the entire reserve funds of the preparatory group to obtain from a lucky player. It increased damage by 50% and had a 3% chance to ignore defense. At level 4, with 9 strength plus his fine weapon adding 10 more damage, his total damage output reached 28. Combined with the cloud-piercing sword technique, he was brimming with confidence. I don't care what kind of tank you are. Nothing can withstand this strike. He slashed, his movements elegant, earning cheers from his underlings. Miss. He was stunned. Could it be a bug? His underlings couldn't break through the defense, which might make sense if these were high defense tanks. But with his powerful weapon and triple the attack of normal players, how could he fail to deal damage? Unwilling to accept it, he swung again using the same skill. Miss. -42. Miss. The damage number made his heart sink. It wasn't a bug. The defense was just that high. 42 reflected his full damage output. These seemingly ordinary summons had absurdly high defense. The game had just launched. How could such powerful summons exist? Who was this guy? His eyes filled with terror, his mind blank. Chivalrous Essence stood frozen, equally shocked. Even their boss could only deal damage by bypassing defense. Could they be facing a top-tier player? Before they could think further, Lin Feng grew impatient. His damage output was definitely top-tier among players, yet even he needed multiple strikes to kill one yellow turban titan. And these guys? They thought they were fighting a porcupine. Powerful weapons combined with mid-tier spells might make them decent players. But to Lin Feng, they weren't even on par with wild boars, let alone level 3 wildcats. With a disdainful shake of his head, he scoffed, the Chivalrous Alliance actually produced trash like you? Chivalrous Unmatched's face twisted in anger as he retorted, we're just the preparatory group. Before he could finish, a yellow turban titan's hammer came crashing down. With one swing, his body shattered into bloody fragments. A white light flashed, Chivalrous Unmatched was dead on the spot. Chivalrous Essence was utterly horrified. The boss was just killed like that? The hammer-wielding summon not only had insane defense but also terrifying attack power. In an instant, all his arrogance vanished as he stood there, blank-eyed, unsure whether to fight back or run. Before he could decide, a shadow darted past, and another hammer struck him down. Collapsing, he oddly felt a sense of relief. Boss, it's not that I'm useless. the opponent was just too strong. The two of them died gruesomely, and the rest of their team finally realized they'd hit a brick wall. The opponent didn't even draw a sword, his summons alone had wiped out their strongest members. Who could this guy be? Forget about fighting, they were pale as ghosts, trembling, ready to flee. Their earlier arrogance was long gone. But Lin Feng wasn't about to let them escape. With a mental command, the Yellow Turban Titans unleashed a devastating hammer attack. The hammers swung high and smashed down heavily, causing the ground to quake violently. Damage numbers popped up non-stop, and 8 players fell to the ground. The last 2 players trembled in sheer terror. The damage output was beyond their comprehension. Were these summons or bosses? Weren't they the ones supposed to be bullying someone? Why were they the ones being utterly annihilated? The hammers of the Yellow Turban Titans gave them the answer. Messing with Lin Feng led to this kind of outcome. In the blink of an eye, Chivalrous Unmatched's group of over 10 players was completely wiped out. Meanwhile, the gatherers were overjoyed. Rolling with a powerhouse was exhilarating. Such absurd damage? They found it perfectly reasonable. With a summoner this strong, it wasn't surprising. Lin Feng scratched his nose, looking a bit dissatisfied. These guys are garbage, wasting my skills. The gatherer nodded repeatedly in agreement. They're not even worthy of being killed by your summons, boss. Lin Feng chuckled, and you? Do you think you're worthy? Want me to give you a taste of the hammer? Boss, I was joking. I'm trash too, not worthy, not worthy. The gatherer turned pale, shaking his head frantically. At this moment, a few trembling gatherers cautiously approached. The leader, summoning his courage, bowed and whispered, "Boss, we're just regular players. We'd never dare oppose someone like you." Yeah, we had no idea Chivalrous Unmatched and his gang would stoop so low as to try and rob you. If we'd known the truth earlier, we would have reported it to you right away, one quick-witted player chimed in. Pulling out the freshly gathered materials, one of the gatherers said nervously, "Boss, this is something we mistakenly collected earlier. We're returning it to its rightful owner." Lin Feng's expression softened as he waved them off. Forget it. Just stay away from the Chivalrous Alliance in the future. The gatherers' faces lit up with relief and gratitude. They hurriedly bowed and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, boss. Thank you for your mercy." They quickly distanced themselves from the Chivalrous Alliance, with one of them suddenly getting an idea. "Boss, how about this? Can we work for you? We'll sell whatever we gather to you at a price lower than the market rate." The others' eyes sparkled at the thought. They figured, if they could hitch a ride on this boss's coattails, they'd be unstoppable in the game. Lin Feng glanced at them indifferently. "Do you have any talent for gathering? What level is your gathering skill?" The group looked down, mumbling awkwardly, "I just have a basic talent, and my gathering skill isn't even at the beginner level yet. My gathering skill is way behind. I haven't even gained enough proficiency to level up." Lin Feng's tone turned cold. "No talent, and you still want to gather?" The group lowered their heads in shame, retreating awkwardly. They sighed inwardly. How could they even dream of being a top player's lackeys when they didn't even qualify? They cast envious glances at the gathering master among them, thinking how lucky that chubby guy was. Lin Feng glanced at the materials on the ground, boar pelts, teeth, and other odds and ends. He frowned. "I don't need these. Just take them back." The gathering master quickly shook his head. "Boss, I really don't deserve this." Lin Feng feigned irritation. "Do you think I care about these scraps?" Only then did the gathering master, full of gratitude, accept the materials. Once everything was sorted, the gathering master took out a recipe, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Boss, this is a recipe they just dug up. It uses boar hearts to create an elixir that permanently increases constitution." Permanent stat boosts? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. That was a valuable find. Especially since it was still day one in the starter village at the launch of the game. A recipe like this could give players a significant head start, even helping a guild get ahead in the competition. Lin Feng took the recipe and attempted to use his cultivation energy to enhance it. This item is a special recipe. After enhancement, it becomes bound to you. Proceed with enhancement? Lin Feng didn't have time to learn gathering skills right now. The recipe indicated that each player could only consume one elixir. Spending time on crafting wasn't worth it compared to slaying more bosses. Reluctantly, he handed the recipe back to the gathering master. You learn it. Seeing the other hesitate, Lin Feng shot him a glare. The gathering master nodded firmly. Thank you, boss. You're my leader from now on. At that moment, a boar appeared near Lin Feng's feet. Without hesitation, Lin Feng slashed once, killing it instantly. The gathering master was stunned. Wasn't that a mini-boss boar? How could the boss kill it so effortlessly? His admiration for Lin Feng skyrocketed. A short while later, the gathering master used the boar hearts he had collected to craft 5 elixirs, thanks to his expertise in gathering and alchemy. Boss, these are the elixirs I made. Lin Feng took 4 and handed 1 back. You take 1 too. The gathering master was overwhelmed. Boss, I'm not worthy. Lin Feng's tone was icy. With your current level of skill, how do you expect to keep up as my follower if you don't get stronger? The gathering master's eyes welled up with gratitude. Finally, he could officially become the boss's follower. Lin Feng nodded and glanced at the elixir in his hand. Boar's Resilience Yellow Grade Elixir. Made from wild boar hearts. Slightly increases constitution. Limited to 1 use per player. As Lin Feng was about to consume it, a thought struck him. While the recipe couldn't be enhanced, could the elixir itself be? Ding! Would you like to expend 20 cultivation points to enhance boar's resilience? It was possible. Lin Feng's breathing quickened, and he immediately selected yes. Even though it was just a yellow grade item, the lowest tier, it was already a rare find on launch day. The required cultivation points indicated its value wasn't trivial. Enhancement in progress. Ding! Boar's resilience has been enhanced to level 1. Constitution +1. Ding! Would you like to expend 40 cultivation points to enhance boar's resilience, level 1? Ding! Boar's resilience has been enhanced to level 2. Constitution +2. Ding! Would you like to expend 80 cultivation points to enhance boar's resilience, level 2? Ding! Boar's resilience has been enhanced to level 3. Constitution +3. Ding! Would you like to expend 160 cultivation points to enhance boar's resilience, level 3? Ding! Boar's resilience has been enhanced to level 4. Constitution +5. Ding! Upon reaching level 4 enhancement, you have unlocked an additional evolution choice. Finally, a choice. Lin Feng's excitement grew. The options didn't disappoint. Option 1, F-tier Constitution +5. Option 2, D-tier exceed the 1 elixir limit. Allows consumption of 2 additional non-enhanced elixirs from the same recipe. Option 3, B-tier grants passive health regeneration of +10 HP per second. Lin Feng halted his enhancements as soon as the evolution option appeared. After all, this was just a yellow grade elixir, not worth sinking too many cultivation points into. He still needed to save his cultivation points for enhancing treasure chests. Even so, the effects already exceeded his expectations. Greatly enhancing physical constitution and gaining a top-tier attribute? Without hesitation, he chose option 3. As for option 2, he outright ignored it. He could just consume a few more regular elixirs. Comparing additional attributes to auto-regeneration? No contest. He immediately swallowed it. You consumed Boar's Resilience, Quadruple Boost Constitution +15, Auto HP Regen +10/S. After deducting the 11 points from the boost, he realized it had originally only increased 4 points of Constitution. Why so little? He was a bit puzzled. Master, how much Constitution did you gain? The gathering master looked up excitedly, almost incoherent. Gee God, I gained a whole 3 points of constitution. Lin Feng was speechless. You're this ecstatic over a mere 3 points? How embarrassing. But, considering this guy was just one of his underlings who hadn't seen much of the world, Lin Feng decided to let it slide. On second thought, it was understandable. Most players were only at level 2 or 3, with very few attribute points to distribute. They barely had enough to boost their strength, let alone spare any for constitution. Most were practically glass cannons. Gear that added even 2 or 3 points of constitution was already considered a rare gem. Not to mention a permanent attribute increasing elixir, something that could elevate a player's strength to a whole new tier. So, thinking about it, getting 4 points of constitution without the boost was actually pretty lucky. With the boost, his stats skyrocketed. With this realization, Lin Feng begrudgingly accepted it. A thought crossed his mind. Currently, no player boasting a so-called top-tier HP talent could match him. After all, even with double HP growth, they'd need 8 points of constitution to match his current stats. At level 4, players only had 8 attribute points to allocate, who would put all of them into constitution. Being tanky without any offensive power was pointless. Lin Feng sighed, realizing he had unintentionally become a health tank. It wasn't like he wanted this. If those guys from the Righteous Alliance knew the recipe they worked so hard to uncover had been snatched by him for free, they'd probably be spitting blood out of rage. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Respawn point in the starter village. A few flashes of white light appeared. Curious onlookers turned to see and were shocked to recognize the infamous bullies of the starter village's Wildcat Zone, the Righteous Gang. Players immediately began gossiping. Wow, the whole Righteous Gang got wiped out? Who the heck did that? Judging by the situation, they must have run into a brutal boss. That boss must be insane. Serves them right. I finally believe in karma and justice. The Righteous Gang, led by a player named Righteous Unmatched, had long been notorious for their tyrannical behavior. They had dominated weaker players with their superior strength, earning them a terrible reputation. Even the most justice-driven solo players couldn't hope to oppose them. Now that they'd suffered a setback, many players were gloating, feeling a sense of satisfaction and relief. Hearing the chatter, Righteous Unmatched was seething with anger. What do they mean by the boss was tough? They didn't even see a boss. They were wiped out by a single player. The thought of admitting this humiliation was unbearable. Fine, let them think it was a boss. But the sheer gap in strength between him and Lin Feng left him dizzy. A whole squad taken out by just one player, how could he even begin to seek revenge? Clenching his fists and trembling with rage, he suddenly thought of a solution. His face darkened as he silently sent a message. Righteous Unmatched, big bro, someone bullied me. Righteous Envoy? While he technically claimed membership in the Righteous Alliance, in truth, his older brother was the real member. He just used his brother's name to throw his weight around. Righteous Unmatched, I dropped your name, but they didn't care. Righteous Envoy, if you're weak, that's on you. Righteous Unmatched, they also stole a recipe for a permanent constitution boost. I was planning to use it to help you, but it got taken. The chat went silent for a few seconds. Righteous Envoy, a recipe for permanent attribute boosts? Are you sure? Seeing his brother finally react, Righteous Unmatched's eyes lit up. Why would I lie to you? That guy's name is Sword of the Azure Sky. He ambushed us in the eastern Boar area. Big bro, you have to avenge me. Righteous Envoy, I'll handle it. Wait for my instructions. With newfound confidence and a sinister glint in his eyes, Righteous Unmatched smirked. Little punk, you dared cross me? The real Righteous Alliance isn't something you can mess with. Outside the starter village, in the western Boar area, Righteous Envoy paused mid-fight after reading the message, his tone heavy. Brothers, I just got word. One of our outer members had a powerful recipe stolen. This is a direct insult to the Righteous Alliance. The 5 players around him, all level 4 or higher, were in the midst of taking down a wild boar. Their leader was already level 5. Though fighting boars wasn't particularly challenging, their teamwork was seamless, keeping the boars under control. If other players saw this, they'd be stunned. Most were still proud of just reaching level 3. Here, however, gathered so many level 4 experts that it felt as if all the top-tier players in the town had converged in this spot. The Chivalrous Alliance was a formal member team ranked 3rd among the top 10 gaming guilds in Huaxia. It was a haven for legendary professional players. The crowd wore varied expressions, some puzzled, some angry, some greedy, but their movements all sped up. Within minutes, each group successfully took down wild boars, shouting in unison, "Boss, what's the plan?" No matter how strong the opponent was, they were fearless. The chivalrous envoy nodded in satisfaction. "Take a break, then head to the eastern wild boar zone." He sneered, "I want to see who dares to provoke the Chivalrous Alliance." The players' eyes sparkled with determination. Amidst thunderous chants, their unity was evident. Chivalry is invincible. Nearly 20 highly trained players followed the commanding chivalrous envoy, moving swiftly with high morale. They had no fear or hesitation, only the will to fight. Wherever chivalry went, no one could stand in their way. Even level 5 wild boars were no match for their small, coordinated teams. Their opponents, often capped at level 4, stood no chance, nor did any level 5 adversaries. On their path, other players marveled in awe. Who are these people? They look so powerful. I think they're professional Chivalrous Alliance members. With this many people and such an intimidating vibe, are they going after a strong boss? Praise followed. With a lineup like this, even a level 5 boss doesn't stand a chance. Let's follow and see what happens. The chivalrous envoy noticed the curious players trailing behind and smirked. This battle would showcase the strength of the Chivalrous Alliance to every player in Eternal World. Lin Feng pocketed a few rare potions and checked his stats. His constitution had been boosted to 16 points due to the secret potions, raising his health to 800 points. After clearing the newly spawned wild boars, he headed to a nearby forest. The treasure chest timer was running out, he needed to hurry and keep grinding. This area had level 6 wild wolves and level 7 wolf elites, much fiercer than the level 5 wild boars. The wolves moved in packs and dealt massive damage. Lin Feng, with over 20 defense points, endured hits nearing 30 damage points. While regular players would have been instantly killed, he simply smiled. The attributes of level 6 monsters were easy to calculate: high damage but low defense and health, making them ideal for grinding experience points. He consistently dealt -327 and -335 damage, achieving a crushing effect. Eternal World's damage system triggered a crushing bonus when the difference between defense and damage exceeded a certain threshold, significantly boosting output. Lin Feng's damage was already 3 times the base amount, exceeding the wolves' defense by tenfold, resulting in a crushing effect. Other players couldn't even dream of achieving this. Breaking through a monster's defense was impressive enough, let alone hitting for crushing damage. Yet, Lin Feng achieved it effortlessly thanks to his exceptional talent. With such overwhelming damage, the wolves with 600 health points were reduced to mere paper tigers. He directed his yellow turban warrior to aggressively lure mobs. Against the warrior, the wolves' attacks were negligible. Lin Feng, positioned safely in the rear, unleashed continuous attacks, dropping wolves one by one with their cries echoing through the forest. The system notified him of significant experience gains from defeating the wolves. With a 6-level gap, the bonus for defeating higher-level enemies multiplied his experience, yielding far more than ordinary players. A typical level 3 player fighting level 3 monsters might earn 30 experience points per kill, but Lin Feng's gains were tenfold, and his efficiency unmatched. The disparity between regular and expert players was staggering. Hiding behind his yellow turban warrior, Lin Feng was having the time of his life, though his eyes remained fixed on the treasure chest timer. After clearing over 30 wolves, the remaining time was down to just a minute. Only then did he begin fortifying the chest. He used his experience points to enhance the chest's attributes step by step, increasing its durability. When the enhancement reached the 4th level, the system offered him an additional evolution option: have experience costs, add extra loot, or improve loot quality. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to have the experience costs. Looking at his remaining experience points, his excitement was palpable. Keep going. He knew that although the cost of enhancing beyond the 8th level would double, the rewards would be massive. Finally, after consuming 1,280 experience points, Lin Feng increased the chest's amplification to the 5th level, boosting critical damage by 15%. Ding! You've consumed 2,560 experience points. The Level 5 Wild Boar Boss Chest, Excellent, has been enhanced to the 6th level, increasing critical damage by 20%. Ding! You've consumed 5,120 experience points. The chest has been enhanced to the 7th level, increasing critical damage by 25%. Ding! You've consumed 5,120 experience points. The chest has been enhanced to the 8th level, increasing critical damage by 30%. Ding! The Level 5 Wild Boar Boss Chest has reached the 8th enhancement level, unlocking 2 additional evolution options. After burning through a massive amount of experience points, the chest finally reached the 8th enhancement level, leaving Lin Feng in awe. On his very first day in the game, he had pushed the chest to the 8th level. Just how powerful was he? The answer was about to be revealed. Lin Feng swallowed nervously, his eyes glinting with excitement. Option 1, F plus 15 to durability. Option 2, E add 5 extra loot items. Option 3, B increase critical hit rate by 5%. Option 4, C randomly acquire the highest quality treasure within the current range. After the 8-fold enhancement, the 3-choose-1 became a 4-choose-2, leaving Lin Feng in a dilemma. He immediately ruled out option 2, as unless it was a no-level requirement treasure, it was useless to him for now. Option 1, although an F grade, offered plus 15 endurance, which wasn't bad. However, with his current damage output, monsters below level 6 were pretty much crushed effortlessly. His defense was backed by the Yellow Turban Warrior, so extra endurance wouldn't yield much benefit. Critical rate and critical damage were rare, and agility boosts were even scarcer. Missing out on these would be a pity. In the end, he decided on options 3 and 4. After making his choice, the treasure chest was about to disappear, so he quickly opened it. You open the Level 5 Wild Boar Boss Treasure Chest, Excellent Grade, 8-fold enhancement. Acquired 17 points of endurance. Critical rate increased by 5%, critical damage by 90%. Obtained the Agile Ring. Obtained Sword Chi Overflow. Received 1 silver tael and 320 copper coins. Although he only got 2 items, Lin Feng was more thrilled than if he had gotten 5 treasures. Sword Chi Overflow was a spell manual, and the Agile Ring had been enhanced to its best quality. This was a massive win. First, he checked out the ring. Agile Ring. Type, Accessory. Grade, Excellent. Required level, 5. Attributes, Agility plus 10, Movement Speed plus 10%, Attack Speed plus 10%. Special effects. Lightness, asterisk when HP falls below 10%, movement speed increases by 20% for 3 seconds. Bloodlust, asterisk when HP falls below 10%, attack speed increases by 20% for 5 seconds. Although it was a rare piece of accessory gear with decent stats, Lin Feng shook his head. It didn't offer much of a boost for him. As for the 2 seemingly powerful traits, he found them laughable. What monster could possibly reduce his HP below 10%? Better to sell it to some wealthy players. He then shifted his focus to the spell manual, which seemed intriguing. The name alone sounded epic. The ring was only excellent grade, the true star of the enhancement was this spell manual. Lin Feng clicked use, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation. Would you like to bind it? Binding will activate its exclusive trait. One of the unique features of Eternal World was that binding a skill or item would unlock exclusive traits. Bound items couldn't be traded, but they would gain special effects unique to the player. Ordinary players might hesitate, worried about getting a weak or unsuitable trait after binding and wasting the item. But Lin Feng didn't care. No matter how weak the trait, with enhancements, it could become absolutely broken. Sword Chi Overflow. Exclusive spell for wielding sword against the heavens. Level, Intermediate. Description: each attack has a 30% chance to trigger Sword Chi Splash, dealing 70% of attack damage to 3 additional targets. Exclusive trait: when triggered consecutively, the number of splash targets increases by 1. This skill was already powerful, essentially a god-tier AoE move. But for Lin Feng, its true potential came alive after enhancements. This haul was a jackpot. The treasure chest's generous rewards significantly boosted Lin Feng's stats. Character * wielding sword against the heavens. Level *0 requires 1 unit of Great Dao Essence to level up. Talent * Chaos Apex. Attributes *. Strength 36. Constitution 16. Endurance 18. Agility 16. Spirit 1. Free attribute points *4. Damage * 122. HP * 800. Mana * 50. Defense * 28. Critical rate * 5.65%. Critical damage * 320%. Luck * 1. Wealth * 1 silver tael, 910 copper coins. Level up Dao Essence requirement * 1 silver tael. Equipment * Swift Burst Sword, enhanced fourfold. Spells * Summon Warrior, enhanced fourfold, Sword Chi Overflow. Combat Power * 242. Lin Feng's damage, HP, and defense, the 3 core stats, were now balanced with no weaknesses, and his combat power had more than doubled. Compared to when he first joined the server as a weakling, he had grown exponentially stronger. Aware that his cultivation value would be halved in 30 minutes, he decided to head back to the wild boar zone. The monsters should have respawned by now. Time to grind another wave and replenish his cultivation points. After all, he still had plenty of materials left for enhancements. As he charged forward with determination, the chivalrous messenger received a message from Unmatched Chivalry. Unmatched Chivalry * Big Bro, don't underestimate him. Unmatched Chivalry * I'm considered a top-tier player, but I couldn't even withstand one of his attacks. Unmatched Chivalry continued, I think his strength might actually rival yours. Be careful, don't let him catch you off guard. The chivalrous messenger chuckled at the messages and turned to the man beside him, saying, Hey, Killing God, let me tell you a joke, my bro's actually worried I might lose to that kid. Ha! The man, referred to as Killing God, paused for a moment and replied, that kid might be a solo player? How could they possibly compare to you, boss? The damage output of those 2 exceeded 40, more than double that of an average player. Even if the opponent had impressive firepower and managed to wipe out the members of Chivalrous Essence, there was no way their defense and HP were also top tier, right? How could they possibly withstand the attacks from 2 top-tier players? The chivalrous envoy shook his head, finding it hard to believe himself. There might be strong players out there, but no matter how skilled they are, I'm not going solo this time. A confident glint flashed in Slayer's eyes. Exactly. Both the boss and I have rare offensive talents. Even if the opponent is someone like the legendary Eastern Sword Emperor, they wouldn't stand a chance against us brothers. At the mention of Eastern Sword Emperor, both of their expressions shifted slightly, revealing a trace of reverence. That level of genius as a swordsman, no matter the game, was always the most dazzling existence. In the eternal world, naturally, such figures were the idols and aspirations of every swordsman. A faint worry crept into the chivalrous envoy's heart. Could this sword to the azure sky really be a swordsmanship prodigy like the Eastern Sword Emperor? He suddenly remembered the system notification from a few minutes ago. A boss kill had been achieved shortly after the game started? The opponent's strength made his heart tighten. What made him even more uneasy was that the other player remained anonymous. Typically, top-tier players or guild elites at this stage would reveal their names to build up their reputation. What was the meaning behind staying anonymous? Could it really be that his incompetent younger brother had somehow provoked a big shot? No way, it couldn't be that coincidental. He glanced at the group of brothers around him and felt he might be overthinking. Among them were himself and Slayer as the main damage dealers, 3 tanks, and several well-coordinated squads. Forget about some anonymous player. Even if it were Eastern Sword Emperor, the former #1 in gaming, they wouldn't stand a chance. And let's not even talk about players, these guys could even take on a level 5 boss if they had to. No matter how strong a player is, how could they withstand a tactical swarm? Whoever they are, they're going to be crushed into dust. A thought crossed his mind: if they dealt with this opponent, they might even snag a boss kill for good measure. Though the chivalrous envoy was somewhat notable in the chivalrous alliance, he wasn't the strongest and had a middling status. If he could take down a boss and snag some top-tier loot, it might elevate his position in the guild. A fiery determination ignited within him, and his steps quickened unconsciously. "Boss, we've reached the wild boar area," reported one of the scouts. The chivalrous envoy's eyes lit up. "Are they still here?" The player hesitated. "There's someone gathering resources in the distance, but I can't make out their name." The chivalrous envoy nodded. "Let's go check it out." He stepped closer and saw the other player's ID, collecting master, clearly a support player. The person wasn't who he was looking for. Though slightly disappointed, he still asked politely, "Hey friend, have you seen a player named Sword to the Azure Sky?" Collecting master put the last piece of material into their bag, their tone wary. "Who's asking?" Seeing the chivalrous alliance emblem above their heads, they tensed, realizing trouble had arrived. They quickly sent a message to Lin Feng while subtly shifting their position. "I'm not too sure." Before they could finish speaking, they suddenly bolted. "Catch them!" the chivalrous envoy shouted. "They must be working with Sword to the Azure Sky, don't let them get away." Before long, collecting master was captured. Lin Feng received a message on his way back. "Boss, the chivalrous alliance is causing trouble. There are a lot of them, and they're all high-level players. You should hide, I'll distract them." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his thoughts darkening. They dare come after me? Have I been too lenient? Collecting master actually suggested he hide? Did they not understand his strength? He quickened his pace. At the wild boar area, the members of the chivalrous alliance stood guard, blocking the only exit. A growing number of players began to gather nearby. Some were life skill players collecting resources, while others were guild explorers. The murmurs started. Who's unlucky enough to have angered the chivalrous alliance? They're doomed. No way out of this. Looks like things are about to get spicy. Some were concerned, some were there for the drama, and others silently resented the chivalrous alliance's arrogance but lacked the power to do anything about it. Everyone was curious, but none believed anyone could stand against the chivalrous alliance unless, perhaps, another powerful guild intervened. Could a guild war really be brewing this early in the game? Some players were already getting excited. "Boss, should we intervene?" Slayer's gaze was cold and impatient as he glared at the onlookers. "Don't treat this like some circus show." The chivalrous envoy shook his head. "It's fine, let them watch if they want to. It's the perfect chance to showcase the chivalrous alliance's strength and let everyone know what happens when you mess with us." He grinned smugly. Suddenly, a few blood-curdling squeals pierced the air as several wild boars appeared in quick succession. The crowd's attention shifted. The crowd was stunned, and onlookers began backing away. Watching the chaos was fine, but going head-to-head with a level 5 wild boar? That was a no-go. Xiaoyi Wushuang, chivalrous unmatched, assembled his team with a serious expression. These boars were no joke. A proper strategy and well-coordinated teams were necessary to deal with them. Fortunately, they had experience. Despite the overwhelming number of boars and the immense pressure, they managed to hold their ground. Though they barely held on and hadn't dealt significant damage to the boars yet, the spectators were already in awe. Big guilds are on another level. They're actually taking on level 5 monsters. We got wiped several times just fighting level 3 wild cats. Only a big guild would dare challenge a level 5 beast straight up. Still, they look like they're struggling. If it were you, you'd have been obliterated in seconds. As the team dispersed for a moment, the gathering master spotted Lin Feng. He exhaled in relief but quickly noticed that Lin Feng was alone, and his face turned pale. "Boss, is it just you?" Lin Feng looked at him, confused. The gathering master stomped his foot anxiously. Boss, the other side isn't just regular players. They've got 2 top-tier experts. We thought you had a plan, but you came alone? This is reckless. These aren't just some random backup members, they're full-fledged members of the Chivalrous Alliance, including Xia Wushuang and Killing God, 2 of their most elite players. No matter how strong you are, it's impossible to take on so many of them by yourself. He sighed, resigning himself to the situation. If it came down to it, he'd sacrifice himself to ensure Lin Feng could survive and avenge them later. Lin Feng, however, remained calm. No worries. Just watch. He didn't see these players struggling to fight off a few wild boars as a threat. How dare they kidnap one of his teammates? Xia Wushuang and his gang froze when they saw Lin Feng approach. Killing God frowned. Could this guy be their backup? Xia Wushuang scanned the surroundings. So it's just one guy? Is he insane? He thinks he can take on the entire Chivalrous Alliance by himself just because he's got one strong connection? They kept looking around, trying to spot Lin Feng's backup, but there was no one else in sight. Even Killing God started to feel like their leader had overreacted. The players in the crowd were equally dumbfounded and started whispering among themselves. This whole mess is because of just 2 players? Wow, they really thought 2 people could go against the Chivalrous Alliance? The Chivalrous Alliance is one of the top guilds in China. How could regular players possibly compete with that? Even if these 2 are strong, the current game progression doesn't allow solo players to become that powerful. Someone sighed. Looks like 2 more players are about to get crushed. The spectators shook their heads in pity, convinced this was a lost cause. They had eagerly gathered to watch the action, but it seemed like the excitement would be short-lived. Xia Wushuang grew bored and waved a hand. Killing God, go grab them. Killing God nodded and stepped forward with a cold expression. You've got guts, I'll give you that. But challenging the Chivalrous Alliance? You've gone too far. He swiftly drew his sword, and a sharp blade light shot out, carrying an overwhelming sense of menace. Someone in the crowd gasped. That's the Black Fiend sword technique. They quickly explained, it's a sword skill you can only learn by completing an elite quest with the highest rating. Only a handful of players from the starter areas have mastered it, and they're all top-tier players from other games. This technique is incredibly powerful and fast, it's practically impossible to dodge. Looks like this guy is done for. Hearing this, the other players grew even more convinced of Lin Feng's inevitable defeat. Lin Feng had planned to take things slow and enjoy himself, but seeing others hogging the wild boars made him furious. They're stealing my mobs? Cutting off my lifeline? Absolutely not. In a flash, Lin Feng moved and drew his own sword. The commentator player shook his head in regret. It's over. This guy is way too reckless. Going head-to-head with Killing God? That's a disaster waiting to happen. Before the words even left his mouth, the 2 swords clashed with a crisp sound. Killing God froze, staring in disbelief at his weapon. His Qingfeng sword had been sliced clean in half and now lay in 2 pieces on the ground. His high-quality weapon had been broken, he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, as if to say, that's it? The commentator's jaw dropped, rendered speechless by the unprecedented scene before him. Killing God's face turned red with embarrassment, while the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Killing God's sword broke? What just happened? Was it some kind of special sword skill? No, it must have been a quality issue with his sword. In truth, it was Lin Feng's weapon. Its special trait was unparalleled sharpness, allowing it to cut through any weapon of lower quality. Lin Feng's sword was at the epic tier, a level of gear no one in the starter zones could come close to matching. Killing God was skilled, but compared to Lin Feng, he was way out of his league. Accepting his defeat, he had no choice but to back down. Xia Wushuang stepped forward, his expression cold. I didn't expect you to be this capable. Seems there's no need for me to keep hiding my swordsmanship talent. The commentator's eyes widened with shock. Swordsmanship talent? He actually has the swordsmanship talent? The other players turned green with envy as they stared at Xia Yi Wu Shuang. After all, character talents were assigned randomly, and among all the offensive talents, swordsmanship talent was the most coveted. Who didn't dream of becoming a dashing, unstoppable swordsman? To think that this legendary, overpowered talent was now being showcased right in front of them. Everyone was eager to see just how powerful swordsmanship talent truly was. At that moment, the two members of the Killing God duo launched another attack. With their switched weapons, they charged at Lin Feng in unison, their eyes brimming with confidence. This joint attack was believed to be unstoppable. The Gathering Master gritted his teeth, his face filled with anguish, as he sighed internally, "This is all my fault, I doomed the boss." From the crowd of onlookers came murmurs of pity, mixed with mocking voices. Does this guy not know his limits? Why would he challenge an entire team on his own? Lin Feng remained calm, his expression indifferent. With a casual flick, he swung his sword. To him, it was nothing special. Unexpectedly, a group of female players instantly became his fangirls. "Oh my gosh, that smile is so dreamy," one exclaimed. "I've decided to protect that handsome face for life," declared another. As for whether Lin Feng was in danger? What a joke! With a face as handsome as his, he was obviously a powerhouse. Beating those two clowns? A piece of cake. If the duo from the Justice Alliance could hear their thoughts, they'd be furious. We're not weak. And we're definitely not ugly. With his blue sword pointing directly at Lin Feng, Justice Unmatched was brimming with confidence. His weapon was a level 4 superior grade sword with a durability attribute, ensuring it wouldn't break easily. He planned to withstand Lin Feng's strike, leaving Killing God to finish the job, taking Lin Feng out with a coordinated attack. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's movement, Justice Unmatched smirk froze. Lin Feng's sword was unbelievably fast, bypassing their defenses and striking first. How was it possible to be this quick? There wasn't even time to react. Justice Unmatched took a direct hit, his health plummeting by 542 points. In his final moments, only one thought crossed his mind: as I suspected, I was no match for him. Regret momentarily eased his pain. But the attack wasn't over. Killing God suffered 932 points of damage. Lin Feng's sword aura activated, dealing splash damage and a critical hit that left him in agony. Seeing the damage numbers, Killing God nearly burst into tears. "Dude, my health's under 200, why are you being so brutal?" With just one strike, the once arrogant Justice Unmatched and Killing God turned into two beams of white light. Back at the beginner town, the two infamous top players of the Justice Alliance, who had struck fear into so many, were slain by a single person. The gathered players were left dumbfounded. Did I just hallucinate? What just happened? I'm in shock. The Justice Alliance's top players were defeated by one guy? More players were stunned by Lin Feng's damage output. That damage is insane. Against hedgehogs, he could probably one-shot them. So in the face of a real pro, numbers don't matter at all. I can't believe I doubted his strength earlier. I must have been blind. That damage is absurd, we couldn't even reach a fraction of that. Some players shook their heads in admiration, their respect genuine. This is so unfair. I spend a whole minute just to kill one hedgehog, and this guy takes out two top players in a second. This guy's like a walking boss, he's scarier than the actual hedgehog boss. Gathering Master stood behind Lin Feng, smirking. A hedgehog boss? Please. Amateurs. The boss didn't even see the hedgehog boss as a threat. Even wild boars that were a few levels higher than hedgehogs were casually one-shot by him. The boss's strength was beyond comprehension. As he basked in pride, no one knew that just moments ago, he was nervous about Lin Feng's arrival. It only took a single strike for Lin Feng to put his mind at ease. Lin Feng hadn't expected much from the duo, but their overconfidence turned out to be laughable. Justice Unmatched was utterly helpless against his attack, and Killing God fared even worse, instantly killed by a critical sword aura. Pathetic, Lin Feng muttered, clearly disappointed. At this moment, no one dared question his strength anymore. The faces of the onlookers shifted dramatically, their initial skepticism replaced with awe. As for the remaining small fry from the Justice Alliance, Lin Feng didn't even bother. With a single stride, his sword lashed out. Before the squad leader could issue any commands, his body froze. -568. Sword aura / activated again. -398. -398. -398. -398. They were just too weak, and the sword's 30% activation rate triggered repeatedly. A few newcomers who had just arrived were unlucky enough to be caught in the splash damage, instantly killing 5 of them. The rest were paralyzed with fear. Their once coordinated teamwork against wild boars had completely fallen apart. Stiff with terror, their minds broke. Who on earth did we mess with? The confidence they had moments before was gone, replaced by the desperate wish to dig a hole and hide in it. The scattered remnants were soon surrounded by Lin Feng's summoned yellow turban warriors. In less than 10 seconds, they were obliterated. Ordinary players barely had 100 health and pitifully low defense. The yellow turban warriors easily dealt double the damage, crushing them effortlessly easier than hunting wild boars. Within minutes, the Justice Alliance was completely annihilated. Over 10 players had arrived in high spirits, drawing envious glances. They died swiftly and cleanly, without the slightest chance to fight back. To Lin Feng, this wasn't even a challenge. Monsters were the real battles. These players? Far too weak. Killing them didn't grant cultivation points or drops. Unlike boss monsters, they didn't reward attributes or treasure chests. It was a complete waste of time. He somewhat regretted engaging with this bunch of nobodies. Lin Feng's overwhelming display of power sent shivers down the spines of everyone else, except for Gathering Master. This kind of top-tier expert, would he find us annoying? The few who had mocked him earlier turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Oh no, this wasn't overconfidence at all. It was an adult beating up some kids. Showing disrespect to such a boss? The consequences seemed dire. Some of them even felt like their lives were hanging by a thread. Lin Feng let out a cold snort. I'm no ruthless killer. Those who steal my monsters or threaten my brothers? They had it coming. The Gathering Master quickly stepped forward to explain what had happened. Turns out, 2 groups from the Chivalrous Alliance got greedy and tried to snatch Lin Feng's spoils. Hearing this, the surrounding players' eyes lit up, and they began to cheer one after another. Boss, you handled it perfectly. The Chivalrous Alliance deserves it. Some even got teary-eyed. Finally, someone's putting them in their place. Boss, you're our savior. We regular players have been bullied by them for way too long. Lin Feng gave them a stern look, and their tears dried up instantly. He was just swatting a few annoying flies. How did he suddenly become a savior? Other players sincerely expressed their gratitude, and Lin Feng nodded in response, making everyone feel flattered. Look at this boss, super strong yet approachable. Some brave ones even thought about adding him as a friend. Before Lin Feng could say a word, the Gathering Master quickly stepped in. The boss doesn't like being disturbed. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. If you have any materials or resources, you can contact this guy, he said. The Gathering Master straightened up in excitement, feeling a bit emotional inside. He called me brother. I've finally made a name for myself. Since Lin Feng had spoken, the life skills players wisely added the Gathering Master as a friend instead. The others respectfully said their goodbyes and dispersed. As for staying behind to grind levels? They weren't stupid. This area's monsters weren't something ordinary players could handle. Only someone like Lin Feng could casually grind here. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Feng remembered his main task. Luckily, he had acted quickly, and his sword aura had been impressively powerful. The wild boars, though surrounded and attacked for a while by the Chivalrous Alliance players, were still alive and well, only suffering minor injuries. To Lin Feng, the wild boars' blood-red eyes and angry expressions were rather adorable. They were rare training resources, after all. Lin Feng efficiently cleared the battlefield, his speed improving with familiarity. With his sword aura and the yellow turban warrior working in tandem, it took less than 10 seconds to wipe out 20 freshly spawned wild boars. The gathering master stared at the pile of corpses, utterly dumbfounded. Where am I? Who even am I? Did I accidentally log into a private server run by a boss? Looking at the gathering master's dazed expression, Linfeng frowned. What are you standing there for? Start gathering. Oh, the gathering master responded like he'd just snapped out of it and hurried to gather from the wild boars. Afterward, Linfeng led him to an area where wild wolves roamed. The air was thick with a murderous aura, making the gathering master instinctively shrink back. Boss, where are we? Linfeng replied calmly, should be the wild wolf zone. The gathering master's eyes widened. Level 6? Linfeng shook his head. Not all of them. Some are level 7. The gathering master's face turned pale, his nerves fraying. I'm only level 2. Level 6 monsters scare me to death, let alone level 7 ones. These level 6 to 7 wolves were on a completely different level compared to the level 5 boars. Looking at the shimmering wolf corpses on the ground, Linfeng urged, why are you trembling? They're already dead, and they'll disappear soon. Start gathering. It was only then that the gathering master noticed the pile of wolf corpses. His gathering tools slipped from his hands. These, did you just kill all of them, boss? Linfeng sighed, the monster respawn rate's too slow. The gathering master finally understood. Linfeng had first cleared the wild wolf area, then went back to clear the wild boar area, not only taking out over a dozen players but also completely wiping out the boar spawns. Now, the wolf corpses hadn't even disappeared yet, his efficiency was on another level. So this is what they called defeating the chivalrous alliance over a casual drink, huh? The gathering master was thoroughly convinced, struggling to find the words to describe the sheer power of his boss. Forget it, better just focus on gathering. As Linfeng checked his cultivation points, he frowned. The monster respawn rate was indeed too slow, his cultivation progress over the past half hour had been minimal. There weren't any higher level monsters nearby, and he worried that the hard-earned buff he had would go to waste. A tinge of regret crossed his mind. Suddenly, the gathering master exclaimed excitedly, Boss! I found something good. Linfeng took the item, a special token, and was surprised to see its description. Wolfpack Summoning Token. Type, Special Item. Description, use this to summon a small pack of regular wild wolves, with a low chance of summoning an elite wolf. Though it appeared to be an ordinary summoning item, it essentially allowed him to refresh a wave of wolves out of thin air. But Linfeng had a feeling this item had more potential. Ding. Would you like to consume 80 cultivation points to enhance the Wolfpack Summoning Token? A glint flashed in Linfeng's eyes. Now this was the proper way to play. Ding. Consumed 80, minus 40, cultivation points. The Wolfpack Summoning Token has been enhanced by 1 level. Slightly increases the number of summoned wolves, Ding. Consumed 160, minus 80, cultivation points. Enhanced by 2 levels. Greatly increases the number of summoned wolves, Ding. Consumed 320, minus 160, cultivation points. Enhanced by 3 levels. Slightly increases the chance of summoning elite wolves, Ding, you consumed 640 cultivation points. The Wolfpack Summoning Order has been enhanced to the 4th level, significantly increasing the number of elite wolves. Ding, the Wolfpack Summoning Order has been enhanced to the 4th level. You gained an additional evolution choice. At this critical moment, Linfeng's heart began to race. Option 1, de-transform all summoned wolves into elites. Option 2, de-increase the drop rate of summoned monsters by 50%. Option 3, after activating the summoning order, if higher tier wolves are within the range, there is a chance to increase the creature's rank. Linfeng was satisfied with the enhancements, the increase in monster numbers would undoubtedly boost his gains. However, option 3 caught his eye. Higher tier wolves? Above regular monsters were elites, and above elites were bosses. A wild boar boss could already drop extraordinary items, so a wolf boss's rank would definitely not be inferior. And if it leveled up further, could it become a legendary tier? Lin Feng's breathing quickened, and he decisively chose option 3. The current effects were good enough, further upgrades wouldn't be as meaningful. Boss, here are the wolf pelts you asked for. The collection master handed him dozens of pelts. Lin Feng nodded. The quest NPC had given him another day, and the rewards should be decent. Before he could think further, the collection master suddenly shouted anxiously, "Boss, watch out!" Boom! A massive wolf boss with a fierce gaze and a distinctive white patch on its forehead charged past him. "Big guy, what do we do now?" The collection master was visibly nervous. "This wolf boss is way stronger than the wild boar boss. Can you solo it? Should we run or form a team?" Lin Feng remained calm and commanded, "Step back and don't let anyone else interfere." The collection master quickly retreated to a safe distance, giving an okay gesture. Lin Feng pulled out the summoning order and declared firmly, "Let the wolf feast begin." Green light shimmered as countless wolves materialized instantly, their howls echoing through the area. The collection master's face turned pale with fear. "Boss, are you insane? It's already crazy enough to solo a boss, and now you're summoning an entire wolf pack to join the chaos?" He quickly noticed something unusual. Many of the summoned wolves glowed with a deep green hue, clearly marking them as elites. His legs wobbled as he struggled to stay standing. "Keep an eye on the boss. Don't let any other players interfere," Lin Feng instructed. The collection master was speechless. "Boss, who else would even dare to challenge a regular wolf here, let alone elite ones? Even a guild would likely suffer a wipeout against this." Lin Feng focused on controlling his yellow turban warriors. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could handle so many monsters at once. The 4 yellow turban warriors took positions at the 4 corners, using their massive bodies to block the wolves. The wolves, of course, had no intention of fleeing. Having been trapped in the darkness for so long, they were consumed with a desire to tear apart the human before them. After organizing his summoned forces, Lin Feng began the slaughter. -365. -378. Despite Lin Feng's absurdly high damage, it still took 2 strikes to kill a single wolf. After taking down 3, he frowned. The activation rate of Sword Aura Frenzy was still a bit low, and the sheer number of summoned wolves was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the wolf boss stood in the back, silently observing with its eyes closed, surrounded by elite wolves as if being guarded. Its body began to glow, the light growing deeper in intensity. "Is it advancing?" Lin Feng was not alarmed but excited. The effect of option 3 had been triggered. He was about to face a boss that was evolving to an even higher rank. If that was the case, he needed to speed up his mob clearing. Enhance Sword Aura Frenzy. Ding, you consumed 80 cultivation points. Sword Aura Frenzy has been enhanced by 1 level. Splash damage increased by 10%. Ding, you consumed 160 cultivation points. Sword Aura Frenzy has been enhanced by 2 levels. Splash damage increased by 20%. Ding, you consumed 320 cultivation points. Sword Aura Frenzy has been enhanced by 3 levels. Skill activation rate increased by 20%. Ding, you consumed 640 cultivation points. Sword Aura Frenzy has been enhanced by 4 levels. Splash targets increased by 2. Ding, Sword Aura Frenzy has been enhanced to the 4th level. You gained an additional evolution choice. Option 1, D, increase skill activation rate by 30%. Option 2, C, increase splash targets by 3. Option 3, B, when Sword Aura Frenzy triggers consecutively, the second splash damage is converted to true damage. Options 1 and 2 were tempting, as both would significantly boost the skill's power. But option 3 was irresistible. True damage ignored all defenses and guaranteed kills. Lin Feng chose option 3 without hesitation. The enhanced skill now looked like this. Sword Aura Frenzy. Exclusive spell of the Sword of Azure Sky. Tier * mid-level. Each attack has a 50% chance to trigger sword aura. Sputtering ability, the splash damage equals 100% of the original attack, hitting 5 targets. The unique trait allows an additional splash target with consecutive triggers, and the second splash converts into true damage. Lin Feng was ready to teach the wild wolf boss a lesson. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. Since the wolves had the same defense, the splash damage was consistent. After enhancing the skill, the trigger rate visibly increased. Lin Feng slashed again with his sword. 328. 546. 546. 546. 546. 546. 546. The attack triggered splash damage again. Although the main target only took 328 points of damage, the splash now dealt true damage, and the number of splash targets increased by 1. 6 wild wolves fell simultaneously. Lin Feng grew more confident as he fought, his pace quickening. Wild wolves dropped one after another as he closed in on the boss. The Harvest Master, initially tense, was now stunned. Moments ago, he had been worried, but it was clear his concerns were unnecessary. The gap between their skill levels was staggering. It felt like Lin Feng was a GM in disguise. Seeing the wolf pack fail to retaliate and instead get wiped out instantly, the Harvest Master relaxed, eagerly anticipating an explosion of experience points from gathering resources. Just as he was feeling smug, he suddenly noticed a faint silhouette near the boss. His heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, "Hey, someone's coming!" Lin Feng frowned, his eyes locking onto a man dressed in golden robes who was slowly approaching. The man held a gleaming sword, his brows furrowed in focus. "What's your deal?" Lin Feng asked coldly. The man smirked slightly. "The boss doesn't belong to anyone. Anyone can take it." Lin Feng chuckled mockingly. "True, but can you?" The man replied firmly, "If I can't, then no one can. Remember my name, Dongwang Sword." Dongwang Sword was a lone wolf both revered and feared by members of the chivalrous guilds. Once hailed as the strongest swordsman in the Chinese gaming scene, he had initially planned to guard the level 5 wild boar boss. However, the system notified him that an anonymous player had already slain it. With the wild boar boss unlikely to respawn anytime soon, Dongwang Sword decided to take a gamble and challenge the higher level wild wolf boss instead, a bold move indeed. Before Lin Feng could react, his opponent unsheathed his weapon, its blade glinting brilliantly. The wild wolf boss stirred, its aura stabilizing as its eyes slowly opened. Lin Feng sneered internally, knowing this was no ordinary boss. The sword's flash was blinding, and the Harvest Master gasped as Dongwang's sword slashed fiercely at the mutated wild wolf boss. But the result was just one word: miss. Dongwang's sword froze in shock, utterly dumbfounded by the outcome. No damage? Impossible. Refusing to accept this, he furiously struck again. This time, the attack seemed to carry a special effect, as the wild wolf boss narrowed its eyes slightly. Yet, the result was the same: miss. No damage at all. Dongwang's sword was on the verge of losing it, muttering to himself, "Why? I have an S-tier sword mastery talent and full strength build at level 7. How can I not break the wild wolf boss's defense?" He had researched beforehand, normal wolves were level 6, elites level 7, and the boss was level 8. While his stats were slightly inferior, his S-tier talent, top-tier weapon, and extensive gaming experience should have made him capable of soloing the boss. His original plan was to slowly chip away at the boss, but Lin Feng's sudden appearance forced him into hiding. When Lin Feng summoned a swarm of wolves, Dongwang's sword saw it as an opportunity to avoid the hassle and waited for Lin Feng to clear some out before revealing himself. He assumed Lin Feng could handle level 6 mobs but hadn't expected the harsh reality awaiting him. He couldn't even scratch the boss, let alone solo it. Lin Feng's calm voice broke his thoughts. "If you can't handle it, could you step aside?" Dongwang's sword refused to back down. This must be a special boss state causing the illusion of impenetrable defense. If I can't break through, nobody can. Before he could finish, Lin Feng swung his sword. The blade's light swept past, instantly shaving health off the wild wolf boss, 381, 356. Dong Huang's sword stood there in shock. The damage numbers were insane. He had always prided himself on being the top damage dealer among players, but even against the level 5 wild boar, his critical hits barely reached 100. How was Lin Feng casually dealing over 300 damage? Before Dong Huang's sword could process it, Lin Feng struck again, targeting an elite wolf guarding the boss. With one critical hit dealing 866 damage, the elite wolf was instantly obliterated. The sword's splash effect activated. Minus 1310. Minus 546. Minus 546. Minus 546. Minus 1310. 2 of the 5 true damage hits landed as critical strikes on the wild wolf boss. Dong Huang's sword was stunned. I couldn't even break the boss's defense, yet he's dishing out over 1000 damage? The massive disparity shattered his confidence. His once unshakable inner resolve crumbled. What S-tier sword mastery talent? What China's strongest sword player? In the presence of a true master, he was nothing but a joke. Lin Feng's sword gleamed again, ready to. The sword not only shattered Eastern Emperor Sword's confidence but also enraged the wild wolf boss. Who is this guy, daring to make me feel such pain? The boss let out a furious roar. Roar! A tangible sound wave instantly swept outward. Lin Feng's expression changed. Not good, it's a sound wave attack. This kind of attack was hard to defend against, you could only take it head on. The Yellow Turban Warrior's stats are so high, I can't let him die. He quickly ordered one of his Yellow Turban Warriors to retreat while stepping forward to take the brunt of the sound wave himself. Minus 188. The sound wave also hit Eastern Emperor Sword. Minus 266. Despite his excellent equipment and defenses, which were far superior to an average player, the damage exceeded what he could endure. His health bar dropped to 0 in an instant, and he collapsed. As he fell, he caught sight of Lin Feng's calm, indifferent expression. A thought crossed his mind. This guy does way more damage than me, and his defense and health are off the charts. Who on earth is this Sword of the Azure Sky? Lin Feng didn't even glance at Eastern Emperor Sword's fallen figure. Just another player who overestimated himself, he thought. What Lin Feng didn't realize was that his performance had already shocked the entire Chinese gaming community. Once hailed as the top swordsman, Eastern Emperor Sword was now grappling with a crack in his confidence. But Lin Feng had no time for such concerns. All he knew was that this boss was tough enough to almost injure him. Thankfully, he was smart enough to know that his own health pool was high enough to tank the damage. Otherwise, he might have lost one of his Yellow Turban Warriors, and with fewer summons, holding off the pack of wild wolves would have been far harder. With no annoying distractions left, Lin Feng continued to exploit his splash damage to attack the boss. A single sword strike barely chipped away 200 health points, not even close to double critical damage. This boss had ridiculously high defense. Luckily, the sheer number of summoned wild wolves triggered frequent splash damage, and the real damage from his across-the-hill attacks quickly drained the boss's health bar. Once again, the enraged wild wolf boss launched another soundwave attack. But Lin Feng tanked it head-on each time. In the end, Lin Feng killed the final wild wolf elite. The wild wolf boss let out an unwilling howl before collapsing to the ground. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. Killing monsters was exhausting, but the rewards were worth it. Ding. First kill of an exceptional grade boss completed. You have received 5 free attribute points. Ding. First kill of the wild wolf boss completed. You have received 2 free attribute points. The system notifications brought a smile to Lin Feng's face. Finally reached exceptional grade, he thought. He decided to make his achievement public, to show those wannabe players that without real strength, they shouldn't even think about acting cocky in front of him. Meanwhile, at the town's respawn point, Eastern Emperor Sword was sitting in a daze. Suddenly, the system notifications rang out. Player Sword of the Azure Sky has completed the first kill of an exceptional grade boss and received 5 free attribute points. The notification repeated 3 times. Eastern Emperor's Sword quickly opened the world channel with his thoughts. Sword of the Azure Sky, no doubt, it was the same player who had just killed that boss. Based on what he just witnessed, he could understand how Lin Feng managed to win, but the speed was outrageous. To kill a boss in such a short time, one would have to deal hundreds, even thousands of damage per hit. How could anyone sustain such burst damage? If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to take down even a few wild wolf elites. The realization hit him hard: there are always stronger people out there. Compared to these gaming legends, he was far behind. This game just got interesting, he muttered. The name Sword of the Azure Sky was now deeply etched in his mind. Such a formidable opponent was the kind of target he needed to chase after. In the feral cat area, a party of players who had just retreated from the wild wolf zone were grinding mobs and chatting. Their voices were filled with admiration. That guy was insane. He completely destroyed the Justice Alliance. I've played so many games, but this is the first time I've seen someone take on an entire guild solo. That's guts for you. If only I could add him as a friend and follow him around, I'd level up so fast. When the system broadcast Lin Feng's boss kill, the players' eyes widened in disbelief. The big guy's already taking down bosses, while we're still stuck here grinding feral cats. No wonder we don't even register on his radar. What level do you think that wild wolf boss was? 4? 5, someone asked uncertainly. I heard it's tougher than the wild boar boss. The boar's level 5, so the wolf must be level 6. No way, a level 6 wild wolf boss taken down solo? Why not? Someone supposedly soloed the wild boar boss before. At the mention of this, everyone fell silent. After a moment, someone whispered, could that anonymous player who killed the wild boar boss be another big shot? Oh no, if that's true, their strength must be on another level entirely. Do any of you remember the name of that big shot? Sword of the Azure Sky. Even the name sounds badass. Spread the word to your friends, this guy is a true legend. If you see him, don't do anything stupid. Don't end up like the idiots from the Justice Alliance, they got wiped out so hard it's not even funny. Who the hell did you provoke to get our entire guild wiped out? Justice Unmatched was so furious that he looked like he might strangle Justice Envoy. He had thought this would be an easy outing: grab the formula, kill the boss, and advertise the Justice Alliance's strength to attract new recruits. Hand. Who would have thought I'd face such a humiliating defeat in the gutter by a mysterious player? At this moment, the chivalrous envoy noticed the system notification and his eyes lit up. Boss, this is the guy who killed the boss and stole your recipe. The noble-hearted leader immediately slapped him. Stole? Your sister. Are you insane? Was this guy brought here because of you? From now on, steer clear of him when you see him. I can't afford to mess with someone like this. If you have a death wish, don't drag me down with you. Behind him, the so-called killing god had a flicker of fear in his eyes. An extraordinary level boss first kill? Their elite team of over a dozen members, considered one of the top gaming groups in the country, only dared to plan an attack on a level 5 wild boar elite mob. Even taking that down was uncertain. Yet this guy had already defeated a higher level extraordinary wild wolf boss. It was absurd. Were we seriously picking a fight with someone like this? If we make enemies with him, how are we supposed to survive in this game later? Fortunately, our leader quickly realized this was someone we couldn't afford to provoke. Nothing more needed to be said. Now that we know who we're up against, I actually feel relieved. Raising sword to the sky, huh? Likely the number 1 player in the game. Losing to someone like that? It's almost an honor. Lin Feng never cared about being labeled the number 1 player. Being strong in a game was useless to him. He didn't chase player rankings, he only wanted to grow limitlessly stronger himself. Until he faced those immortals and gods from his previous life. For now, his focus was to seize the opportunity of rebirth and maximize his potential. At this moment, all the rewards from the extraordinary wild wolf boss unfolded before his eyes. Ding, you've slain the extraordinary wild wolf boss and earned Mystic Dream Transfer Group 639976178 cultivation points, along with bonus points for surpassing your level. Just the cultivation points alone were enough to get Linfeng pumped. Killing bosses was definitely more rewarding than grinding low-level mobs. The boss drops were equally generous. Loyal Guardian. Extraordinary equipment, offhand, requires level 8. Defense plus 20, endurance plus 10, constitution plus 10, absorbs 20% damage. Durability consumption reduced by 100%. 30% chance to reflect damage when hit by attacks up to twice your defense. Consumes 50 mana to boost defense and health by 100%, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Speed of fire. Extraordinary equipment, boots, requires level 8. Defense plus 5, agility plus 10, movement speed plus 10, fire resistance plus 15. When health drops below 50%, gain an additional plus 10 agility for 10 seconds. Consumes 10 mana to teleport a short distance, cooldown 30 minutes. No level restriction, usable right now at level 8. Both pieces of equipment were incredibly practical. The first was a must-have for tanks. Even if Linfeng didn't need it himself, it could be sold to others and would definitely become a core item fought over by teams and guilds. The second pair of boots was a life-saving tool. Its attributes were well-rounded, and its triggered abilities greatly enhanced survivability. The best part? No level restriction. Linfeng could use them immediately, and they'd only get stronger after being upgraded. But the most important reward was the Radiant Treasure Chest. An exclusive drop from the extraordinary level boss. Level 8 Wild Wolf Boss Treasure Chest, extraordinary level. Only Linfeng can see and open it. Opening it grants 5 free attribute points and 2 random treasures. Remaining time to open, 30 minutes. It even had free attribute points. Linfeng was so thrilled he almost shouted out loud. Defeating a level 8 high difficulty boss and getting the first kill reward with 5 free attribute points already made him the envy of every player. The treasure chest's rewards were so lavish that once upgraded, his power boost would be astonishing. With the cultivation reduction debuff about to end, Linfeng quickly focused on enhancing the treasure chest. Ding, you've consumed 160 cultivation points to enhance level 8 Wild Wolf Boss Treasure Chest, extraordinary level, to the first level. Free attribute points plus 2. Ding, you've consumed 320 cultivation points to enhance level 8 Wild Wolf Boss Treasure Chest, extraordinary level, to the second level. Free attribute points plus 3. Ding, level 8 Wild Wolf Boss Treasure Chest, extraordinary level, has been upgraded to the 4th enhancement level. You've unlocked an additional evolution option. Option 1, D free attribute points plus 10. Option 2, E gain 3 additional treasures. Option 3, D randomly increase the quality of 2 treasures. With no surprises, Linfeng decisively chose the attribute boost. In the early game, attributes were key. Plus, the debuff hadn't expired yet, time to keep upgrading. Ding, you've consumed 2,560 cultivation points to enhance level 8 Wild Wolf Boss Treasure Chest, extraordinary level, to the 5th level. Free attribute points plus 5. Ding, you've consumed a significant amount of cultivation points to enhance level 8 Wild Wolf Boss Treasure Chest, extraordinary level, to the 8th level. Free attribute points plus 5. Ding. Level 8 Wild Wolf Boss Chest, exquisite, has been upgraded to 8-fold amplification, granting you 2 additional evolution options. Option 1, C plus 20 free attribute points. Option 2, D add 5 extra treasures. Option 3, D randomly upgrade the quality of 3 treasures. Option 4, S gain a randomly assigned exclusive superior trait, which is unique. Starting from the 5th amplification, the attribute points seem to have a cap. However, in the 8-fold evolution options, there's a unique exclusive trait for the first time. Though its effects are unclear, the S tier option is too good to pass up. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and chose options 1 and 4. After the 8-fold amplification, the required cultivation points increased drastically. Even with a 50% cost reduction buff, reaching 12-fold amplification was impossible. Lin Feng immediately opened the treasure chest. You have opened level 8 Wild Wolf Boss Chest, exquisite, 8-fold amplification. You have gained 69 free attribute points. You have obtained Swift Sword Sheath. You have obtained Fire Spirit Fruit. You have obtained Trait Gem, Simplicity. You have obtained Sword Aura Envelopment. You have obtained 1 tael of silver and 320 copper coins. A whopping 69 free attribute points. That's the strength most regular players would only achieve by around level 20. And yet, Lin Feng was still at level 0. His SSSSSS tier talent was practically rewriting destiny. The shadow of defeat by celestial deities in his past life was finally fading away. This time, Lin Feng, with unimaginable power, would rise at the pivotal moment of global transformation. Besides the attribute points, he also received top-tier equipment and skill gems. If not for maintaining his image, Lin Feng would have burst out laughing on the spot. He carefully stored away the rewards from the chest, planning to review them later. With plenty of cultivation points left, he still had multiple equipment and skill options to consider. Just as he was deliberating, a system notification popped up. You have obtained a randomly assigned exclusive superior trait. Fusion time remaining, 1 minute. Lin Feng grew anxious. His equipment and skills were already excellent, so he decided to fuse the exclusive trait with his summoning skill. The potential of this summoning skill was enormous, and he couldn't wait to see the surprises the fusion would bring. He tried it, and it fused successfully on the first attempt. The fusion results were as follows. Summon Yellow Turban Warriors, 4-fold amplification. Exclusive spell of Sword pointing to the azure heavens. Level, mid-tier. Consumes 10 mana points to summon 2 Yellow Turban Warriors for combat. The warriors disappear upon death or at the end of the summoning duration. There's a 30% chance to summon 2 additional warriors. Spell cooldown, 3 minutes. Exclusive traits. 1. Life Evolution. By merging with the corpses of defeated monsters, the Yellow Turban Warriors can temporarily gain attribute boosts. The effects are more pronounced with humanoid monsters and last until the warrior's death or the end of the summoning. If the target is a boss-level creature, there's a chance to make the boost permanent. For humanoid bosses, the boost is guaranteed to be permanent. 2. Battle-ready equipment. The summoned Yellow Turban Warriors can equip 1 piece of gear. The gear's level must match the summoning level and becomes bound upon equipping. Once bound, it cannot be replaced. The battle-ready equipment trait left Lin Feng utterly stunned. The Yellow Turban Warriors could equip gear? How could other players even compete with this? However, the fact that the warriors could only equip 1 piece of gear and that it couldn't be replaced was limiting. As players' levels increased, the warriors would inevitably suffer from using outdated equipment. Lin Feng couldn't tolerate that. It had to be upgraded. Ding! Would you like to spend 80 cultivation points to upgrade battle-ready equipment? Confirm. Ding! 80 minus 40 cultivation points consumed. Battle-ready equipment has been upgraded to 1-fold amplification. Ding! 160 minus 80 cultivation points consumed. Battle-ready equipment has been upgraded to 2-fold amplification. Ding! Battle-ready equipment has been upgraded to 4-fold amplification, unlocking additional evolution options. Option 1, D. Increase the number of equipable items by 1. Option 2, C. Increase the number of equipable items by 2. Option 3, B. Allow bound equipment to be replaced. This was a no-brainer. Increasing the number of items paled in comparison to being able to replace them, which had far greater long-term potential. Lin Feng chose option 3. While the Gathering Master was busy collecting resources and the Yellow Turban Warriors were evolving, Lin Feng pulled out the first weapon he had ever used on his journey: *** flexible slingshot, 4-fold amplification, ***. Type, weapon. Quality, fine. Required level, 0. Damage plus 3, plus 11. Agility plus 1, plus 3. Attack speed plus 20%. 3% chance to trigger double attack. Though the weapon was outdated, it was perfect for the Yellow Turban warriors. Before equipping it, however, it needed to be upgraded. Since it was low level and of average quality, the cultivation cost was minimal, so Linfeng pushed its level higher. Ding! Upgraded to 5-fold amplification. Damage plus 5. Ding! Upgraded to 6-fold amplification. Damage plus 5. Ding! Upgraded to 7-fold amplification. Damage plus 5. Agility plus 2. Ding! Amplified 8-fold, damage plus 5, agility plus 3. Ding! Enhanced to 8-fold amplification, gaining 2 additional evolution options. Options: 1. F-rank damage plus 10. 2. E-rank agility plus 5. 3. A-rank attacks no longer consume resources, but damage also won't benefit from resource boosts. 4. B-rank attack speed plus 30%. Originally, he only intended to boost his base damage, but he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. No resource consumption? That's super convenient. Carrying around iron balls for the Yellow Turban warrior was a hassle anyway. Resource boosts weren't that useful since iron balls only added 3 damage. Without hesitation, he chose options 3 and 4. Increasing attack speed not only boosts efficiency but also throws off the opponent's rhythm. A boost this significant was a must. With the base stats upgraded, the damage was already sufficient. Now, he set his eyes on the 3% proc chance. It was way too low. Time to enhance it. Ding! Consumed 20 cultivation points, reduced by 10, feature amplified by 1-fold, proc rate plus 2%. Ding! Consumed 40 cultivation points, reduced by 20, amplified 2-fold, proc rate plus 2%. Ding! Consumed 80 cultivation points, reduced by 40, amplified 3-fold, proc rate plus 3%. Ding! Consumed 160 cultivation points, reduced by 80, amplified 4-fold, proc rate plus 3%. Ding! Feature enhanced to 4-fold amplification, gaining an additional evolution option. Options: 1. B rank add 2 attack counts. 2. D rank proc rate plus 5%. 3. B rank proc rate plus 10%. This time, he chose option 3. The proc rate was still too low, and increasing attack counts wouldn't have much of an impact yet. With cultivation points consumption being so low, Linfeng decided to continue enhancing. Under the 50% reduction buff, he quickly reached the 8th amplification level. Ding! You consumed 2,560 cultivation points, and the weapon feature has been enhanced to 8-fold. You've gained 2 additional evolution options. Options: 1. Add 3 attack counts. 2. Increase proc rate by 10%. 3. Increase proc rate by 20%. 4. Add 2 attack counts. With the proc rate already significantly high, Linfeng opted for options 1 and 4 to increase attack counts. To his surprise, with the buff applied, he could still continue enhancing, and the proc rate kept climbing higher and higher. He started to see immense potential. Ding! You consumed cultivation points, enhancing the weapon feature to 12-fold. You've gained 3 additional evolution options. The options were: 1. Add 3 attack counts. 2. Increase proc rate by 20%. 3. Increase proc rate by 30%. 4. Add 5 attack counts. 5. Convert split damage to true damage. The luxurious 5 choose 3 options made Linfeng ecstatic. With the split proc rate already maxed out at 100%, he didn't hesitate to select adding 3 attack counts, adding 5 attack counts, and converting split damage into true damage. The slingshot was completely reborn. Flexible slingshot, 4-fold amplification. Type: weapon. Quality: superior. Required level: 0. Damage increased by 34 points. Agility plus 9. Attack speed increased by 50%. 100% chance to unleash 15 attacks, all split attacks converted to true damage. No matter how high the damage output, it still couldn't surpass Lin Feng. However, the 12-fold feature of this weapon was undeniably powerful. Originally, it only had a 3% proc rate, but now it was at 100%, meaning the Yellow Turban Warrior could unleash 16 true damage attacks with every strike. No amount of defense could counter that. Lin Feng was finally satisfied. A 6S tier talent, a timeless advantage. After the Yellow Turban Warrior finished devouring and fusing the wolf corpses, Lin Feng selected the one with the highest damage and immediately equipped the slingshot. Since he could utilize it the most effectively, the reward naturally went to him. The Yellow Turban Warrior's stats skyrocketed as a result. Yellow Turban Warrior. Level 1. Damage 169. HP 350, Mana 50, Defense 40. Skills: Immovable as a Mountain, Furious Hammer Strike, Divine Strength. Unique traits: Life Evolution, Armored Combatant. Equipped item: Flexible Slingshot with 4-fold amplification. His stats were overwhelmingly strong, but Lin Feng's face darkened. After equipping the weapon, the damage output surpassed his own? Did this warrior single-handedly take down the previous boss? The amplification was absurd. What a miscalculation. Lin Feng was itching to test how powerful this Yellow Turban Warrior truly was, but the area had already been cleared of monsters. He could only sort through the loot for now. Just then, the Gatherer Master excitedly ran over. "Boss, I found another recipe." Such incredible luck, it was like having a little good luck charm by his side. Lin Feng glanced at the recipe and saw that it could permanently boost attributes, requiring only wolf teeth to craft. Luckily, the Gatherer Master had already collected enough materials earlier. Materials were quickly processed to craft 3 pieces of mystic-grade elixirs, Call of the Wild. These elixirs, forged from the fangs of elite wolves, provide a slight boost to critical hit rates. Each person is limited to 1 use. Mystic-grade elixirs hold immense value, as critical hit rate increases are incredibly rare. Whether through gear or skills, anything with this attribute can sell for an astronomical price. The Gathering Master handed over the 3 elixirs, saying, "Boss, everything is ready for you." The recipe only allows for the creation of 3, making them extremely precious. Lin Feng had no intention of leaving even one for him. After all, elixirs that enhance physique were far more suitable for Lin Feng himself. For a support role specializing in gathering, a critical hit boost wasn't particularly meaningful. Even if Lin Feng gave one to him, the Gathering Master likely wouldn't sell it easily. Everyone understood the value of these items. Just as the Yellow Turban Warrior was devouring monster corpses to initiate a fusion process, the Gathering Master suddenly exclaimed, "Boss! I just looted something nice off that player's corpse." Lin Feng glanced over and saw it was a scroll. He asked, "Is it a recipe or a skill?" The Gathering Master shook his head. "It's a dungeon entry ticket." A glint of interest flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He hadn't expected to stumble across something like this so soon. Quite intriguing. Dungeon entry tickets are for levels 5 to 10, with a usage restriction of level 10 and below. They're one-time use items that allow access to a randomly generated dungeon, ranging in difficulty from easy to nightmare. This was a decent find, but Lin Feng was curious why the player hadn't used it themselves. What was their name? Something like Dong Huang Jian? If they had the guts to challenge a boss, why not try opening a dungeon? Dungeon rewards could easily rival or surpass those from boss fights. Upon reviewing the rules more closely, Lin Feng understood. The entry level capped at 10, and the hardest difficulty was Nightmare. Perhaps that player simply wasn't at the right level to use it. If luck turned sour and they rolled a level 10 Nightmare difficulty dungeon, it would have been a death sentence. Even if you armed them with a dozen or even 24 Dong Huang swords, they'd still be nothing more than cannon fodder. Not even Lin Feng could guarantee an easy win in such a scenario at his current state. Dong Huang Jian was probably waiting to level up further before attempting it. After all, once you hit level 10 and complete certain challenge tasks, you can significantly boost one of your attributes. That's the turning point where power disparities become pronounced. But Lin Feng wasn't worried in the slightest. In fact, he was more concerned the dungeon's level and difficulty might not be high enough. To achieve perfection, he'd need to find ways to further strengthen himself. For now, though, his cultivation progress was modest, and the priority was to return to the city. This trip had yielded plenty of miscellaneous loot, and his inventory was completely maxed out. The gathering master, also loaded with spoils, naturally followed Lin Feng back to the city. On their way, players who had witnessed Lin Feng single-handedly wiping out teams looked at him with faces full of admiration, recounting his epic feats to anyone who'd listen. Occasionally, someone would bring up Lin Feng's tag-along chubby sidekick. Though the nickname wasn't very flattering, the gathering master couldn't help but feel proud. He was walking on air after all, being associated with a legend had its perks. When they reached the city gates, Lin Feng headed straight to the stall where he'd initially picked up his quest. The stall owner was napping. Lin Feng called out, "Hey, boss. Time to turn in my quest." The startled owner woke up and froze when he saw Lin Feng. "Didn't you just take on that quest not long ago? How'd you finish it so quickly? Are you sure it's 10 wolf pelts, not boar pelts?" Lin Feng smiled and pulled the pelts out of his inventory. The owner stared at the pile of wolf pelts, his eyes widening with disbelief. "Oh my, so many wolf pelts," he exclaimed, trembling as he began counting. 1, 2, 3, the more he counted, the more unnerved he became. Not only were there 10 regular wolf pelts, but there were also pelts from elite wolves. Was this even a quest, or had Lin Feng gone on a wolf massacre? What shocked the stall owner even more was a pelt emitting a faint glow. It was something extraordinary. "Is this a pelt from the wolf boss?" He couldn't believe his eyes. A player at this stage of the game, managing to take down a wolf boss? He inspected the pelt several times, and though it seemed improbable, the warmth radiating from the material confirmed its authenticity. Not only had Lin Feng obtained 10 wolf pelts in such a short time, but he'd also hunted numerous elite wolves and even secured the boss's pelt. This wasn't just any ordinary new player, this guy had to be some kind of divine being. The owner's hands shook as he counted the pelts, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the gathering master puffed out his chest, smugly thinking, "Ha! Shocked, aren't you? All these were gathered by my boss." The stall owner was practically losing his mind. After using his appraisal skill, he discovered an even more astonishing fact: one of the pelts wasn't just from a boss, it was of exceptional grade. This type of material, from the highest level bosses in the area, was a treasure to anyone, human or otherwise. After counting everything Lin Feng handed in, the owner found himself in a bit of a dilemma. The final tally: 112 regular wolf pelts, 29 elite wolf pelts, and 1 exceptional grade wolf boss pelt. There was also an extra piece of an epic grade dire wolf boss hide, far exceeding the mission requirements. He found himself deep in thought, wondering what kind of reward would be appropriate. Even an epic grade dire wolf leather armor seemed underwhelming, but he couldn't bring himself to take it back. The level of effort and contribution far outweighed the original mission reward. As he mulled it over, his hand accidentally brushed against a nearby bundle, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. At that moment, the system notification chimed in: "You have completed rare mission, collect dire wolf pelts. Mission evaluation, SSS. Reward, dire wolf battle armor, growth type." Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Even though the mission wasn't particularly difficult, his extraordinary level of completion earned him an SSS rating, and the reward seemed anything but ordinary. The stall owner pulled out a dark, slightly shabby-looking bundle, clearly reluctant to part with it. "This is a piece of armor with limitless potential. It might seem weak now, but as you grow stronger, it will become your most reliable ally." Lin Feng looked at him with curiosity. The shopkeeper explained further: "This armor has growth attributes. As you defeat more monsters, its stats will gradually improve." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. At this stage, it was rare to come across gear without level restrictions, let alone something as versatile as this. The growth potential meant he could keep wearing it as he progressed in his journey. The shopkeeper added, the armor can also inherit up to 4 traits, but you'll need to absorb them by defeating bosses. The traits are assigned randomly. Right now, you might not be strong enough to take down elite bosses, so I'd recommend saving this feature for later. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. This armor felt like it was tailor-made for him. Defeating powerful bosses? Who else could handle that better than him? Most players wouldn't even manage to kill 4 bosses in the short term, let alone pick and choose the best traits. But Lin Feng? He could afford to be selective and aim for the most optimal build, creating an unbeatable piece of equipment. This armor was the reward for his relentless efforts, alongside his dire wolf allies. It was well worth it. While Lin Feng was ecstatic on the inside, his expression remained indifferent, as if saying, "This is it?" The shopkeeper, feeling guilty, gritted his teeth. "You really went above and beyond with this mission," the shopkeeper sighed. "This armor alone feels like it's not enough for the effort you put in. How about this? I'll add a trait to it for free. You can choose whatever you want." Lin Feng's eyes brightened, but he kept his composure. "Anything I want?" The shopkeeper nodded. "As long as it's a trait available from monsters in this town's range." Lin Feng felt relieved. Most players were still unfamiliar with the world, let alone the traits that could appear on gear. Even if he chose something strong, it likely wouldn't be too overpowered in their eyes. Swiftness? Invincibility? Regeneration? Sure, why not? Lin Feng clapped his hands. "Alright, then add a no-level restriction trait for me." The shopkeeper froze. "What? No level restriction? You want to add that to a piece of level 10 gear?" Lin Feng nodded confidently. "Exactly." The shopkeeper was flustered. "You've only just started in this world, what do you even know about that trait? It won't do much for you now. Wouldn't you prefer something more practical, like damage absorption or reflection? You'll outgrow this gear in 2 or 3 days, so why waste it?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I don't need anything else. Just give me no level restriction." Left with no choice, the shopkeeper reluctantly pulled out a transparent gem and said through gritted teeth, "Fine, take it." With a light swipe, a glow enveloped the armor for a moment before the gem disappeared. The shopkeeper looked like he had aged 10 years. "Just go. I need a moment to recover." Deep down, he regretted it immensely. That gem was originally meant for his grandson's equipment, and now it was gone, snatched by this kid. The nearby harvesting master smirked. "Wow, look at how stingy you're being." The shopkeeper's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. Sensing the tension, Lin Feng quickly grabbed his chubby companion and slipped into the town. On the way, the harvesting master couldn't help but ask, "Boss, was that no-level restriction gem really that valuable?" The old guy looked like he was about to cry. Lin Feng admitted, "It's not very useful in the early game, but later on, it's a treasure. For me, it's crucial. If you ever come across one, don't hesitate to buy it or let me know right away if you harvest one." The harvesting master nodded seriously, silently vowing, "I've been following boss for so long, this time, I'll help him get that gem." Once inside the safety of the town, the harvesting master eagerly went off to upgrade his harvesting and alchemy skills. The recent haul gave him plenty to work with. Meanwhile, Lin Feng found a quiet corner to allocate his attribute points. Based on his encounter with the direwolves, he could roughly estimate the attributes of stronger monsters. With his current defense and health, he could barely manage to hold his own. Once his boots were upgraded, his resistance and survivability would be much better. However, his current attack power wasn't enough to one-shot higher-level monsters or formidable bosses. He needed to ramp up his strength to improve his damage output and overall efficiency. After reserving a few points for emergencies, he poured the rest into strength. After confirming the allocation, his character panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Character, Yang Jiankingming. Level, 0, requires 1 portion of Dao Origin to level up. Talent, Chaos Apex. Skills, Summon Elixir, Quadruple Amplification, Sword Chi Rampage, Quadruple Amplification. Attributes: Strength 70, plus 35, Constitution 16, Endurance 18, Agility 16, plus 15, Spirit Power 1. Free attribute points: 11. Damage: 270. HP: 800. Mana: 50. Defense: 28. Critical rate: 12.35%. Critical damage: 320%. Luck: 1. Wealth: 3 taels of silver, 230 copper coins. Dao origin needed: 1 tael of silver. Equipment: Swift explosive sword, enhanced to level 4. Combat power: 458. With damage directly doubled, Lin Feng could maintain a leading advantage against any monster, delivering several times the damage to crush his foes. Although his combat power rating hadn't skyrocketed, the increase in strength and critical rate meant his actual fighting capability had doubled. It was time to log out. Though the summoned Yellow Turban warriors would weaken and only some boss attributes would carry over, he was confident he'd find a solution next time. In reality, he was still a frail man battling poor health, and the in-game time synced with the real world. It was mealtime, and hunger gnawed at him. Logging out of the game, please wait. After lingering in darkness for what felt like forever, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. Supporting the gaming helmet, he wondered why logging out had taken so long. Was the game analyzing his overpowered data? Suddenly, as he removed the helmet, a surge of electricity coursed through his body. He nearly dropped the device in shock but managed to catch it just in time. A new helmet was beyond his budget for now. Hunger left no room for pondering the strange occurrences. After getting dressed and washing up, he hurried downstairs to the small diner below. In his previous life, when money was tight, he often ate there. The portions were generous, the food affordable, and the owner often treated him to free soup. Plus, her daughter was quite the beauty. As soon as he stepped inside, the diner owner, Qin Yun, greeted him warmly. "Xiao Feng, you're here. Come in." Seeing her still youthful charm, Lin Feng felt awkward under her approving future son-in-law gaze and quickly found a seat. "Brother Feng, what do you have today?" Qin Yun's daughter, Han Xingqing, asked as she approached. Her playful ponytail and adorable face reminded him of carefree school days. Ah, youth. But then her perfect 5 feet 6 inches height and curvy figure snapped him back to reality. This was no young girl but a stunning senior in college. "Let's go big today." Reborn and brimming with confidence from his progress in the game, Lin Feng decided to splurge. The game wasn't just visually stunning and rich in gameplay, most importantly, its abilities and items could manifest in the real world. As fierce monsters and powerful celestial beings began invading reality, only gamers could protect ordinary people. Strength in the game translated to absolute authority in reality. Although these changes were still unfolding, Lin Feng's rapid growth had him feeling unstoppable. With his exceptional talent and top-tier equipment, farming rare items was a breeze. Soon, the in-game treasures would sell for astronomical prices, and he would become a wealthy powerhouse. For now, he decided to treat himself to a hearty meal to nourish his malnourished body. Han Xingqing wrinkled her cute nose. "Brother Feng, did you win the lottery?" She knew he was recovering at home after a leg injury and usually ordered the cheapest dishes. She and her mom often helped out when they could. But today was different. Lin Feng didn't explain much, just flashed a subtle smile. He casually ordered stir-fried pork with peppers, spicy beef and sour soup, and sour cabbage with noodles. Han Xingqing's jaw dropped. "Isn't that too much?" Before Lin Feng could respond, she dashed off to the kitchen. Her bossy yet caring demeanor made Lin Feng chuckle. Strangely enough, his hunger today was unlike anything before. The diner usually served food quickly, but by the time the first dish, stir-fried pork with peppers, arrived, Lin Feng was already lightheaded. This wasn't just low blood sugar. It felt as though every cell in his body was starving for nutrients. Without even thanking Han Xingqing, Lin Feng dove in, devouring every bite like a man possessed. 2 bowls of rice and 3 dishes later, he finally looked up and said, "Xingqing, bring me the menu again." Han Xingqing covered her mouth, staring in disbelief. "Brother Feng, how long have you been starving yourself?" She had already warned the chef about the portion sizes. What Lin Feng ordered was far more than a typical customer, yet it still wasn't enough. Handing over the menu, she hesitated, unsure if she should believe her eyes. The usually composed and refined brother Feng was behaving like he hadn't eaten in days. Sour potato shreds, tomato scrambled eggs, salted pork belly. The dishes were simple, but Lin Feng ordered one after another, almost sweeping through the entire menu of his favorite comfort foods. Han Xingqing and her mother were left speechless. Even other diners kept glancing over curiously, with some pulling out their phones like they'd just stumbled upon a competitive eating spectacle. Finishing the last sip of soup, Lin Feng let out a satisfied burp and slowly stood up. "Get up." Han Xingqing cautiously reached out, wanting to help him. Lin Feng laughed and said, "What? Afraid I'll eat so much I'll die in your restaurant?" Han Xingqing glanced at his still flat stomach and blushed. "Feng Ge, you're really..." She racked her brain but couldn't come up with a fitting adjective. The amount he ate could easily feed 10 people, yet he still looked so slim. Where on earth did all that food go? Could it be that there's a hidden big eater right next to her? This scene was truly eye-opening for her. "Auntie, how much is it?" Lin Feng took out his phone, ready to scan and pay. The surrounding customers curiously stared at him, making him feel a little uncomfortable. He wanted to settle the bill quickly and leave. Xin Yun calculated on her calculator and hesitantly said, "It's 14 dishes and 6 bowls of rice, totaling 317 yuan. The soup is complimentary. Just round it to 300. Xiao Feng, I promise I didn't overcharge you." Lin Feng teased, "Aunt Xin, I don't believe that." The payment confirmation sound chimed, 317 yuan received via Alipay. Xin Yun grew anxious. This kid. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed. He swayed and quickly stepped in front of Han Xingqing. In one swift motion, he reached out and caught a large chunk of ceiling that had fallen. "Ah!" Han Xingqing shrieked. Everyone watched as the ceiling suddenly came crashing down. Luckily, Lin Feng reacted quickly. Otherwise, Han Xingqing would have been hit. Xin Yun hurried over, trying to catch the ceiling piece herself. Her arms buckled under its weight, nearly dropping it. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, who was waiting to pay, rushed to help. Together, they managed to place the ceiling piece on the ground. The man stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. "Young man, you're in incredible shape. How did you catch something that heavy with ease?" Xin Yun instantly panicked. She had clearly seen Lin Feng catch the ceiling with just one hand. Was his arm not injured? She anxiously touched Lin Feng's arm. "Xiao Feng, are you okay? Does your hand hurt?" Han Xingqing also grabbed Lin Feng's hand, her eyes full of worry. "Feng Ge, thank you. Let me check your hand." Lin Feng was ready to confidently say he was fine. But feeling the softness of the girl's hand, he swallowed his words. Even I'm not sure if I'm injured." Han Xingqing checked his hand for a long time. Lin Feng noticed Xin Yun's expression turning a bit odd. He coughed and reluctantly pulled his hand back. "I'm fine, Xingqing." Looking at the massive ceiling piece in the corner, Han Xingqing began to feel a wave of fear wash over her. Seeing Lin Feng's strained smile, her eyes filled with tears. "How can you be okay?" That was terrifying. The onlookers around them were full of admiration. That ceiling piece was huge. It must have been super heavy. This young man might have some internal injuries. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Internal injuries? Yeah, right. But seeing Han Xingqing's worried expression, he swung his arm a couple of times to show he was really okay. As soon as the customers saw Lin Feng was fine, the atmosphere lightened, and they started chatting amongst themselves. This young man's amazing, quick reflexes and strong hands. He's got some serious skills. Must have been working out for years. Or maybe he's been single for 20 plus years, huh? The more they joked, the more ridiculous it got. Xin Yun couldn't take it anymore and shot them a glare. "Don't you all have anything better to do than run your mouths? Most of the customers were regulars, and when they saw Qin Yun getting annoyed, they scattered with sheepish smiles. Qin Yun repeatedly thanked Lin Feng and insisted on waiving his bill. Lin Feng tried to refuse a few times but finally had to threaten that he wouldn't come back to eat if she didn't let him pay. Only then did she reluctantly agree. Honestly, Qin Yun had helped him out a lot in the past, and he always remembered her kindness. Now that he had the chance to return the favor, there was no way he'd eat for free. In the end, Qin Yun made Han Xingqing accompany Lin Feng home, only then feeling reassured. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit happy about it. Think about it, a beautiful, sweet girl looking at you with admiration and concern, sticking close to you, constantly checking in to make sure you're okay. Who wouldn't be envious of that? The short trip from the little restaurant to his rental apartment, which usually took 3 minutes, ended up taking them over 10 minutes. When they finally arrived, both were drenched in sweat. Though for Han Xingqing, it was more from nervousness and shyness. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was secretly enjoying the moment. Han Xingqing placed a bag of snacks she had just bought on the bedside table and pulled out her laptop. "Fengji, if you get bored tonight, just use my laptop. Watch some shows or variety programs to relax." She figured Lin Feng's body might not have fully recovered yet. He definitely needed proper rest at home. But out of pride, he kept insisting he was fine. Lin Feng was about to decline. "Come on, I'm perfectly healthy." But then, he suddenly thought of all the useless gear from the game. An idea flashed through his mind. Wait, doesn't a laptop have its uses too? He immediately changed his tune. Changed his mind. "Alright, let's just leave it there for now." Han Xingqing helped Lin Feng onto the bed, letting him lie down. Lin Feng initially thought it wasn't anything worth fussing over, but a sudden wave of dizziness hit him, and soon he drifted into a deep sleep. In his dream, he felt as if his body was being pulled, his cells transforming. The electric current he had felt earlier returned, not just a single streak but multiple waves surging through him, making his body stronger. The sensation was exhilarating. After a long while, Lin Feng opened his eyes. "What's that smell?" He caught a whiff of an awful stench and quickly turned over. The sight on the bed left him stunned. The bedsheet was damp, covered in patches of some black, unidentifiable substance. Looking down at himself, he saw his entire body coated in a layer of black powder, as if he hadn't bathed in years. This phenomenon was something he had read about in books and also experienced in his past life. It was called cleansing the meridians and purging impurities. He hadn't expected it to happen so soon in this life. Could my physique really be undergoing a transformation, expelling impurities? Am I already meeting the conditions to bring game attributes into reality on the very first day of gameplay? Lin Feng was in disbelief. In his past life, players had only begun converting their in-game cultivation to real-world strength about a week after the game launched. By then, the highest levels had surpassed 20, and the second breakthroughs had unlocked massive attribute gains. When these players returned to reality, their enhanced bodies caused a global sensation. The world began to pay serious attention to the game's potential. Lin Feng recalled that the comprehensive attribute threshold necessary to start the real-world conversion was 100 points. And yet, here he was, achieving in less than half a day what had taken others a week in his previous life. Calculating his stats, excluding the base bonuses from his weapon, he had just exceeded 100 points. This was the threshold at which in-game cultivation began to manifest in reality. But this was only the beginning. The environment of Blue Water Star, his world, had not yet been significantly altered by the game, leading to a lower conversion rate. Lin Feng estimated the current efficiency was only about 1/10. For himself, this translated to roughly 7 extra points in strength, with small boosts to constitution and endurance as well. He now realized that the electric jolt he had felt when picking up the game helmet was the start of the game's process of modifying his body. The sudden surge in converted attributes had overloaded his body slightly, leaving him with an intense hunger and a need for energy replenishment. Upon waking, Lin Feng felt that the enhancements to his body had fully integrated. It was a shame there wasn't a cow nearby for him to test his strength on. He was itching to feel the sensation of punching through one. The cleansing and strengthening process had doubled his physical power, with an even greater boost to his overall constitution. This explained the superhuman strength he had shown earlier at the small restaurant, but this was only the beginning. He wanted to find a place to get used to his new body, but when he checked his phone, his expression changed drastically. It was already 10 p.m., he had slept for a full 9 hours. His phone showed multiple missed calls from Han Qingqing. He quickly texted her back, assuring her he was fine. Peeking out of his room, he found the 4-bedroom shared apartment empty for the moment, perfect timing for a shower. In the bathroom, he was hit by the overwhelming stench on his body. After a thorough shower, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Staring at the explosive strength in his muscles through the mirror, Lin Feng couldn't help but strike a few poses. The advantages of rebirth were coming into play earlier than he had anticipated. He needed to seize the opportunity, leveraging his innate talent and the knowledge from his past life to grow stronger as quickly as possible, aiming to conquer the world and confront gods and immortals alike. Before logging back into the game, Lin Feng borrowed Han Qingqing's laptop. He saw a sticky note with her computer's login password on it and quickly logged in. He accessed a virtual currency website and registered an account. Since the in-game trading system hadn't gone live yet, this was the best method he could think of to facilitate the exchange of game items. As a future powerhouse, he anticipated producing a large volume of rare items, but most players currently lack the gold coins needed to buy them. Bank card transactions outside the game were too risky and could expose his identity. Virtual accounts were much safer. The special coin platform was the largest and, in the future, the only dominant virtual currency platform. After registering, he realized the QR code couldn't be brought into the game, so he had to memorize the 15-digit user ID. It took him 5 minutes to commit it to memory, leaving him frustrated with his current lack of mental acuity. He needed to boost his spirit stat quickly. Once spirit reached 50 points, it would translate to a 5-point increase in reality, significantly enhancing his thinking, intelligence, and memory to the level of a top-tier genius. In the game, maxing out a single stat was the best way to maximize power. But in reality, balanced development was key to avoiding weaknesses and adapting to complex situations. Reality was far more intricate than any game. Lin Feng put on his helmet and re-entered the game. When he logged out earlier, the area had been empty, but now several players were wandering nearby. Looks like there are a lot more players online at night. This was good news for him. The more people involved, the better his plans would work. He quickly headed to the town's largest square. The premium items from the brand Soaring Sword were about to hit the shelves. The square was packed with players, and the number of stalls was overwhelming. Lin Feng found a quiet corner to sit down. He took out all the items he didn't need and began pricing them one by one. The name of his stall, Top Quality Items for Dirt Cheap Prices. Whoa! The name alone was strikingly bold, immediately grabbing the attention of countless players. Many had never seen gear of such an exceptional tier before. But everyone instinctively knew that this level far surpassed anything they currently owned. When the item was revealed, jaws collectively dropped. Whoa, these stats are insane. I thought my shield with +5 defense was top tier. Compared to this exceptional shield, I feel so unworthy. This gear's stats are better than my entire character sheet combined. If I had this item, my dorm buddies would die of jealousy. Some players, however, were focused on the price tag. 30 gold coins? That's ridiculous. I haven't even saved enough silver coins, and here people are trading in gold? This game is brutal. Nobody can afford this. It's obviously just for showing off. A sharp-eyed player suddenly recognized Lin Feng. Wait, isn't that the guy who got the first kill on the Wild Wolf boss this afternoon? No wonder his gear is so godly. It must have dropped from the boss. I'm so jealous. Jealous? Dude, you can't even handle wild cats. A few players who understood the value of the gear started messaging their friends. Get to the plaza now. There's a pro selling exceptional grade items. The friend replied with skepticism, exceptional grade? The best gear so far is excellent grade, right? The War God Guild just took down the Wild Boar boss for an excellent item half an hour ago. You don't get it. This guy is the first kill Wild Wolf boss pro. Wild Boar is nothing compared to that. On my way. Word quickly spread, and soon the plaza was swarmed with curious onlookers. Before long, a serious buyer emerged. A burly man, flanked by two companions, crouched down, his eyes filled with desire. "Friend, could you lower the price a bit on the shield?" he asked. The tall man behind him chimed in, "Yeah, bro, who even has that much in-game currency right now?" Lin Feng responded flatly, "I'll take Huaxia currency too." The burly man stood up, deep in thought. "Hold it for me. I need to discuss this." As the trio walked away, some onlookers couldn't help but mock them. Discuss? If you can't afford it, just leave already. Stop embarrassing yourself. Another player sneered, "What a joke." Clearly clueless. But then, someone piped up in defense. Do you realize who that was? That guy is the vice leader of the War God Guild, War God Outyan himself. He used to be the #1 MT, main tank, in Beast World. Who do you think you are? The player who had mocked them awkwardly chuckled and shut up. A name as big as War God Outyan's carried weight. There was no way someone like him would waste time bluffing. But wait, were people seriously starting to trade gear for Huaxia currency on the very first day of the server launch? Many players were beginning to feel the pressure, the competition was already intense. Moments later, War God Outyan returned. "Friend, if you're accepting Huaxia currency, how much for the shield?" Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Clearly, this guy knew a good deal when he saw one. Swift decision-making, truly top-tier behavior. 300,000 Huaxia dollars. Payment via virtual currency. As soon as Lin Feng named the price, the surrounding crowd went dead silent. 300,000 for an in-game item? That's enough for a down payment on a house in some smaller cities. Sure, in long-established games with stable economies, equipment could reach prices in the millions or even tens of millions. But this was day one of a brand new server. Asking for 300,000 Huaxia dollars for one item? This guy must be out of his mind. That's what many people were thinking until War God Outyan's immediate response. Deal. The crowd stared at him in shock, as if he'd lost his mind. In this game, 1 gold coin was equivalent to 1,000 silver coins, or 100,000 copper coins. Analysts estimated that 100 copper coins were roughly equal to 1 Huaxia dollar. By that logic, 30 gold coins were indeed worth 300,000 Huaxia dollars. But here's the thing, in-game currency tends to devalue as more players farm and the supply grows. Huaxia currency, on the other hand, has real-world buying power. Some players began whispering among themselves. Do you think War God Outyan is in cahoots with Lin Feng? Trying to inflate the value of the items? After all, it was hard to believe that someone would pay such an astronomical price on the first day of a game's launch. Lin Feng, though, hadn't expected the guy to agree so easily. His impression of War God Outyan improved. Straightforward. I like that. War God Outyan grinned excitedly. Since we're doing business, I'll throw in a little something extra, a yellow-grade elixir. Wait, what? Lin Feng displayed the elixir in the chat for everyone to see. Boar's Resilience. Grade, Yellow Elixir. Description, crafted from the heart of a wild boar. Slightly increases constitution. Usable once per player. War God Outyan's eyes lit up upon reading the description, and he couldn't help but curse in amazement. Damn! This is good stuff. After the initial excitement, Lin Feng hesitated. By slightly, how much are we talking about? Admittedly, it's not a huge boost, War God Outyan admitted sheepishly. Even though the enhanced version of the elixir had given him plus 17 constitution, the base version only offered plus 4. Given Lin Feng's reputation as a top-tier player, plus 4 might not seem all that impressive. The god of war, Aotian, felt a chill run down his spine. Regular players gain 2 attribute points per level, but with his S-grade talent, he earned an additional 50% bonus. Even so, at level 8, his constitution was only 15 points. When the big shot said the potion's effect was minor, Aotion estimated it might only add 1 point. Still, it was free, so he didn't complain. The tall player behind him scoffed, "TCH, how good can a freebie be?" Lin Feng handed over the potion, saying, "My buddy got 3 points from it, and I got 4. Try it yourself and see how much you get." The surrounding players erupted in chatter. The big shot is so low-key. He thinks 4 points is low? My level 4 constitution is only 4 points. If I had this potion, I'd go out and fight wild boars right now. Aotion's mood shifted from disappointment to elation. Lin Feng looked puzzled. "That much? Is that considered good?" Aotion rubbed his hands eagerly. "It might not be much to you, but it's a lot for me." What he didn't say out loud was that his talent doubled the effect of constitution boosting equipment. This potion was incredibly significant for him, so much so that he was hesitant to accept it. "Big shot, are you really giving this to me first?" he asked cautiously. Lin Feng didn't even look up. "It's not some rare item. I just think you seem alright, so I'm letting you have it first. If you like it after trying it, we can settle the payment and discuss trading the shield." Aotion nodded earnestly. "Big shot, you're too generous. Alright, I'll take it now." He swallowed the potion. Moments later, his eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. The players around him grew anxious. "Big bro, how many points did it add?" someone asked urgently. The crowd began speculating. "Probably less than 3 points. Bet he regrets it now." The guy said it was just a minor boost. "No way, it's a lot." Aotion's expression gradually calmed, but a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. He turned to Lin Feng and gave a respectful bow. "Big shot, thank you so much." He whispered something to the player behind him, who nodded and left. A few minutes later, Aotion looked up and said, "Big shot, the money's been transferred. Check your account." Lin Feng nodded and switched his in-game stall to an offline mode. Behind the stall, Lin Feng's avatar transformed into a merchant-like figure. Some players couldn't help but question, did he really transfer the money first? What if the big shot just takes the money and runs? That much money, and he sent it without even seeing the item? Isn't he afraid of getting scammed? "Shut up." Aotion turned and scolded them. "What do you know? This potion boosted my constitution by 10 points. The crowd was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a minor boost? This big shot is so generous. And he wasn't even worried about getting shortchanged. Aotion nodded firmly. Something this valuable, and with a guy this powerful and magnanimous, who'd bother over my measly 300,000? The surrounding players chimed in. A 10-point boost in constitution? That's priceless. Becoming friends with someone like that is worth it. Aotion glanced at his updated stats, his excitement barely contained. With his natural talent doubling the effect of constitution boosts, this potion had effectively raised his strength by 5 levels, putting him on par with level 10 players. This cemented his position as the number 1 MT, main tank. Once he acquired the shield, no one would be able to break through his defense except maybe that legendary sword master. Lin Feng quickly logged offline, removed his gaming helmet, and opened his laptop. He logged into the cryptocurrency website, where his balance showed 70 special coins. At the moment, each special coin was worth 5,000 yuan, meaning he had just profited an additional 50,000 yuan. Lin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The potion's effects lived up to expectations. Though it was worth 350,000 yuan, he chose not to sell it for cash. As in-game attributes increasingly translated to real-world power, special coins had become a safe and reliable currency, with prices steadily climbing. Lin Feng recalled how, in his previous life, the value of special coins skyrocketed from 5,000 yuan to 50,000 yuan, eventually becoming the most trusted currency for players in the eternal world, with global regulations fixing its price. Glancing at his balance, he shut his laptop. In just a few days, that 3.5 million yuan would be within reach. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Soon, I'll finally be rich. But for now, there's no need to rush. After confirming the payment, he quickly logged back into the game. Ao Tian and a group of players were anxiously waiting. The merchant figure at Lin Feng's stall vanished, replaced by his in-game character. Ao Tian immediately approached him with concern. Big shot, did you receive it? Lin Feng nodded. Bro, no need to hold back, Ao Tian said with a genuine smile. This potion helped me so much. The money's nothing, it's just my small token of appreciation. Without saying much, Lin Feng directly sent over the shield in the trade window. You're reliable. Let's add each other as friends and keep in touch. Ao Tian beamed like a blooming flower and hurriedly accepted the friend request. Just adding this big shot as a friend was already a huge win. Equipping the shield, the once rugged warrior now looked even more imposing. A rustic bronze shield was added to his arsenal, exuding a strong, vintage vibe that instantly elevated his presence. Nearby players couldn't help but look on enviously. Boss Outyin, that shield looks awesome. Let's see the stats. The war god Outyin grinned ear to ear. No problem, let me show it off to the brothers. As he was about to send a private message, he suddenly decided to share it in the world channel instead. A minute later, the world channel lit up with his message. War god Outyin, big thanks to the boss who sold me this shield. My combat power doubled. This 300k was so worth it. Loyal Guardian, more epic gear available at the Central Plaza. Outside the Wolf Zone, a group of players hesitated. Boss, let's not try again. We can't handle the damage these wolves dish out. A middle-aged man stomped the ground in frustration. These damn wolves hit way too hard. If only we had a high defense shield. Just then, they noticed the message in the world channel. That war god Outyin guy, is it really necessary to let the whole world know he bought a shield? 300k? Did he really spend 300k on gear? While their words sounded dismissive, curiosity got the better of them, and they clicked to check out the shield stats. Loyal Guardian. Grade, exceptional. Slot, offhand. Level requirement, 8. Defense plus 20. Stamina plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Absorbs 20% of incoming damage. Durability, reduces durability consumption by 100%. Counterstrike, 30% chance to reflect damage for attacks not exceeding twice the user's defense. Golden Body, consumes 50 mana to double defense and health, 24-hour cooldown. After reading it, the middle-aged man grumbled jealously, damn, what kind of god-tier gear is this? That war god Outyin is so lucky. Others gasped in agreement, this shield is seriously overpowered. Did he really spend 300k on it? If our boss had a shield like this, wolves wouldn't be a problem. Heck, we'd even take on the wolf boss. This comment made the middle-aged man's eyes light up. Looks like someone's selling top-tier gear, and war god Outyin just scored big. They mentioned the Central Plaza, right? Let's head there now. Similar conversations echoed throughout the game world. Many players stopped grinding and rushed toward the Central Plaza. In town, players' eyes burned with excitement as they converged on the plaza. Epic gear, here we come. After sending the message, war god Outyin turned cautiously to Lin Feng. Boss, I slipped in a little ad for you. That won't mess up your plans, will it? Lin Feng shook his head. No worries. That's fine. I want to offload this junk as quickly as possible anyway. War god Outyin's face stiffened slightly. Such god-tier gear, and he calls it junk? Did I just waste my money? Lin Feng quickly clarified, don't get me wrong, brother. I wasn't talking about your shield. I'm not following a tank build. As great as it is, it's just not for me. War god Outyin laughed, got it. I just got lucky and snagged a great deal. Thanks to his buzz-generating message, more and more players began gathering around Lin Feng's stall. Many recognized who he was, their excitement barely contained. This was the guy who had scored the first kill on an exceptional tier boss. Some players used the excuse of browsing gear to get closer to him. A few female players, who were particularly attractive, took a more direct approach. "Hey handsome, you're amazing. Got room for a little sister? I'm sweet and caring. Boss, I'm from the Kyoto Dance Academy. I know all kinds of moves. Big guy, I'm from the Jinling Accounting College. I can help manage your assets." Irritated, Lin Feng said in a cold tone, "Gear transactions only. Game currency, virtual currency, or item trades accepted. Any more nonsense, and I'll blacklist you." His words sent the crowd scattering. Though they couldn't cozy up to him, nobody wanted to risk offending him either. The female players reluctantly withdrew, their disappointment evident. Just then, a woman in a black leather jacket quietly approached Lin Feng's stall. "I'll trade a secret elixir for that ring," she said. Her eyes were fixed on a particular item, a unique accessory Lin Feng had looted from the wild boar boss. Ring of Agility. Type, accessory. Quality, excellent. Level requirement, 5. Agility plus 10. Movement speed plus 10%. Attack speed plus 10%. Lightfoot increases movement speed by 20% for 3 seconds when health drops below 10%. Blood Surge increases attack speed by 20% for 5 seconds when health drops below 10%. The stats were solid, and the traits quite practical, but it wasn't something Lin Feng needed. "What kind of elixir?" "I'll add you as a friend and send the details privately," the woman said. Her in-game name was Persian Cat, and she was a female player. Lin Feng couldn't help but take another look at her. Wait, it's her? In her past life, she was the infamous assassin queen known as Black Widow, renowned for her incredible agility and devastating attacks. With her unparalleled evasion skills, no one dared to cross her. But in this life, she encountered a top-tier player so soon? Lin Feng, however, wasn't the type to idolize others, nor would he let anyone act superior in front of him. Soon, Persian Cat privately sent something over. Wildcat's Agility. Grade, Yellow Tier Secret Potion. Description, refined from Wildcat Claws, it slightly increases agility. Usable only once per person. Lin Feng remained calm and asked, "One potion isn't enough, is it? Why don't you just use it yourself?" Persian Cat raised her head proudly. "I've already taken one. 2 of these in exchange for your ring, deal?" She assumed Lin Feng would agree, but to her surprise, he shook his head and declined. "This only adds 3 points of agility at best. Not worth it. Got anything better? If not, move along." Persian Cat was furious. She hadn't seen Lin Feng casually handing out potions to war god Aotian and hadn't expected him to be so discerning. She knew the potion's effect varied by person, a measly 3 or 4 points for most players, though she had gained 8 points herself. Reluctantly, she sent another screenshot. Instinct of the Wanderer. Grade, Mystic Tier Secret Potion. Description, refined from the heart of the Wildcat boss, it slightly boosts dodge rate and has a minuscule chance of preventing critical hits. Usable only once per person. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Most players dismissed dodge stats as pure luck, but with enhancements, he saw its true potential. Persian Cat quickly warned, "There's only one of these, so don't push your luck." Lin Feng nodded. "Alright, I'll take this one and 2 agility potions." Deal? Persian Cat begrudgingly agreed. That ring was too valuable to pass up, and besides, she couldn't use the potions anymore anyway. Deal. After completing the trade, she turned to leave, muttering under her breath, "What a heartless guy, so boring. Better hope I don't run into you again." Still, thinking about the ring she finally obtained, she couldn't help but smile smugly. Now I can take on the wild boar boss. Meanwhile, Lin Feng contentedly stashed away the 3 secret potions. Next, he planned to grind a few waves of monsters to maximize the potion's effects. He sold off a few high-quality items, converting them into gold coins. His in-game currency now totaled 1 gold, 55 silver, and 320 copper, equivalent to over 1,000 euros in real-world cash. The 3 constitution-boosting potions in his possession were swiftly bought by war god Aotion for 50 premium tokens. Lin Feng figured these tokens were volatile in value, so exchanging them for real currency felt safer. Aotion, however, insisted he could leverage them himself, while Lin Feng secretly hoped their value would skyrocket, just to see Aotion regret it. As for the 2 critical hit potions, Lin Feng thought no one would want them, but a professional miner offered a no-level restriction gem in exchange. The gem was the result of 30 miners working for over 10 hours, with system notifications indicating it provided 1,000 times the mining experience of regular ores. Clearly, it was incredibly rare. The miner hesitantly proposed the trade, and to his relief, Lin Feng agreed without hesitation, even throwing in 2 simple gems as a bonus. Lin Feng added the miner as a friend, promising to prioritize him for future trades involving critical hit potions or gems. The miner cheerfully accepted and left with a grin. Satisfied, Lin Feng wrapped up his stall for the day. As the onlookers dispersed, he called for the gathering master, but there was no response, likely still leveling up. So Lin Feng wandered around the plaza and unexpectedly stumbled upon another great find. He came across 3 cultivation boost pills, yellow tier secret potions that increased cultivation gains by 50% for 1 hour after use. The seller wanted 10 silver each, and Lin Feng bought them all without hesitation before quietly leaving. While the effect seemed minor, Lin Feng knew that with enhancements, these pills would make grinding significantly more efficient. Excited, he checked every stall in the plaza. Aside from a few 3 to 5 level excellent grade items with limited potential, there wasn't much worth buying, so he moved on. Just as he reached the edge of the plaza, the gathering master came running over. "Boss, sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Feng nodded. "All settled?" The gathering master nodded enthusiastically. "My gathering level went up twice, and my crafting skills improved too." "Good. Let's go." The gathering master was about to boast further but stopped when he noticed Lin Feng's lack of interest. Internally, he thought, why so smug? No matter how much I improve, I'll never match the boss. Seeing him quiet down, Lin Feng handed him something. "Boss, what's this?" "Just eat it, and you'll see." Without checking its stats, the gathering master swallowed it immediately. Surprised, he exclaimed, "My agility went up by 4 points." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "With your build, even walking was a struggle before." "The road, agility, and talent?" The collecting master scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm a bit of a coward, good at running away." Lin Feng laughed. "Good. When facing a tough boss, staying alive gives you a chance to collect rare items." The collecting master nodded solemnly. "I won't let you down, big bro." As they stepped outside the city, the sky began to darken. Lin Feng slapped his thigh. "Shoot, I forgot to buy torches." The game's time synced with real life, and the weather was realistic too. It was nearing 11 p.m., and although some players had lit torches, visibility was still poor. The collecting master grinned. "Boss, check this out." Lin Feng saw the item descriptions the collecting master shared in the team chat. Night vision of the wildcat, yellow grade elixir. Slightly enhances night vision. Each player can only use it twice. Blessing of the night, mystic grade elixir. Crafted using wildcat and owl boss eyes. Greatly enhances night vision with a very slim chance of revealing hidden entities. Each player can only use it once. Lin Feng was stunned. The yellow grade elixir was understandable, but the mystic grade one? That was crazy powerful. Where did this chubby guy even find it? The collecting master was grinning smugly, clearly pleased with himself. He leveled up his collecting skills quickly and was the first player to hit both beginner and proficient levels, earning him admiration from NPCs and the reward of the mystic grade elixir. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire him. The collecting master then opened the trading interface, offering 2 yellow grade elixirs and 1 mystic grade elixir. Lin Feng hesitated. Why are you giving all of these to me? This is your big break, you should keep them for yourself. The collecting master looked at him earnestly. Big bro, you've helped me so much. Consider this my token of gratitude. Lin Feng was moved. Alright, I'll accept it. Don't worry, I'll always have your back in this game. In his heart, Lin Feng thought, in real life, you're my little bro too. But unexpectedly, the collecting master suddenly flashed a sly grin. Ha! Gotcha, big bro. I still have one more. Before he could finish, Lin Feng gave him a light kick. Don't mess with your big bro. Mercy, big bro, mercy. They playfully bickered as they made their way into the wilderness. Since Lin Feng hadn't taken the elixirs yet, his night vision was poor, so he let the collecting master lead the way. Lin Feng quickly formed a party and invited the collecting master to join. The collecting master, slightly confused, asked, Big bro, what's this for? Lin Feng replied bluntly, you're too weak in holding me back. Level up fast, or you'll miss out on good loot. Hearing this, the collecting master was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. But then he noticed Lin Feng's level displayed as 0 in the party info. He was dumbfounded. Big bro, is this some kind of illusion? Or is your level so high I can't even see it? Lin Feng smirked. Not at all. I'm literally level 0, but my strength is higher than most high-level players. The collecting master exaggerated, not just higher, I bet even level 10 players can't compare to you, big bro. He recalled Lin Feng's earlier performance. Back when Lin Feng briefly ventured into the wild boar area, he saw 3 5-man teams from the Chivalry Alliance trying to take down a boss. In just 3 minutes, they were completely wiped out, barely scratching the boss. Even the highest level player among them, at level 7, couldn't do much. This made him realize just how strong Lin Feng really was. An hour earlier, the town's rumored number 1 rookie, Eastern Emperor's Sword, had used a rare one-time item to kill a wild boar boss, barely surviving. The event caused a stir among players. But compared to Lin Feng, Eastern Emperor's Sword was a joke. The collecting master had complete faith in Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng claimed he could solo a level 10 boss, the collecting master would believe it without hesitation. As they passed through the wildcat area, they didn't stop. Level 3 monsters? Please, big bro wouldn't even bother. But just then, they noticed a group of players struggling to fight a level 3 wildcat boss. The collecting master turned back and asked, Big bro, there's a boss here. Should we go for it? Lin Feng took a glance and shook his head. Nah, let them have it. The collecting master reluctantly agreed. Alright then. Quickening their pace, they moved past the ordinary mobs. Just as they were about to leave the wildcat area. Meow! A sharp, eerie cry pierced the air. The wildcat boss unleashed a special attack. The disorganized players were caught off guard and took a direct hit. The wildcat boss was ferocious, and half the group was wiped out in an instant. The only surviving player rolled away just in time to dodge the killing blow. But the wildcat boss's glowing green eyes locked onto Lin Feng. Swish! The player, still in shock, watched as Lin Feng dashed forward. Wait, buddy, hang on. Before he could finish, something astonishing happened. The collecting master stood there confidently, arms crossed, showing no fear. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he unsheathed his sword. Clang! The clash of blade and beast was followed by a chilling scream. The wildcat boss was cleaved in half, a massive red damage number **2388** floating above it. The boss was instantly killed. The collecting master calmly knelt to collect loot, while the player named Jin Cheng Handsome. The players hadn't even processed what just happened. What on earth just occurred? The ferocious wildcat boss that nearly wiped out several level 4 players just got one-shot by this handsome guy with a single sword strike? And the damage was insanely high. These players had been dishing out damage in the range of 10 points, occasionally landing a critical hit for 15 points, and they were already feeling pretty smug about it. But this pro just dealt a 4-digit damage number with one swing of his sword. Unbelievable. Is this even the same game? The difference is demoralizing. After Lin Feng and the Gathering Master finished collecting resources, Lin Feng summoned the Yellow Turban Warrior. He deliberately chose the Yellow Turban Warrior equipped with a slingshot for fusion. Since the Wildcat boss was agility-based, the fusion should also lean into agility attributes. The slingshot increases attack speed, making it the perfect fit. Ding, your summon creature, Yellow Turban Warrior, has fused with the Wildcat Heart, permanently gaining plus 10 damage, plus 1% critical strike rate, and plus 5% attack speed. Luck was on their side this time, granting a permanent bonus. Fusion with more Wildcat Hearts would only make the effects stronger. Just as the two were preparing to leave, a voice called out. Pro. Please wait a second. Lin Feng turned, surprised to see one of the surviving players calling out to him. Are you here to split the boss loot? Although this player's earlier warning didn't help much, Lin Feng had a good impression of him. No, you misunderstood me, Pro, the player said, waving his hands eagerly. The player, who went by the name Jin Changyan Zhu, walked closer, excitement practically radiating off him. I just wanted to thank you. It was then that he recognized Lin Feng's in-game ID, and his excitement skyrocketed. Your sword wielder? A glint of surprise appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. You know me? Jin Changyan Zhu beamed like he'd just met his idol. Who doesn't know sword wielder in this town? You got the first kill on the wild wolf boss. Even the battle god Aotian admires you. You're my role model. Ahem, asterisk. The Gathering Master, standing off to the side, intentionally coughed twice, his chest puffed out. Jin Changyan Zhu looked stunned. This must be your right-hand man? Truly extraordinary. The Gathering Master's vanity was thoroughly satisfied, his eyes narrowing into crescent-shaped smiles. Seeing the sincerity in this player's demeanor, Lin Feng decided to chat a bit more. Keep leveling up. This isn't just any ordinary game, Lin Feng said. After Lin Feng and the Gathering Master left, Jin Changyan Zhu stood there, repeatedly mulling over Lin Feng's words. Although he didn't completely understand, since they came from his idol, he was determined to follow them. Thus, another relentless grinder was born in Eternal World. While they were on their way, Lin Feng opened up the rewards from defeating the Wildcat boss. Ding, you've killed the Wildcat boss. You gain 300 cultivation points and a level-based bonus of 180 experience points. Ding, as the first to kill the Wildcat boss, you've earned one free attribute point. Compared to the tens of thousands of cultivation points rewarded by those outstanding tier wild wolf bosses, the Wildcat boss's rewards were utterly underwhelming. Still, earning one free attribute point from a first kill was the only way regular players could gain extra attribute points. For Lin Feng, this reward was nothing more than a snack. There was also a treasure chest. Level 3 Wildcat Boss Treasure Chest, excellent. Type, Treasure Chest. Visible and accessible only to sword wielder Changming. Effect, open to gain +2 agility. Remaining time, 30 minutes. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle. This chest was downright stingy, just 2 points of base attributes and no extra treasures. The Wildcat boss was dirt poor. If Persian Cat heard this, she'd probably explode with anger. After camping the boss for half an hour to secure the first kill rewards, she'd only gotten 2 attribute points. And now someone was complaining about it being too little? Lin Feng checked his status. His cultivation was still insufficient, so he decided to hold off on upgrades for now. But the Wildcat boss did drop a decent piece of equipment. Swift blade. Grade, excellent. Type, main hand weapon. Required level, level 3. Damage +10. Agility +5. Attack speed +15%. Taunt, attacks on monsters will instantly draw their attention. Unless another player deals 10 times the damage, the monster won't switch targets. Lin Feng gave it a nod of approval. This was practically a monster-pulling artifact. He casually handed it to the Gathering Master. Take it. Don't say I don't look after you. The gathering master looked at it in confusion. Whoa, big bro, this is great stuff. You know how to use it? Of course, big bro. Equipping it, the gathering master grinned mischievously and charged toward a group of wild boars. For some reason, either because player levels had generally risen or because it was nighttime, the wild boar area now had significantly more monsters than during the day. Even teams of 3 to 5 players could only handle isolated wild boars. Lin Feng scanned the area. There had to be at least 50 wild boars roaming around. The gathering master, panting from excitement, shouted, "How many should I pull?" Lin Feng gave a simple 2-word response, "All of them." Taking the command, the gathering master dove headfirst into the boar herd. Using his night vision advantage and the agility bonus from his new weapon, the battle was about to begin. His stout figure charged forward. The little guy was running ridiculously fast, darting in and out of the wild boar herd, provoking them left and right, yet not once did he get hit. Even Lin Feng began to reassess this guy's abilities. As he taunted nearly every wild boar, their angry roars filled the air, and the surrounding players couldn't help but take notice. "Is this Peppa Pig going on a real-life family reunion?" someone exclaimed. "This chubby guy's lost it. Taunting this many wild boars, who's he trying to kill? Guys, stay sharp. Our team can handle 1 boar at a time, but if 2 show up, we're done for. Look out for yourselves." While everyone kept a wary eye on this so-called gathering master, he suddenly turned around, leading the entire herd of wild boars straight toward Lin Feng. Everyone thought Lin Feng was doomed, but to their surprise, he stepped forward. "Huang, show them your true power," Lin Feng shouted. The recently upgraded yellow turban strongman, now fused with the wildcat boss's power, stepped forward, holding what looked like a tiny slingshot. Someone in the crowd sighed, shaking their head. This is just cruel, using a slingshot on wild boars. But before they could finish their sentence, a teammate's urgent shout snapped them out of their thoughts. Looking up, the sight before them was unbelievable. The small slingshot fired dozens of blazing streaks of light, piercing through the wild boars in an instant. 390. 390. 570. Massive damage numbers floated above the boars' heads, with crits lighting up in bold colors. The player who had been mocking earlier now stood in stunned silence, his eyes practically falling out of his sockets. He had been fighting wild boars for a solid half hour and knew they had around 450 to 550 HP each. His team could only deal 10 to 20 damage per hit. But this chubby guy? His damage was off the charts, and his crits were instant kills. Did the wild boars get nerfed or something? Before he could figure it out, a wild boar took a couple of bites out of him, and he was promptly sent back to the respawn point. "What are you doing?" his team leader roared, forcing him to grab his shield and charge back in. But in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder, why is there such a huge gap between us and these wild boars? Lin Feng's expression remained cold. He hadn't managed to one-shot all the boars, which clearly wasn't up to his standards. Frowning, he drew his weapon and joined the fray himself. Sword energy swept across the battlefield, his damage numbers exploding. 750. 750. Crits were popping off everywhere, 2,400. 2,400. His boosted crit rate made his damage skyrocket, leaving an immediate impact. With one swing of his sword, 6 damage numbers appeared, 2 of which were crits. The gathering master, who had been pulling the boars, saw Lin Feng frowning. He thought he had overdone it by dragging in too many boars and was preparing to split the herd and retreat. But then a wave of damage numbers appeared in perfect unison. He couldn't help but laugh. "Boss, aren't we a bit overpowered? These wild boars only have a few hundred HP, and you're hitting over 2,000 per swing. Talk about overkill." Although he complained, he was practically beaming inside. After all, he'd been in enough parties to know how rare this was. "Ding, you've slain a wild boar. You've gained 7 cultivation points, with an additional 3 points for surpassing level difficulty. Ding, you've slain a wild boar. You've gained 7 cultivation points, with an additional 3 points for surpassing level difficulty. A rapid series of notifications filled his screen. Wild boars only gave 10 cultivation points per kill, which might be nothing to Lin Feng, but for the gathering master, this efficiency was game-changing. He recalled his struggles in the porcupine zone, where killing a level 1 creature also earned him 10 cultivation points, but it took ages. Now, just by running around, he was raking in experience at a mind-blowing rate. Being carried by someone this powerful was a dream come true. Efficiency had gone up by more than tenfold. Wanting to keep the grind going, he dove back into the wild boar herd to reposition them for Lin Feng to finish off. Minus 398. Minus 779. Minus 2512. Damage numbers flew across the screen, and in no time, the boars were wiped out. The gathering master was dumbfounded. Over 50 wild boars, gone just like that? He glanced at his cultivation points, 1,312. Before teaming up with Lin Feng, he had barely accumulated 700 points while gathering. He hadn't even had time to level up. Now, after just a few laps, his experience had nearly doubled. Grinding mobs was never this easy, who wouldn't be jealous? Boss, your carry is next level, he grinned, about to share his excitement with Lin Feng. But then he noticed Lin Feng's expression, which wasn't exactly pleased. His heart skipped a beat. Boss, what's wrong? He asked cautiously. Lin Feng shook his head. Nothing. The cultivation points just feel a bit low. The gathering master nearly choked on his own spit. Come on, dude, stop flexing. I'm about to level up twice, and you're over there complaining. Then, something clicked. He noticed the team information hadn't changed. A realization hit him, and he grew nervous. Boss, what's my cultivation point share percentage? The minimum, Lin Feng replied casually. The gathering master was stunned. Partying together gave bonus experience distribution, but if Lin Feng set his share to the lowest. To maximize the bonus, teaming up in pairs grants a total of 105%. The minimum ratio is one person getting 10% while the other takes 95%. Many pro players use this method to carry clients for level boosts. Even though their roles are reversed. The one doing the carrying actually ends up with a much smaller share. But just by taking 10%, I've already gained over 600 cultivation points. The boss must have racked up over 5,000, right? That's practically enough to go from level 0 to almost level 7, and the boss still isn't satisfied? Lin Feng seemed to understand his reasoning. I've got my own plan for leveling up. Oh, and you shouldn't level up yet, either. You can enjoy the extra cross-level bonus. The gatherer master nodded but looked troubled. Boss, I'm worried I can't handle higher-level monsters. He didn't think Lin Feng would settle for only hunting level 5 wild boars. Lin Feng waved it off and said, the monsters will be tanked by the yellow turban warrior. Just focus on pulling them. He instructed the gatherer master to sort through the loot and collect everything one by one. However, Lin Feng felt a little conflicted inside. This cultivation progress was way too slow. Should he consider enhancing it? Suddenly, a notification popped up. Your summoned yellow turban warrior is being attacked by the player. Shoot your lil bro. It may retaliate without penalty. Lin Feng looked up, his face darkening. Who's this clueless fool? Shoot your lil bro was a short and scrawny player, frozen in place. He had been drawn over by the gatherer master pulling monsters and Lin Feng swiftly clearing them out. The sight of gold everywhere and a few glowing pieces of gear was too tempting. After discussing with his teammates, he decided to make a bold move. We're a team, what's there to be afraid of? If they could take out these two players, all the equipment and materials on the ground would be theirs. Fortune favors the bold. He burned through all his mana to unleash a spell. But when he saw the damage, he was stunned. Miss. He didn't even break through the defense. A sinking feeling hit him as he realized he might have acted recklessly. It seemed they had messed with a powerful opponent. Before he could even regret it, Lin Feng commanded the yellow turban warrior to counterattack. Minus 428. minus 385. Minus 398. 5 streams of light shot out like slingshots, instantly wiping out the opposing 5-player team. They were thoroughly taught a lesson. Other teams nearby, seeing this, quickly backed off, pulling the wild boars away. Their actions made it clear, "Boss, we wouldn't dare touch your loot." The defeated players dropped 3 potions and 2 pieces of equipment. Lin Feng didn't even check the stats and told the Gatherer Master to use them right away. What kind of decent stuff could those guys possibly have? The Gatherer Master was overjoyed. His HP and defense had increased significantly, making him more confident in pulling monsters. Finally, Lin Feng made up his mind and took out a special pill he had prepared for enhancement. "Ding, would you like to consume 40 cultivation points to enhance the cultivation boost pill? Begin enhancement." That's right, Lin Feng's first choice was this set of special pills he had purchased from the market. After all, cultivation paired with talent was the foundation of getting stronger. When he saw the required cultivation cost, he felt reassured. Even though these were low-grade mystical pills and the cultivation cost had doubled, the effect was worth it. The results were still within his expectations. Curious about what would happen if he kept enhancing the pill, he decided to continue. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 1, plus 20% cultivation gain from killing monsters. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 2, plus 30% cultivation gain from killing monsters. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 3, duration extended by 10 minutes. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 4, duration extended by 20 minutes. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 4, additional evolution options unlocked. Option 1, E plus 50% cultivation gain from killing monsters. Option 2, E duration extended by 30 minutes. Option 3, C plus 100% cultivation gain from killing monsters. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the base attribute upgrades, but the bonus options were even more impressive. Without hesitation, he chose the third option. The pill's effects had already been significantly boosted, and it only consumed 600 cultivation points. He couldn't wait to keep enhancing it. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 5, plus 50% cultivation gain from killing monsters. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 6, plus 50% cultivation gain from killing monsters. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 7, duration extended by 30 minutes. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 8, duration extended by 30 minutes. Ding, cultivation boost pill, enhanced to level 8, 2 additional evolution options unlocked. Option 1, E plus 100% cultivation gain from killing monsters. Option 2, E duration extended by 60 minutes. Option 3, C. Killing monsters grants plus 200% cultivation. Option 4, a team members enjoy a 50% bonus. The quadruple boost was enough to make Lin Feng's heart race, but when he saw the final additional option, he almost lost it. Team members could also benefit from the boost? This was practically a divine blessing. Without hesitation, he chose the third and fourth options. This enhancement nearly drained all of his cultivation, but the results were nothing short of astonishing. And on top of that, he still had 2 more of the same pills. Lin Feng was confident that once the effects of this pill wore off, the cultivation points he'd accumulated would skyrocket. When he strengthened the remaining 2 pills, the results would surely be even more incredible. This was already forming a virtuous cycle. The final stats of the pill left Lin Feng in disbelief. Asterisk asterisk cultivation boost pill asterisk 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 8-fold boost asterisk asterisk. Grade, yellow tier secret medicine. Description, a hidden miraculous pill from a secluded valley, capable of unleashing astounding energy when enhanced. Attributes, for a specified duration, killing monsters grants plus 500% cultivation. Team members enjoy 50% of the effect. Duration, 150 minutes. Lin Feng sighed in admiration. This was no ordinary yellow-tier secret medicine. The boost was so outrageous, it felt closer to a profound tier medicine, maybe even better. Its true value was probably comparable to Earth-tier secret medicine. If it were auctioned, there's no doubt it would trigger a bidding frenzy. He even suspected that just one of these pills could sell for over 1,000,000 yuan. And that wasn't an exaggeration, this pill could massively accelerate the growth of an entire team. For Lin Feng, not only could it help him farm cultivation points faster, but it could also serve as a tool to train up his lackluster underlings. Hey, sidekick, just focus on luring the monsters. Lin Feng almost blurted out something harsher, but he caught himself just in time. With the foraging master clearing the path ahead, the two of them arrived at the familiar wild wolf area. The entrance showed signs of past battles, but deeper inside, it was completely deserted. Wolves are pack animals, making it hard to lure them out one by one. Even if a player could handle one or two, it would be nearly impossible to fend off a whole pack of strange, high-damage wolves. This turf was still uncontested by players, which was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. He was more worried about there not being enough monsters than having too many packs were perfect. The foraging master had no trouble luring the monsters. With just a few strikes, an entire pack of red-eyed wolves came charging. He ran back to Lin Feng, panting heavily. Boss, they're all yours now." Lin Feng had already positioned his yellow turban strongmen to surround the wolf pack. To an outsider, it might have seemed like an impossible fight, four summoned creatures against dozens of wolves. But the foraging master knew those wolves were as good as dead. Lin Feng charged forward, slashing with his sword. A critical hit dealt 1,385 damage, and his sword aura swept through, striking multiple targets. In an instant, 6 wolves dropped dead. The gap left by the fallen wolves was quickly filled by more. Meanwhile, the yellow turban strongmen began using their tiny slingshots to attack. Although their damage was low, their speed and sheer numbers compensated. Wolves were falling left and right. As Lin Feng casually farmed the monsters, the foraging master noticed system notifications popping up one after another. *ding. Killed a wild wolf. The captain used an enhancement item, granting teammates 375 cultivation points. Based on experience distribution, you earned 38 points, with an additional 30 points for level gap bonus. *. The foraging master was stunned. He had to reread the notification twice to fully understand it. Lin Feng had used an enhancement item to increase the base cultivation of a level 7 wild wolf from 150 to 375 points. Even though he only got 10% of that, the level gap bonus of 80% meant he earned 68 points per wolf. This was just insane. The foraging master's head was spinning. By the time this pack of wolves was cleared, their cultivation haul would be in the thousands, right? His breathing quickened. Turns out the biggest shortcut in life was having a good eye for talent, finding a strong leader, and clinging to them for dear life. He was becoming more convinced than ever that choices matter more than effort. Don't just stand there, start gathering materials. Lin Feng's voice snapped him back to reality. Looking at the wolf corpses scattered everywhere, he was in awe. The area had been cleared so quickly? The boss's efficiency was absolutely unbeatable. The wild wolves were attack-focused creatures. Lin Feng allocated most of the corpses to the yellow turban strongman with slingshots to absorb. For easier management, he gave his yellow turban strongman a new nickname, Flying General. This was a reference to Li Guang, a legendary archer and general of the Western Han Dynasty. Once the game merged with reality, Lin Feng hoped his flying generals would be as brave and skilled as Li Guang. After the 4 yellow turban strongmen finished absorbing the energy, Lin Feng began reviewing his gains. *ding. Killed a wild wolf. Used enhancement item, earned 150 by 500% cultivation. After distribution, you earned 675 points, with an additional 945 points for level gap bonus. Phew. Lin Feng exhaled deeply. Using all his cultivation to enhance the cultivation boost pill earlier had definitely been the right call. The rewards were massive. Including the level gap bonus, the cultivation points earned from these wolves were higher than when he killed the wild boar boss earlier. In just a few minutes, he'd farmed enough wolves to equal the value of dozens of bosses. What a rush! The yellow turban strongman had also seen significant improvements. Ding. Your flying general fuses with the wolf corpse, gaining 5 damage and 10 health as a temporary boost. Ding. Your flying general fuses with the wolf corpse, gaining 5 damage and 10 health as a temporary boost. Although the stats were decent, Lin Feng still felt like something was missing. He carefully read through the description of the yellow turban strongman, word by word. Life evolution: by fusing the corpses of defeated monsters, temporary stat boosts can be obtained. Humanoid monsters provide better effects, and the boosts last until the yellow turban strongman dies or the summon ends. If fused with a boss-level creature, there's a high chance the boost will become permanent. For humanoid boss-level creatures, the boost is guaranteed to be permanent. Got it. He slapped his thigh in realization. The enhancement from life evolution was a feature that came from upgrading the summoning spell. It was gained when the spell evolved from a low-tier to a mid-tier skill. And he hadn't strengthened this feature yet. Once he figured it out, he quickly stopped the yellow turban strongman from fusing. What a loss! He needed to strengthen it first. Ding! Do you want to spend 80 cultivation points to enhance the yellow turban strongman's life evolution trait? Confirm. Ding! 80 cultivation points consumed, life evolution boosted to level 1. Ding! 160 cultivation points consumed, life evolution boosted to level 2. Ding! Life evolution boosted to level 4, you've unlocked an additional evolution choice. Option 1, D-rank fusion stat boost increased by 10%. Option 2, C-rank fusion stat cap increased by 50%. Option 3, B-rank fusion speed increased by 100%. Lin Feng finally understood fusion stats had an upper limit. He had previously assumed he could grow infinitely stronger. Still, he believed that by continuing to enhance this trait, the cap could eventually be surpassed. He chose the third option and kept boosting. Ding! 1,280 cultivation points consumed, life evolution boosted to level 5. Ding! 2,560 cultivation points consumed, life evolution boosted to level 6. Ding! Life evolution boosted to level 8, you've unlocked 2 additional evolution choices. After spending over 20,000 cultivation points to get to level 8, Lin Feng sighed at how quickly his cultivation points were being drained. When it came time to choose, he didn't hesitate. Option 1, D-rank fusion stat boost increased by 20%. Option 2, S-rank fusion stats become permanent, but the boost coefficient is reduced. Option 3, B-rank fusion speed maximized. Option 4, D-rank fusion speed increased by 50%. An S-rank option was a must-pick. Permanent stats meant the yellow turban strongman's power would no longer be temporary but would truly remain. He chose options 2 and 3. Now, clearing mobs became incredibly fast. The maximized fusion speed significantly improved efficiency, allowing him to better handle the merging of the game world and reality. With the yellow turban strongman only at level 4 for summoning boosts, there was still plenty of potential to unlock. Lin Feng finally felt like he had found the right way to utilize this skill. Ding! 320 cultivation points consumed, summon yellow turban strongman boosted to level 5, stats increased by 100%. Ding! 640 cultivation points consumed, summon yellow turban strongman boosted to level 6, stats increased by another 100%. Ding! 1,280 cultivation points consumed, summon yellow turban strongman boosted to level 7, summon count increased by 1. Ding! 2,560 cultivation points consumed, summon yellow turban strongman boosted to level 8, spell upgraded to high tier. Ding! Summon yellow turban strongman boosted to level 8, you've unlocked 2 additional evolution choices. Option 1, C-rank stats increased by 200%. Option 2, D-rank summon count increased by 2. Option 3, S-rank unlock exclusive trait, idle puppet. Option 4, F-rank summon count increased by 1. Lin Feng had basically figured out the pattern. Higher ranked options were usually more practical, especially the rare S-rank ones. He hesitated briefly between option 1 and option 2 in the second set but ultimately decided to increase the summon count. After all, stats could be enhanced through fusion, and his cultivation points were running low. His current power level was sufficient for now. He couldn't wait to see how strong the S-rank exclusive trait would be. Summon Yellow Turban Strongman. Exclusive spell of Raise Sword to Azure Sky. Tier, High. Description: consumes 100 mana to summon 5 Yellow Turban Strongmen to fight until you log off or they die. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Exclusive traits asterisk. Ultimate Life Evolution, level 8 fusing defeated monster corpses slightly increases stats. Higher grade corpses yield greater boosts, and fusion speed is maximized. Battle Ready, level 4 Yellow Turban Strongman can equip gear of the same level. Equipment limit, 1, equipment can be replaced. Idle Puppet asterisk when the player is offline, summoned creatures can act freely within a designated area. Kill monsters, fuse their corpses to enhance attributes. The effect is only 1/3 when offline, cultivation points cannot be gained, and all progress is calculated once the player logs back in. This enhancement not only boosted base stats but also surprisingly upgraded the tier, evolving life from level 8 to ultimate. This means every monster corpse fused will now increase attributes. Lin Feng was stunned. These 5 summon creatures were equivalent to 5 high-level players. Their appearance didn't change, but the real boost would come once they were strengthened to level 8. The new feature, an S-tier idle puppet characteristic, made Lin Feng marvel at how overpowered it was. Even when he was offline, his Yellow Turban warriors could still kill monsters and gain attribute boosts. It was practically a cheat for offline grinding. Although it didn't grant cultivation points, it was already extremely overpowered. After upgrading his spell, his previously summoned Yellow Turban warriors were automatically recalled and needed to be resummoned. Summoning required 100 mana points, but Lin Feng only had 20, making it impossible to summon them. For other players, they'd probably sigh in frustration who could immediately level up twice to gain extra stat points or find mana-boosting equipment. But for Lin Feng, this wasn't a problem. He used his reserve free attribute points, adding 4 points to Spirit, bringing his mana to exactly 100, with 7 attribute points still left. He resummoned his Yellow Turban warriors. This time, they felt smaller and more refined in size, making them easier to control. As their strength continued to grow, Lin Feng began to intentionally control the number of summoned creatures, forming a clear training plan in his mind. He only allowed Flying General and the newly summoned, unfused Yellow Turban warriors to absorb wolf corpses. The others stayed put as backup. Ding! Your Yellow Turban warrior, Flying General, has fused with a wolf corpse, permanently increasing damage by 2 and health by 5. Ding! Your Yellow Turban warrior, Champion Marquis, has fused with a wolf corpse, permanently increasing damage by 2 and health by 5. Champion Marquis was the newly summoned Yellow Turban warrior, named after the title of Hua Tsubing, a renowned general of the Western Han Dynasty. Hua Tsubing was a contemporary of Li Guang, but his fame was even greater. Lin Feng planned to train these 2 Yellow Turban warriors to become figures as legendary as ancient generals, helping him conquer territories. Next, using his gathering expertise and excellent mob pulling techniques, he cleared out a large number of level 8 hippos and level 9 rhinos. Though they were much stronger than wolves, Lin Feng handled them easily. Thanks to triple damage, the thick-skinned hippos and high-damage rhinos posed no real threat. After several rounds of clearing, the treasure chest from the Wildcat boss was almost ready to be claimed. Lin Feng quickly strengthened it. Ding! Consumed 80 cultivation points, Wildcat boss chest enhanced to level 1, agility +1. Ding! Consumed 160 cultivation points, enhanced to level 2, agility +2. When he enhanced it to level 3, a new evolution option appeared. 1. Agility +5. 2. Add 1 extra treasure item. 3. Agility +3. This time, the options were average, so Lin Feng chose agility +5. When he reached level 8 enhancement, a surprise occurred. Ding! Wildcat boss chest enhanced to level 8, unlocking 2 additional evolution options. 1. Agility +10. 2. Add 3 extra treasure items. 3. Agility plus 8. 4. Agility increases movement speed bonus by 20%. It was the first time Lin Feng had seen such options and was momentarily stunned. After some thought, he understood. This was like an early game talent effect. A 20% movement speed bonus might not seem high, but it was quite significant. More importantly, it wasn't just a simple speed boost, it amplified the speed advantage granted by agility. If your agility was higher than others, the gap would be magnified. And this was just an A-tier option from an excellent grade chest. Higher grade chests, like Superior or S-tier, would be even stronger. Lin Feng swallowed hard, envisioning a future where he was unbelievably powerful, an unstoppable force with no weaknesses. He needed to grow stronger as fast as possible. Since further enhancement wasn't cost-effective, Lin Feng decisively opened the chest. You have opened Level 3 Wildcat Boss Chest, excellent grade, enhanced to Level 8. You received 36 agility points. You received Agile Boots. You received Trait Gem, Simplified. You received 1 tael of silver and 975 copper coins. 36 agility points. Even though Lin Feng had already calculated this beforehand, seeing the actual numbers still made him excited. These 36 agility points translated to the equivalent movement speed of over 40 attribute points. In other words, even if a player from level 0 to level 10 allocated all 20 of their attribute points to agility and killed every boss below level 10 while completing rare quests for an extra 20 attribute points, all of them added to agility, their movement speed would still barely match Lin Feng's. And even then, their damage, defense, and health wouldn't come close to Lin Feng's. There was essentially no one who could keep up with him. Speed. Not to mention, his critical damage had greatly increased due to his high agility. The dodge rate hadn't activated yet, so the exact value was still unknown. Lin Feng, full of confidence, continued forward. Suddenly, a panic shout came from the front. "Boss, this is bad. Run quickly." Lin Feng looked up and saw the Gathering Master running frantically, with a blurry black shadow chasing closely behind him. A strong monster? Without hesitation, Lin Feng rushed to meet the threat. The yellow turban warrior was slow to react, but Lin Feng dashed straight to the front line. A flash of sword light, his blade clashed with the giant's saber. -720. -600. Damage numbers floated into view. The 720 was Lin Feng's attack, indicating the enemy's defense was around 30. Lin Feng leveraged his defensive advantage to deal triple damage. But the opponent's counterattack of 600 damage was astounding. Even with his boosted defense and health from treasure chests and secret potions, Lin Feng still took such heavy damage. This monster wasn't ordinary. Quickly, he retreated several steps with the Gathering Master. The one-eyed brute stopped, turned, and disappeared. The Gathering Master let out a sigh of relief. That guy was insane. Lin Feng was stunned. His own high defense almost wasn't enough. How had this chubby guy survived? The Gathering Master awkwardly looked down and muttered, "Boss, did you notice we're missing a yellow turban warrior?" Lin Feng finally noticed the system notification. Your summoned yellow turban warrior was killed by the level 10 superior tier boss, Twin Saber Swordsman, exceeding. It will be available for resummoning in 30 minutes. The Gathering Master sheepishly explained, I took a yellow turban warrior to scout ahead and saw that one-eyed guy with the saber. I thought he was another player, but when I got closer, I realized he was a monster. One swing of his blade and the yellow turban warrior lost over 1000 HP. I got so scared I just ran. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. You've got some nerve. You actually tried to mess with a level 10 exceeding boss? The Gathering Master scratched his head. What's an exceeding boss? Stronger than a superior tier? Lin Feng shook his head. In the beginner towns, superior tier is the highest level. Anything beyond that is considered exceeding. It's tied to level 10 quests. Once completed, both players and bosses get a significant boost. The Gathering Master asked eagerly, so I can do an exceeding quest at level 10 too? Lin Feng nodded. That's why I told you to stop leveling and save your XP until the time is right. Then you can jump straight to level 10 and complete the quest. The Gathering Master looked worried. Is the quest hard? Lin Feng smirked, you can team up for it. The Gathering Master grinned from ear to ear. Then it'll be easy if you, the boss, take me alone. Lin Feng poured cold water on his enthusiasm. I can carry you through it, but you still need to tank the monsters. If you die, the quest fails. The Gathering Master thumped his chest confidently. I'll dump all my points into stamina and endurance. No boss can one-shot me then. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Deal. The Gathering Master quickly backtracked. Just kidding. If I put everything into stamina and endurance, I won't have any damage output. How would I kill anything? Lin Feng sighed. As if adding points elsewhere would let you kill anything on your own. The Gathering Master froze, finally realizing he was just riding on his boss's coattails. As long as he could stay alive and gather resources for the boss, that was enough. Why would he even consider fighting a ferocious level 9 rhino on his own? The thought of the rhino's fierce eyes and massive frame sent shivers down his spine. After this experience, the Gathering Master became much more subdued, no longer talking big about challenging level 10 monsters. The gap between level 9 and level 10 bosses was just too massive. Lin Feng pulled out the dexterity boots the boss had dropped earlier and handed them to the Gathering Master. The boots had a huge bonus to movement speed. For Lin Feng, such a single stat bonus wasn't worth much. But for the Gathering Master, who needed to kite and lead monsters, it was extremely useful. When the Gathering Master put on the boots, he felt unstoppable. His efficiency in luring monsters skyrocketed, and Lin Feng was able to farm several rounds of mobs. Finally, the effect of the XP boosting elixir wore off, and the Gathering Master's saved up experience was enough. Excitedly, he asked, Boss, should I level up to 10 now? Lin Feng nodded. Do it! 7 golden flashes later, the Gathering Master went from level 3 to level 10 in one leap. He spun around in place like a happy kid, basking in his achievement. He estimated that the highest level among players right now was probably only level 8, maybe barely scratching level 9. After all, leveling from 8 to 9 required an absurd amount of XP, and going from 9 to 10 was even harder. Regular players had to spend half a day killing a single wild boar for just 70 XP. There was no way they could compete with him. The Gathering Master, on the other hand, could casually gather resources and earn far more. Killing level 6 wolves earned him 68 XP from his 10% share, level 8 hippos gave him 100 XP, and level 9 rhinos? Those were outrageous. Base XP was 300, and with the elixir's boost, it shot up to 750 XP. His 10% share alone gave him. There are 75 points, plus an additional 90 points from defeating a level 6 monster. With a level 9 rhino, he can earn 165 training points. That's more than what other players earn teaming up to hunt wild wolves. Luckily, most players can't handle monsters above level 6 alone, so the Gathering Master had almost no obstacles drawing monsters, which allowed him to level up to 10 so quickly. Boss, should I allocate my points at a 1-to-1 ratio for constitution and endurance? The Gathering Master asked. Lin Feng replied, no, put everything into constitution. Although he didn't fully understand why, he obediently followed Lin Feng's advice. He thought, the boss is strong, so he must know something I don't. If he wants me to allocate to constitution, there's definitely a good reason for it. While he wasn't strong, he was obedient and executed instructions well. Lin Feng then instructed him to head to town to take on a quest, also revealing the location of the NPC who assigns breakthrough tasks. It turned out that the one who could fundamentally transform a player's essence was the head of the town's security forces. Lin Feng reminded, make sure to accept the hardest difficulty. The Gathering Master gave an okay gesture. Of course. If it's not hard, I'm not interested. 20 minutes later, the Gathering Master sent a message. Boss, I'm screwed. Attached was a screenshot of the breakthrough quest he had just accepted. First breakthrough. Description: this is your first breakthrough quest. challenge a powerful monster and surpass yourself. As the strongest in the town, I will reward you handsomely. Difficulty, SS tier. Quest objective, defeat a level 10 elite boss of any type. Boss, they want us to take down a level 10 boss. This is way too hard. I think we're doomed. Did I mess up? Lin Feng responded. Don't worry, just stock up on red potions. Meet at the usual spot. I'll prepare too, and we'll go after that swordmaster from earlier. Got it, boss. I'm heading over now. The gathering master's spirits lifted as he eagerly started stocking up on supplies. Asterisk, if the sky falls, the boss will handle it. My job is just to handle the logistics, asterisk. Lin Feng sank into deep thought. At their current strength, taking on a boss of this level would be extremely difficult. One small mistake could lead to disaster. They needed to boost their power. But what should he strengthen? He first glanced at the accumulated training points. Jingmeng Transfer Group 639976178. Jingmeng Transfer Group 639976178. 6 digits? Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. It seemed like using training boost elixirs and fighting above his level was the optimal way to farm points. Since he still had some reserves, he felt confident enough to begin upgrading. The biggest problem was surviving the high-level boss's damage. He decided to upgrade his gear first. Naturally, his top choice was the growth-enhancing wolf armor. Wolf armor. Grade, excellent, growth-enabled, 0/100. Type, armor. Required level, 10. Defense, +15. Endurance, +10. Absorbs 10% of damage. Unlocked features, 0. Locked features, 3. No level restriction, asterisk can be equipped regardless of level. Although this excellent grade armor had mediocre base stats, worse even than the shield Lin Feng had sold to war god Aotian, it had a massive advantage in its ability to grow and evolve. The more important aspect, though, was its 3 open slots that could absorb boss-exclusive skills and turn them into his own traits. This would be a huge power boost for Lin Feng. Plus, its no-level restriction meant he could equip it immediately. Lin Feng began upgrading its base attributes in one go. The defense and stats climbed steadily. At the 4th level of enhancement, he opted for a 5% damage absorption bonus. At the 8th level, he chose a 10% damage absorption bonus and +20 endurance. This was his second time creating a piece of 12-layer enhanced gear, so he was extra cautious with his choices. Ding! Wolf armor has been enhanced to the 12th level. You have unlocked 3 additional evolution options. Option 1, F +20 endurance. Option 2, absorbs 15% of damage. Option 3, A adds the trait, regeneration. Option 4, A auto HP recovery +1% per second. Option 5, C +30 endurance. Initially, Lin Feng planned to carefully consider which option would be most suitable. But when he saw 3 A-tier choices, he instantly relaxed. Do I even need to think? He immediately went with an all-A lineup. Stat points for fighting bosses could be farmed. Special attributes like damage absorption, auto HP recovery, and gear traits were much harder to come by. Especially the auto HP recovery, recovering 1% per second, was a game changer. Lin Feng's current HP was only 800, so that meant he'd recover 8 HP per second. Adding the 10 plus HP from the Vitality Boost potion, the recovery effect would become even more pronounced as his HP pool increased. Plus, this attribute was tied to enhanced base stats, meaning the armor would automatically improve as it evolved. This wolf armor. How powerful would it get? Even Lin Feng couldn't imagine. The upgraded Wild Wolf Battle Armor underwent a massive transformation. Wild Wolf Battle Armor, 12-fold enhancement. Grade, excellent, growth potential, 0/100. Type, equipment. Slot, armor. Required level, level 10. Defense +15, +13. Endurance +10, +33. Damage absorption 10% plus 40%. HP auto recovery plus 1%/SEC. No level restrictions. Unlocked traits 1. Unlocked traits 2. Unlocked traits 3. Regeneration restores 5 HP each time damage is taken. Base attributes doubled, making it stronger than equipment of the same grade and approaching legendary levels. Endurance skyrocketed, and the regeneration trait is extremely practical. While it may not shine against single enemies, it's a lifesaver when facing groups of monsters or players. The real kicker? There are still 3 locked traits waiting to be unlocked. The newly added regeneration doesn't even occupy any of the original trait slots. Once Lin Feng defeats a boss and absorbs its essence, this gear will possess up to 5 traits, an unprecedented achievement. The biggest improvement is in damage absorption, jumping from 10% to 50%. From now on, any damage Lin Feng takes will be halved. This gear drastically enhances his survivability to a remarkable degree. Now I should be able to hold my ground against a level 10 boss, Lin Feng muttered. Time to work on offense. He pulled out a spell manual he obtained from defeating a boss earlier. Do you want to bind it? Binding will activate its exclusive trait. Without hesitation, Lin Feng selected bind. Sword skills were incredibly rare, and he had no intention of selling this one. Sword Chi Ensnarement. Exclusive spell for Azure Sword Wielder. Level, mid-tier. Description: consumes 30 mana with a 20% chance to trigger Sword Chi Ensnarement, reducing the target's movement and attack speed by 30%. Attack range, 1 meter. Exclusive trait: when triggered consecutively, applies 50% of the effect to another nearby enemy within range. Another mid-tier spell. Lin Feng hummed a little tune, feeling euphoric. Although the skill was decent, Lin Feng's SSSSS-level talent could elevate something excellent into something insane, borderline broken. He spent over 10,000 cultivation points to enhance it to an 8-fold amplification. The enhancement brought changes similar to Sword Chi Slash, increasing the activation chance and effectiveness. By the end, the spell was completely transformed. Sword Chi Ensnarement. Exclusive spell for Azure Sword Wielder. Level, mid-tier. Description: each attack has a 70% chance to trigger Sword Chi Ensnarement, reducing the target's movement and attack speed by 60%. Attack range, 2 meters. Exclusive trait: when triggered consecutively, applies 50% of the effect to 2 additional enemies within a 3-meter range. After the 8-fold enhancement, the skill no longer consumed mana and shifted from an active to a passive state. Its activation chance and effectiveness saw a major boost. Most importantly, the attack range expanded. Even if enemies moved out of the original range, they could still be affected within 2 meters. When triggered consecutively, the range extended to 3 meters, entangling up to 2 additional enemies. Although Lin Feng had enough cultivation points to enhance more equipment, he was temporarily satisfied. He estimated that the gathering master he sent off wouldn't be back for a few more minutes, so he decided to find some entertainment. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted in the distance. Your yellow turban swordsman is under attack by a level 9 rhino boss, excellent grade. Yellow turban swordsman has been slain. Lin Feng dashed toward the scene while quickly enhancing a night vision potion on the go. Without the gathering master, being in this pitch-black wilderness was like walking blind. The enhanced night vision of the Wildcat potion. Description: grade, yellow tier potion. Description: refined from the eyes of a wildcat boss. After enhancement, it significantly improves night vision and offers a small chance to reveal invisible units. Each person can use it twice. Lin Feng marveled at its transformation. The yellow tier potion now felt nearly on par with a mystic tier item. He immediately consumed one. You consumed night vision of the Wildcat, 8-fold enhancement. Night vision improved to 50% of daytime visibility. 25% chance to detect invisible units. In an instant, the darkness around him cleared up as if he had put on night vision goggles. He could now vaguely make out the shape of the rhino boss. Satisfied, Lin Feng consumed another potion of the same type, which had been similarly enhanced. Its effects were equally impressive. You consumed night vision of the wildcat, 8-fold enhancement. Night vision improved to 50% of daytime visibility. 25% chance to detect invisible units. Suddenly, it was as if magic had been infused into Lin Feng's eyes. The darkness faded entirely. He could see the dense foliage, the swirling dust in the air, and even the mocking glint in the rhino boss's eyes. The 2 enhanced potions had effectively granted him full night vision. In other words, there was no darkness in Lin Feng's world anymore. At this moment, he was the king of the night. Clang! Lin Feng charged straight at the rhino boss, intercepting its attack on his yellow turban swordsman. Trying to take out my troops while I'm not paying attention? Not a chance. He commanded his surviving yellow turban swordsman to retreat, while he took on the rhino boss head-on. Head-to-head confrontation. Ah Huang, I'll avenge you. -690. -690. Lin Feng slashed one sword after another, pouring all his rage onto the broad back of the rhino boss. The rhino boss wasn't one to back down either, retaliating madly with its horns. -42, +21. +5. -36, +18. +5. -699. +18. You've taken damage. Wild Wolf Battle Armor, 8x amplification, growth value +1, now 1 out of 100. You've taken damage. Wild Wolf Battle Armor growth value +1, now 2 out of 100. Initially, Lin Feng planned to take down the rhino boss in one go, but seeing the notifications, he changed his mind. Currently, his defense was too high, the rhino boss's damage was pitifully low. A mere few dozen points of damage, halved by 50% absorption, left only a dozen points. With his 800 HP pool, it felt like a tickle. Moreover, with his per turn healing and auto-recovery, his HP was practically at full stability. So, he abandoned the aggressive assault and began circling around the rhino boss. Lin Feng was nothing if not practical. Encountering a monster that could barely scratch him was the perfect opportunity to farm growth points for his Wild Wolf Battle Armor. If it were players attacking him, it'd be nothing but miss after miss, no damage, and no growth. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. Lin Feng moved with agility, circling the rhino boss non-stop. The rhino boss roared angrily, attacking fiercely. 4 yellow turban warriors patrolled the perimeter of the battle zone, pacing back and forth. -34, +17. +5. +18. -38, +19. +5. +18. The growth value kept climbing. You've taken damage. Wild Wolf Battle Armor growth value +1, now 9 out of 100. You've taken damage. Wild Wolf Battle Armor growth value +1, now 10 out of 100. Lin Feng was having a blast when suddenly, he heard an excited shout. "Boss, guess what gift I brought?" He turned to look. It was the Gathering Master sprinting over, his face full of excitement. Behind him trailed a group of hippos, and at the back was one gigantic hippo that was several times their size. Lin Feng blinked, stunned. Was this the hippo boss? The Gathering Master had consumed 2 Wildcat Night Vision potions, enhancing his vision by 30%. He had only seen the yellow turban warriors and Lin Feng far away, not noticing any other monsters. Until he lured the beasts within 5 meters of Lin Feng and hid behind the yellow turban warriors, he realized something was off. "Boss, are you fighting a boss?" Lin Feng's expression remained calm. "What else would I be doing?" The Gathering Master immediately tensed up. "Oh no, I've lured so many monsters, did I just screw over the boss? I thought the boss could easily handle 1 level 8 hippo boss, 2 elite hippos, and a dozen regular hippos. I didn't realize the boss was already in the middle of a fight." He started to panic. What do we do about these 2 bosses? What do we do? Kill 1, kill 2, kill however many come. Lin Feng dropped his playful expression and swung his sword toward the hippo herd. The Gathering Master was baffled. Is the boss just showing off? He's too far away to hit anything. While he was confused, a few cyan-white sword auras appeared on the leading hippo. The hippo seemed to sink into a quagmire, its speed drastically slowing. The two hippos behind it were also affected, though to a lesser extent. The gathering master was stunned. What kind of spell is this? Remote slowdown? Lin Feng smirked slightly. Sword aura binding, it worked like a charm. He then thrust his sword fiercely at the rhino. Minus 2376. Come on, big guy. The rhino boss was frustrated. Its proud horn attacks couldn't even scratch this human. It was already growing impatient and thinking of retreating. But now, the human dared to wound it? That single sword strike took away a fifth of its HP. Roar! The rhino's eyes turned red as it charged forward, head lowered. I'll take you down. Lin Feng used his movements to group the two waves of monsters together. In an instant, he endured countless attacks. Minus 10, plus 5. Plus 5. Miss. Miss. Plus 18. Plus 5. The gathering master had assumed the boss would have a hard fight ahead. But after merging the two waves of monsters, the boss seemed even more at ease. Was the boss teaching him how to kite mobs? This damage was just absurd. The level 8 hippo boss only dealt 10 damage to the boss, half of which was absorbed. The boss passively healed 5 HP per attack. It was as though he wasn't hurt at all. A level 8 hippo couldn't even break through the boss's defense? And the boss was recovering 18 HP per second on top of that. The gathering master felt like he was about to lose it. Boss, we're fighting two bosses here, too. Can you at least pretend to take this seriously? Lin Feng had been surrounded and attacked for a while without retaliating, his expression growing impatient. These two be. OSS is just my leveling tool, it's normal for it not to fight back. What's with you little hippos? You can't even break through my defense, yet you're barking here? With a few swings of his sword, he unleashed Sword Aura Bind and Sword Aura Sweep consecutively. Instantly, damage numbers over 1,000 floated up one after another. The group of hippos that had been hopping around dropped to the ground in an instant, their bodies scattered everywhere. Lin Feng moved while commanding his two yellow turban warriors to start fusing the corpses. He decided to cultivate his yellow turban warriors with different styles. Hippos have high health and defense but mediocre damage, so they weren't suitable for flying general and champion marquis to absorb. The two yellow turban warriors, which were being trained for the defense route with health shields, were named Wall of Size and St. Cassie by Lin Feng. These were nicknames of two athletes he admired in his previous life, symbolizing resilience and defense. Ding! Your summoned yellow turban warrior, Wall of Size, fused with a hippo corpse, permanently gaining 10 health and 2 defense. Ding! Your summoned yellow turban warrior, St. Cassie, fused with a hippo corpse, permanently gaining 10 health and 2 defense. Ding! Your summoned yellow turban warrior, Flying General, fused with a hippo corpse, permanently gaining 10 health and 2 defense. A pile of hippos boosted the two yellow turban warriors by 150 health and 30 defense each. Lin Feng could almost see two indestructible tanks slowly taking shape under his command. After clearing out the regular hippos and opening up space, the two bosses stepped into the fray and attacked Lin Feng with all their might. Although his health couldn't stay maxed out forever, it dropped very slowly. More importantly, Lin Feng had achieved his goal. You took damage. Wild Wolf Armor, 8-fold amplification, growth value +1. Current progress, 100/100. Your Wild Wolf Armor has met the conditions for autonomous evolution and has been upgraded to exceptional grade. A smile curved at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Success! Wild Wolf Armor, 12-fold amplification. Grade, exceptional, growth potential, 0/1000. Type, equipment. Slot, armor. Required level, level 10. Defense +22, +20. Stamina +15, +20. Damage absorption 15%, +50%. Auto health regen plus 1.5%/second. No level restriction. Regeneration restores 10 health every time you take damage. After evolving to exceptional grade, the base stats had increased by nearly 50%, which was impressive. The traits had seen even more significant improvements. The next evolution required taking damage 1,000 times, so we'd need to find another chance to grind. At this point, the attacks from the two bosses were feeble. -14, +9, +10. Miss. Miss. +18. With the upgraded Wild Wolf armor, Linfeng had truly become an Iron Warrior. The hippo bosses were now no different from regular hippos, unable to even break through his defense. The previously menacing Rhino boss could only deal 14 damage. With 65% damage absorption, that shrank to just 5 points left. And every time Linfeng got hit, he recovered 10 health. He sighed, "You're useless now. Time to send you off." -630. -756. Under his command, Flying General and Champion Marquis also began attacking. -316. Miss. Champion Marquis even missed a hit, but it didn't matter. Linfeng went all out, and the boss's health quickly plummeted, nearing 0. Just then, a faint shadow flickered in his peripheral vision, quietly moving toward the bosses. Although the figure wasn't clear, its presence could be felt. The Harvest Master didn't notice anything at all. Linfeng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be someone using stealth? His 50% stealth detection ability was coming in handy now. He moved closer silently, trying to figure out the person's intentions. As the Rhino boss was on its last legs, the figure made a move. When she stood tall and slashed out, Linfeng finally got a clear look at her long legs and signature black leather outfit. It was Persian Cat, the strongest female assassin from his past life. She had been hiding nearby the whole time, waiting to swoop in and steal the kill. Linfeng smirked, "Steal my kill? Keep dreaming." Clang. Just as her dual blades stabbed toward the Rhino boss, Linfeng's sword flashed like a stream of light, intercepting her strike. Crack. One of her short swords shattered into pieces on the spot. That was the long-neglected sharpness trait kicking in. Sharpness can cut through weapons of lower quality. Anything below exceptional grade? All broken. Persian Cat froze, stunned that Linfeng not only saw through her stealth but also shattered her weapon. With a sharp glare, she launched herself forward, her other blade gleaming as it thrust toward him. Lin Feng was furious, never-ending. Sword energy swirled and unleashed. The Persian Cat's speed plummeted. Fear filled her eyes as a damage number floated up. -735. With a heavy thud, she collapsed, her long legs landing right in front of the hippo boss. The Persian Cat, instant kill. Immediately after, Sword Chi Surge activated. -2170. The Rhino boss's health bar instantly dropped to 0, its massive body tilting and falling atop the Persian Cat's corpse. The hippo boss's eyes darted around in panic, attempting to flee. Linfeng was not about to let it get away. 2 consecutive sword strikes triggered another burst of swirling sword energy. The hippo boss looked utterly hopeless, frozen in place. Linfeng calmly approached, delivering a light yet decisive stab. 1872 damage. The hippo boss fell. Commanding the Yellow Turban warriors to merge with each boss's corpse, the collection master automatically began harvesting the remains of the monsters. Meanwhile, Linfeng tallied the spoils from both boss battles. Ding! Your team has slain an 8th level hippo boss, elite rank, earning 1,900 cultivation points and an additional 3,040 overlevel experience points. Ding! First kill of the hippo boss. You have earned 3 free attribute points. Ding! Your team has slain a 9th level rhino boss, elite rank, earning 2,850 cultivation points and an additional 5,130 overlevel experience points. Ding! First kill of the rhino boss. You have earned 3 free attribute points. Would you like to make the team's achievements public? Before Lin Feng could respond, the collection master excitedly shouted, "Boss, I also got the first kill rewards?" Lin Feng nodded. "You're part of the team, aren't you?" The collection master was overjoyed. These 6 free attribute points equated to the upgrade boost of 3 levels for an average player. Having contributed nothing to the fight but still reaping such massive rewards simply by tagging along with the boss, he couldn't stop grinning. Seeing his excitement, Lin Feng decided against publicizing the achievements. The kid was too easily overwhelmed. If their feats were announced on the World Channel, and the collection master got too carried away, trouble might follow. For safety's sake, it was better to keep things low-key. At the wild boar zone outside the city, Chivalrous Unmatched was leading his team and grinding monsters when a string of system announcements suddenly appeared. Ding! Player, Anonymous, and their team achieved the first kill of the 8th level Hippo boss, earning 3 free attribute points. Ding! Player, Anonymous, and their team achieved the first kill of the 8th level Hippo boss, earning 3 free attribute points. Ding! Player, Anonymous, and their team achieved the first kill of the 8th level Hippo boss, earning 3 free attribute points. Ding! Player, Anonymous, and their team achieved the first kill of the 9th level Rhino boss, earning 3 free attribute points. Ding! Player, Anonymous, and their team achieved the first kill of the 9th level Rhino boss, earning 3 free attribute points. Ding! Player, Anonymous, and their team achieved the first kill of the 9th level Rhino boss, earning 3 free attribute points. Chivalrous Unmatched froze. Why is the system spamming the same message 6 times? So annoying. His younger brother and teammate, Chivalrous Envoy, corrected him, "Big bro, you misread it. It's actually 2 different messages repeated 3 times each, making it look like 6. Taking a closer look, Chivalrous Unmatched exclaimed, "Whoa! They took down 2 bosses back to back." Chivalrous Envoy quickly added, "Big bro, Anonymous just means the player chose not to reveal their name. It doesn't mean that's their actual name." Deep down, he had a hunch that these 2 announcements were from the same team. And as for that anonymous player, he likely knew who it was after all. One particular powerhouse had loomed over them like a nightmare, impossible to ignore. Elsewhere, in the level 9 Snow Leopard zone, Eastern Emperor's sword unleashed a flash of golden light with a critical strike, slicing a leaping snow leopard cleanly in 2. Instant kill. As golden light enveloped him, he laughed, "Over-level grinding for cultivation points? Not bad at all. Finally hit level 9. Next stop, the level 7 Wild Wolf boss." Although Lin Feng had stolen his past life's talents from the mysterious elder, Eastern Emperor's sword had acquired an S-rank swordsmanship talent elsewhere. This talent doubled the power of his sword techniques while having the cost of cultivation and resources. With it, his leveling speed far outpaced regular players and was on par with the core players of major guilds. Confident in his abilities, he was certain that his talent would eventually take him to the game's summit. Aside from Sword ruling the azure sky, a god-tier player who shattered all conventions, he was determined to catch up to anyone. Just as his grin widened, the system announcement stopped him in his tracks. First kills of the 8th level Hippo boss and 9th level Rhino boss? Who in the starting town is that strong? He immediately ruled out the possibility of the anonymous player being part of a guild team. After all, no guild would keep their first kills anonymous. Only a god-tier player like Sword ruling the azure sky, who couldn't care less about fame, would choose to remain unnamed. With that thought, his eyes burned with determination, and he resumed his rapid strikes against the snow leopards. The titans of the game were still ahead, and he couldn't afford to slack off. At the respawn point in the starting town, a flash of white light revealed the Persian cat as she slowly walked out. Her figure remained as striking as ever, but her once confident stride had vanished. She walked with a heaviness, her eyes filled with loss. A few players nearby noticed her and exclaimed, "The Black Widow got killed too?" With her strength, who could have pushed her to this point? Did she try to solo going after high-level bosses? Doesn't make sense. I heard she has stealth skills. If she can't beat it, she should at least be able to escape. Looks like she ran into a super tough boss. Poor thing. Normally, Persian Cat would have lost her temper hearing remarks like this. But right now, she was just a wounded and vulnerable girl. She couldn't wrap her head around it. How could there be such a huge gap between players? Was she just that bad? Ding! Player, Anonymous, S team has slain the level 8 hippo boss for the first time and earned 3 free attribute points. The system announcement snapped her out of her thoughts. When she saw the name Anonymous, she actually chuckled. Taking down 2 high-level bosses back-to-back, losing to someone like that wasn't something to feel too bad about. But then she noticed her empty hands, and her face fell. Beep beep beep. Lin Feng's system alert sounded in his mind. He saw a friend request from Persian Cat. When he responded, he just sent a question mark. Persian Cat, you jerk. Why did you kill me? Sword wielder, you were stealing my boss, why wouldn't I kill you? Persian Cat, I was just testing the boss's defense. You didn't have to kill me outright. She knew she was in the wrong, so her tone softened. Lin Feng didn't reply. Persian Cat sent another message. Persian Cat, can you at least give me back the weapon I dropped? Only then did Lin Feng notice the faint green short sword lying next to Persian Cat's corpse. If she hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have even looked at it. He picked it up and checked its attributes. It was decent. Grace of the Cat. Grade, exceptional. Type, equipment. Slot, main hand. Level requirement, level 5. Damage plus 20. Agility plus 15. Attack speed plus 25%. 5% chance to bypass defense. Stealth kill, consumes 20 mana to turn invisible for 3 minutes, increasing damage by 20% per minute. No wonder she rushed out to try and steal the boss. She lost only one of her 2 weapons. It turned out to be an exceptional weapon of the same grade as Lin Feng's, with impressive stats. Although it had only one special feature, it was incredibly practical. Clearly, she had hoped to use stealth kill to land the final blow on the boss. With anyone else, her plan would have worked. High damage and stealth, who could stop that? Unfortunately for her, she ran into Lin Feng. Not only did she fail to snatch the boss, but she also died and lost her primary weapon. There was no way Lin Feng was giving it back. Sword wielder, 30 gold. Persian Cat, you're shameless. That's my weapon. Sword wielder, 40 gold. Persian Cat, can't you lower the price a little? I don't have that much. Sword wielder, 50 gold. I'll accept premium currency. Persian Cat, you're ruthless. Fine, I'll go scrape together the money. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking, you think you can mess with me? After settling the deal, it was time to loot the boss drops. He had already collected the gear and began sorting through it carefully. What Lin Feng cared about most were the 2 boss treasure chests. Level 8 Hippo Boss Treasure Chest, excellent grade. Type, treasure chest. Exclusive to Sword Wielder, invisible and inaccessible to others. Effect, grants 4 constitution points upon opening. Time remaining, 30 minutes. Level 9 Rhino Boss Treasure Chest, excellent grade. Type, treasure chest. Exclusive to Sword Wielder, invisible and inaccessible to others. Effect, grants 5 strength points upon opening. Time remaining, 30 minutes. No hesitation, it was time to open both enhanced treasure chests. You have opened the Level 8 Hippo Boss Treasure Chest, excellent grade, enhanced X8. Received plus 44 constitution. Received plus 1% HP auto recovery per second. Received, Tenacious War Drum. Received 3 silver and 112 copper coins. The attributes were just as powerful as expected. Among the 8 enhancements, he immediately chose the HP auto recovery. With these upgrades, Lin Feng's HP recovery rate had reached 2.5% per second, plus 10 HP per second, and an additional 10 HP restored every time he was attacked. Even tank builds were no match for him now. The equipment drop, though only 1 piece, was incredibly useful. Tenacious War Drum. Grade, excellent. Type, offhand equipment. Level requirement, level 8. Defense plus 10, Constitution plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 5. Skill, Inspire, consumes 20 mana to increase the entire team's Constitution and Endurance by 50% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Lin Feng immediately thought of someone who could use it. Here, take this and help cover me. His gathering specialist's eyes lit up. Finally, I can do something useful for the boss. With me drumming, no one can touch you. Next, he opened the Rhino boss chest, and the rewards were just as exciting. You have opened the level 9 Rhino boss treasure chest, excellent grade, enhanced X. 8-fold amplification. Strength increased by 60 points. Acquired explosive warhammer. Acquired tolerance backpack. Acquired 5 taels of silver and 372 copper coins. Although there weren't any special attribute bonuses, the base stats were much stronger. Strength also came with a critical hit rate bonus, increasing it by 30%. With the same strength, Lin Feng's critical hit rate was 30% higher than others, giving him an advantage that would only grow more apparent over time. The Tolerance Backpack had an interesting name but was incredibly practical. Tolerance Backpack. Grade, Excellent. Type, Special Support. Required level, 10. Constitution plus 10. Inventory slots increased by 200%. This excellent gear didn't have any extra traits, but its capacity was tripled. Lin Feng casually handed it to the Gathering Master, who was grinning ear to ear with excitement. As Lin Feng grew stronger, his monster farming speed increased. Despite his gathering speed being several times faster than ordinary players, his backpack space had always been an issue. After gathering from just one wave of monsters, his backpack was already packed to the brim, forcing him to prepare to head back to town to unload everything. Unexpectedly, the boss gave him something this amazing. It was truly impressive. Ready? Lin Feng felt he was in great shape and prepared to challenge his first transcendent level 10 boss. The Gathering Master looked up, eyes gleaming with a peculiar expression. Boss, I managed to snag another recipe. Lin Feng suddenly thought his naming choice wasn't quite right. Why was it always recipes? He should have named him Recipe Master instead. He took a look at it, another recipe to increase Constitution points, similar to the one previously gathered from the wild boar boss. However, this one was a mystic grade recipe and could only craft 2 pills. Go ahead and craft it. Lin Feng handed the recipe back to the Gathering Master. After organizing the rhino materials, he began crafting. Moments later, 2 pills were handed over. Unyielding Vitality. Grade, Mystic Grade Elixir. Description: crafted using hippo hearts and rhino hides, it slightly increases Constitution and has a very slim chance to trigger a life regeneration effect. Usable once per person. Lin Feng didn't care about terms like slight or very slim chance. An enhancement is an enhancement. On the contrary, this elixir was perfect for the Gathering Master. Go ahead and take it. The Gathering Master was shocked. Boss, can I really take a mystic grade elixir? Lin Feng understood that without an explanation, this simple-minded guy wouldn't dare. He briefly explained that the higher the Constitution before transcending level 10, the greater the benefits afterward. I still need you to help me lure monsters. How can you not grow stronger? The Gathering Master was so moved that he choked up. Boss, I won't let you down. Lin Feng thought for a moment, was there anything else he could enhance? His skills were already at 8-fold, and he didn't have many pieces of equipment. His wolf armor was already at 12-fold, but his exceptional grade divine sword was only at 4-fold, not quite sufficient. Ding! Consumed 1,280 cultivation points, rapid explosive sword enhanced to 5-fold. Damage plus 20. Ding! Consumed 2,560 cultivation points, rapid explosive sword enhanced to 6-fold. Damage plus 20. Ding! Consumed 5,120 cultivation points, rapid explosive sword enhanced to 7-fold. Critical hit rate plus 5%. Ding! Consumed 10,240 cultivation points, rapid explosive sword enhanced to 8-fold. Critical hit rate plus 5%. Enhancing an exceptional grade piece of equipment required a frightening amount of cultivation points. Lin Feng felt a bit regretful. Reaching 12-fold in the short term was unrealistic. He could only see what effects 8-fold would bring for now. Ding! Rapid Explosive Sword enhanced to 8-fold amplification, you gain 2 additional evolution choices. Option 1, C-grade damage plus 50. Option 2, D-grade agility plus 20. Option 3, B-grade critical hit rate plus 10%. Option 4, C-grade critical hit rate plus 5%. The options weren't particularly unique, so Lin Feng chose 1 and 3. Starting from 6-fold, damage bonuses no longer increased, and the critical hit rate became a fixed value. This indicated that the weapon's enhancement potential was nearing its limit. However, its attributes were already strong enough. Rapid Explosive Sword, enhanced to 8-fold. Type, weapon. Quality, exceptional. Required level, 5. Damage, plus 30, plus 70. Strength, plus 15, plus 35. Agility, plus 15. Critical hit rate, plus 30%. Special effects. Sharpness, can cut through weapons of lower quality. Pierce, ignores defense and deals an additional 30 true damage. Simplified, lowers required level by 5. Finally complete. Lin Feng checked his character panel. Character * sword-wielding Azure Sky. Level * 0, requires 1 portion of Grand Dao Origin to level up. Talent * Chaos Extremity. Skills * Summon Warrior, enhanced to 8-fold, Sword Aura Sweep, enhanced to 8-fold, Sword Aura Bind, enhanced to 8-fold. Attributes * Strength 136, plus 35, Constitution 60, Endurance 18, plus 35, Agility 37, plus 15, Spiritual Power 5. Free attribute points * 7. Damage value * 430. Health * 3000. Mana, 100. Defense, 110. Critical rate, 39.75%. Critical damage, 520%. Luck, 1. Wealth, 11 silver coins and 689 copper coins. Upgrade path source requirement, 1 silver coin. Equipment, Wild Wolf Battle Armor, 12x amplification, Swift Burst Sword, 8x amplification. Combat Power, 1922. Didn't even notice my total stats exceeded 200 points. Back in reality, this feels like a complete transformation. My combat power skyrocketed from just over 400 to almost 2000. Thinking back to when I was a complete noob, this feels like a dream. Before the battle, Lin Feng curiously asked, "How was that potion earlier?" The Gathering Master, panting, replied, "It boosted my constitution by 8 points and added a 10 HP auto-heal per second." Lin Feng chuckled, "I'm not even a tenth as strong as you and you're already dreaming of being invincible?" The Gathering Master smacked his head, "Almost forgot to allocate my free points." He looked down to allocate points, but when he looked up again, his face was frozen in disbelief. "I wanted to max out Constitution, but the system says there's a limit on single stat points. I have 2 left over I can't use." "What's that about?" Lin Feng was surprised. "You hit the cap already?" Turns out the single stat point limit for other players is pretty strict. The system is saying points from leveling up can go anywhere, but bonus points have a cap for each stat. Looks like the max you can add to a single stat is 15 points. Put the leftover 2 into agility or endurance. The Gathering Master looked a bit confused. He didn't fully understand, but he trusted Lin Feng. After allocating his points, he couldn't help but complain, "This system is so stingy. The limit's way too low." Lin Feng smirked internally, "You don't even know what you're doing and still act like you're better than others. The truth is, regular players can't even dream of having this many points. First kills on bosses are ridiculously hard, and rare potions only drop from bosses or crazy luck. These items sell for a fortune, most broke players wouldn't dare use them on themselves. Without Lin Feng to rely on, the Gathering Master wouldn't even have the luxury to complain." Lin Feng glanced at the task details he shared. First, overcome. Difficulty, SS rank. Objective, defeat any level 10 elite boss. Requirements, max of 3 players in the party. Kill condition, deal at least 10% damage or land the last hit. This is a tall order. Even if the Gathering Master went all out, he wouldn't be able to deal 1% damage since he can't even break the boss's defense. How to boost his damage? Lin Feng rummaged through his inventory and found the answer. Explosive Warhammer. Weapon, excellent quality, level 10 required, damage plus 30, strength plus 20. 5% chance to ignore defense. Skill, heavy strike, 60% chance to deal double damage. Armor break, ignores defense and deals an extra 50 true damage. This weapon's damage is insane. Its focus on raw stats is exactly what Lin Feng needed. It's practically tailor-made for the Gathering Master. With this, even if the boss goes berserk, the Gathering Master can still deal significant damage. Lin Feng sent a trade request. When the Gathering Master saw the weapon, he was stunned. Holy crap, this weapon's OP. Boss, you're giving me this god-tier item? If you keep being this good to me, I might just offer myself to you. Shut up. Lin Feng scolded while laughing. I'm just lending it to you for the mission. Return it after. The Gathering Master finally relaxed. Honestly, the weapon was so good it scared him. Borrowing it felt safer than owning it. Now armed with 2 excellent pieces of gear, he was itching to get started. Should I go pull some mobs? Lin Feng shook his head. I'll do it. With your stats, I'm afraid you'll get one shot. The Gathering Master puffed up his chest. I'm this strong now, no way I'll get one shot. But seeing Lin Feng's serious expression, he wisely shut up, thinking, boss knows best, I'll just listen. Lin Feng took a deep breath and moved forward with Flying General at his side. The Gathering Master trailed a few steps behind, keeping close. Ahead, in the sparse forest, Lin Feng spotted the boss resting against a tree with its eyes closed. Flying General, fire! Lin Feng commanded. The yellow turban fighter pulled back his slingshot. -90. The small damage was enough to enrage the blade wielder boss. The boss moved at lightning speed, closing the distance to Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng quickly commanded Flying General to retreat while he stepped up to face the boss head-on. -1200. -306, +153. +10. +75. The power boost was evident. One slash took a huge chunk out of the boss's health bar. Though Lin Feng took over 300 damage, his Wild Wolf battle armor halved it, and his auto-heal restored over 80 HP. The actual damage was less than 80 points. Lin Feng felt a glimmer of hope. This might actually work. But then, the boss's eyes turned icy after getting hit. Its figure blurred and vanished. Lin Feng immediately went on high alert, shouting, "Fatty, watch out." Before the words fully left his mouth, the Gathering Master's health bar plummeted. Lin Feng turned to see the boss standing before the Gathering Master, its blade slicing through him. -720. The Gathering Master. Scared out of his wits. Even though he didn't have high defense gear, his full constitution stat plus 15 extra attribute points made him think he could tank the boss long enough for Lin Feng to deal some damage. What he didn't expect was how ferocious the Blade Master would be. And that was just normal damage. If it crit, wouldn't it one-shot him? Sure enough, the blade flashed again. Luckily, under Lin Feng's command, Saint Cassie blocked one strike. After devouring countless hippos and the hippo boss, Saint Cassie's defense far exceeded that of the Gathering Master. But this time, the Blade Master landed a critical hit, and Saint Cassie was killed on the spot. Lin Feng was furious. "You think you can mess with me? You think I can't deal with you?" He steadied himself, focused, and triggered the 50% reveal effect, catching sight of a blurry figure. Swish! Swish! He sped up his attacks and slashed twice. One of the strikes carried a swirling sword aura, and the Blade Master froze in place. Lin Feng seized the opportunity. minus 1235, minus 1410, minus 7332. Normal damage, true damage, and a critical hit all stacked together, delivering nearly 10,000 points of damage straight to the Blade Master. The Blade Master's face turned pale, racked with pain. He struggled to activate stealth and escape, but Lin Feng saw through him again, raining down more devastating damage. The Gathering Master narrowly avoided death and hid under the protection of two yellow turban warriors. He knew he absolutely couldn't die in this fight. Suddenly, the sound of drums echoed. The Gathering Master quickly activated the special skill from his gear. Instantly, he and the two yellow turban warriors gained a 50% boost to constitution and endurance. Lin Feng's health jumped from 3,000 to 4,500 points, and his defense increased significantly. At this moment, Lin Feng's relentless attacks left the Blade Master boss tightly bound by sword aura. With a 70% trigger rate, Lin Feng easily saw through the boss's stealth twice in a row, leaving it utterly immobilized. Not only Lin Feng, but the yellow turban warriors also joined in the assault. When the boss's eyes turned red and its body began to sway, Lin Feng signaled the Gathering Master to step up. The Gathering Master raised his warhammer and smashed it down hard. Take this. Minus 52. The Blade Master boss didn't even flinch, a mocking glint in its eyes. The Gathering Master's face turned red with embarrassment. The warhammer was something the boss had lent him, boasting 70 attack power, yet it couldn't even break through the boss's defense. Lin Feng shouted, "What are you standing around for? Keep going." He didn't dare go all out himself, afraid he might accidentally kill the boss and fail the mission. The mission clearly stated that the final blow had to come from the Gathering Master. Fortunately, the warhammer's double damage and defense-piercing effects kicked in. Two high-damage strikes landed back-to-back. Minus 244. Minus 238. The Blade Master boss finally closed its eyes, dying with a look of resentment. Lin Feng felt a twinge of relief. If I'd attacked again, the mission would have been a bust. The Gathering Master wiped the sweat off his brow. With the boss backing him up, he'd managed to complete the mission. Without Lin Feng's help, he would have been obliterated. Only now did he realize just how difficult this SS-ranked mission truly was. After the boss's death, the rewards left both of them ecstatic. Ding! Players sword-wielding Azure Sky and Gathering Master have completed the server's first kill of a Beyond boss, earning 10 free attribute points. Ding! Players sword-wielding Azure Sky and Gathering Master have completed the server's first kill of the level 10 Blade Master boss, earning 5 free attribute points. The system announcement broadcast their incredible feat, sparking a wave of shock among players. Did I just read that right? A level 10 boss? Can someone tell me how hard a level 10 boss is? We can't even beat a level 5 boss without wiping our whole team. Of course, it's sword-wielding Azure Sky. It feels like every boss in the server belongs to him. Don't forget, there were a few bosses taken down by an anonymous player too. I'm starting to suspect that anonymous player is also sword-wielding Azure Sky. Gah, that's totally possible. Just thinking about it gives me chills. On the Sakura server, a party was battling the Hippo boss, their faces filled with disbelief. A player clad in ninja garb, wielding a long blade, seethed with anger. Baka! How could someone else beat the Beyond boss before us? That glory should have belonged to Sakura Nation. Hurry up and level up. On the America server, in a newbie town, a group of players was chatting animatedly in the tavern. George, what kind of loot did you get after taking down the level 8 boss? Nothing special, just some regular stuff. I'm more excited about what the level 9 boss might drop. I heard King Arthur's team is planning to challenge the level 9 boss? Suddenly, the server-wide announcement went off. The tavern fell silent, everyone's faces darkening. The player who had just been bragging about killing a boss stood up and walked straight out of town toward a high-level monster zone. Across different servers, the names of 2 players were etched into the memories of the top-tier players. Words. Swordmaster Azure Sky and Gathering Master, from the Huaxia server. Only a few truly understood the significance of achieving a first kill on a level 10 boss, leaving them deeply shaken and eager to befriend the duo. Most players were simply stunned by the feat itself. Even top-tier players, respected in their own servers, realized the gap between themselves and the duo. There were people stronger than them. Many players who were about to log off gritted their teeth and decided to stay online, continuing to grind levels. Huaxia server, Green River City, Wild Wolf Zone. The war god Aotian's party had just taken down a level 7 Wild Wolf boss and was resting. Everyone praised Aotian for his incredible resilience during the boss fight. "With our setup, we're definitely among the best in Green River City," said War God Blade, the party leader, as he outlined their next goal. "Next, we're going after the level 8 Hippo boss. Are we confident?" The team shouted in unison, "Yes." Just then, a system notification rang out. Ding! Players Swordmaster Azure Sky and Gathering Master's team has completed a. War God Blade froze, his expression stiff. He went silent for a long moment. "We're still planning to tackle an 8-level boss, and they've already taken down a level 10. The gap is unreal." Aotian gave a wry smile. "Don't even compare us to Swordmaster. That guy's a total monster." War God Blade suddenly had an idea. "Aotian, you've traded with Swordmaster before, right? Reach out and see what's going on. I have a feeling the rewards for this level 10 boss are insane." "This transcendence thing seems like a big deal," War God Aotian nodded. "Swordmaster is a pretty reasonable guy. I'll give it a shot," he said, immediately sending a telepathic message. "Congrats, big bro." Lin Feng replied. "By the way, what does this transcendence boss mean? I'm super curious and mind sharing some insight?" War God Aotian waited, but Swordmaster's response was brief: "You'll understand when the system announcement is out." The team exchanged bewildered looks, wondering what the announcement would reveal. Boss. Mission complete. This is incredible. Gathering Master shouted excitedly. Hold up. Lin Feng stopped him. Don't get carried away. Gathering Master's eyes widened. Boss, this is 15 free attribute points. Once I allocate them, I'll be so much stronger. Lin Feng's expression remained calm. This is just the beginning. Fine. Let me allocate them and submit the mission. Gathering Master poured all 15 points into endurance, thinking his defense wasn't strong enough. He wanted to ensure he could take at least one hit for his boss. Then, he submitted the mission. The next moment, he froze. War God Aotian, meanwhile, finally saw the system announcement. Player Gathering Master has become the first player across all servers to achieve a transcendence, receiving a 150% increase in primary attribute points and a 100% increase in secondary attribute points. Player Gathering Master is the first across all servers to complete an SS-level transcendence mission, earning an S-tier talent. War God Aotian's mind went blank, his eyes glued to the announcement. A 150% boost to primary attributes? He glanced at his own stats, 33 points in Constitution. If it increased by 150%, his HP wouldn't just be high, it'd be monstrous. This reward is insane. I need this. His heart raced as he frantically pressed the communication button. Big bro, how do you complete a transcendence mission? He asked urgently. He figured Gathering Master was just Swordmaster's support player, his name alone screamed life skills main, a far cry from the god-tier prowess of Swordmaster Azure Sky. To uncover the truth, he had to ask Swordmaster himself. By now, players across all servers were going wild, desperately trying to figure out what a transcendence was and how to complete it. The rewards were simply too tempting. While rewards like those for completing an SSS-level mission were likely unattainable for most, the S-tier talent alone was enough to drive anyone mad with desire. After all, the Transcendence mission was open to everyone, just like boss fights. If others could earn such incredible rewards, everyone at least wanted to understand how. Gathering Master looked up stiffly, his face full of shock and disbelief. Boss, this reward is way too over the top. Lin Feng gave a faint smile. Not at all. This is just the beginning. Every 10 levels, there's another transcendence opportunity. The harder the mission, the more attribute points you'll receive. Since you're the first to complete one, and it's S tier, the rewards are extra generous. Anyone completing it later won't be as lucky. Gathering Master finally understood why Lin Feng had pushed him to allocate his points strategically. It was all for this reward. He stared at his stats screen repeatedly, unable to contain a goofy grin. Finally, he boasted, "Boss, guess how high my stats are now?" Lin Feng shook his head. Gathering Master puffed out his chest. Constitution, 66 points. Endurance, 34 points. He waited eagerly for Lin Feng to be shocked. Instead, Lin Feng simply nodded. With the boost, you're finally decent. Gathering Master froze. Big bro, you're not surprised? Lin Feng was actually the one taken aback. This is nothing. I'm still way ahead. The Gatherer Master immediately admired him. Big bro is big bro after all. I'm impressed. Looking at his health points of over 3,000 and a defense stat of more than 60, he felt a surge of confidence. Big bro, shall we go grind some monsters next? Now you can trust me to lure the mobs, right? Lin Feng stopped him. Hold on, no rush. There will be plenty of mobs to kill soon enough. Having just finished off the boss, it was time to tally up the loot. Ding! Your team has successfully defeated the level 10 Wandering Swordsman boss, Excellence grade, with one surpassing challenge. Based on the experience distribution, you gain Jingming Relay Group 639976178 Jingming Relay Group 639976178 cultivation points. Due to surpassing the challenge level, you received an additional Jingming Relay Group 639976178 Jingming Relay Group 639976178 cultivation points as bonus experience. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Was this an error? A single boss gave more cultivation points than grinding multiple waves of mobs? After crunching the numbers, it started to make sense. Level 10 normal mobs gave 500 cultivation points. An excellence grade boss gave 5,000 points. A superior grade boss multiplied that by 10, equating to Jingming Relay Group 639976178 Jingming Relay Group 639976178 points. Add a surpassing challenge bonus, and it doubled to 100,000 points. With Lin Feng receiving 95% of the share, it totaled to Jingming Relay Group 639976178 Jingming Relay Group 639976178 points. And surpassing level battles added a regular 20% bonus with an extra 100% for the surpassing challenge. So the proper way to level up is by farming bosses. Lin Feng regretted not using more cultivation enhancing pills earlier. Otherwise, his cultivation points would have skyrocketed. Now with an abundance of cultivation points, he began considering enhancing an item. Dungeon entry ticket. Level 5 to 10. Usage restriction, level 10 and below, inclusive. Number of uses, 1. This dungeon ticket could randomly open a dungeon ranging from level 10 to 15, with the first run locked into hard difficulty. Subsequent runs allowed free difficulty selection. Lin Feng had held on to it all this time because it was the only treasure he had gained from the Eastern Emperor's sword. But now that even the strongest level 10 boss was no challenge for him, it was the perfect opportunity to use the ticket. Ding! You consumed 160 cultivation points, enhancing dungeon entry ticket by 1 level. The first enhancement alone required 160 cultivation points, indicating the item was more valuable than Lin Feng had initially thought. Previously, only superior grade boss chests demanded that much cultivation. The greater the cost, the better the effect. He enhanced it repeatedly. Ding! Dungeon entry ticket has been enhanced to level 4. You've gained an additional evolution option. The choices were, increase usage count, double the difficulty for 50% increased rewards, or fix monster levels at +5. Most players would opt for fixed levels, as it made challenges easier. But Lin Feng, always up for a challenge, selected the difficulty increase instead. After spending a significant amount of cultivation points, he managed to enhance the ticket to level 8. Ding! Dungeon entry ticket has been enhanced to level 8. You've gained 2 additional evolution options. The new options included: increase usage count by 3, boost difficulty by 200% for an additional 10% rewards, fix monster levels at plus 10, or set the dungeon's minimum difficulty to hard. In the Eternal World, dungeon difficulties ranged from normal to adventure, hard, hell, and nightmare. Players could only start from normal and progress to higher difficulties by clearing the current one. Skipping directly to hard difficulty might elicit complaints from other players, but for Lin Feng, it was exactly what he wanted: efficient and time-saving. Since hard difficulty monsters would naturally be level 10 or above, he chose the 200% difficulty boost and the hard minimum difficulty options. He wanted to enhance further, but the cultivation points required for level 9 were astronomical, so he had to stop. The ticket was now locked at level 8, with the following specifications. Level range, 10 to 15. Usage restriction, level 15 and below. Number of uses, 3. First run locked to hard difficulty, subsequent runs freely selectable. The dungeon difficulty was now boosted by 300%, unlocking a random, no survivors difficulty tier. This tier only became available after clearing nightmare difficulty and didn't consume any ticket uses. Monster levels ranged from 10 to 15, and the usage restrictions became more flexible. On top of that, a difficulty level beyond nightmare was added. Lin Feng speculated that even if other players had a similar dungeon ticket, they wouldn't dare attempt it lightly. After all, very few players could clear a nightmare level dungeon. Nightmare difficulty already shattered level and map restrictions and offered insanely good rewards. So what treasures could no survivors difficulty possibly drop? Detected that wild wolf armor can absorb the trait invisibility. Would you like to absorb it? Detected that wild wolf armor can absorb the trait flash step. Would you like to absorb it? Please choose one of the 2 traits. If no choice is made within 30 seconds, it will be forfeited. A sudden system notification interrupted Lin Feng's train of thought. The wild wolf battle armor's absorption feature was activated? Of course, he had to absorb it. Invisibility and blink were both powerful skills, just showcased by the twin-blade swordsman. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. While invisibility was strong, it had counters in the form of certain skills and items. Lin Feng wasn't a fragile assassin, so he wasn't worried about being targeted even without invisibility. He valued mobility and agility more. After all, the best defense is a good offense. Choose blink. The wild wolf battle armor radiated with brilliance as blink was absorbed. Blink consumes 50 mana to instantly teleport to a designated location within 5 meters, cooldown 1 minute. While not incredibly overpowered, it could be enhanced later. Next, he began preparing to dive into a dungeon. Lin Feng took out his last 2 cultivation enhancement pills. He decided to enhance one first before charging in. With the accumulated cultivation points, Lin Feng leveled up directly to the 12th tier of enhancement. For the choices at the 4th and 8th tiers, he had previously prioritized extending duration and increasing the cultivation amplification ratio. Ding! The cultivation enhancement pill has been upgraded to the 12th tier. You have received 3 extra evolution options. Option 1, D plus 200% cultivation gain from monster kills. Option 2, D plus 120 minutes duration. Option 3, C plus 300% cultivation gain from monster kills. Option 4, S solidify the pill into an item, allowing permanent use with optional activation by spending money to recharge. Option 5, 80% cultivation bonus shared with team members. What the? Lin Feng froze in disbelief. The cultivation enhancement pill had basically gained sentience? It could now transform into an item? He liked this development, though. Without hesitation, he chose options 3, 4, and 5. He was eager to see what this item could do. Cultivation Orb. Grade, Special Item. Bound to, soaring sword green abyss, non-tradable. Description: on the path of cultivation, I walk with you. Attributes: when activated, the user gains plus 1000% cultivation from monster kills. Teammates receive an 80% bonus. Remaining time, 180 minutes. Lin Feng exhaled slowly. This item was incredible. Not only could it massively boost cultivation gains, but its flexibility in usage was also impressive. His teammates were about to become highly sought after. He couldn't wait to start the dungeon, activate the cultivation orb, and grind hard. The chest from the level 10 overpowered boss hadn't been upgraded yet. Exceptional grade chests consumed a lot of cultivation points, and only with the cultivation orb could he hope to strengthen it further. Just as he was about to summon the Gathering Master, the screen was suddenly flooded with a system announcement. Due to a player prematurely triggering update conditions, a maintenance update will now commence. After the update, the recharge system, system shop, and treasure pavilion will be opened. Level and power rankings will be introduced. The Huaxia server will enjoy a 5% discount on recharges and a 50% reduction in treasure pavilion transaction fees for the next 3 days. All time-limited items and quests will be temporarily frozen and reactivated after the update. The server will shut down in 30 minutes, please move to a safe zone. Maintenance is estimated to take 6 to 8 hours. Please log back in after the update. The announcement sent players into a frenzy. What kind of insane update is this? So much at once. Was it those two pros who killed the overpowered boss and triggered it? Huaxia server is awesome, and so are the pros. The recharge system is finally here. My time has come. Wealthy players were gearing up, while top-tier gamers were eager to see where they'd rank on the new leaderboards. I wonder what rank I'll get. The Gathering Master was practically in tears. I've been playing games for so many years, and now I've actually influenced the game's development. Dad, are you seeing this? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. If your dad saw this, he'd probably beat you senseless. The Gathering Master chuckled sheepishly. Boss, let me have my moment. This is all thanks to you. I just couldn't control my excitement. Since the chest was frozen, Lin Feng didn't dwell on it. He picked up the rest of the loot and started heading back to town with the Gathering Master. On the way, he left the remaining 3 yellow turban warriors in the level 8 hippo zone. He had a bold theory he wanted to test after the update. Back in town, the Gathering Master seemed uneasy. Boss, this sudden update, do you think they detected you using hacks? He'd played games for years and seen many top players, but none were as far ahead as Lin Feng. He suspected Lin Feng had some sort of trick up his sleeve. Lin Feng smirked. Do you think this game is fun? The Gathering Master enthusiastically replied, of course it's fun. It feels just like the real world. I can't imagine what kind of company has such advanced technology. Lin Feng's tone was calm. For a game this sophisticated, do you really think players can just hack and break the balance? The Gathering Master was stunned. He had a point. In games like this, you'd need skills on par with the developers to cheat effectively. Boss, are you a top-tier game producer? Don't joke around. I can sing, dance, and rap too. Time was running out. Lin Feng spoke seriously, this game is more important than you can imagine. Trust me, get ready, and once it launches, invest every penny you can. You won't lose. The Resource Gathering Master nodded firmly, Boss, I'll follow your lead. Everything he had now was thanks to the boss. He wouldn't steer him wrong. Worst case scenario? A few weeks of instant noodles. Before logging off, Lin Feng received a message. Persian Cat, the recharge system is live. Reserve it for me after the update. Persian Cat, hurry up and respond. No price hikes, we agreed on 50 gold. Sword in the Sky, only accepting special currency. My ID is IPX698 Lushu. Sword in the Sky, send it over, and I'll ship it to you. Sword in the Sky, don't reply. I'm logging off. At that moment, many players left the game. What they didn't know was that when they logged back on, the truly life-changing moments would just be beginning. Lin Feng removed his helmet and slowly opened his eyes. This time, his attribute points had more than doubled. His constitution and agility saw the biggest boosts. While his body had undergone changes, they weren't overwhelming. After battling in the game for hours, he didn't feel the slightest fatigue. Instead, his body was brimming with energy, begging to be unleashed. He quietly got dressed and stepped out. The neighborhood was already silent. Only a few drunkards loitered at the entrance, arguing loudly. Lin Feng jogged toward the nearby forest park. He used to come here occasionally whenever he had free time, attempting to run half a lap on the rubber track, but he could never finish one full lap. It was less than a kilometer, but every time, he'd resolve to improve his fitness, only to be defeated by laziness. He'd scroll through TikTok for 10 minutes, telling himself he'd head out for a quick run right after. 30 minutes later, he'd promised to go out once the clock hit the hour. Before he knew it, it'd be past midnight. Too tired, he'd go to bed, thinking, I'll exercise tomorrow. Procrastination, laziness, and anxiety turned him from an average person into someone he considered a failure. Did he want to change? Absolutely. Could he see hope? Not at all. But this game blurred the lines between reality and another world, and his body kept improving. This feeling of training, it was exhilarating. Huff. The game had enhanced his constitution, making his heart and lungs stronger. The powerful rhythm of his breathing provided balance and support, making running feel effortless and enjoyable. The newfound strength allowed him to perform various exercises with ease. The empty park, now tranquil in the dead of night, turned his workout into a form of pleasure. He could clearly feel the dramatic changes in his body. His physical fitness now rivaled that of elite athletes. He even thought that if he joined the Olympics, he might snag a few gold medals for China. But he knew this wasn't true strength, not yet. When the game and reality became even more intertwined, when players' levels and abilities continued to grow, when those powerful, unique items from the game could be brought into the real world, that's when the world would truly change. And by then, humanity would face enemies beyond imagination. In his previous life, humanity was powerless to resist. But this time, with Sword in the Sky and the reborn Lin Feng, the fate of mankind would be rewritten. After adapting to his new body, Lin Feng jogged back home, took a quick shower, and washed and hung his clothes. Even though his body was strong, he still needed sleep to recharge mentally. Once rested, he dived back into the game for another round of relentless battles. In a beachfront villa, on a pink bed, a petite girl removed her helmet, her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. That jerk Sword in the Sky. How could he be so cold-hearted? How could he treat me like this? She stomped her small foot, kicking the giant white teddy bear at the edge of her bed several times in frustration. After venting, panic set in. He has no idea how to treat a lady. I'd better wire him some money right away. I really want that weapon. She hopped off the bed, turned on her computer, and logged into a special currency exchange site to transfer money to Lin Feng. This ID is so weird, completely different from everyone else's. On the screen, her account showed a balance of 1,000 special coins. 50 gold is equivalent to 500,000 yuan. That's worth 100 special coins. He seems pretty trustworthy. Maybe I should just send him the whole amount? The idea popped into her head, and the more she thought about it, the more sense it made. My 1,000 special coins are worth 5 million yuan. Even after subtracting the money for the weapon, I'd still have plenty left. He just led a group to kill a level 10 boss. The rewards must have been great. The gear's probably valuable, and someone will definitely buy it. When the time comes, I'll just say I accidentally added an extra zero. He'll either return the money or trade me for gear. Her eyes sparkled, and a sly smile crept across her lips. His little treasure trove. Eventually, I'll drain it dry. With my years of gaming experience, this game is bound to go viral. Investing in games is way more lucrative than throwing money into crypto. I'm such a genius. Finally, she made up her mind. She transferred all her cryptocurrency to Lin Feng, feeling utterly satisfied as she climbed into bed for the night. In her dreams, Lin Feng wore a pitiful expression, pleading, "Little fairy, I was wrong," while handing over all his gear and obediently teaming up with her to defeat bosses. She strutted through the dream with sheer arrogance. In the urban village on the southern outskirts of Chang'an City, Zhu Yan splashed some water on his face in the communal bathroom before quietly returning to his room. Seeing his little sister sound asleep, his face lit up with happiness. He stealthily pulled out a bank card and some cash from the cabinet, left 2 bills behind, and stuffed the rest into his pocket. Before heading out, he glanced at his sister with a firm look in his eyes. "Xiaoya, once I make a name for myself in the game with the boss, I'll take you to get treated." Throwing on his jacket, he headed downstairs decisively, depositing all the cash into his bank account, ready to invest it all once the game update was complete. In that world, the boss had given him hope. The game's update had players everywhere on edge. Some watched cautiously, others were skeptical, while many saw an opportunity and scrambled to gather funds. Enthralled by the new game, players sold off accounts from other games at low prices, some even liquidated stocks in mutual funds, betting everything on this new venture. Players on the Huaxia server were fired up, driven by launch perks and the promise of the strongest faction. Meanwhile, players from other servers, though reluctant, geared up as well. The Eternal Time official forums were buzzing with activity, with new threads popping up constantly. Veteran players analyzed cutting-edge mechanics, tech-savvy players shared leveling tips, and others flaunted their A-grade talents while guild recruitment posts flooded the boards. Discussions about the power of S-grade talents kept people awake at night, some with sleepless anticipation, others with excitement. At 8 a.m. the next morning, an official pin post went live, "Update complete. Servers are open." Millions of players flooded the game, chasing their dreams and aspirations. Basking in the morning sunlight, Lin Feng stretched and opened his eyes. Eternal world, it's time to make it big. After freshening up, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and thought he looked a bit more dashing today. Grabbing breakfast downstairs, he noticed passers-by giving him warm, friendly glances. He even bumped into Han Xingqing, who shyly blushed, her eyes full of affection. If Lin Feng hadn't reacted quickly, he might have fallen prey to her flirtations. Back in his room, Lin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. It was a critical time for the game's early stages. He couldn't afford to waste time on romantic distractions. Just before logging into the game, he instinctively checked the balance on his computer account. "Once I've got some cash, I'll return this computer," he thought. But when he saw the balance, he froze. It was 1,070? Wait a minute, didn't I only have 70 coins? How did it jump so much? Looking closer, he saw a transfer record timestamped in the middle of the night right when the game servers went offline for maintenance. Could it have been Persian Cat? Did she mean to send 100 but accidentally added an extra 0? Lin Feng shook his head, smirking. "That silly girl, she must be loaded." Putting on his VR headset, he closed his eyes and entered the game. Welcome to Eternal World. Because of Han Xingqing delaying him earlier, he had already lost a bit of time. The servers had been up for a while now. Scanning the crowded town square filled with players, Lin Feng was taken aback by the sheer number of people. Don't these people have jobs? He quickly cleared the flood of notification messages. Gathering Master, boss, I'm all in with my life savings. Awaiting orders. Persian Cat, you jerk, give me back my weapon. Battle God Outyin, big bro, I need advice on the breakthrough quest. He ignored the pending friend requests and replied to Gathering Master, instructing him to meet at the town's warehouse NPC number 9. He then shot a quick message to Battle God Outyin, quest difficulty scales with rewards at the sheriff's office. Choose wisely. As for Persian Cat, that girl had been whining and joking around incessantly. He decided to leave her on read for a bit, she needed to cool down. At the warehouse, he spotted Gathering Master practically nose-to-nose with the NPC, which made Lin Feng chuckle. What are you doing? Aren't you worried about getting reported for harassment? Gathering Master grinned sheepishly. I was afraid the boss wouldn't notice me. Boss, what's our next move? Lin Feng took a moment to review the newly updated content. Level rankings, Huaxia server. 1. Gathering Master, level 10, 1 breakthrough. 2. Eastern Emperor Sword, level 9. 8. Battle God Blade, level 9. 9. Battle God Aodian, level 9. 20. Persian Cat, level 8. Gathering Master was solidly in first place, the only player to hit level 10 and complete a breakthrough. Eastern Emperor Sword followed closely in second, grinding hard to keep up. Slots 8 and 9 belonged to the main members of the Battle God Guild. Persian Cat, a stealthy assassin, had managed to crack the top 20, a commendable feat. At this pace, more players would reach level 10 by the end of the day, putting Gathering Master's top spot at risk. As Lin Feng checked the combat rankings, a system notification popped up. Your combat power meets the required standards. Would you like to make your name and stats public? Lin Feng thought about it for a moment. Revealing his name was no big deal, it could save him from dealing with clueless troublemakers. However, he decided against making his combat power public. He didn't want to discourage other players. Even though they were competitors, they'd have to fight alongside each other in the future. Keeping everyone's confidence and motivation intact was more important. After making his choice, the leaderboard refreshed. Combat Power Rankings, China Server. 1. Sword to the Heavens, Combat Power, Confidential. The Eastern Emperor Sword held a steady second place with a combat power of 175, ranking second on both leaderboards, as expected of a top-tier player from Lin Feng's previous life. This power level was nearly on par with one of Lin Feng's weaker Yellow Turban warriors. War God Aodian, equipped with an exceptional shield purchased from Lin Feng, followed closely behind in third place with a combat power of 168. The Gathering Master, despite being first on the level leaderboard, only had 2 decent pieces of equipment gifted by Lin Feng and was otherwise poorly geared. He hadn't even learned any offensive spells. He barely scraped into fourth place solely due to his strong attribute points, which was quite rare. As for Persian Cat's weapons, one had been shattered by Lin Feng, and the other was confiscated, leaving her out of the top 10 entirely. The Gathering Master was dumbfounded to see himself on the board and muttered, "Boss, these guys are way too weak. I only gave them a few pieces of gear, and they're still in fourth place?" Lin Feng shot him a cold glance. "You're at the top of the level's leaderboard, yet your combat power is only ranked 4th. Aren't you embarrassed?" The Gathering Master was startled and tried to justify himself. "Boss, I'm just a life skills player." Lin Feng glared at him. "Who said life skills players have to be weak? Are you looking down on them?" The Gathering Master thought about it. True, as the top collector and alchemist, and the only subordinate of this god-tier player, with the highest attribute points in the entire server, being ranked only 4th in combat power was indeed beneath him. "Boss, how can I improve my strength?" Lin Feng frowned. When it came to gear, he had already cleared out all the game's major bosses, leaving no one else with decent equipment. Skills were even harder to come by. Early on, the drop rates for combat-related skills were abysmally low, almost entirely luck-based. The only area left to explore was attribute points. Keep an eye on the auction house for rare materials and potion formulas. Buy them if you see them. If you're short on money, let me know. Understood, boss. Lin Feng then decided to outfit his Yellow Turban warriors with better gear. Except for the Flying General, who had a slingshot, the rest of his summons were unarmed. After ensuring his supplies were sufficient, he eagerly led the Gathering Master to the wilderness outside the city. When he activated the summoning skill for his warriors, system notifications flooded in. Summon, Flying General has merged with 30 wolves, 9 rhinos, and 14 hippos while offline. Permanently increased, plus 87 damage, plus 380 HP, plus 21 defense. Summon, Champion Marquis has merged with 25 wolves, 10 rhinos, and 5 hippos while offline. Permanently increased, plus 80 damage, plus 270 HP, plus 7 defense. The attributes of his 5 newly summoned Yellow Turban warriors had undergone drastic changes. The Flying General's damage exceeded 200, and the Champion Marquis' damage surpassed 100. The Wall of Size absorbed a large number of hippos, boosting its HP beyond 1000 and its defense over 60. The other Yellow Turban Warrior and St. Cassius retained their pre-death stats from being killed by monsters. Lin Feng swallowed hard. He wasn't just thrilled with the offline gains, he had also discovered that his summons could still fight and grow stronger even during system maintenance. This revelation made his heart sink. Could it be that the game world had already become an independent existence, with the system merely serving as a tool for humans? This thought made him even more cautious. It seemed the depth and timeline of the game's encroachment into reality were far more complex than he had initially imagined. From the very beginning, he would need to grow stronger and take control of his destiny. He pulled out a strengthened dungeon ticket, ready to activate it. The system prompted. Do you want to activate the dungeon here? Once activated, this level 10 dungeon will be permanently fixed at this location and cannot be moved. Would activating it here affect the monster spawn rates in this level 4 to 5 area? Lin Feng moved forward and passed through the level 7 wolf zone, where he spotted War God Outyan and his team battling a wolf boss. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, Outyan greeted him respectfully. The nearby team leader, War God Blade, also glanced over with a complex expression. Lin Feng was about to leave when Blade suddenly called out loudly, "Swordmaster, congrats on ranking first in combat power. Care to share your stats with us?" Lin Feng's face darkened. He had concealed his stats for their benefit, and now they wanted to test him? Outyan quickly tried to explain, "Boss, he didn't mean any harm. He's just..." Even he didn't know why Blade had spoken up so suddenly. Lin Feng responded coldly, "It's nothing special, just luck." Blade smiled confidently. "I'm known for my offensive skills. How about a friendly exchange of moves?" He pointed to the restrained wolf boss. "Let's use this as our target. Each of us unleashes our strongest attack. How about it?" Lin Feng wasn't interested in playing along, but seeing Outyan's apologetic expression, he relented a little. "Fine. You go first." Blade bent slightly, gesturing with his hand. "After you, master." Lin Feng gave him a peculiar look. "You sure?" Blade nodded firmly. Full of confidence, this boss has only been fighting for a few minutes, and its health bar is still full. "Don't worry, big guy, unleash your moves." Lin Feng smirked, "Alright, then I won't hold back." The Gathering Master glanced at the cocky Blade Tyrant and thought, this guy's really clueless. Lin Feng walked up to within a meter of the boss and slashed out with his sword. A cold gleam flashed in the air. -2444. The wild wolf boss, completely unguarded, took the hit head-on. Its health bar emptied instantly, and it collapsed to the ground. Ding! Your party has defeated the level 7 wild wolf boss, excellent grade. Based on experience distribution, you've gained 1,900 cultivation points. Due to the overlevel bonus, you've also gained an additional 2,660 cultivation points. At the same time, the Gathering Master received the following system notifications. Ding! Your party has defeated the level 7 wild wolf boss, excellent grade. You've gained 200 cultivation points. Ding! You've completed your first kill of the wild wolf boss, earning 2 free attribute points. The Gathering Master blinked in disbelief. He just stood there and got 2 free attribute points. Who's living better than me right now, he thought. He looked at Blade Tyrant with newfound warmth in his eyes. Brother, I misjudged you earlier. You're not an idiot, you're a saint. Lin Feng sheathed his weapon and nodded politely at Blade Tyrant. Thank you, Boss Tyrant. The experience from the boss was indeed plentiful. You guys did a lot of work pulling the mobs, too. I'll skip my share of the loot. I'll head out first. It was only after Lin Feng and the Gathering Master had walked a few steps away that Blade Tyrant snapped out of it. He looked around, bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? They were supposed to be an elite squad, their entire crew mobilized for this. Blade Tyrant was one of the top 10 players on both the level and combat power leaderboards. As the 9th ranked player in combat power, he had confidently controlled the level 7 boss, whittling down nearly 20% of its health within a few minutes. They thought their progress was impressive, they were even a little smug about it. Blade Tyrant had recently spent 10 gold coins on a powerful attack skill. Despite its long cooldown and numerous restrictions, it packed a serious punch. He estimated that with his stats of over 100 damage, he could burst out nearly 600 points of output with it. He believed that his strength was among the best, not just in Qingchuan City but across the entire Huaxia server. He didn't want to show off, he just didn't want to end up like War God Outyan, the guild's top MT who acted so humble around others he resembled a fanboy. He wanted to prove himself, to show Yang Jian Qingming, I'm a player who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. But with just one casual strike, Yang Jian Qingming shattered his pride and crushed his self-esteem. After a long silence, Blade Tyrant let out a bitter laugh. Was I ridiculous just now? No one replied. The team was still reeling from the shock of what had just happened. They had thought War God Outyan was exaggerating when he praised the other player's skills. But now, it was clear someone of that caliber wasn't someone you could even dream of approaching unless you clung to their coattails early on. War God Outyan patted Blade Tyrant on the shoulder, offering some comfort. Boss, don't overthink it. I already told you not to compare yourself to big bro Yang Jian. That guy's insane. Blade Tyrant's gaze was distant as he muttered, one-shotting a level 7 boss, that's just insane. When he finally gathered his thoughts, his eyes were resolute as he looked at War God Outyan, a sense of relief washing over him. Outyan, you did the right thing. From now on, let's focus everything on hitting level 10 as fast as possible. Then we'll head to the spot Big Bro mentioned for the next quest and surpass them. He was no longer arrogant. He realized that only by growing stronger could he reclaim his lost pride. Man, I'm dying here. Did you see the look on that guy's face earlier? He was completely stunned. On their way, the Gathering Master was still reliving the epic scene. Lin Feng couldn't hold back a chuckle either. After this encounter, he was confident the War God Guild would understand their place in the grand scheme of things. In his previous life, the War God Guild hadn't reached the top tier, but they had done decently well after the game's mechanics leaked into reality. This time, he wouldn't mind giving them some extra guidance. Hopefully, these confident players would not only muster courage but also broaden their horizons and elevate their skills. When they arrived at the area where the level 10 boss had previously appeared, Lin Feng stopped. In the game, boss spawns were usually based on kill timers. Since he had already wiped out all the bosses in the vicinity, there wouldn't be any respawns for a while. Setting the dungeon entrance here was also a subtle reminder to players: if you can't survive in these areas, don't even think about entering the dungeon and throwing your life away. Activate the dungeon token. Yang Jian Qingming and Gathering Master, do you wish to enter the level 15 hard dungeon Scorched Plains? Enter. A glowing teleportation portal appeared, and the two stepped inside. Shrouded in mist, several grand palaces loomed faintly in the distance. At the same time, a mysterious voice echoed from the platform atop one of the palaces. The progress of these otherworlders seems abnormal. Perhaps that old man's legacy is acting up. Send someone to investigate. As the voice faded, the palace buzzed with activity. The order was swiftly passed down. Inside the private chamber of the Crimson Sky Sect Master. All elders, a command from the higher realm has arrived. Investigate the outsiders. Who is willing to take charge? An elder cupped his hands respectfully and asked, Sect Master, what are we investigating exactly? The Sect Master pondered briefly. They said a few super geniuses among the outsiders have emerged, causing factional conflicts. Suppression is necessary. The elders collectively sighed in relief. This seemed like an easy task. The outsiders only descended yesterday. They probably haven't even had their first breakthrough yet. We could just send an outer disciple. The Sect Master stroked his beard, hesitating. Better to send 2 inner disciples instead. Some questioned if this might be overkill. After all, even newly initiated inner disciples were roughly equivalent to 20th level outsiders who had undergone their second breakthrough. Using a sledgehammer to kill a fly? But since this was a matter of factional interests, the elders lowered their heads in agreement. We shall comply with the sect master's orders. After layers of delegation, 2 newly initiated inner disciples were finally chosen. Unwilling and grumbling, the duo set off for Qingchuan City. Inside the dungeon, the gathering master suddenly realized something. Boss, are we directly challenging a level 15 hard mode dungeon? Lin Feng nodded. Don't complain about the difficulty being low. Only by tackling hard modes can we unlock even higher ones. The gathering master covered his face, laughing bitterly. Boss, you're going straight for the jugular, huh? Lin Feng didn't respond. He activated his cultivation orb and slashed at a swift wild leopard several meters away. Minus 2078. Ding! You've killed a level 10 swift wild leopard. With the leader's item amplification, teammates have received 1080 XP multiplied by 800%. You earned 864 XP. The gathering master's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his tone. Not ruthless at all. It's genius. Really genius. Feeling the rewards, he didn't wait for Lin Feng's instructions and rushed out to aggro more monsters. With returns this juicy, how could he resist? Here comes Fatty. The gathering master's rewards were substantial, but Lin Feng's cultivation skyrocketed even more. Ding! You've killed a level 10 swift wild leopard. With the leader's item amplification, you receive 1080 XP multiplied by 1000%. With the bonus for out-leveling, the cultivation gain is astonishing. Lin Feng's gains were over 20 times greater than the gathering master's. A regular level 10 monster typically gave 500 XP on normal mode. With each difficulty level, monster stats increased by 50%, and XP rose by 20%. Hard mode provided 720 XP. After dungeon ticket amplification, monster difficulty increased by 250%, and XP rose by 150%, reaching 1080 XP equivalent to an 11th level monster's reward. Adding cultivation enhancing items and bonuses for fighting above one's level, and Lin Feng's haul was mind-blowing. The monster's stats were also massively boosted. What Lin Feng could easily one-shot with a critical hit would be a nightmare for a regular level 10 party to face. These monsters, enhanced by 400%, were no weaker than a level 7 wolf boss. In this dungeon, killing a single level 10 monster netted Lin Feng the equivalent of what it would take a regular player to kill 40. He silently rejoiced. At last, he was on the right track. Only by far surpassing his past speed could he grow into a true powerhouse and face the looming calamities. The first stage of the dungeon involved dealing with the lightning-fast swift wild leopards. The gathering master, skilled at aggroing enemies, still got bitten a few times. The leopards were incredibly fast, with damage exceeding 300 points, leaving the gathering master pale-faced. Thankfully, his stats had surged after his breakthrough, allowing him to barely withstand the damage. His S-rank talent also began to shine. Talent, Indestructible Physique. Rank, S. Effect. Resilience, reduces all damage received by 20%, prioritizing mitigation against attacks below S rank. During breakthroughs, there's a chance for further enhancement. Blood Vitality, this talent significantly boosts defensive capabilities. Stamina to health conversion efficiency is increased by 50%, with stamina attribute caps doubling every 10 levels gained. Opponents with talents below S rank cannot bypass these effects. Against players with A rank talents, he can mitigate 20% of true damage, dramatically improving survivability. Even better, while other players gained 50 health per stamina point, he gained 75, along with an increased cap. Between levels 10 and 20, he gained an additional 3 free attribute points per level. If the Gathering Master invested all his free points into stamina, he'd gain 30 free points plus an additional 30 to his stamina cap, doubling it to 60. Most players struggled to acquire even half as many attribute points, but for the Gathering Master, it was laughably easy. As long as he followed the boss to grind a dozen or so bosses, he wouldn't even break a sweat. As long as he aggroed enemies quickly and Lin Feng struck fast, he wouldn't even have to take damage. The grind would be effortless. Since the Gathering Master could handle the heat, Linfong unleashed his full potential. Wave after wave of massive damage struck the pack like swift wild leopards. Flying General's slingshot fired rapidly, dealing a flurry of damage. Their combined output felt like a 20-man team in action. Under their overwhelming assault, it took only a few minutes to clear all the small monsters in the first stage. But then, a larger, fiercer leopard appeared. The stage boss had arrived. Battle commenced. Earlier, Linfong saw a system notification: your level 10 dual-blade swordsman boss treasure chest will expire in 5 minutes. Please open it as soon as possible. Linfong immediately slapped his thigh in frustration. He had been careless. The chest's quality was high, and strengthening it to a higher level required a significant amount of cultivation points. While he had plenty of cultivation points, he still hadn't reached the level he deemed ideal. Should he just go ahead and strengthen it to the 8th tier and open it? He felt a bit anxious, staring at the chest, wishing the time limit could be extended. Ding! Would you like to spend 1,280 cultivation points to enhance and extend the remaining time? The system prompted. Linfong was surprised he could actually enhance the remaining time. Although the cultivation cost was high, this chest was of extraordinary quality, surpassing the boss itself. He had to enhance it and buy more time before opening it. Ding! You spent 1,280 cultivation points. Remaining time enhanced to Tier 1, adding 15 minutes to the opening time. Ding! You spent 2,560 cultivation points. Remaining time enhanced to Tier 2, adding 15 minutes to the opening time. Ding! You spent Jingmeng Relay Group 639976178 cultivation points. Remaining time enhanced to Tier 4, adding 15 minutes to the opening time. Ding! Remaining time has been enhanced to Tier 4. You have unlocked an additional evolution option. Option 1, add 30 minutes to the remaining opening time. Option 2, permanently extend the opening time of all same tier or lower tier chests to 60 minutes. Option 3, before every hour online, increase the remaining opening time by 10 minutes. The basic enhancement had already added an hour to the opening time. The evolution options also offered time extensions, but 30 minutes felt too short. Relying on online time to increase the remaining time was also limited in effectiveness. The A-level option was incredibly useful. It doubled the opening time for all extraordinary and lower tier chests. Practical and efficient, Linfong chose the second option without hesitation. The remaining opening time now extended to 120 minutes, giving him ample time. Linfong charged forward, heading straight for the boss. Your life ends here. At first, the boss moved with incredible speed, darting back and forth, its figure a blur. The yellow turban warriors, with their low health and defense, were frequently hit. One of his newly summoned units was almost one-shot. Even the Gathering Master was injured by the boss's claws, losing nearly half of his health. Linfong steadied his formation, gradually using his sword aura to entangle and control the boss. After 3 consecutive uses of the sword aura entanglement, the boss seemed to sink into quicksand, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Linfong unleashed a flurry of attacks. The Gathering Master joined the assault, wielding his explosive warhammer. With the boss's health down to just over 20,000, it couldn't withstand the combined onslaught. The 5 yellow turban warriors took turns using their skills. Finally, under the Flying General's slingshot attack, the swift wild leopard boss collapsed to the ground, successfully slain. Ding! You have slain the level 10 swift wild leopard boss, excellent tier. The party leader has received a substantial cultivation point reward. Defeating dungeon bosses didn't grant first kill rewards, only attribute points and treasure chests. Linfong picked up the loot, 5 silver coins and a spell manual. Since this boss leaned heavily on agility, he opted to fuse it with the champion marquee. The Gathering Master excitedly began collecting materials. Your summoned unit, Champion Marquis, has fused with the level 10 Swift Wild Leopard boss, permanently gaining 30 additional damage, 10% movement speed, and 10% attack speed. This significantly boosted mobility. The 5 yellow turban warriors formed a protective circle around them for the time being. Lin Feng sat down and began tallying his gains. Judging by the boss's attributes, the spell manual leaned more towards combat and wasn't suitable for the gathering master. Lin Feng directly bound it to himself, activating a unique trait, Swift Awakening. This was an intermediate-level sword technique from the Sword Soaring to Azure Heights series. Its effect was that, as long as you weren't attacked, your movement speed would increase by 1% for every step you took, up to a maximum of 30%, lasting 10 seconds. The unique trait added the effect of increasing attack speed by 1% for every uninterrupted attack, also up to 30%, lasting 10 seconds. The spell was intriguing, focusing on accumulating speed boosts through movement and attacks rather than directly enhancing raw power. The boss had contributed 300,000 cultivation points, allowing Lin Feng to strengthen the spell to Tier 12. The system prompted, Swift Awakening, Tier 4 enhancement unlocked, choose one additional evolution option, extend movement speed boost duration by 10 seconds, increase movement speed cap to 40%, or increase movement speed boost per step to 1.5%. Lin Feng chose to extend the duration. At Tier 8 enhancement, the options evolved into extend attack speed boost duration by 20 seconds, increase attack speed cap to 50%, increase movement speed boost per step to 2%, or increase attack speed boost per hit to 2%. He chose to enhance both movement and attack speed increments, reasoning that higher boost rates were more critical in short-term battles. At Tier 12 enhancement, new options emerged, extend attack speed boost duration by 60 seconds, increase movement speed cap to 100%, increase movement speed boost per step to 3%, or introduce a new trait. The Rapid Soul ability, combined with a 100% attack speed cap, was a game changer. Lin Feng opted for a 100% movement speed cap, the Rapid Soul ability, and the 100% attack speed cap. Ultimately, the ability, Rapid Awakening, was upgraded to an advanced spell. Its effect allowed the user to gain 8% movement speed with each movement action, up to 150%, lasting 60 seconds, and could be toggled on or off at will. Its unique trait enabled attacks to gain 5% attack speed with each successful hit, up to 150%, also lasting 60 seconds and freely controllable. The Rapid Soul trait added another layer. When Lin Feng's movement speed exceeded an opponent's by 100%, it would forcefully mark the opponent, making them unable to cast stealth or teleportation-related skills. With these enhancements, the spell leveled up to an advanced tier. This meant that both the base stats and special traits were significantly boosted after upgrading. Lin Feng was thoroughly satisfied with the results. The increases in both scaling and caps were nothing short of astonishing. The most impressive part? The cumulative effects could be toggled at will. It was brutal. This trait was clearly designed to torment players slower than him. Lin Feng chuckled to himself, thinking this trait should have been named, Behave Yourself in My Presence. Then came the highlight of the moment, an important treasure chest appeared. Level 10 Rapid Leopard Boss Treasure Chest, excellent grade. Type, Treasure Chest. This chest is visible and accessible only to the player Yang Jianchangming, others cannot see or open it. Effect, upon opening, grants a 5% dodge increase and a random treasure. Remaining time, 60 minutes. Dodge was a great stat. While it wasn't a base attribute, Lin Feng was satisfied nonetheless. Once boosted, this dodge stat would make him nearly untouchable. With so much time left, he figured he could farm a decent amount of cultivation experience before opening it. Clearing the dungeon took priority, though. The second stage was a dark wasteland. Thanks to the night vision ability he got from Yifeng, it was as clear as day and didn't hinder his visibility. However, the faint whooshing sounds in the distance put him on high alert. He pulled out a pill. Knight's Blessing. Grade, Shen Grade Secret Medicine. Description, refined from the eyes of wildcat and owl bosses, it slightly enhances night vision and has a rare chance of revealing hidden targets. Usable once per person. He'd previously boosted a similar Huang grade pill, gaining powerful night vision and a 50% chance to reveal hidden targets. But against certain bosses, it still wasn't reliable enough. With his cultivation experience piling up fast in this dungeon, he decided to fully upgrade this pill. He spent over 320,000 cultivation points in one go, pushing it to level 12. The pill completely transformed in the process, to the point where even Lin Feng barely recognized it. Knight's Monarch. Grade, D-grade secret medicine. Description: permanently increases the user's damage by 50% in darkness, guarantees the ability to detect advanced level or lower stealth effects and deals an additional 100% damage. After the upgrade, even the name changed, from Blessing to Monarch. The new description made it clear that this pill was now a true king among night-related items. Others might struggle to see in darkness, but not Lin Feng, he'd see everything and deal double damage. It was essentially a souped-up night vision device. Where others needed items or unique spells to detect hidden enemies, Lin Feng could outright ignore stealth and deal devastating additional damage. Who could even argue with this? This pill was too strong, too domineering. Lin Feng stared at the upgraded medicine. Its name and grade had changed, but there was no indication of further upgrades. He wondered if it could still be enhanced. The system promptly responded. This item has reached the maximum enhancement level for its type and cannot be further upgraded. Well, fair enough, it was already overpowered. Lin Feng popped the pill into his mouth, feeling no immediate changes. He decided to test it in battle. A pitch-black wildcat silently crept toward him. The party's gatherer class player didn't even notice. An intense flash of sword light split the air. Minus 3088. A critical hit combined with bonus damage instantly obliterated the monster. Ding! You have killed an 11th level Shadow Wildcat. Team leader used an enhanced item. Team members received 1,728 cultivation points, with an additional 346 points for overlevel bonus. It wasn't until the gatherer saw the notification that he noticed the corpse on the ground, falling into deep thought. In the past, he'd at least see the monsters try to fight, fail miserably, and then shout praises as the boss cleaned up. The sequence made sense. Now the middle part was just gone. He didn't even see the monster before it died. His expression blank, he muttered, "Boss, can you act like a normal person for once?" Lin Feng was baffled. "You're basically a god." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Although the gatherer felt utterly useless, the flood of cultivation points quickly soothed his wounded pride. This farming is just too satisfying. The points needed to level up from level 10 to level 11 are almost there. It's only been a few minutes since I logged in, and I've already accumulated enough experience to level up again. He shook his head inside, thinking about saying to the players lower on the leaderboard, "Take a break, everyone. At this pace, there's no way I can catch up." Along the way, aside from Lin Feng and Flying General going on a rampage, the other 4 yellow turban warriors were essentially just for show. Of course, if you insist, they did have some utility. The Gathering Master was nestled right in the middle of the summoned beasts, surrounded as if being carried in a sedan chair. Behind them lay a trail of corpses from the wild cats they harvested. The ease of this made the Gathering Master feel like this wasn't a level 10 hard dungeon at all, but more like a treasure vault. He and the boss were basically here just to dig for riches. Look at the gathering progress, it's skyrocketing. And rare materials? They've amassed quite a lot already. Sigh, what a tough life. I'm just an ordinary player with no skills other than reaping without sowing. The second stage featured Shadow Wildcats, which were invisible and fast, but had mediocre health and defense. Right now, Lin Feng's abilities made him the king of the night. His speed awakening skill ensured he was just as fast as, if not faster than, the Shadow Wildcats. As long as he kept his movements precise, he was basically a killing machine. It was like watching a pro gamer play against bots. Bang! Bang! Quick and accurate. Before the boss appeared, Lin Feng had a fierce battle against 2 level 13 elite Shadow Wildcats, each boasting over 30,000 HP, which gave him quite a hard time. Thankfully, his sword aura bind ability, paired with speed awakening, greatly increased his attack speed. The Gathering Master, however, thought Lin Feng made it look easy. The monsters didn't last long, and the experience points rolled in soon after. The 2 elite mobs alone awarded him over 10,000 experience points, prompting him to happily shout, 666. He originally thought the boss for this stage would just show off its cool appearance before letting them collect the rewards. But unexpectedly, as soon as the boss appeared, it gave them a nasty surprise. Lin Feng swung his sword, but no sword aura bind triggered. The Shadow Wildcat boss's eyes turned blood red as it blurred and instantly lunged at the Gathering Master. At that moment, the Gathering Master was just outside the protective circle formed by the Yellow Turban warriors. The boss's claws flashed, unleashing a rapid combo. His health bar plummeted as damage numbers kept popping up. He was almost one-shot. At the critical moment, Lin Feng blinked forward to block the attack and successfully triggered Sword Aura Bind. The Yellow Turban warriors, imbued with divine strength, stood their ground like mountains, continuously casting protective spells on the Gathering Master. Flying General and Champion Marquis coordinated tightly, using Furious Warhammer to control the battlefield, gradually stabilizing the situation. Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of attacks and finally took down the boss. The Shadow Wildcat boss let out a shrill cry before collapsing, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The Gathering Master slumped to the ground, thinking, man, that boss was seriously tough. But the rewards were worth it. After defeating the level 15 Rapid Wildcat boss, Lin Feng earned over 4 million experience points, while the Gathering Master received more than 170,000. With the accumulated experience from before, the Gathering Master leveled up to 14 in one go. The bonus for facing higher-level enemies is truly amazing. Lin Feng, on the other hand, remained comfortably at level 10, feeling content. The boss's formidable performance made Lin Feng more cautious. In hard mode, the dungeon monsters already had doubled stats, and with the dungeon ticket's 250% enhancement, that meant they were facing a boss with 3.5x the normal strength of a level 15 creature. Even with Lin Feng's overwhelming power, such a monster was no longer something he could easily crush. He pondered, preparing for even greater challenges ahead. His strength needed to improve, or the third stage would be impossible to clear. After tallying the loot, aside from the treasure chest, the boss only dropped one spellbook titled Reign of Pear Blossoms. The name didn't match the Gathering Master's style, so Lin Feng bound it directly to himself. Reign of Pear Blossoms. Exclusive spell for Sword Masters of the Azure Sky. Grade, Advanced. Consumes 100 mana to unleash 7 consecutive attacks, with damage scaling as follows: 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80% of base damage. Cannot be interrupted if your attack speed is higher than that required by the spell. At the end of the attack, the target takes a guaranteed 100% critical hit. Exclusive trait: each successful hit increases the critical hit rate of the next strike by 5%. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Lin Feng realized that this was the same spell the boss had just used. Although the individual hits weren't particularly strong, the cumulative damage was significant. The Gathering Master had barely survived the 7 strikes thanks to his high HP. But the guaranteed critical hit at the end? No way he could have tanked that. Agility-based creatures have a high crit rate, and if the critical damage multiplier reaches 3x or even 5x, the Gathering Master would be instantly killed even with the War Drum buff. This spell filled a gap in Lin Feng's arsenal. He now had a strong single-target damage option. Of course, the spell needed to be enhanced. The first 4 levels of basic enhancements each increased damage by 2.5%. Damage ratio. The quadruple evolution selection allows an additional attack, increasing from 7 strikes to 8. From the 5th to the 8th level of basic amplification, final damage is doubled. Evolution selections continue to double the final damage and raise it to a state where it cannot be interrupted by attack speeds under double the user's. Lin Feng's agility is exceptionally high. It's unlikely anyone could attack at twice his speed unless it's a level 20 superior boss. From the 8th to the 12th level of basic amplification, damage ratio increases by 7.5%. The evolution options are tough to choose from. 1. Reduce cooldown to 5 minutes, D rank. 2. Trigger 2 additional attacks with increasing damage ratio, B rank. 3. Increase damage ratio by 20% per strike, A rank. 4. Final strike damage increases by 300%, B rank. 5. Add an exclusive trait, Ultimate Ignore, S rank. All options are practical, but Lin Feng decided to pass on A rank and chose 2, 4, and 5. He wanted to continue strengthening, but advancing from the 13th to the 16th level required 4.91 million cultivation points, which he felt was out of reach. Instead, he spent 650,000 cultivation points each on 2 traits, upgrading the spell to the 12th level of amplification. Ultimately, this spell, which cost over 1.5 million cultivation points, was successfully reforged. Blossoming Rain of Pear Flowers, 12th level amplification. Exclusive spell of Sword to the Sky. Grade, Advanced. Description: consumes 200 mana to unleash 10 consecutive strikes with increasing damage, starting at 60% of base damage and ramping up to 150%. During the attack, any damage below twice the attack speed will not interrupt the strikes. After the attack sequence, the target suffers an additional 500% critical damage with a 100% activation rate. Exclusive traits. Accumulated crit, 12th level amplification. Each successful strike increases the critical hit rate of the next strike by 20%. Any overflow is converted into additional fixed damage. Ultimate Ignore, 12th level amplification. Each successful strike increases the chance of ignoring defense on the next strike by 20%. Any overflow is converted into fixed damage. The final strike is guaranteed to ignore defense. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Lin Feng did some mental calculations. If all 10 strikes landed, the total accumulated damage would reach 1050%. Adding the final critical hit, the overall damage would be nearly 35 times the base damage. Not to mention, the trait's boosted critical and defense ignoring rates had already exceeded their caps, converting into extra damage. Though Lin Feng usually prided himself on his quick math, the sheer magnitude of this damage left him dumbfounded. This wasn't just an advanced spell, it was an overpowered divine ability. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Detected that this spell has reached maximum amplification. Do you wish to break the advanced limit and ascend to the next tier? Note: after ascension, further upgrades will not be possible. Lin Feng froze. He had never encountered such a grand prompt when upgrading his other spells or summoning the Yellow Turban Strongman. Could there be a higher set of rules beyond the advanced tier? He remembered witnessing top-tier human experts in his past life using advanced spells, and his heart started racing. Was this a divine ability only deities and celestials could wield? Excited, he immediately responded, "Ascend." The system coldly replied, "Ding." Ascending to divine ability requires 10 million cultivation points. You lack sufficient points. Ascension failed. So it was a divine ability. Lin Feng felt a mix of excitement and helplessness. 10 million cultivation points, who could possibly save up that much? Most players could barely handle low-tier spells, many had never even seen a spell, let alone a divine ability. He sighed, realizing he was starting to outgrow the average player's perspective. Divine abilities weren't something you casually obtained, they were the tools of fate-defying power, reserved for deities and celestials. Since ascension wasn't an option, he decided to let it go. After all, divine abilities often required stringent conditions to use. For now, mastering this advanced spell was more practical. With this spell in hand, Lin Feng finally felt confident about facing the upcoming third stage. When he saw the third stage's environment, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The setting resembled an abyss, with a dark, oppressive sky and molten lava flowing on both sides of the path. The heat waves were palpable even from a distance. A system notification popped up. You are being affected by environmental hazards. Fire damage, 20 points. Lin Feng quickly directed Saint Cassie to move toward the side of the path for safety. But unexpectedly, Saint Cassie also took 50 points of fire damage. The environment was brutal, and the constant fire damage alone was enough to deter them. Without fire resistance, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight the monsters. But since they'd already made it to the third stage, where could they easily find fire-resistant gear? Lin Feng opened the newly unlocked system treasure vault. Though it contained a variety of items, filtering for fire-resistant equipment yielded only a handful of mediocre options, all requiring level 5 or higher, completely unusable. With no other choice, he instructed the Gathering Master to purchase all the available equipment. At first, the Gathering Master was reluctant, complaining that the equipment was far inferior to his current gear. However, after equipping 2 pieces, the fire damage had significantly decreased, and only then did he understand Lin Feng's intentions. "Boss, are you planning to use this gear for now and then sell it at a higher price later?" the Gathering Master asked curiously. Lin Feng nodded. Without fire resistance equipment, clearing this dungeon was nearly impossible. Being the first pioneering team, having the right information was the key to making a fortune. Seeing the Gathering Master's reaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kid's IQ is almost catching up to my 7-year-old self. What a rare gem! He rummaged through his inventory and found a treasure: swift fire boots, an excellent pair of boots with plus 15 fire resistance, plus 10 agility, plus 10 movement speed, a low health agility bonus, and a short distance blink skill. Best of all, it had no level restrictions. This gear had been a reward from the first kill of the excellent grade Wild Wolf boss, and now it was finally proving its worth. Lin Feng decided to enhance it. The enhancement results were decent. The first few levels increased defense and movement speed, while the later levels significantly boosted fire resistance and agility. By the time it was enhanced to plus 8, the defense had risen to 11, agility had increased to 20, and fire resistance had skyrocketed, making it a highly practical piece of gear. Movement speed doubled, reaching 20 points, and fire resistance jumped from 15 to an impressive 51 points. While it didn't completely negate fire damage, the received damage was reduced to single digits. However, the blink distance remained short, the position random, and the cooldown long, far inferior to the flash skills Lin Feng had extracted from a boss. Overall, the boots had limited potential, and Lin Feng didn't bother enhancing them further. With proper preparation, battles became easier, but the monsters they faced still gave Lin Feng a headache. The monsters in this area were called Fallen Fiends, small, ugly creatures wielding tiny wands that continually launched fire attacks. With their enhanced fire resistance, the damage wasn't too concerning. However, the Fallen Fiends' defense surprised Lin Feng. Their fire-encased bodies seemed to nullify incoming damage. Lin Feng's sword slash only dealt around 800 damage, while the Gathering Master's hammer strikes barely scratched them, dealing single-digit damage. If even the small monsters couldn't be taken down quickly, it was clear their strength was falling behind. Sighing, Lin Feng pulled out his weapon, the Swift Burst Sword plus 8. It was an excellent quality sword with a level 5 requirement, offering high damage bonuses and significant boosts to strength and agility, along with a high critical rate. It featured the traits, Sharpness, which could cut through low-quality weapons, Pierce, which ignored defense for extra damage, and Simplified, which reduced the level requirement. Lin Feng had initially thought it would last him until level 10, but it was already struggling against these monsters. He had no choice but to enhance it further. Ding, you consumed cultivation points. The Swift Burst Sword has been enhanced to plus 9, damage plus 25. Ding, enhanced to plus 10, damage plus 25. Ding, enhanced to plus 11, damage plus 30. Ding, enhanced to plus 12, damage plus 30. Ding, enhancement to plus 12 unlocked 3 additional evolution options. Option 1, Grade B damage plus 100. Option 2, Grade B agility plus 30. Option 3, Grade A increases the power of all sword-related skills by 10%. Option 4, Grade A critical chance plus 15%. Option 5, Grade B increases the chance to ignore defense by 10%. The upgrades were luxurious, significantly boosting combat effectiveness. Although the critical chance bonus seemed tempting, its actual impact would diminish as the base value increased. If players could stack 100% crit chance using 5 pieces of gear with plus 20% crit each, that would be ridiculous. Lin Feng estimated that the extra 15% crit chance would only give him an actual increase of around 5%. For other players, the effect might be more noticeable since their base stats were lower. On the other hand, the ability to ignore defense was incredibly valuable. It essentially nullified the opponent's defenses. Based on the Eternal World formulas, this could result in triple damage, allowing for easy domination of enemies. Ultimately, Lin Feng chose the first, third, and fifth traits. He spent over 1.3 million cultivation points to enhance the two selected traits further. The results were immediately noticeable. Swift Burst Sword plus 12. Type, Weapon. Quality, Excellent. Required level, 5. Damage, plus 30, plus 280. Strength, plus 15, plus 35. Agility, plus 15. Critical chance, plus 30%. Ignore defense chance, plus 10%. Sharpness, plus 12 enhancement can cut through weapons below this quality. Against excellent grade or lower gear/monsters, guarantees 150% base penetration damage. Pierce, plus 12 enhancement increases the chance to ignore defense by 20%. Each attack deals 500 additional true damage and inflicts 20 true damage per second. Simplified, reduces level requirement by 5 levels. For Lin Feng, this weapon was now basically endgame material. However, there was still room for improvement in his sword techniques. Sword Chi Slash, plus 4 enhancement. Exclusive sword art, Soaring Sword in the Azure Sky. Level * mid-tier. Description * each attack has a 50% chance to trigger a sword energy splash, dealing 100% of the original attack's damage and affecting up to 5 targets. Exclusive trait * 4 consecutive triggers, an additional target is splashed, and the second splash's damage converts to true damage. My primary AoE technique is only at level 4? That's just unacceptable. Determined to increase his power, he spent 320,000 cultivation points and boosted it to level 12 in one go. Not only did the activation rate and splash damage skyrocket, but upon advancing to high tier, its traits were upgraded, and a special synergy effect was unlocked. Sword Chi Rampage, level 12 augmentation. Exclusive sword art, Soaring Sword in the Azure Sky. Level * high tier. Description * each attack has a 90% chance to trigger a sword energy splash, dealing 200% of the original attack's damage and affecting up to 7 targets. Exclusive traits *. Blinding Sword Light, * consecutive triggers add 2 additional splash targets, and the second splash's damage converts to true damage. Sword's Bond, * if the target is already under the Sword Chi Bind effect, Sword Chi Rampage's damage increases by 200%. The trait names changed completely, meaning the technique has undergone a full transformation and can no longer be enhanced further. This effect is terrifying, it perfectly synergizes with Sword Chi Bind. Without strengthening Sword Chi Bind, these two techniques would feel mismatched. I can't let Sword Chi Bind become a weak link. Thus, he spent another 300,000 cultivation points to elevate Sword Chi Bind to level 12. Sword Chi Bind, level 12 augmentation. Exclusive sword art, Soaring Sword in the Azure Sky. Level * high tier. Description * each attack has a 90% chance to trigger Sword Chi Bind, reducing the target's movement and attack speed by 80% for 3 seconds. Effective within a 3-meter radius. Exclusive traits *. Sword's Reach, * on consecutive triggers, the effect randomly spreads to 5 enemies within a 3-meter radius at 60% potency. Sword's Mark, * bound targets take base true damage every second, and the effect can stack. Upon seeing this empowered final form, Lin Feng was speechless. From now on, Shimen Chueshue, Yi Gucheng, Ling Huchong, and Duguchiobai? Just ordinary swordsman. Even the legendary Yunue Qing, well, that's different, she's already a divine-level existence. Facing the third stage, Lin Feng was brimming with confidence. No matter what kind of fallen demons come at me, I'll cut them all down with a single sword strike. Watch me. He quickened his pace, but the gathering master looked a bit uneasy. Boss, don't get too cocky. This is the final stage, there might be an ambush. The difficulty of this dungeon was simply insane. Lin Feng didn't even look back. Don't worry about the mobs. Get ready to start gathering. The gathering master scratched his head. But the monsters are still far away. He trailed off, his expression suddenly freezing. In a flash, Lin Feng had already darted several meters forward, closing in on a group of fallen demons who were standing at the ready. The fallen demons raised their staves with a roar, preparing to unleash their attacks. As waves of fire magic rained down from the sky, Lin Feng's sword was already in motion. The gathering master could barely keep up, unsure how many strikes Lin Feng had unleashed in that brief moment. All he could see was a cascade of dazzling sword light pouring down from above, cold and merciless. The lead fallen demon froze mid-motion, its staff-raising movement slowing to a crawl. The demons surrounding it were also enveloped by the sword energy, their movements sluggish. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen fallen demons in the front row were completely immobilized by the sword energy. At that moment, the screen was flooded with damage numbers. -500. -500. -1,000. -3,400. -6,800. The intertwining of sword energy and damage was so strikingly beautiful that it left the gathering master in awe. As the sword energy gradually dissipated and the damage numbers faded, no fallen demon remained standing. Corpses were piled high, blending together into an indistinguishable mass. The gathering master swallowed hard, silently marveling, "Boss is seriously amazing. This is the art of slaughter. My favorite aesthetic of violent beauty, brought to life in this game." He ran excitedly toward Lin Feng, eager to heap praise, but was quickly silenced by a cold glare. "Start gathering. I'm heading for the boss." The gathering master happily began collecting resources, his eyes sparkling. "Look at our boss, so suave. Taking on a boss is as easy for him as catching wild boars for me." He casually glanced at the system notifications. Ding! You killed a level 13 fallen demon. The team leader used an enhancement item, granting team members 6,480 by 800% cultivation points. Based on distribution, you received 5,184 cultivation points, with an additional 3,110 points as an overlevel bonus. Ding! You killed a level 14 fallen demon elite. The team leader used an enhancement item, granting team members x 800% cultivation points. Based on distribution, you received cultivation points, with an additional overlevel bonus of cultivation points. The gathering master almost fainted in shock. Boss just threw out a couple of flashy moves and even took down a level 14 elite? The cultivation rewards were just outrageous. 8,000 plus 4 small mobs and over 20,000 for elites? When the boss finally gets taken out, is he going to ascend to another plane or something? It finally clicked for him. The boss wasn't letting him level up yet for two reasons. First, to maximize the bonus rewards for defeating higher level enemies, and second, to prevent him from leveling past 15, which would lock him out of the difficult dungeons. The boss had mentioned before that the so-called difficult dungeons were just beginner level for him. If his level got too high, there'd be no fun left in it. He admired the boss's foresight and sped up his gathering efforts. He couldn't let the boss kill the final boss before he finished collecting items, that'd be way too embarrassing. Lin Feng hadn't expected the synergy between the two upgraded spells to be this incredible. Sword energy surrounded him, cutting a path through anything in its way. No matter how high the fallen demon's damage reduction was, the first 500 points of true damage pierced right through its defense. His attack speed was insane. 2 quick strikes later, the swirling sword energy doubled up on the true damage. The sword bond ability doubled his damage output, and splash damage doubled it again. True damage kept stacking higher and higher. Honestly, he couldn't even calculate his max damage output anymore. The level 14 fallen demon elite didn't stand a chance. Maybe the boss could hold out longer? Lin Feng calmly stepped over the scorching magma beneath his feet, ready for the fight. Ahead of him stood a massive fallen demon. Well, massive was an exaggeration. It was only about twice the size of a regular fallen demon, maybe 5 feet tall, hardly intimidating next to Lin Feng. Sure enough, it was the boss. Its casting speed was lightning fast. The moment Lin Feng stepped within 3 meters, before he could even unleash his swirling sword energy, he got hit. You are affected by the level 15 fallen demon boss, excellent tier, spell Will of Fire, taking 100 fire damage per second for 10 seconds. You are struck by the level 15 fallen demon boss, elixir, spell Exploding Bolt, reducing your defense by 30% and movement speed by 30%. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this little guy had some serious tricks up his sleeve. Even with his fire resistance maxed out, the 100 fire damage per second was no joke. Anyone with low fire resistance would probably be toast in 2 or 3 seconds. The Exploding Bolt debuff was nasty too, but his naturally high movement speed made the 30% reduction manageable. Before the boss could strike again, Lin Feng finally unleashed his swirling sword energy. 500. 1000. 2 hits of true damage to start things off. The fallen demon boss didn't panic. With a casual wave of its staff, several faintly glowing red shields appeared and began spinning around it. 6875 plus 6587. Lin Feng's critical hit was completely absorbed. The boss sneered mockingly. Your attack has been absorbed by the level 15 fallen demon boss, elixir, spell Flame Barrier. If you fail to break the shield within 30 seconds, its durability will automatically restore to full. The system message was clear: if the shield's durability was 50,000, and you couldn't break it in 30 seconds, it'd stay at max durability indefinitely. Break the shield, and the spell would be nullified. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Break it? Fine, I'll break it. 7235 plus 7235. Several strikes later, the boss looked slightly flustered, but the shield remained unscathed. Lin Feng sighed. Do you really think you can keep up with me? You're forcing me to go all out? He quickly allocated 4 points into spirit, instantly restoring 200 mana. No potions needed, just raw stats. Pure flex. Rain of Pear Blossoms, activate. 1080. The boss's defense was high. Lin Feng estimated the damage at around 90 per hit. The first strike, with its 600 base damage and triple multiplier, was reduced to 60% after absorption, ending up just over 1000. Seeing Lin Feng's damage decrease, the fallen demon boss smirked. Weak human. Do you think you can break my shield? 1260 plus 1260. The second strike hit slightly harder. 8611. The third strike wiped the smirk right off the boss's face. Things were looking grim. 9688. 2 consecutive heavy hits sent the boss into a panic. Lin Feng, however, was grinning now. The genius of the Rain of Pear Blossoms spell was starting to show. His weapon already had a 30% crit rate and a chance to ignore defense. Each successful strike from the spell increased those chances by 20%. The first 2 strikes didn't trigger the effects, bad luck, maybe. By the third strike, the bonuses had stacked to 70%, and a critical hit was inevitable. Starting with the 5th strike, the boss's nightmare would truly begin. From that point onward, every strike would be a guaranteed critical hit, ignoring defense entirely. Any overflow from the crit and defense ignore chances would convert into fixed bonus damage. The 6th strike left the boss severely injured and in a full-blown panic, frantically trying to cast spells to stop Lin Feng. How is this human so ridiculously strong? But there was a catch to using high-tier spells. The damage dealt had to be at least double the user's attack speed to interrupt their attacks. The boss's casting speed was too slow to outpace Lin Feng's double-speed assaults. It had no choice but to endure the relentless barrage. The 7th strike landed directly. Breaking the shield, the real damage to the boss begins. Despair flashes in the boss's eyes, yet there's still a glimmer of hope. Such a powerful spell. Is this the end? A rapid series of 3 strikes leaves the boss pale-faced. Enough already, man. Take a break if you're tired, the boss seems to plead silently. Lin Feng, almost as if he heard its thoughts, momentarily halts his assault. The boss is overjoyed, thinking, out of moves, huh? Finally, it's my turn. A sly grin creeps up on the boss's face, but before it can finish its thought, Lin Feng's final sword strike lands cleanly, slicing away the last sliver of its health bar. The staff in the boss's hand, raised halfway in retaliation, drops as its massive form crashes to the ground. The fallen demon boss has been defeated. System notification *, you have slain level 15 fallen demon boss, elite. Team leader gains 1000% bonus cultivation points. Based on experience distribution, you have been awarded corresponding cultivation points. Additionally, you have received an extra level up experience bonus. Although the cultivation rewards from this boss were similar to the second stage, it served as a perfect test for Lin Feng's new spell. In one word, powerful. System notification *, you have cleared the level 15 dungeon, Scorched Wasteland, hard, in 21 minutes and 17 seconds. As the first team to complete this difficulty, your achievement will be recorded in the dungeon honor rankings. You were the top damage contributor in the dungeon and have earned a first clear lucky draw opportunity. Would you like to start the draw? A lucky draw? Of course. A red roulette will appear in front of Lin Feng, its contents a blur of gemstones, spells, and equipment. He silently commanded, "Spin." The pointer spun rapidly, stopping before he could even react. Seeing no change in his inventory, the system chimed in, "You have obtained a special dungeon privilege, auto-looting. When serving as the team leader and with loot distribution set to leader mode, you will automatically collect all monster drops and gold, eliminating the need for manual pickup. For casual players, this privilege might just save a bit of time, but for Lin Feng, it was a game changer. No more bending over to pick up gold, or waiting for teammates to slowly collect loot, everything would be auto-collected. What a quality of life upgrade! Still, he couldn't help but chuckle at the privilege's name. It made him feel like he was turning into a walking cheat code. He suspected that clearing future dungeon difficulties might also come with similar privileges, and the thought filled him with anticipation. At that moment, the gathering master finished collecting resources from the fallen demon and looked up at Lin Feng. "Boss, didn't find the boss yet, huh?" he teased smugly. Sure, Lin Feng was ridiculously strong in battle, but when it came to pulling mobs, that was his specialty. Leave the professional work to the professionals, he thought. Lin Feng silently stomped on the ground. The gathering master glanced down, only to see the massive corpse of the fallen demon boss lying there. He was stunned. "Boss, you're too brutal. You didn't even let me catch a break." Despite his words, the gathering master gleefully climbed onto the fallen demon's body and began harvesting materials. "Gathering is my true passion." Once the harvesting was complete, Lin Feng summoned St. Cassie and Wall of Size for fusion. He mused over the boss's spell shield, which had indeed been formidable. For regular players, it would have been nearly impossible to break. Unfortunately, summoned creatures could only absorb attributes, not special traits, otherwise, it would have been even more satisfying. System notification * detected that Wild Wolf Armor can absorb the trait, Flame Shield. Proceed with absorption? Lin Feng paused briefly, then nodded. This was exactly what he needed. Absorb. A red light flashed, and the surface of the Wild Wolf Armor took on a faint crimson glow, its texture visibly enhanced. The armor now had 4 traits: Regeneration, Blink, Flame Shield, and no level restriction. 2 trait slots remained, and Lin Feng decided he'd need to choose carefully for those. System notification * your summon creature Yellow Turban Warrior, St. Cassie, has absorbed the fallen demon boss. Permanently gained, plus 10 defense, plus 100 mana, plus 30 fire resistance. System notification * your summon creature Yellow Turban Warrior, Wall of Size, has absorbed the fallen demon boss. Permanently gained, plus 15 defense, plus 80 mana, plus 20 fire resistance. The absorption process was as fast as possible, and the 2 summoned creatures immediately completed their fusion. The buffs accumulated from absorbing smaller monsters along the way had significantly enhanced the strength of the 5 Yellow Turban Warriors. Yellow Turban Warrior, Flying General. Level 1. Damage 248, plus 34. HP 500. Mana 50. Defense 45. Skills: Unyielding Stance, Furious Hammer Strike, Divine Strength. Special skills: Evolving Vitality, Battle Ready. Equipment: Agile Slingshot, 8-fold Amplification. Yellow Turban Warrior, Champion Marquis. Level 1. Damage 162. HP 480. Mana 50. Defense 38. Skills: Unyielding Stance, Furious Hammer Strike, Divine Strength. Special skills: Evolving Vitality, Battle Ready. Equipment: none. The other warriors had identical skills and special abilities but lacked equipment. Saint Cassie and the Wall of Size has over 70 points in all its defensive stats. Holy Cassie's health reaches an astonishing 1500, making her a walking tank. With mana boosted, they can now cast all their skills, finally putting them to good use. As for the last Yellow Turban Warrior, its development direction hasn't been decided yet. For now, it's just being fused with some basic monsters. Its stats are mediocre, barely comparable to a level 7 or 8 average player. Once the fusion process is done, this dungeon won't have much left to offer. Lin Feng glanced at the grinning gathering master and asked, "Didn't you manage to gather anything good? Like a recipe or something?" He remembered this guy had a knack for pulling rare recipes out of nowhere. It was almost absurd. The gathering master froze. "Boss, you're totally cheating. How can you even tell what I picked up?" He handed over a pill and proudly said, "Boss, you've always been about the end product, not the recipe, right? So I went ahead and synthesized it. Still have a few more cooking. Be true to yourself, in fire." Grade: Yellow Tier Elixir. Description: crafted by fusing the remains of a fire element demon, the Fallen Demon. Slightly enhances fire resistance. Limited to 3 uses per individual. 3 uses per person? Lin Feng casually remarked, "Seems like this recipe isn't worth much. Must be pretty common." The gathering master became flustered. "Boss, this is a limited recipe." Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. "You sure about that?" The gathering master nodded. The system said this recipe only exists in 10 copies, whether as loot or rewards. Lin Feng was taken aback. An unlimited use recipe for elixirs? Previously, recipes could only produce a fixed number of elixirs, making the recipes cheap but the elixirs highly sought after. This time, the tables had turned unlimited elixir production but with a limited number of recipes. The gathering master's face turned red. "Boss, I'm not lying. It's really 1 of 10. Look here." He posted the recipe description in the party chat. Be true to yourself, in fire. Grade: Yellow Tier Elixir, Limited, Serial Number 01. Description: a Yellow Tier Elixir recipe allowing the crafting of elixirs with specific materials. Materials: Fallen Demon IX1, Fallen Demon Fong X2. Production limit: none. Lin Feng was shocked. This guy had struck gold. This recipe alone could secure him a lifetime of wealth, provided it was peacetime. In war, only the strong survive. Lin Feng nodded. Not bad. With this recipe, the elixirs can be produced endlessly. The profits should be huge. The gathering master beamed with joy and patted his chest. He promised that 90% of the elixir profits would go to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. That much? I didn't even do much to help. The gathering master shook his head. Boss, if not for you, I'd still be a level 4 regular player. Everything I have is thanks to you. If it weren't for the cost of crafting elixirs, I'd give it all to you. Lin Feng waved his hand. We'll split it evenly, 50-50 sounds fair. The gathering master firmly refused. He chuckled and said that everything he had was thanks to Lin Feng's guidance. Helping out his boss was the least he could do, splitting the profit evenly would weigh on his conscience. In the end, after some back-and-forth negotiation, they settled on a 70-30th split. The gathering master would take 30%, and Lin Feng would take 70%. After Lin Feng agreed, the gathering master was overjoyed. Now he could finally repay his boss, and the 30% profit was more than enough for him. Plus, his little sister's illness could no longer be delayed. The two smiled at each other and walked out of the dungeon. Outside, the forest was still eerily empty. In the distance, near the level 9 Rhino zone, a few players could be faintly seen. Linfeng was a little surprised. Players were progressing this fast? They're already challenging level 9 monsters? Once inside the dungeon, Linfeng had disabled all channels except for the party chat. Now that he re-enabled them, the world chat was bustling with activity. War God Blade, buying strength, agility, constitution, and endurance elixirs. Price is negotiable. PM me. Eastern Emperor Sword, buying strength and agility elixirs. Sword type skills. Money's not an issue, come quick. Royal Glory, buying top tier gear, elixirs, and skills. Put your treasures in the trading hall, don't worry, I've got cash to burn. Persian Cat, Sword of the Azure Sky, check your messages. The messages scrolled by at lightning speed. Linfeng's sharp eyes managed to catch a few lines. With the recharge system now active, money gave players power, making exchanges much more convenient. Wealthy players were leveling up rapidly. War God Blade and Eastern Emperor Sword were well-known players backed by guilds or studios. It was no surprise they had deep pockets. Royal Glory's arrogant tone made Linfeng doubt that they were actually loaded. Linfeng took out the staff dropped by the dungeon boss and listed it for trade. Trade, Sword of the Azure Sky has listed an Inferno staff, excellent tier, for sale. Pricey but worth it, check it out. The trading channel immediately lit up with Linfeng's post. The world chat erupted. War God Aotian, greetings, big shot. War God Blade, do you have any elixirs for sale, big shot? Eastern Emperor Sword, offering high prices for sword type skills. Persian Cat, Sword of the Azure Sky, check your messages. Linfeng scratched his nose. Persian Cat's tone made it seem as if he had unilaterally dumped her, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. He opened the message interface. Persian Cat, are you online? Where do I get weapons? Persian Cat, oh no, I accidentally added an extra 0 and sent you too much money. Persian Cat, what do I do? That was all my pocket money. I'm broke now, I can't even afford takeout. Persian Cat, hey, where are you? Don't play dead. Linfeng sighed and replied. Sword of Azure Skies, was running a dungeon, just saw this. Sword of Azure Skies, head to the level 10 boss area, I'll give you a weapon. Persian Cat, finally, you're alive. I thought you'd run off with my money. Persian Cat, where's the level 10 boss area? That's when Linfeng realized Persian Cat wasn't strong enough to take on the level 10 boss. He carefully described the terrain and sent it over. Ding ding ding. A notification popped up, your Flamefire staff has been sold for gold ingots. After deducting transaction fees, the corresponding amount has been credited to your account. Linfeng opened the treasure pavilion and saw his gold ingot balance skyrocket. Nearly 500,000 Huaxia coins had been directly deposited. Gold ingots could be exchanged 1:1 for Huaxia coins and withdrawn at any time. In the treasure pavilion, in-game currency he had listed kept getting purchased. 100 gold ingots equaled a set amount of copper coins, roughly translating to 12 silver coins, close to the estimated exchange rate by currency experts. He had initially planned to list the staff for 50 gold coins, but since players might not have enough, he listed it for gold ingots instead. He never expected a wealthy player to actually buy it. He checked the buyer's name, Royal Glory. No surprise there, they were loaded. Linfeng glanced at the unenhanced dual city blades chest and the 3 treasure chests from the dungeon, smirking, not short on cash, huh? Well, my treasures aren't shabby either. After Royal Glory's purchase, the system announced, Royal Glory has purchased the Flamefire staff at a high price. Wealth is truly impressive. The world channel immediately exploded. What's the deal with this staff? 2 system announcements in a row? How expensive is it? Let us broke folks get a glimpse. Royal Glory casually messaged, Flamefire staff, bought for 500,000 gold ingots. If you've got good stuff, list it, I'm not short on cash. He even shared the staff's attributes for all players to see. Flamefire staff. Type, weapon, main hand. Quality, excellent. Required level, 13. Spell damage plus 50. Spirit plus 10. Fire spell power plus 50%. Skill, explosive shot, consumes 50 mana, fires an explosive shot that reduces enemy attack and movement speed by 20%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill, simplified, lowers level requirement by 5. The world channel went wild. Damn, this staff's damage is higher than my entire character. This is insane. A 50% boost to fire spells? That's broken. Battle Mage, boss sword of Azure Skies, help a fellow mage out. If you've got treasures like this, let me know in advance. Silent Rogue, seeing this, I can't stay silent anymore. Why can't I ever find gear like this? 500,000 gold ingots, that's enough to buy a house back home. No pure milk, big bro royal glory, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. Do you need a personal assistant? Someone unique? Sun never sets, young master foam, sort of Azure Skies just made more in a second than I make in months. That's some real skill. Gathering Master, watching all this unfold, started trembling slightly. Lin Feng glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Gathering Master stammered, "Do you think the warhammer you lent me could sell for thousands of gold ingots too?" "Something like that. Maybe tens of thousands in Huaxia coins," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. He thought for a moment and added, "What makes this staff pricey is mainly its simplification feature. It can be used at level 8 and taken straight into battle. Without that, it's worth about 100,000. Your warhammer has decent stats too, so a few thousand in gold ingots isn't far-fetched." Gathering Master's hands trembled even more, and he felt a pit in his stomach. Oh god, here I am, just a casual player, swinging around a weapon worth tens of thousands. What a waste! Special thanks to Nameless, Chei, The Bomb Squad, Spirit Kid, Taylor, Machuanxiong from Xuanwu Academy, user, Dream Relay Group 639976178, Dream Relay Group 639976178, and all the amazing supporters like former champions, Supreme Taijun, White Knight Linglong, Beansprout who loves tofu skin, Bomb Squad founder Suke, Gathering Synthesis, Ghost Mother from Treasure Pavilion, Zen Meatball, Clear Bamboo Dream Grove, and Tangfeng. Thanks for your support. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. You're hopeless. Gathering Master chuckled awkwardly, but deep down, he felt immensely grateful. Meeting the boss was the best luck of his life. From now on, if the boss tells me to go east, I won't even think about heading west. If he wants me to walk his dog, I won't even think about touching a chicken. If danger comes, I'll take the hit, bullets, swords, whatever. He silently vowed, as long as he has the ability to do this. He couldn't wait to re-enter the dungeon to gather more treasures for Lin Feng. Seeing that Persian cat hadn't shown up yet, Lin Feng took the opportunity to upgrade the treasure chest. First up was the treasure chest from the level 1 boss. Level 10 Swift Cheetah Boss Treasure Chest, excellent grade. Effect, upon opening, dodge plus 2%, and 2 additional items are obtained. Remaining time, 38 minutes. This boss wasn't too advanced, and the cultivation requirement was low. Its traits were pretty practical. With cultivation points in hand, Lin Feng was full of confidence and started enhancing the treasure chest continuously. Ding, the level 10 Swift Cheetah Boss Treasure Chest, excellent grade, has been enhanced to 4x amplification. You have gained an additional evolution choice. Choice 1, C dodge plus 5%. Choice 2, D gain 2 additional items. Choice 3, C chance to improve item quality. Without hesitation, he chose option 1. Ding, the treasure chest has been enhanced to 8x amplification. You have gained 2 additional evolution choices. Choice 1, C dodge plus 7%. Choice 2, D gain 3 more items. Choice 3, S dodge priority upgraded to high tier spells. Choice 4, C randomly obtain the highest quality item. Though items were tempting, basic stats were more critical. Lin Feng decisively picked options 1 and 3. The S tier option turned out to be a priority upgrade. This boost was incredible. Normally, effects like dodge percentages have hidden mechanics. For example, a 10% dodge rate might fully apply against low-tier spells or normal attacks. However, against high-tier spells or special attacks, the dodge rate would drop significantly since the opponent's priority takes precedence. Upgrading dodge priority meant raising the dodge cap. Even when facing high-tier spells, the dodge chance could still be fully effective. At this stage, bosses below level 20 rarely used high-tier spells. The S-tier option was absolutely worth it. Lin Feng continued enhancing the chest. Asterisk ding, the treasure chest has been enhanced to 12x amplification. You have gained 3 additional evolution choices. Asterisk. Choice 1, be dodge plus 10%. Choice 2, be gain 5 more items. Choice 3, obtain 1 specified trait item. Choice 4, randomly obtain the highest quality item. Choice 5, obtain the spell, Precision Dodge. Initially, Lin Feng thought about using this opportunity to pick up a few items to sell for money. But with the chance to boost basic stats and gain a practical spell, there was no contest. Only one option was left. The increase in item quantity or quality couldn't compare to a useful spell. He decisively chose options 1, 3, and 5. With the additional cultivation orbs gained in this dungeon run, his cultivation level rose significantly. Although the 10 million cultivation points needed for the divine ability weren't enough yet, enhancing treasure chests wouldn't be an issue. Asterisk, enhance it to 16x amplification. Asterisk. Asterisk, this grade of treasure chest cannot be further amplified. Asterisk. The system's cold response infuriated Lin Feng. Only 12x? What trash! With no other option, he opened it. Asterisk, you have opened the level 10 Swift Cheetah boss treasure chest with 12x amplification. Asterisk. Effect gained, dodge plus 22%. Spell obtained, Precision Dodge. Asterisk, you obtained Flying Cloud Boots. Asterisk. Asterisk, you obtained Gale Stinger. Asterisk. Asterisk, you obtained Thunderbolt Sheath. Asterisk. Asterisk, you obtained 6 Tails of Silver. Asterisk. The name Thunderbolt Sheath sounded powerful, it seemed like it would suit him. However, Lin Feng didn't rush to check its attributes and instead looked at the other 2 pieces of equipment first. Flying Cloud Boots. Grade, excellent. Type, equipment. Slot, boots. Required level, 10. Defense, plus 10. Agility, plus 10. Movement speed, plus 15%. Extreme dodge, when HP drops below 10%, gain 50% dodge and 100% movement speed for 10 seconds. Though the boots had only one trait, it was highly practical. Since Lin Feng didn't need them, he immediately tossed them to the collection master. The collection master quickly equipped them. Boss lent it to me, so I'll use it for now. If we sell it, the money's still boss's. Feeling emboldened by the boots, the chubby collection master believed he was ready to reclaim his title as the best lure master. Gale Stinger. Grade, excellent. Type, equipment. Slot, main hand. Required level, 10. Damage, plus 15. Agility, plus 10. Attack speed, plus 25%. Crit rate, plus 5%. Combo, each attack has a 35% chance to strike twice and a 5% chance to strike 3 times. This weapon was purely an offensive powerhouse. Lin Feng immediately thought of the perfect person for it, Persian cat. But good items weren't given away for free. Raise your sword to the heavens, I'm here. Hand over the weapon. Persian cat appeared silently in front of Lin Feng, extending her fair hand with a pout. Lin Feng was startled. Are you the reincarnation of Chow Chow? But he quickly realized this weapon had dropped when he defeated her earlier. Since she had already paid the ransom, Lin Feng traded the weapon back to her. With the weapon in hand, Persian cat happily grinned. Chu Di glanced down at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked a bit uncomfortable. Didn't I give it to you? What more do you want? The Persian cat lowered her head and mumbled softly. To scrape together enough money to reclaim my weapon, I exchanged all my allowance for Teb coins. But when I made the transfer, I accidentally added an extra zero. Now I'm practically broke, out of money. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Don't put it like that. It's not my fault you went broke. I can refund the Teb coins to you, or even give you Chinese yuan. Just give me a few days. He started calculating in his head. Holding on to the Teb coins might pay off big time if their value skyrocketed. As for Chinese yuan, he could always grind a few bosses, sell some gear, and make it back. The Persian cat, with tears brimming in her eyes, said, "Even if you refund it, exchanging it back to Chinese yuan will take 24 hours to process. I can't even afford a meal right now, boo-hoo." Lin Feng rubbed his temples in frustration. "So, what do you want me to do?" The Persian cat flashed a sly smile. "Give me some decent gear as compensation, or take me leveling up." Lin Feng thought about it. The new weapon was nice, but it wasn't worth that much. Should he take her leveling? He hesitated. "Fine, I'll take you through one dungeon run. Then we're even." The Persian cat looked up in shock. "Wow, are you serious? That's so stingy. Even if you're amazing, running one difficult dungeon might only get me one level. You're really trying to weasel out of this?" She stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. The gathering master quietly leaned over and whispered, "Girl, you really don't know what you're talking about. If my boss takes you through a dungeon run, it'd sell for at least. No, wait, it'd fetch millions." He had just completed a hard difficulty run, and the accumulated XP was nearing 1,000,000. The rewards for higher difficulties were beyond imagining. And this girl had the audacity to complain? The Persian cat was skeptical. "Fatty, are you serious?" The gathering master rolled his eyes. "Don't believe me? Then forget it." The Persian cat's eyes darted around before she quickly decided, "All right, deal." The chubby guy looked honest enough, he probably wasn't lying. Though she couldn't quite imagine a dungeon being worth millions, she had to admit she was impressed by Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng didn't expect her to agree so readily and felt a bit of admiration for her boldness. He started sorting through his inventory, preparing to sell the newly acquired weapon. He listed it for 300,000 gold on the auction house. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for offers. Trade, Swordmaster Qingming has listed a Wind Piercer, superior quality, for an eye-popping price. Come check it out. Sunset young master, the boss is selling off extra gear again. No pure milk, your guild can sell superior grade weapons? I haven't even seen a decent grade one. Life's rough. Wind Wanderer, boss, any chance you could lower the price? This is ridiculous. Sunset young master, if you can't afford it, don't complain. Wind Wanderer, who's even buying this? It's hilarious. Trade, Persian cat has made a bold move and purchased the Wind Piercer. Big spender. Sunset young master, see that, broke boy? Lin Feng was stunned. He hadn't expected Persian cat to be the buyer. Didn't she just say she was broke and couldn't even afford food? As Lin Feng's expression darkened, the Persian cat stuck out her tongue playfully. Hee, I'm only broke after recharging. I still had some pocket money on my character. The gathering master rolled his eyes. 30 grand is pocket money? He was starting to lose faith in how the rich define things. On the world chat, people were shocked by Persian cat's extravagant spending. Others, however, were more intrigued by Swordmaster Qingming's constant stream of top-tier gear. Friend requests started flooding in for Lin Feng, but he rejected all of them. After disabling notifications, he noticed his friend messages were still blinking. God of War Aotion, boss, we've got 2 people at level 10 now and are prepping for the Transcendence quest. Any tips? Swordmaster Qingming, did you max out your attribute points? God of War Aotion, I maxed Constitution, and Big Bro maxed Strength. Lin Feng was a little impressed. It seemed these big guilds were no joke. Their progress was fast. What Lin Feng didn't know was that the God of War Guild had poured a fortune into buying pills and even securing exclusive boss kills just to max out the cap on the duo's primary attributes. At the moment, some members of the guild were questioning whether this investment was worth it. If the Transcendence boost wasn't significant, it would be a colossal waste. But God of War Aotian shut down the descent, trusting Lin Feng's expertise. Boss, we'll help you complete the Transcendence quest first. What difficulty do you recommend we tackle? Aotian asked. Lin Feng thought about it. 3 top-tier elite players taking on level 10. Even surpassing regular bosses is tough, and defeating an ordinary elite level 1 isn't guaranteed. However, with good teamwork, there's still hope against a level 9 boss. Let's aim for an A-level challenge. S-level might be too much, Lin Feng suggested. Standing next to the city sheriff, War God Aotian read Lin Feng's suggestion aloud. Boss, why don't you take the lead and accept an A-level mission, someone suggested. War God Ba Dao, however, seemed displeased. A-level? That's underestimating me. I'm the only S-level talent in the War God Guild. In the face of the Eternal World's challenges, an A-level mission isn't even worth looking at. Our boss managed to complete an SS-level mission even with weaker teammates, which means the difficulty isn't that high. With the 3 of us as elite players, taking on an S-level challenge should be no problem, right? A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Or, is he just afraid we'll level up too quickly and threaten his position? War God Aotian replied seriously, he's not that kind of person. Ba Dao snorted. Who knows? Turning to the city sheriff, he declared, I want to take on an S-level surpass mission. The sheriff studied him carefully. If you fail, you'll have to wait 24 hours before trying again. Are you sure? After hesitating for a moment, Ba Dao nodded firmly. S-level it is. If we can't succeed, who else possibly could? He accepted the mission and led his teammates in a grand march out of the city, their sights set on a level 10 elite boss. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned from replying to messages and said calmly, let's get ready for the dungeon. Pussycat, feeling nervous, asked, what do I need to prepare? Defense? Health requirements? Lin Feng shook his head. Just stay quiet, don't run around, and don't die. Pussycat wrinkled her nose at his dismissive tone. Don't underestimate me. Despite her outward defiance, she secretly opened her inventory to make sure she was fully prepared. Money wasn't something she'd give away easily. As they entered the dungeon, she suddenly exclaimed, a level 15 hell mode dungeon? She tugged at the sleeve of the gathering master. Did you pick the wrong difficulty? Lin Feng had previously led the gathering master to secure the first kill on a level 10 boss in surpass mode. She didn't doubt Lin Feng's ability to tackle a level 15 dungeon, but hell mode seemed outrageous. The gathering master looked at her, puzzled. No mistake. After hard mode comes hell mode. Pussycat was speechless, feeling the urge to yell, I don't need you to explain difficulty levels, but seeing how confident the 2 of them were, she decided to keep her mouth shut. Fine, let's see just how capable you are, daring to drag me into a hell mode dungeon. My money doesn't come easy. Before she could even take a good look at her surroundings, the gathering master was already charging ahead. Pussycat was stunned. How can this chubby guy be so agile? What shocked her even more was that the gathering master was clearly pulling mobs, a lot of them. Normally, players would pull 1 or 2 monsters at a time to avoid risking a wipe, but he had drawn an entire group. What's he doing? She couldn't help but complain, hey, chubby. Do you even know how to pull mobs? Are you trying to get us killed? That's when Lin Feng made his move. A flash of sword light streaked through the air, and half of the wild leopards were suddenly slowed, as though they'd been stunned. He struck again, and the remaining leopards were similarly controlled. The once agile wild leopards were now crawling like snails, as damage numbers began floating above their heads, 500, 1,000. This level of crowd control was insane. Pussycat's heart skipped a beat. She was itching to jump in and show off her skills. But before she could act, the Gathering Master had already brought in a second wave of mobs. She almost screamed. Asterisk, this guy is terrible at pulling mobs. There are way too many now. If they can't be controlled, we're all going to get wiped. Asterisk. Yet, to her astonishment, Lin Feng nodded approvingly at the Gathering Master, as if saying, "Good job." The Gathering Master dodged the leopard's attacks and ran back to Lin Feng. Another flash of sword light followed as Lin Feng struck again. This time, he ignored the already controlled leopards and focused on the new batch of mobs. 3 strikes later, the new wave of leopards was also under control. -500. -500. Pussycat's eyes lit up. Asterisk, they're all controlled? Is it finally my turn to act? There's no way Lin Feng can solo all these mobs, right? Asterisk. As if reading her thoughts, Lin Feng dashed forward, his sword glowing with energy. Another burst of sword light filled the area. Pussycat froze. Does this control skill even have a cooldown? -2,300. -4,600. Massive damage numbers flooded the screen. Within seconds, the once crowded battlefield was completely cleared. Pussycat swallowed hard, stunned. That's it? The mobs in a level 10 hell mode dungeon are this weak? She felt dazed, unsure whether to be in awe of Lin Feng or disappointed in the monsters. The Gathering Master was already busy collecting loot. Pussycat thought to herself, maybe the mobs weren't as strong as I thought. Stop spacing out. Time for the second stage, the Gathering Master called out. Second stage, Pussycat blinked. There wasn't even a boss in the first stage. She quickly opened her system log. Ding! You've slain level 10 swift wild leopards. The party leader has used an item to boost. After the battle, the team members gained 1,296 by 800% cultivation points. Based on the distribution ratio, you received 1037 cultivation points and an additional 415 points of overleveling experience. Over 1,000 cultivation points from a single monster? She recalled how proud she had been of soloing a level 6 monster for a mere 100 cultivation points and couldn't help but blush. No wonder Fatty kept saying Lin Feng's dungeon runs were worth a fortune. This reward was incredible. She continued scrolling through the notifications and spotted the latest message. Ding! Successfully killed the level 10 rapid wild leopard boss, excellent tier. After the captain used a boost item, team members received Dream Relay Group 639976178 System Alert, Cultivation Points. With the overleveling bonus, you gained an additional 4,150 cultivation points. Only around 10,000 cultivation points from a boss? And I didn't even see the boss before the fight was over. She smiled bitterly, feeling a little unsatisfied. Sure, I'm weaker than sword wielder Qingming, but the gap shouldn't be this huge, right? It wasn't until the second stage that she began to understand this dungeon was anything but ordinary. It was highly likely that Lin Feng had triggered a special mission, unlocking a rare dungeon. The monsters granted significant cultivation points, but their strength was relatively low, likely designed to offset the overwhelming advantage of his millions of cultivation points. She nodded, feeling her theory was quite plausible. Noticing the Gathering Master standing still while Lin Feng leisurely handled the monsters, she couldn't help but jump in. I can't just sit here and freeload. Let me contribute some effort too. With a serious expression, she gripped her weapon tightly and charged forward. Ahead, Lin Feng had a wildcat under control. A level 3 wildcat? I know this type well. I even soloed a wildcat boss before. Brimming with confidence, she swung her weapon and attacked. The Gathering Master panicked and shouted, "Get back! Be careful!" Before the words finished, the shadow wildcat's eyes changed color, revealing sharp teeth. Slash! Its attack was swift, and she didn't even have time to dodge. -666. Her vision went dark, and she was instantly killed. The Gathering Master dropped his hands helplessly, while Lin Feng turned around in surprise. What happened? Whoosh! A faint green light flashed, and she slowly revived. Ah! A ghost! The gathering master yelled and recoiled in fear. She shot him a cold glare. "You're the ghost. Stop screaming. This is a revival item I bought from the treasure pavilion." She glanced at the shadow wildcat now being distracted by the gathering master, her heart still pounding from fear. Wait, this was the stage boss? The gathering master couldn't help but laugh. A boss? Nah, just a regular monster, not even an elite. A regular monster? Her face went blank. I got one shot by a regular monster? Is it that I'm too weak, or is this dungeon too difficult? While she pondered, the gathering master got distracted and took a hit himself. Seriously? This dumb cat dares to mess with me, fatty, he roared angrily, brimming with killing intent. But shortly after, he cheerfully led the monster toward Linfoam. Dream Relay Group 6399766178. Massive damage numbers flashed across the screen, and the shadow wildcat, which had terrified both her and the gathering master, was slain. She stared blankly at the gathering master, who still had over half his health, and felt utterly lost. Linfoam, on the other hand, continued slaughtering monsters as if it were nothing, calm and composed. She felt like a tiny ant that had accidentally wandered onto a battlefield of lions and tigers. The gap in power was so vast, her mindset completely crumbled. She reminded herself that it wasn't just about leeching off the expert's cultivation points, she also needed to protect herself if she wanted to keep benefiting. Thankfully, she had purchased a revival pill before entering the dungeon. Otherwise, she would have suffered a massive loss this time. Still, she hadn't expected to burn through a 2,000 gold revival pill on a regular monster in just the second stage. The experience left her both terrified and relieved. From that moment on, her movements became extremely cautious. If she spotted a monster within 10 meters, she would immediately activate her invisibility. The gathering master even doubted his own eyesight, but Linfoam clearly caught on to her stealth technique. At least she was behaving now. After equipping the cloud step boots, the gathering master's mobility greatly improved, allowing him to lure monsters more efficiently. Combined with the synergy between Linfang's two spells, their effectiveness was like 1 + 1 = 10. This time, they cleared the hell-level dungeon 5 minutes faster than the previous hard-level run, finishing in just 16 minutes and 5 seconds. If not for waiting on the gathering master to collect materials and Linfang's 5 yellow turban warriors to finish merging and absorbing, he was confident they could have cleared it in under 10 minutes. When the three of them exited the dungeon, the gathering master happily synthesized potions and organized materials, while Linfoam calmly tallied their haul. She, on the other hand, felt like she was dreaming. Looking at her nearly 1 million cultivation points, she rubbed her eyes and counted 3 times to confirm it was indeed 6 digits. As a graduate of the prestigious finance department at Shuemu University, she had to triple-check to believe it. In just one day and night, she had only scraped together 10,000 cultivation points and barely reached level 8. But following sword wielder Qingming for just over 10 minutes. You leveled up 1 million points? So this is what it feels like to ride someone else's coattails? She was on the verge of tears, feeling like she was living off someone else and loving every second of it. She couldn't help but grab Linfang's arm, pouting, "Brother Swordmaster, can you take me through the dungeon again?" Linfoam got goosebumps all over. He thought, isn't this black widow of a woman being a little too much with this sweet, cutesy act? He suddenly pulled his arm back without saying a word. The Persian cat panicked and quickly added, "I was wrong before. Thank you for getting me through the dungeon. I know opportunities like these don't come around often. How about I transfer you 1,000 bitcoins as thanks?" Linfoam still didn't react. She bit her lip. "Fine, 2,000 then. That's literally all my allowance, but please, help me out." Her soft, pleading voice made Linfang's heart skip a beat. But her words left him stunned. Her allowance can buy 2,000 bitcoins? Are people really this loaded these days? That's millions in Chinese yuan, a sum that could rocket a poor family into wealth overnight. And to her, it's just pocket change? All for the sake of quickly leveling up and saving time? If news hadn't spread yet, Linfoam would have suspected the Persian cat, like himself, was from the future. Just as he was about to respond, his friend list pinged with an urgent notification. God of War Aotion, you there, big boss? Sword Master of the Azure Sky, here. God of War Aotion, sorry to bother you. God of War Aotion, my team just accepted an S-level mission, but the three of us got absolutely wrecked by a level 10 boss. We couldn't beat it at all, ***. God of War Aotion, we failed the mission and have to wait 24 hours to retry. Lin Feng sighed. These guys just don't listen. Swordmaster of the Azure Sky, didn't I warn you all before? God of War Aotion, you did, boss. That's on us, ***. God of War Aotion, I won't take on missions above my level anymore. Can you help us out this time? Name your price, ***. Swordmaster of the Azure Sky, what's your talent level? Lin Feng had learned from a master gatherer that players with A-level talents could only take on up to SS-level missions. Talent determined the mission level cap. God of War Aotion, I'm S-level talent. What's that got to do with this, ***? Swordmaster of the Azure Sky, that means you can handle SSS-level missions. Complete one and meet me in the level 10 boss zone, ***. God of War Aotion, got it, boss. Be there soon, ***. Lin Feng looked up and saw a few figures running toward him. Leading the group was God of War Aotion, with God of War Ba Dao trailing behind. The latter looked embarrassed when he met Lin Feng's gaze. God of War Aotion let out a bitter laugh. I got too cocky and let the team down, boss. We got wiped. God of War Ba Dao clasped his hands in apology. Sword Master, I was arrogant. Please forgive me. Meanwhile, the Persian cat wasn't getting any attention from Lin Feng and followed him with a pout. Brother Swordmaster, please take me through the dungeon again? I'll give you all 2,000 bitcoins. Her eyes glistened, on the verge of tears. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on and quickly waved a hand in surrender. All right, I'll take you again. 2,000 is too much. Just 1,000 is fine. This'll be the last time, though. After this, no more. The Persian cat immediately broke into a smile, her tone soft and sweet. Okay, brother Swordmaster, you're the best. God of War Ba Dao's eyes flickered with realization, and he hesitantly asked, Boss, did that girl just say she's paying 1,000 bitcoins for a single dungeon carry? Is that for real? He could hardly believe his ears. Bitcoin might not have been highly regarded, but its value was undeniable. 1,000 bitcoins translated to 5 million Chinese yuan. What kind of dungeon opportunity could be worth that much? God of War Aotion, however, saw the potential business opportunity and immediately chimed in, Boss, could we buy the same opportunity for the three of us? God of War Ba Dao was about to object, but God of War Aotion cut him off. Big brother, let me handle this, okay? Seeing how Aotion had been handling things lately, Ba Dao silently nodded. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Normally, he would have turned others down without hesitation. While selling dungeon carry slots was indeed lucrative, he didn't lack ways to make money. Plus, there was always the risk of breeding resentment or creating opportunists who could cause trouble later on. But the Persian cat and the God of War guild members seemed like decent people. Helping them grow stronger now could reduce future issues. China couldn't afford to repeat past mistakes, this was worth it. Lin Feng nodded. There are only 2 slots left. If you're interested, join the party now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Persian cat sent a party request, her face full of expectation. It was as if being left out would break her heart. God of War Aotion didn't rush to join. Instead, he discussed it with Ba Dao before finally speaking up. Boss, let me log off real quick to buy some T-bit and transfer it to you. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, no need. Start the grind first, you can send the money later. I trust you. War God Aotion didn't expect such a response. His heart felt warm, only a true boss could be so magnanimous. Thanks, boss. Shortly after, War God Aotion and War God Ba Dao both requested to join the team. Another guild member, envious, waved goodbye and returned to the main city. Lin Feng led his 5-man squad back into the dungeon. Some friends have mentioned they'd like more updates. I'm writing part-time, squeezing it into my free hours, so it's tough to go all out. How about this? If there are 1,000 hurry-up comments on this chapter by noon tomorrow, I'll stay up late tonight to write another chapter, and post 3 chapters back-to-back tomorrow. Thanks for your support. In Qingchuan City, at the Public Security Squad headquarters. The usually composed sheriff was all smiles and spoke respectfully. Whoever you're looking for, just say the word. There's no one in Qingchuan City we can't locate. Across from him stood 2 young men in light red robes. Their expressions were indifferent, as if nothing could faze them. One of them spoke calmly. We don't know their exact name, but they should be the strongest among the Outlanders. The sheriff fell into thought. The strongest Outlander. It might be the one who recently achieved transcendence. Transcendence? The 2 robed men exclaimed in unison, clearly surprised. An Outlander, in such a short time, had already achieved transcendence? The sheriff nodded, admiration flickering in his eyes. They accomplished an extremely challenging transcendence mission in record time. This person should be who you're looking for. The robed men asked urgently, what's their name? The sheriff replied slowly, gathering master. The 2 men's eyes narrowed, their expressions growing serious. To call oneself a master, they must be no ordinary individual. Can you find their location? One of them asked. The sheriff gave a bitter smile. The tracking device requires the city lord's authorization. I can't risk using it without permission, it's too dangerous. One of the robed men took out a jade pendant from his waist and handed it over. Take this as a token to smooth things over. We'll owe you one. The sheriff accepted it, his face lighting up with joy. An exceptional grade accessory? As expected of disciples of the Qishao sect. I'll locate them right away. He turned and entered the inner room, retrieving a compass. After letting a drop of blood fall onto it and chanting an incantation, the blood spread across the compass and settled in place. The 3 men stared intently. The sheriff pointed in a specific direction. They're near the town's eastern outskirts, close to the Twin City Bladesmen. You can head there to find them. The 2 men clasped their hands in thanks and left without delay. The sheriff put the compass away inside this impending catastrophe. I'm powerless to stop it. Inside the dungeon, the 5 players took their positions. You have entered a level 15 nightmare dungeon, Scorched Wilds. War God Ba Dao was stunned. A level 15 nightmare dungeon? The difficulty was overwhelming. He fell silent. He glanced at Persian Cat in disbelief. How did you survive in a dungeon this tough? He had heard that Persian Cat had run a dungeon with sword-wielding boss before. He knew of the notable players in the town. Persian Cat, a low-health, low-defense assassin type, surviving in this dungeon? It didn't add up. Curiosity got the better of him, and he stared at her for a moment. Persian Cat's face turned slightly red. I actually ran it on hell difficulty. She didn't mention the part where she got wiped out by regular mobs. War God Ba Dao's expression turned serious. With increased difficulty, the monsters would surely be stronger. It seemed it was time for him, the MT, main tank, to take charge. Boss, should I pull the mobs? Gathering Master's face darkened. He looked at War God Ba Dao differently now. What's this supposed to mean? I see you as a teammate, but you're trying to outshine me? I've worked hard to improve so I could help the boss grind. And now you, an outsider, show up and want to steal the spotlight? Is this a competition for favor? Before Lin Feng could respond, War God Aotian jumped in. Brother Aotian, just a heads up, pulling mobs properly is an art. It's fine if you get yourself killed, but don't waste the boss's time. War God Ba Dao, feeling unjustly accused, thought to himself, I'm a multi-game top-ranked MT, a Hall of Fame player. And you think I can't pull mobs? What a joke. He looked expectantly at Lin Feng, waiting for his decision. But to his surprise, Lin Feng nodded. Let little fatty handle the pulls. You two focus on keeping yourselves safe, and ask Persian cat if you're unsure about anything. Persian cat blushed again. Seeing War God Aotian and War God Badao genuinely seeking her advice, she awkwardly said, "Just stick close to me and don't get any bright ideas." War God Aotian nodded thoughtfully. After 2 dungeon runs, Gathering Master's mob pulling skills had reached a masterful level. As he ran, he expertly gathered the monsters together. The Flying General's attack range covered the entire battlefield. 15 arrows were released simultaneously, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Lin Feng's sword aura intertwined, painting a beautiful scene as if it were a masterpiece. War God Aotian was mesmerized, while Persian cat remained calm, thinking to herself that this guy was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Just as the 3 of them were quickly advancing, the boss appeared. It was still the swift wild panther, but noticeably larger than the versions from the hard and hell difficulties, radiating an even more ferocious energy. Its appearance had also undergone significant changes, with golden fur, blood-red eyes tinged with a ghostly blue hue, and claws glinting faintly. The Gathering Master began to retreat slowly. War God Aotian frowned and asked, "Do you still need to tank the boss?" The Gathering Master replied with frustration, "I can't tank it." War God Aotian was stunned. As the first top-tier player to surpass and obtain an S-grade talent, with nearly double the attribute points of others, how could he not be able to hold his ground? Unable to resist, he used his detection skill on the boss. Unlike traditional games, this one didn't display monsters' health or abilities by default, spells had to be learned. Lin Feng had brought the Gathering Master along specifically to learn gathering and alchemy. Detection was a skill Aotian had spent a hefty amount on, purchasing it from a mining player. It cost 30 mana points, and a glowing interface appeared before his eyes. Swift Wild Panther. Level 11. Grade Elite Boss. Damage 280. Defense 85. Skills Swift Strike, Targeted Blink, Swift Awakening. War God Aotian's heart sank. How were they supposed to fight this? With 280 damage, it could deal nearly triple damage to players with less than 94 defense, potentially exceeding 1000 damage on a critical hit. Currently, let alone 94 defense, most players didn't even reach half of that. The boss had an absurd defense of 85, meaning only a handful of players could even break through it. To make things worse, it had over 60,000 health. Even if they could bypass its defense, it would still take an incredibly long time to wear it down. Although he had always believed in Sword Saint Chengming's strength, seeing these stats made him waver. If War God Ba Dao encountered a boss even 50% stronger than this, he would undoubtedly grab his comrades and flee. Facing an elite boss in nightmare difficulty seemed like an impossible task. At 12 p.m., the push for updates stopped at 849, short of the 1000 target for an extra chapter, but thank you all for your support. If the cumulative tips exceed 100, I'll add another chapter and release 2 chapters in the afternoon. From now on, for every 100 tips accumulated, I'll add an extra chapter. This offer is permanent. Just as everyone was both nervous and excited, Lin Feng made his move. Minus 500. The sword aura bind had an activation rate of 90%, triggering almost every time. Minus 1000. Once the sword aura bind took effect, it inflicted additional true damage per second. The boss's speed dropped significantly, allowing Lin Feng's speed soul to activate instantly. Under the effects of speed suppression, the elite boss's targeted blink was rendered useless, leaving it to roar angrily while Lin Feng unleashed relentless attacks. Minus 6,385. The 4 others barely had time to register the boss's movements before receiving a system notification. Ding! You have defeated the level 11 Swift Wild Panther boss, Elite. The party leader used an augmentation item, granting team members an 800% cultivation bonus. Based on experience distribution, you have gained a significant amount of cultivation and additional rewards for defeating a higher level enemy. War God Aotian was stunned by the rewards, nearly 300,000 cultivation points. It was an incredible gain. He quickly reviewed the system messages and realized that even the regular mobs had given a decent amount of cultivation points, with elites offering even more. Just the first stage alone could yield close to 1,000,000 cultivation points. He finally understood. No wonder Persian Cat had been utterly hooked after Lin Feng took her through a dungeon. This kind of thrill was impossible to resist for anyone who experienced it. It was like being a regular office worker, earning $5,000 a month and thinking life was decent. Then, one day, a rich second-generation heir took you to a park and casually handed you $100,000 for accompanying them. They even promised the same amount for tomorrow. How could anyone remain indifferent? Even war god Ba Dao was utterly floored. He finally realized that in this game, the greatest opportunity wasn't obtaining an S-grade talent, completing a hidden quest, or acquiring rare treasures. No, the greatest opportunity was meeting Sword Saint Cheng Ming. The real miracle wasn't out there somewhere, it was right in front of them. While others searched high and low for miracles, Sword Saint was a living, breathing miracle himself. The three of them, plus the Gathering Master, were all level 10, with similar cultivation levels and moods. Although Persian Cat was only level 8, she gained 40% more cultivation points from the level gap bonuses, leaving her absolutely delighted, her face brimming with joy. Lin Feng, naturally, was pleased as well. The rewards from the Nightmare Dungeon far surpassed those of the previous Hell level dungeon. With the auto-loot feature enabled, treasures kept piling into their inventory. High-quality and exceptional grade equipment appeared one after another, enough to outfit an elite team. The new perk they unlocked after clearing the Hell level dungeon was also game-changing. Reward Amplification increases cultivation and monetary gains within dungeons. Drop rates permanently increased by 50%, with treasure and spell drop chances raised by 20%. This made Lin Feng's gains absolutely astonishing. Ding! You have defeated a level 11 Swift Leopard boss, Excellence grade. Using an item to amplify rewards, you have received Dream Relay Group 639976178x1000% cultivation points. Experience is distributed based on experience ratio, granting corresponding cultivation points. Cross-level experience bonus has been additionally applied. Dungeon Privilege Rewards Amplification is effective, granting even more cultivation points. Just one boss dropped over 14 million cultivation points. Lin Feng immediately felt that upgrading his divine abilities wasn't as challenging as he previously thought. Besides the treasure chest, the boss also dropped a spell manual and 2 treasures. #### Insight Spell. Level * mid-tier. Description * consumes 50 mana to view information of non-player entities that are up to 20 levels higher than yourself. Although the description was simple, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This was the best detection spell a player could obtain during the beginner city phase, far superior to low-tier detection. Previously, he could only inspect information of non-player entities 5 levels below his own. But as a mid-tier spell, the range of detectable targets significantly increased, making things much more convenient. Lin Feng wasn't in a rush to enhance it. The highest level boss in the beginner town was only level 20, which was sufficient for now. The 2 treasures that dropped were also pretty interesting. ### Red Lotus Stew. Type * Special Elixir. Quality * 200. Description * a delicacy from a foreign land, with mysterious effects when consumed. Attributes * stores quality times 100 plus max HP. Automatically replenishes HP after combat, as long as there's remaining stored reserve. ### Green Lotus Stew. Type * Special Elixir. Quality * 200. Description * an exotic delicacy with peculiar effects when used. Attributes * stores quality times 100 plus 5000 MP. Automatically replenishes mana after combat, as long as there's remaining stored reserve. These 2 elixirs weren't one-time consumables but provided a continuous enhancement. Their stored HP and mana would only deplete after extended use. Of course, for ordinary people, exhausting the reserves would be a rare occurrence. But Lin Feng had his own methods. ### Time to enhance. The first tier of enhancement required 160 cultivation points, similar to the effects of a profound tier elixir. However, Lin Feng had abundant resources and didn't care about the cost. He began enhancing non-stop, with the pleasant ding-ding-ding notification sounds echoing continuously. Tier 1 to Tier 4 enhancements * increased massive HP reserves. Evolution choice * quality increased by 300 points, with HP reserves jumping from 30,000 to 80,000. But this wasn't enough. Tier 5 to Tier 8 enhancements * further boosted HP reserves. Evolution choice * quality increased by 500 points, multiplier raised from 100 to 300, causing HP reserves to skyrocket to 390,000. Lin Feng's current HP was only 3,000, which meant the reserves would last him a long time without needing to buy potions. But he still wasn't satisfied. My 6-star talent isn't limited to this small effect, Lin Feng thought. Quantity accumulation? That's nothing. Let's amplify further. Tier 9 to Tier 12 enhancements * each tier added 1,000 quality points. Finally, the evolution choices Lin Feng had been waiting for appeared. Ding! Red Lotus Stew has reached Tier 12 enhancements. You have unlocked 3 additional evolution choices ***. 1. Option B * increase quality by 3,000 points. 2. Option A * increase quality multiplier by 500 points. 3. Option A * gain an effect that restores 5% HP per second while active. For Option S * permanently solidify Green Lotus Stew as a buff state. You can replenish it by spending an amount equivalent to the lowest tier HP restoration potion. 5. Option B * increase base HP reserves. It was here. It was finally here, ***. Although it didn't convert directly into an item like cultivation amplifying elixirs, solidifying it into a buff state with replenishable functionality was even better. Items took up inventory slots, but buffs didn't. No debate needed. Options 3 and 4 were must-picks. As for which among options 1, 2, and 5 provided the largest HP boost, Lin Feng carefully calculated. In the end, option 2 won by a narrow margin, increasing the base reserve by 90,000 HP and quality by 100,000 HP. Lin Feng chose options 2, 3, and 4. After Tier 12 enhancement, his goal was achieved, and further enhancement wasn't possible. ####Red Lotus Stew Spirit. Type * buff state. Quality * 2000. Attributes * stores quality times 800 plus massive HP. Automatically replenishes lost HP after combat, as long as reserves are sufficient. Special effect * restores an additional 5% HP per second. 1,690,000 HP reserves, with the ability to spend money for replenishment. More importantly, the original HP restoration effect from the buff was now converted into a permanent passive state. Lin Feng calculated. Previously, he had a 2.5% HP regeneration per second. Now, with the added 5%, plus the static 10 HP per second recovery. Recover and automatically restore 10 health points each time you're attacked. Assuming a health pool of 3,000, you now automatically regenerate 235 points per second, and every hit restores an additional 10 points. From now on, he can proudly declare, I, the Medicine King, don't need to drink potions. With Red Luo Soup perfected, it's time to work on Green Luo Soup. Similarly, after spending 650,000 cultivation points, Green Luo Soup reaches the 12th amplification, turning it into the same buff state. At the 12th level, the goal is achieved, no further enhancements are possible. Spirit of Green Luo Soup. Type, buff state. Quality, 1,200. Effect, stores quality times 5,000 plus a large amount of health. The mana of transfer group 639976178 is automatically replenished after every battle. Its mana capacity is only half of its health pool, but its regeneration speed is increased by 10%. Lin Feng's spirit stat has risen to 6, granting 300 mana points, meaning he regenerates 30 mana per second. Using Rain of Pear Blossom requires 200 mana points. After 7 seconds, 210 mana will have regenerated, making its usage almost infinite. Excited, Lin Feng activated both buff states, finding them extremely convenient. The second stage features the shadowy wildcat, which has stealth abilities and is quite dangerous. Lin Feng dared not let the Gathering Master lure the enemies, so he had to take the lead himself. The Gathering Master sat in the back, feeling frustrated, and complained to War God Outyen bro, am I useless since I can't help the boss? War God Outyen shook his head with a smile, don't underestimate yourself. This is Sword Master Yang's way of keeping you safe. The Gathering Master wasn't convinced, these are just trash mobs in this second stage. How could they be dangerous? I even lured mobs in the first stage. Outyen responded seriously, this stage is different. He used his detection skill to examine the shadowy wildcat's attributes. Level 12, Normal Monster. Attack, 188. Defense, 65. Health, high. Traits, Stealth, Critical Strike. These monsters hit hard, have good defense, and come with stealth and crit traits, making them highly unpredictable. While the Gathering Master has decent health and defense, facing triple damage crits would be devastating. A regular hit alone would deal over 400 damage, and crits would be even deadlier. Plus, these monsters attack in packs of 3 to 5, which could easily lead to his death. After hearing the analysis, the Gathering Master broke out in a cold sweat. Have these little cats grown this strong? This nightmare difficulty is way too crazy. War God Outyen sighed, exactly. This is nightmare difficulty for you. In every game, the highest difficulty nightmare is never easy. The Gathering Master nodded in agreement. Along the way, he had noticed the monsters were far stronger than before. Realizing the boss had specifically thought about his safety, he couldn't help but feel touched. Simply shielding the boss from attacks felt too basic, he needed to find a more meaningful way to contribute. He fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood alone, facing the shadowy wildcats that flickered in and out of visibility. In the past, the Gathering Master would lure enemies, and Lin Feng would finish them off with a few quick sword strikes. But these shadowy wildcats could go invisible, forcing him to deal with them one by one. Although his speed spirit buff ensured that any enemy slower than him by a factor of 2 couldn't turn invisible after attacking, he still had to land hits for it to work. As a result, many wildcats managed to land several successive hits on him. -30, +19. +10. -28, +18. +10. +235. War God Outyen watched closely, not seeing Lin Feng take any significant damage. Instead, the damage numbers left him stunned. 30 damage? These monsters have an attack stat of 188. Could Sword Master Yang's defense surpass 100? He couldn't believe Lin Feng could withstand such high damage. Even stranger, 30 damage was being absorbed by 19 points, leaving those wildcats at a loss. Who could they even complain to? On top of that, Lin Feng's health was constantly regenerating. Even when he took 11 points of damage, he'd recover 10 points right away, not to mention the occasional 200+ health restoration ticks. War God Outyen started to feel bad for the shadowy wildcats. Lin Feng had initially wanted to test out his red luo soup, but these wildcats weren't even putting up much of a challenge. He couldn't help but think, little kitties, can you hit a bit harder? Just as he prepared to finish off the now visible wildcats, a system notification popped up. You've taken damage. Wild Wolf Armor, 12th Amplification, Growth Value +1. Current, 39/1000. You've taken damage. Wild Wolf Armor, 12th Amplification, Growth Value +1. Current, 40/1000. Smack! He slapped his thigh in realization he had made a mistake. Previously, he had been dispatching monsters too quickly, forgetting that the wild wolf armor grew by taking damage. Suddenly, these snarling, sharp-toothed shadowy wildcats seemed adorable. Come on, hit me! Realizing there was actually a benefit to taking damage, he loosened up, no longer cautiously taking them down one by one. Instead, with graceful footwork, he danced amongst the wildcats. 1 slash, 2 slashes each time a shadowy wildcat attacked him, it lost the ability to turn invisible due to his speed spirit buff. Finally, he could relish the adrenaline rush of being surrounded by more than 40 frenzied cats. You got injured once, Wild Wolf Battle Armor, 12x amplification, growth value +1. Now at 70/1000. Lin Feng deliberately controlled the situation, causing the growth value to skyrocket. A few restless shadow wildcats stopped attacking and tried to flee, but Lin Feng quickly immobilized one with a single strike, followed by a critical hit that instantly ended its life. Staying alive a little longer wouldn't benefit them anyway. Occasionally, his sword aura inadvertently spread, taking down a few other shadow wildcats in the process. Looking at the fallen enemies, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. Those were all growth points. He noticed that with the sword aura surrounding him, the shadow wildcat's attack speed slowed significantly, making the growth efficiency much lower. Letting out a sigh, he murmured, "I gave you a chance, but you wasted it." He put away his playful attitude and started striking seriously. In just a few seconds, the remaining 20 or so shadow wildcats all lay defeated. Game over. Battle God Blade was utterly mesmerized. This isn't just monster slaying, this is art. When facing the shadow wildcat boss, Lin Feng remained calm. However, Battle God Aotian grew visibly tense. He had just used a detection spell to check the boss's stats. Shadow Wildcat, level 15 elite boss. Damage, 508, HP, 180,000, defense, 95. Special abilities, Rapid Shadow Kill, Storm of Blades. Only 2 abilities, but both were incredibly powerful. Its basic stats alone were terrifying. With 508 damage, it could obliterate anyone it touched. Its high defense and massive HP were daunting. He couldn't imagine how Lin Feng would take down this monster. What would Lin Feng do? The nightmare-level dungeon monster had such overwhelming abilities that even Aotian had to tread carefully. A quick victory was the safest bet. Just as the boss prepared to go invisible, Lin Feng teleported directly in front of it. Teleport consumes 50 mana, instant movement of 5 meters, 1 minute cooldown. Appearing right before the boss, he ignored its stealth and slashed down with his sword. The sword aura triggered, slowing the boss's speed. The boss's claw attack missed as Lin Feng landed another strike. The sword aura triggered again, causing massive damage. The boss activated Storm of Blades, unleashing explosive combo damage. Damage continued piling up, with a 100% critical hit rate ignoring defenses, forcing the boss into retreat. Dreamrealm Transfer Group 6399761778. By the time Lin Feng's 10th strike landed, the level 15 Shadow Wildcat boss collapsed without even getting the chance to use its final move. Battle God Aotian was stunned, while Battle God Blade was absolutely thrilled. "That combo, so stylish," he shouted. "Swordmaster Lin, you're incredible." As a die-hard fan of violent aesthetics and King of Fighters 97, he couldn't contain his excitement. Unbelievable. Battle God Aotian was at a loss for words, repeating the same phrase over and over. Thankfully, they had lucked out by teaming up with Swordmaster Lin. If they had faced such a powerhouse as their opponent, forget special abilities, just a casual attack from Lin could wipe them out. But now they were teammates, and that thought alone brought them immense joy. Having such an unparalleled expert by their side for dungeon runs was sheer bliss. Lin Feng, however, wasn't entirely pleased. He had planned to test out the feeling of chaining 2 sets of Storm of Blades together, but the boss couldn't even withstand one. These so-called elite bosses were way too weak. Still, something felt off. Glancing again at the description for Storm of Blades, he noticed the cooldown time was a whopping 10 minutes. That long? Meaning he could only use the skill once per dungeon? If he couldn't take down a boss, he'd have to wait 10 minutes before using it again? No way could he tolerate that. Lin Feng's heart raced as he wondered if the cooldown time could be upgraded. The system chimed in, "The enhancement option you've selected is the 4th upgrade for this skill. This will consume 10 times the usual experience points." Continue? 10 times the cost? But as long as it could be upgraded, a bit more experience wouldn't hurt. Ding! Consumed 1,600 experience points. Storm of Blades, cooldown time increased by 1 level. Ding. Consumed 3,200 experience points. Storm of Blades, cooldown time increased by 2 levels. Ding. Storm of Blades, cooldown time upgraded to level 4. You've unlocked an additional evolution choice. Option 1, cooldown reduced by 10%. Option 2, cooldown reduced by 2 minutes. Option 3, cooldown reduced by 15%. The basic upgrades didn't even reduce the cooldown time, how stingy. Thankfully, the evolution choices included cooldown reduction. Otherwise, all that experience would have been wasted. A 15% reduction on 10 minutes would only save 1.5 minutes, so naturally, he chose the 2-minute reduction. Now it was down to 8 minutes. Clearly, further upgrades were necessary. By the way, when do you all prefer to read? The author wants to set a fixed update schedule to make it easier for you to follow along. Feel free to leave a comment, I'll gather your feedback. Ding. Consumed Dream Realm Transfer Group 639976178 points of experience. Storm of Blades, cooldown time increased by 1 level. This was just the 5th level of enhancement. The consumption has already surpassed the 8th tier enhancement from before. As expected, the more heaven-defying the boost, the greater the cost. However, the previous boss, the Shadow Frenzy Cat, was a pleasant surprise. The cultivation value of an exceptional grade boss is 10 times that of a good grade 1. With various buffs stacked, his cultivation value skyrocketed to over 50 million. At the moment, this amount of cultivation value was more than enough to sustain his efforts. Ding. Reign of Pear Blossoms, cooldown time enhanced to 8-tier amplification, granting 2 extra evolution choices. Option 1, see reduce cooldown by 2 minutes. Option 2, be reduce cooldown by 3 minutes. Option 3, a chance to reset cooldown entirely. Option 4, be reduce cooldown by 30%. Although option 3A offered a chance to reset the cooldown entirely, it didn't specify the odds. What if it's just a 1% chance? Wouldn't that be a waste? Lin Feng initially leaned toward picking options 2 and 4, but noticed something peculiar. The 2B tier options had different orders of effect. According to the system, the minutes are reduced first, followed by the percentage. An 8-minute cooldown reduced by 3 minutes leaves 5 minutes, and reducing that by 30% only takes off another 1.5 minutes. In that case, directly choosing the 2-minute reduction, option 1, would be better. Strangely, the C tier option turned out to be more effective than the B tier one. Spotting this loophole, Lin Feng ultimately chose options 1 and 2, lowering the cooldown to just 3 minutes. He did the math. Advancing to the 12th tier would cost 6.1 million cultivation value. After some thought, he decided to go all in. Ding! You've spent 6.1 million cultivation value. Reign of Pear Blossoms, cooldown time amplified to 12 tiers. Ding! Reign of Pear Blossoms, cooldown time enhanced to 12 tier amplification, granting 3 extra evolution choices. Option 1, see reduce cooldown by 40%. Option 2, a reduce cooldown by 3 minutes, minimum cooldown fixed at 3 seconds. Option 3, a high chance to reset cooldown entirely. Option 4, a cooldown fixed at instant cast, but consecutive uses increase mana cost to 400 points and doubles with each subsequent cast. Choosing this option disables all other options. Option 5, be reduce cooldown by 50%. 3 A-tier options appeared this time, but Lin Feng was most intrigued by option 4. Compared to the chance-based reset of option 3 or the 3-second minimum cooldown of option 2, he knew seconds could mean life or death when facing extremely dangerous monsters. He decided to forego options 3 and 2. Option 4 guaranteed instant cast but came with a steep increase in mana consumption, a drawback most players wouldn't be able to handle. Perhaps that's why it was rated A tier instead of S tier, the downside was too significant. But Lin Feng was completely hooked. Wasn't this practically tailor-made for him? As for the exponentially increasing mana cost, so be it. If mana runs out, I'll just hunt more bosses with spirit-boosting attributes. Plus, since this option was exclusive, Lin Feng had no choice but to select it. After spending another 6.5 million cultivation value, the cooldown dilemma was finally resolved. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power. Now, he eagerly anticipated what surprises the final boss of the third stage might bring. War God Aotian, War God Dominator Blade, and Persian Cat couldn't contain their excitement as they watched Lin Feng rack up an immense amount of cultivation value. At this rate, would they hit level 20 right after leaving the dungeon? War God Dominator Blade felt that the 5 million spent was well worth it. Gazing at War God Aotian, who had recommended Lin Feng, he couldn't help but shower him with compliments. What a brilliant choice! Even Aotian himself hadn't expected Lin Feng to deliver such a massive surprise. Entering the third stage, Lin Feng was met with an unexpected twist. This stage still featured fallen demons, but their combat prowess had been significantly enhanced. Their damage output, defense, and health were all upgraded, though that didn't pose much of a problem for Lin Feng, as his damage frequently overkills enemies. After all, how much health could a single mob have? What caught him off guard was the fallen demons' drastically increased attack speed. Their staff swings were now rapid fire, almost like machine gun bursts. -80, +52. +10. -58, +38. +10. -180, +117. +10. +235. Lin Feng had to endure multiple hits, relying on auto-recovery to sustain his health before counterattacking. Despite the increase in fire resistance, the nightmare-level dungeon buffs were formidable, and his spiritual attributes weren't particularly high, meaning he still took substantial damage. A single critical hit could shave off 180 health points. Fortunately, his wild wolf armor absorbed 65% of incoming damage, keeping him alive and well. You've taken damage. Wild wolf armor growth value increased by 1, now at 198/1000. You've taken damage. Wild wolf armor growth value increased by 1, now at 455/1000. Lin Feng focused on evasion rather than attacking, causing the wild wolf armor's growth value to soar rapidly. His odd behavior made War God Aotian and Gathering Master visibly anxious. Persian Cat muttered, "Is our leader playing with fire? Taking 5 fireballs per second and pretending it's no big deal, he's really risking his life here." Although the growth value was increasing at a remarkable rate, Lin Feng's health was steadily depleting. When his health dropped to just 1/10 of its maximum, War God Aotian couldn't take it anymore. "No way, I have to step in and help sword-wielding leader." He didn't understand Lin Feng's intentions but refused to stand by and watch him risk death. At that moment, Lin Feng took a deep breath and smiled. "You've taken damage. Wild wolf armors. 12-fold amplification, growth value +1, now at 1000/1000. The Wild Wolf battle armor has met the conditions for self-evolution and upgraded to legendary level. Finally, it met the mark. Legendary level. He was so excited he wanted to shout it out loud. 2 elite fallen demons were chanting repeatedly, seemingly preparing to unleash a powerful skill. He smirked coldly. "Did you really think I'd just let you do as you please? Sword, come forth." The long-hidden sword instantly unsheathed, firmly grasped in his hand. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes, and his aura surged dramatically. It was as if an unstoppable edge burst forth from him. War God Aotian paused his steps, his gaze filled with anticipation. Is Swordmaster Yang about to unleash his power? The answer was, of course, yes. Lin Feng swung his sword like the wind, with sword energy slashing in all directions. Damage numbers floated up one after another, exceeding tens of thousands. The fallen demons screamed in agony. Flying General's slingshot flickered with light as he shot continuously. Champion Marquis seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving the fallen demons incapacitated. Saint Cassius and the 3 yellow turban warriors stood guard over the Harvest Master. The entire team was in full action. It wasn't until the sword's glow faded that the frenzy of slaughter came to an end. Lin Feng didn't dwell on the victory but instead focused intently on his equipment. What kind of improvements had the evolved Wild Wolf battle armor undergone? Wolf's tenacity, 12-fold amplification. Grade, Legendary, Growth Enabled. Type, Armor. Required level, 10. Defense plus 40, previously plus 22. Endurance plus 30, previously plus 15. Damage absorption 25%, previously 15%. HP autoregen, 3% per second, previously 1.5%. Enduring regeneration, recovers 20 HP automatically every time damage is taken. Blink, consumes 100 mana to teleport to any point within 10 meters. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Flame Barrier, consumes 100 mana to generate a 10,000 point shield. If unbroken after 30 seconds, it automatically regenerates. Locked traits, 4. No level restriction, no level requirement for equipping this item. Upgraded to Legendary, it felt like an entirely new piece of equipment, even the name had changed. Defense increased from 22 to 40, endurance doubled to 30, and damage absorption rose to 25%. Total absorption now reached 75%, and HP regeneration doubled to 3% per second, amounting to 9% per second overall. Traits were fully enhanced as well, with enduring regeneration doubling its effects. Blink's mana cost and cooldown time increased, but its teleportation range doubled, resulting in a massive overall upgrade. The Flame Barrier, while not as strong as a boss-tier shield, was still quite impressive. Plus, Linfeng could continue to enhance and amplify it. This set of battle armor was nothing short of luxurious. Truly worthy of being legendary. He couldn't wait to see the despair on others' faces when they tried attacking him. However, a sense of unease crept into his mind. Previously, the growth value required taking 1,000 effective hits. If not for the fallen demons growing stronger, it would have been hard to complete. What about now? Had it increased to 10,000 hits or even 100,000? Nervously, he checked and discovered it now required accumulating 1 million points of damage. His vision went dark for a moment. The upgraded fallen demons' spells were powerful, yet they barely inflicted over 100 damage per hit. Who could possibly deal enough damage to him now? Based on the fallen demon's damage output, where could he find 10,000 nightmare-level fallen demons? Plus, same-tier dungeons could only be run 3 times a day. On top of that, the legendary-level Wild Wolf battle armor made his defenses even sturdier. Most monsters in the beginner town couldn't even break through his armor. He found himself in a dilemma: should he challenge more difficult bosses? The joy of farming dungeons earlier suddenly waned as his current circumstances felt insufficient. Facing the fallen demon boss again, he didn't hesitate. He immediately accelerated, blinking forward with sword energy entwined around him. When the attacks missed, he blinked again, continuing to entangle and strike. A single combo dealt -500 with a storm of attacks. By the time the sequence ended, the boss had lost 250,000 HP. Still not dead? Linfeng dumped all his free attribute points into Spirit, preparing for a finishing move. One big combo wasn't enough to kill it, so he immediately followed up with another. The boss didn't even have time to react before being hit with 10 consecutive attacks. Finally, an armor-piercing, 5 times critical strike appeared. Before the boss could even respond, it collapsed. Ding! You've slain the level 15 fallen demon boss, elite tier, overachievement. You used an amplification item, gaining 1000% experience. Based on experience distribution, you've earned massive experience, along with an additional bonus for surpassing the challenge. You've obtained Soul of the Fallen. You've obtained Fiery Wrath. You've obtained Iron Will. You've obtained 78 silver coins. This boss's drop was the most bountiful Linfeng had ever seen. And the most critical treasure chest hadn't even been opened yet. Getting so many additional items was truly rare. The 70 million plus experience points left Linfeng utterly stunned. The way Eternal World handled experience gains was absolutely perfect for him. You've successfully cleared the level 15 dungeon. This is the completion record for the nightmare difficulty of Ben Xiao Yuan Ji, cleared in 17 minutes and 35 seconds. As the first team to beat this difficulty, your time will be recorded on the Dungeon Honor leaderboard. You were the top damage dealer in the dungeon and have earned a first clear lottery chance. Would you like to use it now? Another lottery chance. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and clicked open. The wheel spun and landed on an item shaped like a spell scroll. He didn't win the dungeon permissions he was hoping for, which was a bit disappointing. But as he read the spell's description, his heart began to race. Nightmare Assault. Exclusive spell for Yang Jianqingming. Tier, High. Description: consumes 200 mana to unleash a soul attack. All players who have not yet cleared a nightmare difficulty dungeon will take unavoidable damage. The damage equals the total of the caster's base attribute points, excluding equipment bonuses, plus true damage. Exclusive effect: if the spell results in a one-hit kill, the target loses 2 attribute points in all stats, while the caster gains 1 attribute point. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This spell was exclusively for players and was insanely powerful. Based on Lin Feng's current stats, over 200 base points and 500 true damage, it could deal around 700 damage. It didn't seem like much, but with the exception of a few tank builds focusing on constitution, no player had more than 700 HP. This spell was practically a one-shot kill. Even scarier was the potential range of targets. At this stage, apart from him and his 4 teammates, almost no one had completed a nightmare dungeon. Moreover, Lin Feng's stats and damage would continue to grow, making the spell increasingly devastating. As for the attribute points gained from one-hit kills, Lin Feng didn't care too much about them. But for those who dared provoke him, seeing their attributes permanently reduced? That was definitely satisfying. Right now, it was just a 1-point reduction per kill. But in the future, as it got stronger, anyone crossing him would regret it deeply. Lin Feng stood patiently, waiting for the team's collection expert to finish harvesting all the materials from the fallen demons and the boss. The collection expert was drenched in sweat. This was the first time he realized that harvesting corpses could be even more exhausting than killing monsters. Seeing Lin Feng's growing impatience, he began to panic. What if the boss gets fed up with his slow speed and stops bringing him along? That would be a disaster. Lin Feng finally went all out, and for the first time, a hint of approval appeared on his face. The collection expert let out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought he'd develop lightning-fast hands, rivaling a professional? And all because he'd been trained on monster corpses. Lin Feng directed his 5 yellow turban fighters to fuse with their rewards from the dungeon. It wasn't just him who would grow stronger, his loyal subordinates deserved upgrades too. After accumulating loot from 3 dungeons, his elite unit, the Flying General, now dealt 350 damage per strike. Even the high-difficulty dungeon monsters could only withstand 2 or 3 hits. Against players? They'd be dropping like flies. The Flying General was now practically a mini-boss, mowing down enemies like a force of nature. The dungeon's monsters were agility-based, but with Lin Feng's strategic resource allocation, the champion Marquis had also seen significant improvement. His damage neared 300, attack speed almost matched Lin Feng's, and his critical hit rate had reached a terrifying 20%. He looked a bit comical fighting without a weapon, but his combat power was no joke. The biggest winner from this dungeon, however, was an unnamed yellow turban fighter now dubbed Zhu Rong. Starting at level 1, his stats had shot up to damage, 366. HP, 800. Mana, 800. Defense, 95. Skills, Unshakable Mountain, Furious Hammer Strike, Divine Strength. Special abilities, Life Evolution and Armored Vanguard. Zhu Rong had absorbed countless demonic essences and earned his new moniker, Fire God Zhu Rong, a fitting title for a fire-based demon transformed into a deity of flames. Lin Feng was confident that with meticulous training, his in-game fire god would eventually rival the mythical one. Zhu Rong now boasted the highest damage output, thanks to his fire-based magic. His mana pool of 800 was impressive as well. Unfortunately, the Life Evolution ability could only absorb base attributes and special traits for now, meaning he couldn't yet assimilate boss-level spells to unleash fire-based ultimate moves. Otherwise, his stats would have been even more terrifying. But Lin Feng already had plans to further enhance the yellow turban fighters when the time was right. After exiting the dungeon, the two players from the War God Guild were beyond pleased and endlessly grateful. Spending 5 million on this run had been worth every penny. To their surprise, Lin Feng wasn't just a top-tier player but also incredibly easygoing. Who said clients were always demanding and entitled? They were more than happy to play the role of subordinates, especially when it came to dealing with someone like Yang Jianchangming. The rewards from this dungeon far exceeded their expectations, granting them over 5 million cultivation points in total. While they weren't sure exactly how much experience was needed to level up from 10 to 20, this amount was likely equivalent. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Feng had saved them a week's worth of grinding. For top-tier players, time was the most valuable resource. What they didn't realize was that their lead wasn't just in terms of game progression. As the game began to bleed into reality, they'd come to understand that their destinies had already been rewritten from this single dungeon run with Lin Feng. Despite their newfound progress, the two War God players felt a twinge of hesitation. How were they supposed to tackle their next challenge, the SSS rank quest? War God Aotian decided to voice the concern on his mind. Lin Feng's response left him pleasantly surprised. Just go ahead and accept it. Trust me. Task complete, and I'll help you move forward. War God Dominator Blade was incredibly envious. What an opportunity. Unfortunately, his arrogance had led him to accept an S-tier mission and fail, meaning he'd have to wait 24 hours before taking on another task. All he could do now was watch as his friend surpassed him first. Would the mission be completed? Come on, don't even joke about it. Swordmaster Lin Feng, who could effortlessly handle a level 15 elite boss, would probably find this mission about as challenging as yawning. Lin Feng glanced at the obedient Persian cat and said, "You should join in on the mission too. I'll help you both succeed." Persian cat's eyes sparkled with delight as she secretly marveled, "What a strong and commanding figure, love it." She cheerfully hummed a tune as she made her way toward the main city. For 2 days now, neither she nor War God Proud Sky had brought up the idea of compensating Lin Feng for his assistance with the mission. After all, the help they'd get from this instance dungeon was invaluable. Even if they gave Lin Feng 1,000 top coins equivalent to 5 million Chinese yuan, it would still feel like a steal. Once the mission was completed, they resolved to repay Lin Feng properly. After seeing them off, Lin Feng's smile faded as he turned serious. "Chubby, the upcoming dungeon might be a bit dangerous. Go to the treasure pavilion and buy a few resurrection potions just in case." The gathering master was startled. If even Lin Feng called it dangerous, just how tough an instance dungeon could this be? Nightmare level was already the peak difficulty, could there be a level 20 dungeon? That'd definitely be pushing it. He hurried to the treasure pavilion to find the necessary potions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng began examining his own preparations, making sure nothing was overlooked. A dungeon called No One Survives sounded terrifying. This wasn't something he could afford to mess up. Finally, Lin Feng opened his character stats, which he hadn't checked in a while. Character Swordmaster Azure Sky. Level *0, requires 1 unit of primordial source to level up. Talent Chaos Pinnacle, SSSSSS. Skills Summon Warrior, 8-fold amplification, Sword Energy Barrage, 12-fold amplification, Sword Aura Binding, 12-fold amplification, Rapid Awakening, 12-fold amplification, Storm of Blades, 12-fold amplification, Nightmare Assault. Instance Permissions Auto Loot, Rewards Amplification. Attributes Strength 136, plus 35, Constitution 60, Endurance 18, plus 35, Agility 37, plus 15, Spiritual Power 12. Available Attribute Points *0. Damage Output *660. Health Points *3000. Mana Points *600. Defense *110. Critical Rate *46.75%. Critical Damage *520%. Evasion Rate *22%. HP Regen *9% per second, 10 points per second. Mana Regen *10% per second. Luck *1. Wealth *1 gold coin, 37 silver coins, 525 copper coins. Primordial source required for level up *1 silver coin. Equipment *Wolf's resilience, 12-fold amplification, swift explosive sword, 12-fold amplification, blaze of speed, 8-fold amplification. Battle power placeholder. Lin Feng was shocked to discover just how powerful he'd become. His battle power had broken into the 5-digit range, nearly 10 times what it was during his last check. In his past life, reaching this level would have taken 1 or even 2 months. Now, it had been less than 24 hours. He glanced at the battle power rankings. #1 Lin Feng, Swordmaster Azure Sky 10000+. #2 Royal Glory *555. #3 Eastern Sword Emperor *378. The Gathering Master, after equipping some excellent gear, had boosted his battle power by dozens of points, reaching a total of 244 and maintaining his 4th place ranking. Everyone else was progressing quickly too. While their numbers couldn't compare to Lin Feng's, their 3-digit power levels reflected serious effort. Eastern Sword Emperor, the strongest figure in the Eternal World in Lin Feng's previous life, still displayed exceptional talent despite having lost his edge to Lin Feng this time around. Meanwhile, Royal Glory seemed to be riding high on sheer financial muscle, just another reminder that you can't mess with someone rich. As Lin Feng was about to urge the Gathering Master to hurry up, he noticed 2 men in red robes approaching from a distance. Their expressions were cold and intimidating, their eyes scanning the area as though they were searching for something. Lin Feng curiously observed that neither of the men had visible names, leaving him uncertain whether they were players or NPCs. The older man glanced around before politely asking, "Is this the area for the Twin Cities Blade Master event?" Lin Feng nodded. The red-robed man scrutinized him carefully, his expression turning cautious. Lin Feng's aura was far from ordinary, it seemed he'd been mistaken for the Gathering Master. The man quietly gripped his sword and probed, "Do you happen to know the Gathering Master?" The Gathering Master, startled, lifted his head and asked, "Who's looking for me?" Suddenly, a flash of crimson sword light tore through the air, striking directly at the Gathering Master before anyone could react. A damage number, 4008, burst above the Gathering Master's head, and he instantly transformed into a transparent spirit form. A system notification rang out. Ding! You have triggered the unique special mission, Investigation by the Scarlet Dawn Sect. Mission description: your unparalleled talent has attracted the attention of prying eyes. You must now. Survival was key during reconnaissance, otherwise, capture was inevitable. Mission failure penalty: SSSSSS-level talent downgraded to SSS level. Lin Feng finally understood the red-robed men were here for him. The Master Collector, with Lin Feng's assistance, had achieved a breakthrough and was mistakenly identified as a prodigy with unparalleled talent. This sword strike was meant to protect Lin Feng, but the Master Collector paid the price. The enemy didn't even ask questions, attacking to kill outright. The arrogance was maddening. Lin Feng's chest heaved violently, his entire body shaking with fury. Relying on his past life's experience, he had always been ahead. Yet, to see his companion cut down right under his nose was a humiliation he couldn't swallow. The moment the Master Collector fell, another disciple launched a sword strike aimed at Lin Feng. At the critical moment, Lin Feng dodged with his 22% evasion rate, ignoring the opponent's shock, and propelled himself forward, disappearing in an instant. At the same time, he activated Insight. The Insight skill revealed 2 level 20 elite disciples of the Qishao sect, boasting decent damage and defense stats. Lin Feng sneered. 2 minor lackeys dared to act so brazenly in front of him? He blinked into the space between the two, his sword radiating brilliance. Disciple A was stunned that Lin Feng chose to counterattack instead of fleeing, while Disciple B cautiously began chanting a spell. Lin Feng's sword was faster. Sword energy enveloped Disciple A before he could react, slashing 500 HP from his health bar. Another strike followed immediately, triggering the unique trait blade sweeps all directions. Sword energy scattered wildly, its momentum overwhelming. If the sword aura bind effect triggered consecutively, it would randomly ensnare up to 5 enemies within a 3-meter radius, applying sword energy at 60% strength. Disciple B, who was still mid-incantation, was also hit. 500. The true damage numbers floated above both their heads simultaneously. Both disciples felt their bodies entangled by countless strands of sword energy, immobilizing them completely, not even allowing them to move their feet. Disciple A, who had been so confident moments ago after killing the Master Collector, now wore a mask of terror. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Before they could process what was happening, Lin Feng struck again, unleashing Rain of Blades. 1680. Seeing the damage number, Disciple A's heart sank. He knew he was done for. Unlike dungeon-buffed bosses, this Disciple A had no means of absorbing such damage. Back in a nightmare difficulty dungeon, against a level 15 exceptional boss, Lin Feng's Dark Wildcat Blade could deal 1000 damage per strike, accumulating up to 200,000 total damage. This disciple probably thought swordsmanship alone could make him invincible, but reality hit him hard. Disciple B was still painstakingly casting his spell, while Lin Feng's 10-hit Rain of Blades combo finished Disciple A off. Disciple B froze in place, realizing his opponent's strength was far beyond expectations. He tried to retreat. Lin Feng smirked coldly. With 600 mana points, I can chain my ultimates seamlessly. Disciple B, it's your turn now. Rain of Blades unleashed once more. 1326. Though Disciple B's defense was slightly stronger, it didn't make much of a difference. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, each sword was faster than the last. His health plummeted, and his escape spell was never cast. He was utterly shocked. Who on earth did we provoke? In the end, with a mix of disbelief and regret in his eyes, Disciple B succumbed. Lin Feng's 10-blade combo and burst damage claimed both their lives. In less than 5 seconds. Lin Feng didn't celebrate. Instead, he looked solemnly at the Master Collector's lifeless body. Xiao Pang, Big Brother has avenged you. The author has been feeling down lately, suffering from sleepless nights while brainstorming plot twists. My hair's turning gray from all this stress. Please, dear readers, donate to keep me motivated. We're at 140 donations, just 60 more to hit 200 and unlock an extra chapter. Lin Feng felt a pang of guilt. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang in his ears. Thank you, Big Brother. A pure white light flashed, and the Master Collector suddenly stood up. What the? Lin Feng jumped back in shock. Was this some sort of resurrection? The Master Collector threw himself into Lin Feng's arms, sobbing loudly. Big Brother, I'm so touched. You unleashed your full power for me and personally avenged our enemies. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Avenging their enemies, sure, but was this really his full power? He had just casually used a couple of normal Rain of Blades combos. And wasn't the Master Collector supposed to be dead? How was he suddenly alive again? The Master Collector, his eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaimed, Big Brother, you're a genius. I followed your advice and bought a revival potion from the shop, and it actually saved me. Lin Feng thought back and realized, I told him to buy a dungeon-specific revival potion since it was cheaper. Looks like he bought the wrong one, but it ended up saving his life. He didn't bother correcting him and instead said sternly, now you see how dangerous the outside world is, right? You need to start leveling up properly. Otherwise, even a random monster could kill you. The Master Collector nodded fervently, still shaken. It was terrifying. Those two maniacs just attacked without warning. Thank goodness you're so powerful, or I'd be truly dead this time. He patted his chest and vowed to train hard until he could one day take a hit for Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Brother, you already took one hit for me. These two guys, They were coming for me all along, but they paid the price too. System notification. Ding. You have slain level 20 boss, elite disciple A of the Crimson Sky sect. With the amplification item applied, you've received a 1000% bonus in cultivation points via the Dream Transit Group and additional cultivation points, Ding. You have slain level 20 boss, elite disciple B of the Crimson Sky sect, earning the same cultivation point bonus, Base cultivation points from a regular level 20 mob aren't much. Even with the doubled rewards from the bosses, the use of the item, and the level surpassing bonus, it only totaled 2.09 million. Lin Feng shook his head, unimpressed. Elite disciples? More like trash disciples. Even the kittens in the dungeon give better loot than this. Thankfully, there were still some other drops, several dozen silver coins, better than nothing. Lin Feng's attention was drawn to an intriguing spell technique. Underworld King's Wrath. Tier, mid-tier. Description: consumes 200 mana to unleash an attack dealing 1000% of your base attack as critical damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Simple yet brutally effective. This was clearly the trump card of their so-called elite disciples, capable of dealing over 4000 damage in one blow. No wonder it packed a punch. But for Lin Feng, it felt a little basic. With his surplus of cultivation points, he was itching to put them to good use. Perhaps he could refine and upgrade the spell. He bound the spell to himself and activated its exclusive trait. When critical damage exceeds 1000%, an additional 2000% true damage is dealt to the enemy. Nice. Lin Feng's current critical damage was already at 520%, so 1000% wasn't out of reach. He began enhancing the spell. At Tier 4, the base boost increased by 1000% critical damage, mana cost rose to 400, and damage output increased by 50%. At Tier 8, the base boost jumped to 2000% critical damage, with added effects of bypassing 50% of the enemy's defense and increasing Lin Feng's critical chance by 30%. A smirk crept across Lin Feng's face. It was getting more and more interesting. By Tier 12, the defense bypass chance reached 70%, and the spell was elevated to high tier. A notification popped up. Asterisk ding. Underworld King's Wrath, Tier 12 upgrade unlocked. Choose 3 additional evolution options. Asterisk. Options included: increase defense bypass to 99%. Reduce mana consumption by 75%. Have cooldown time. Temporarily raise critical chance to 99%. Add exclusive trait, easy loot. Mana reduction wasn't necessary, and cooldown reduction could be upgraded separately. With all his cultivation points, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about resources. He selected 99% defense bypass, 99% critical chance, and easy loot. The final version of the Underworld King's Wrath high-tier spell consumes 500 mana, bypasses 99% defense, grants 99% critical chance, and deals 3000% critical damage based on base attack, with a cooldown of just 1 second. Exclusive traits. True reality: when critical damage exceeds 1000%, an additional 3000% true damage is dealt. Easy loot: attack range increases by 500%. Against enemies lacking high-tier spell defenses, the attack is guaranteed to hit. Successfully landing a critical hit will automatically collect all dropped money and items. Lin Feng spent 1.3 million cultivation points to enhance the traits to Tier 12. Enhancing the cooldown reduction cost him another 6.5 million. While the cooldown couldn't be completely eliminated, the spell was now near perfection. Exclusive traits details. True reality: Tier 12. If critical damage exceeds 1000%, the enemy suffers an additional 5000% true damage. If critical damage surpasses 2000%, the bonus true damage becomes even higher. Easy loot: Tier 12 attack range extends by 1000%. If a critical blow lands successfully, all dropped money and items from the enemy are automatically collected. If the enemy lacks higher tier spell defenses, the attack is guaranteed to hit. Lin Feng was left speechless. This spell, once just a simple mid-tier skill capable of one-shotting small fries, had now become a terrifying force. The only downside? He was out of free attribute points, and his mana pool was down to a mere 600. This spell couldn't be used simultaneously with his Rain of Blossom Blades. The visuals alone would be too overwhelming. For now, the true reality effect couldn't be triggered, as his critical damage was still short of 1000%. Once upon a time, he had been proud of his 520% critical damage. Now, even the spell seemed to scoff at him. Embarrassing. Luckily, there was a way forward. After 3 dungeon runs and 9 treasure chests later, plus a bonus chest from the Twin City Bladesman, he was ready. Previously, he had already opened a Tier 10 Swift Wildcat chest. Now, 9 treasure chests remained. Time was running out. It was time to amplify and upgrade. He started with 2 excellent grade Swift Wildcat chests, items from Hell-level dungeons, capable of being enhanced to Tier 12. Lin Feng worked quickly. Asterisk opening Tier 10 Swift Wildcat boss chest, excellent grade, Tier 12 enhanced. Asterisk. Gained dodge plus 20%. Received Cloudstep boots, Frostfawn dagger, and 11 silvers. The dodge rate was 2% lower than before, but it was still decent. The exquisite grade chests would be saved for the last. Next came the 2 excellent grade Hellspawn chests. After enhancing, he began opening. Opening Tier 15 Hellspawn boss chest. Treasure chest, excellent level, 12-fold enhancement. Fire damage increased by 1080 points. Received Fire Cloud shield, Fire Cloud staff, and 14 silver tails. Another one. Fire damage increased by 1440 points. Received Explosive bullet, Blazing necklace, level free gem, and 11 silver tails. The increase in fire damage didn't surprise him. Treasure chests dropped by dungeon bosses are mainly for adding special attributes and bonuses, rather than boosting basic stats. With over 2,000 fire damage combined, the outcome was decent. The equipment pieces, all of excellent quality, should fetch a good price. The explosive bullet spell was finally unlocked, which Lin Feng decided to keep for now. What excited him the most was the level-free gem. This meant he could embed it in any gear and carry it around without restrictions. After all, aside from his weapon, he only had 2 pieces of equipment, which was painfully shabby. Lin Feng decided to strike while the iron was hot and open the remaining treasure chests to see if he could get anything good. At that moment, War God Aotian and War God Ba Dao returned. "Boss, I got an SSS level quest." "The target is a level 10 or higher boss," Ba Dao exclaimed. Lin Feng, eager to continue opening treasure chests, wanted to get moving quickly. Aotian sighed and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's find a boss and take it down." But Lin Feng had learned that the only nearby boss meeting the criteria was a level 10 Twin Cities duelist, which he had already killed. Its respawn would take some time. Lin Feng was speechless. Was he really blocking others' paths by walking his own? Looking around, something caught his eye, a flicker of movement in the nearby forest. "Follow me." Lin Feng led the group toward it. War God Aotian froze when he saw the target. "Boss, that looks like a swift wild panther?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yup, it's one of the little panthers from the first dungeon level. Let's check its level first. If it's not high enough, we'll keep moving." Aotian cast a detection spell, Swift Wild Panther, level 11, damage 140, defense 55, average health. The stats were laughably low compared to the dungeon bosses they were used to, which boasted damage in the hundreds and health in the tens of thousands. Lin Feng walked up to it, skeptical. Is this boss a fake or what? He jabbed his sword, and damage numbers appeared above the panther's head. Yet, the creature didn't even flinch. Aotian received a system notification. Ding! Your team has slain the level 11 Swift Wild Panther, a superior boss. The team leader used an amplification item, granting you significant cultivation points. Ding! You completed the first kill of the Swift Wild Panther boss, earning 4 free attribute points. You've exceeded the required monster level for the quest. However, you didn't meet the conditions of dealing 10% damage or landing a one-hit kill. Quest incomplete. Please select a different monster level and fulfill the participation conditions. Aotian was stunned. Their boss didn't lure the monster, he straight up obliterated it? He hadn't even lifted a finger, yet his cultivation skyrocketed by 960,000 points. Lin Feng consistently shattered his expectations, far beyond his imagination. And he even got 4 free attribute points. But the quest was still incomplete. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Feng also stared at the system prompt, feeling annoyed. He had just tested his Hades Blast, which cost 500 mana, only to deliver such mediocre damage? His Rain of Pear Blossoms could easily deal over 200,000 damage for just 200 mana. A 500 mana ultimate move, and this was the result? What's worse, the damage accidentally one-shot the boss. He was on the verge of losing it. War God Ba Dao muttered, "Man, these wild bosses are way too weak." "No," Aotian corrected, "it's not the boss that's weak, he's just too strong." Lin Feng sighed, "So this is my fault now?" Thankfully, his treasure hunter skill was coming in clutch. The boss's gold, loot, and treasure chest were all automatically collected into his backpack. It felt incredibly satisfying. Gathering Master scowled. "Boss, you've changed. You don't even need me to pull mobs anymore. You little punk. Are you just bored or what?" Lin Feng joked, giving him a playful kick. "Go pull some mobs." "On it." Gathering Master eagerly rushed into the mob spawn area. He pulled in a group of monsters, and Lin Feng wiped them out in one hit. He brought in another group, and the same thing happened again. Exhausted, Gathering Master complained, "Boss, you're making this no fun for me." Lin Feng shrugged. "The mob's health is just too low. What can I do?" Level 11 regular monsters only had 3,000 health, with defense stats barely over 40. For regular players, this would be challenging. But for their team, tanks with decent gear, it was child's play. Eventually, the group realized that Gathering Master's pull speed couldn't keep up with Lin Feng's killing speed. So, they agreed to split up and pull mobs individually, leaving Lin Feng to focus solely on clearing them. Lin Feng, of course, was more than happy with this arrangement. 3900. 3800. Any level 11 monster within range of Lin Feng's sword aura was instantly cut down, clearing the field in seconds. Even Flying General could only pick off the lucky monsters that survived Lin Feng's initial strikes. Their efficiency was off the charts. However, as they approached the level 2 monster area, Lin Feng realized his damage output was falling short. Level 12 mobs had 4,500 HP, and without a critical hit, he couldn't one-shot them. The situation was becoming tricky. He checked the loot boxes and discovered that only the Twin Cities Swordsman boss chest could boost his strength. So he decided to open it. Recently, the stats for the story haven't been great, and I've been feeling a bit down. But your continued support means the world to me. I received a lot of gifts and rewards yesterday. I'm truly grateful to all of you. I'll keep working hard to bring you exciting stories. You consumed 640 cultivation points. The level 10 Twin Cities Swordsman boss chest, epic grade, has been upgraded to tier 1. Strength increased by 3 points. Ding! You consumed 5,120 cultivation points. The level 10 Twin Cities Swordsman boss chest, epic grade, has been upgraded to tier 4. You gained 4 free attribute points. Ding! With the chest upgraded to tier 4, you have unlocked an evolution choice. Option 1, increase strength by 10 points. Option 2, add 2 additional treasures. Option 3, randomly upgrade the quality of 1 treasure. Before level 10, upgrading an excellent grade boss chest by 1 tier cost only 80 cultivation points. For epic grade, that amount doubled to 160 points. After hitting level 10, the cost doubled again. The upgrading costs were becoming steep. Thankfully, dungeon rewards had been bountiful, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to manage it. Lin Feng chose to increase strength by 10 points without hesitation. After reaching level 10, the treasures inside the loot boxes had decreased in quantity. But Lin Feng understood equipment bonuses before level 10 were limited. Level 10 was when the real power scaling began. Ding! You consumed Jingmeng Relay Group 639976178 cultivation points. The level 10 Twin Cities Swordsman boss chest, epic grade, has been upgraded to tier 8. Strength increased by 5 points. Ding! With the chest upgraded to Tier 8, you have unlocked 2 evolution choices. Option 1, increase strength by 15 points. Option 2, add 3 additional treasures. Option 3, randomly upgrade the quality of 2 treasures. Option 4, increase strength damage multiplier by 20%. Lin Feng immediately chose to increase strength by 15 points and boost the damage multiplier by 20%. Although the multiplier increase wasn't massive, the extra strength points were incredibly valuable. Each tier upgrade provided only minor boosts, usually increasing attributes by increments like 3-3-3-4 or 4-4-4-5. This time, Lin Feng remained patient and upgraded the chest all the way to Tier 12, where he selected a 25-point strength increase. To his surprise, this triggered an additional multiplier bonus, leaving him ecstatic. With a 30% base multiplier plus an extra 20%, he now had a 50% strength damage multiplier. While most players gain 2 damage points per strength point, Lin Feng gained 3. The multiplier bonus alone was equivalent to a B-tier talent. Now came the real test. Before level 10, epic grade chests and excellent grade chests capped at Tier 12. Lin Feng was curious to see the limits of post-level 10 chests. Ding! You consumed Jingmeng Relay Group 639976178 cultivation points. The level 10 Twin Cities Swordsman boss chest, epic grade, has been upgraded to Tier 13. Strength increased by 6 points. This chest has reached the maximum enhancement level for its grade and tier. Although Tier 13 was the limit, Lin Feng was thrilled. At Tier 12, the base attribute boosts had plateaued at 5 points per upgrade. But at Tier 13, they increased again. This growth seemed limitless. While there were no new evolution choices at Tier 13, Lin Feng held his breath as he opened the chest. You opened the level 10 Twin Cities Swordsman boss chest, epic grade, Tier 13. You received 112 strength points. Twin Cities Scabbard. Blade Essence. Well of the Moon. War Blade Technique. 24 taels of silver and 640 copper coins. This was a massive haul. The chest contained nearly all the core items related to the Twin Cities Swordsman, enough to create a master swordsman. It all depended on who had the luck and the resources to claim these treasures. Lin Feng thought about bundling these items and selling them as a package deal. This was also the first time the attribute point drop exceeded 100 points. The 112 strength points alone translated to 224 damage under normal circumstances. In the game, 99% of players couldn't even reach this damage threshold. And that was just the base bonus from the chest. With Lin Feng's 50% strength multiplier, the actual damage increase was 336 points, bringing his base damage up to 996. The numbers were terrifying, almost unreal. At that moment, Persian Cat returned from completing her quest. She'd arrived later than War God Outyin and his team because she had stopped to kill a boss in the wild boar area, earning 2 additional free attribute points. War God Dominator exclaimed, "Your efficiency is insane. You're almost as good as an elite squad on your own." Persian Cat was thrilled but remained modest. "It's all thanks to Yang Jian's amazing weapon, it's given my combat power a huge boost." That's when War God Dominator noticed Persian Cat had surpassed the Gathering Master and climbed to 4th place on the combat power leaderboard with a combat power of 298 points. In contrast, he only had 165 points, which felt a bit embarrassing. As the guild leader and main DPS, having less combat power than a female assassin really hit his pride. Seeing everyone had arrived, Lin Feng had a sudden idea. Splitting up to find the boss is too inefficient. Fatty and Brother Blade, leave the party. I'll take you along to complete the task together. Warlord Blade humbly replied, "You're too kind, boss. Just call me Little Blade." Persian Cat tilted her head in confusion. Can our missions even be combined? Mine is SS level, so I'm worried it might not match with his. Warlord Aotion's expression was complex. They don't quite match. My mission is SSS level. Persian Cat was stunned. How is that possible? I thought SS was the highest level. There's actually something even higher? The resource master spoke lightly. You're an A-grade talent, right? Persian cat proudly nodded. Yes, not bad, huh? The resource master sighed. A-grade can only take SS-level missions at most. Someone with an S-grade talent can take SSSS-level missions. Persian cat's face turned pale. She hadn't expected someone to have an S-grade talent. What was even more infuriating was that even the seemingly clumsy fatty had an A-grade talent. She began questioning whether she might be just as clueless as Fatty. Lin Feng quickly interrupted. Stop arguing. Fatty, go find the boss. Whether A-grade or S-grade, they were all weaklings in his eyes. After all, he himself had 6 S-grade talents. Who could even compare? Before the boss appeared, Lin Feng outlined the strategy. To complete the mission, they needed to either deal 10% of the total damage or land the final blow, meaning either condition would suffice. Persian cat, focus on dealing damage and reaching 10%, he instructed. Aotian, watch for the right moment to land the final strike. Persian cat nodded enthusiastically. No problem. With Big Bro sword protecting me, the boss won't even touch me. I can focus on dealing damage. Warlord Aotian, however, frowned. The plan is solid, but precisely controlling the boss's health and aggro will be tough. Lin Feng countered, you've got the detection skill, so just keep an eye on it. Leave the final strike to me, and have the yellow turban brute hold the aggro. Aotian awkwardly replied, detection has a 5-minute cooldown. With you guys dealing so much damage, the boss might be gone before it's even off cooldown. 5 minutes? That's a terrible cooldown for detection. Lin Feng glanced at his insight skill. Previously, he'd only focused on its ability to reveal monsters below level 20, but he hadn't noticed the cooldown. Upon closer inspection, he realized the cooldown was 1 minute. That still felt a bit slow. Determined to upgrade this seemingly ordinary mid-tier spell, Lin Feng spent 327,600 cultivation points, maxing out both its primary attributes and cooldown to the 12th level. Insight, 12th level enhancement. Tier, high tier. Description, consumes 100 mana to view information on creatures with up to twice the user's combat power. Cooldown, 12th level enhancement 0.1 seconds. Exclusive features. Insight domain, when activated, consumes 100 mana per second to scan all creatures within a 20-meter radius, with customizable combat power alerts. Automatically deactivates when mana is depleted. Pressure mark, creatures with combat power lower than the user's will be marked, with notifications provided when casting skills. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. A cooldown of 0.1 seconds meant he could use it at any time, and its range now depended on combat power rather than level. Though his level wasn't high, his combat power was unmatched. If he encountered a creature with double his power, it would definitely be a high-tier boss, at which point running would be the only viable option. Reincarnation coupled with overpowered talents gave him confidence that he'd reached the pinnacle of humanity in this life, fearing no opponent. But for now, he still had a long way to go. In this eternal world, he was just a small player. His true enemies were the lofty immortals and deities. The probing from the Qishao sect had already served as a wake-up call. After instantly defeating 2 of their team leaders, he finally understood why the unique mission didn't display any rewards. Unique mission, Qishao sect's investigation, has been completed. The mission has been upgraded to Qishao sect's hostility. Mission description, you will be marked as hostile and attacked when near Qishao sect disciples. Survive their sieges. Mission failure, SSSSSS grade talents will be downgraded to S grade. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Previously, failure only cost him 3 S grades. Now, it would drop him straight to S grade? How had it gone from no rewards to outright punishment? He rummaged through his inventory and discovered a mission item. Qishao Heart Technique, Fragment 1 out of 10. Grade, Mission Item. Description, collect all fragments to synthesize the heart technique. Lin Feng was stunned. A heart technique? Was he seeing this right? This wasn't something players could typically access until they reached level 20, when the faction system unlocked. Only after joining a faction and completing numerous faction tasks or extremely rare missions could players obtain one. Generally, anyone with a heart technique was at least level 30 or 40. What's more, heart techniques were among the first items transferable between the game and reality. And here Lin Feng was, already on the verge of obtaining one. Got it? He couldn't wait to find disciples of the Qishao sect to grind for more shards and synthesize the mind technique. But he was well aware that his strength was still far from enough. "Boss, the monster's here." The voice of the gathering master rapidly approached. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a chill, and he immediately cast insight. Novice Sword Cultivator, level 12 elite boss. Damage 168, defense 40, abilities, sword control technique, killing sword art. A sword cultivator? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Let's see how impressive your swordsmanship really is. The opponent was a young man in flowing white robes, with sharp brows and striking features. His speed was astonishing. Just as the gathering master ducked behind Lin Feng, the sword cultivator had already charged forward, forming a sword gesture with both hands. Go! A streak of white sword light shot forward. The war god tyrant blade could barely catch sight of the sword light before it reached Lin Feng. Careful, big boss, the gathering master shouted. Lin Feng, however, remained calm and composed. This is sword control technique? He decided to test the opponent's strength. Besides the fallen demon in the dungeon, this was the first long-range boss he'd encountered in the wild. You are under attack by the sword aura of the novice sword cultivator boss, taking 40 points of persistent sword aura damage per second. Detected, your equipment Wolf's tenacity is absorbing priority damage. Actual damage taken is 10 points of sword aura per second. Damage numbers flickered above Lin Feng's head. -40, +30. +270. +10. -40, +30. For regular players, the 40 points per second sword aura damage would mean death within seconds. But for Lin Feng, it wasn't even enough to outpace his natural HP regeneration. The opponent froze in disbelief, not expecting Lin Feng to be completely unscathed. Muttering under his breath, he began preparing another spell. Lin Feng had no interest in watching the boss continue its performance too weak. Time to showcase his own swordsmanship. With 52 agility points, Lin Feng struck quickly. Although the opponent reacted swiftly, he was still a step behind and was struck by Lin Feng's sword light. Despite this, there was no fear in his eyes. Sword cultivators might have low physical defense, but their sword aura provided a protective barrier. While other attacks could harm them, they trusted their sword aura completely. Lin Feng's sword triggered sword aura entanglement on contact. -500. The damage wasn't particularly high, but the boss's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes filled with panic. Seeing this, Persian Cat seized the opportunity. With Lin Feng restraining the boss, she quickly rushed in. -20. -40. The damage numbers were almost embarrassing to look at. Persian Cat blushed slightly. My strength stat might be a little low. War god Out Yin, holding his shield, joined the fight. Buzz. His skill landed on the boss, marking a hammer symbol above its head. I hit him with my debuff skill. His defense is reduced by 30% for 1 minute. Persian Cat, focus your attacks. War god Out Yin urged. Got it. Persian Cat responded, her movements speeding up. -44. -88. -88. -132. Seeing the damage numbers rise, Persian Cat's eyes lit up. With the defense debuff in effect, her damage significantly increased, even triggering critical hits in succession. The weapon crafted by Brother Yang's sword certainly lived up to its reputation. Lin Feng, however, was growing impatient. The boss still had a lot of HP left. With this pitiful damage, how long is this going to take? Lin Feng muttered. Taking matters into his own hands, he struck again. Clang! He delivered 2 consecutive strikes, keeping the boss, who was about to break free from the sword aura entanglement, under control. -500. -2,904. -2,520, fire damage. The boss's HP plummeted. -1,000. -2,520, fire damage. With 2 strikes, 6 damage numbers floated above the boss's head. 2 came from the sword aura entanglement. 2 were regular attacks, one of which was a critical hit. The last 2 were fire damage from his treasure chest, a near equivalent of true damage. War God Outyen was startled. "Boss, take it easy." He feared Lin Feng might accidentally one-shot the boss, forcing them to find another one. Lin Feng chuckled. "No worries. The boss still has plenty of HP." War God Outyen was dumbfounded. "How long is your scouting skills cooldown?" Lin Feng's scouting skill seemed far superior to his own. "Just a few seconds, enough to monitor the HP changes," Lin Feng replied casually. "Only a few seconds?" War God Outyen was shocked. With a skill like that, you could keep a boss's HP under tight control. In reality, Lin Feng had exaggerated. The actual cooldown was less than 0.1 seconds. Meanwhile, Persian Cat continued attacking with all her might, but the boss's HP was decreasing at a snail's pace. Lin Feng grew more impatient. "Sis, your damage is way too low. I could have taken down a few more bosses by now." Swish! He slashed again. The boss's HP took another sharp drop. -2,520, fire damage. With another strike, 2 damage numbers popped up. The boss's HP was now critically low. "Stop, stop." War God Outyen cried out in alarm. At low HP, the boss visibly weakened. Persian Cat had a streak of good luck, landing multiple defense-ignoring critical hits in a row. Steady output. However, seeing herself stab over a dozen times but dealing less damage than Lin Feng's fire-based attacks, Persian Cat felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Feng kept reporting the boss's HP levels. His mana regeneration was fast enough to constantly use insight. 265. 241. 72. 33. Stop. War God Outyen quickly shouted. The boss's HP was already dangerously low. If Persian Cat landed a critical hit or ignored its defense, the boss could be one-shot. It was time for him to step in. He set down his shield and swung his weapon with all his might. "Die already." "Miss." His face darkened as he continued to attack. "I don't believe you won't die." "Miss." Lin Feng was shocked. "You can't even deal 40 damage?" The boss's defense was only 40 points. War God Outyen failing to break through its defense only meant his damage output was ridiculously low. War God Outyen complained, "Boss, I'm a tank. I didn't add any points into strength. My weapon is only a level 5 excellent one with just 15 damage." War God Overlord panicked. "Then what do we do?" "Saint Cassie, you're up." Lin Feng called for the high-defense yellow turban strongman to block the boss. "Chubby, lend him your weapon." Reluctantly, the gathering master handed over his weapon. "Make sure to give it back when you're done." "Got it." War God Outyen grabbed the weapon and charged forward to attack. -160. The boss fell with an unwilling look in its eyes, as if saying, "A bunch of despicable cowards, ganging up on me. I refuse to accept this." War God Outyen let out a sigh of relief, surprised by the damage he had just dealt. What kind of weapon was this? When he checked its stats, he nearly drooled. 20 points in strength, providing an extra 40 base damage, easily surpassing the boss's defense. The high damage earlier had also triggered effects like defense ignoring and double damage, plus an additional 50 points of true damage. This weapon was perfect for him. The Gathering Master, seeing that War God Outyen hadn't returned the weapon, started to panic. "Bro, you're not thinking of keeping my weapon, are you?" War God Outyen laughed awkwardly. With Lin Feng here, I wouldn't dare. The gathering master snorted. So you're saying if he wasn't here, you would? War God Outyen neither confirmed nor denied it. Lin Feng, concerned, asked, "Quick, check if the quest was completed." He was exhausted from all the effort and didn't want to fail and have to control the boss again. "Boss, the system prompt just popped up." The gathering master shouted excitedly. Lin Feng and the others looked at the system announcement at the same time. Player Persian Cat has become the second player on the server to complete a transcendence, earning a 100% increase in primary attribute points and a 60% increase in secondary attribute points. Player War God Outyen has become the third player on the server to complete a transcendence, earning an 80% increase in primary attribute points and a 50% increase in secondary attribute points. Player War God Outyen has also become the first player on the server to complete an SSS tier transcendence quest, upgrading his talent to SS tier. Persian Cat was about to argue with War God Outyen about being the second to complete the quest when she saw something that made her jealous. "Ah! Why does your talent get upgraded too?" She grabbed War God Outyen by the shoulders and shook him furiously. War God Outyen felt dizzy, while War God Overlord couldn't help but laugh. The usually cold and aloof Persian Cat now looked like a little girl. Noticing the odd looks from everyone, Persian Cat quickly explained. "Outyen was tired from tanking the boss, so I'm just giving him a little massage." Her big, watery eyes carried a hint of threat, as if daring War God Outyen to deny her. War God Outyen quickly nodded, "Feels great. This SS tier talent is amazing." War God Overlord and the Gathering Master rejoined the party. Persian Cat whispered, "Should I leave the party now?" Although she was young, she had played enough games to know that such critical trump cards shouldn't be revealed to outsiders. War God Outyen didn't answer but looked at Lin Feng expectantly. He had heard that Persian Cat had offended Lin Feng earlier, and if Lin Feng didn't acknowledge her, she wouldn't be considered part of their group. Lin Feng nodded. "She's not a bad person, just a bit immature. You all might even become friends in the future." Persian Cat nodded enthusiastically. "I'd be so happy to be friends with everyone." With Lin Feng's approval, War God Outyen revealed his talent. Talent, Superhuman Physique. Grade, SS. Effects. Strong body, greatly enhances stamina, with HP conversion efficiency increased by 200% and endurance to defense conversion increased by 100%. Durable, reduces damage taken by 30%, prioritizes blocking attacks below SS tier, and has a chance to upgrade during Transcendence. Transcend, every 10 levels, maximum stamina increases by an additional 200%, and maximum endurance and strength increase by 10%. 0%. The Collector Master exclaimed after seeing it, "This talent is literally a better version of mine." Then he collapsed, crying, "Why didn't I get this kind of talent? Boo-hoo." He used to be proud of his S-rank talent, but now he felt it was trash in comparison. Even Persian Cat was dumbfounded. Brother Aotion's talent, what player could possibly hurt him? No wonder she was so confident. With the same amount of stamina points, Aotion's HP was 3 times that of others. With the same endurance points, his endurance was double that of others. The key part? His additional attribute point cap was higher. He could also reduce incoming damage by 30%. How could anyone even harm him? The Collector Master was so envious he nearly cried. His once prized S-rank talent was nothing compared to Aotion's. The difference was astronomical. Even Aotion himself hadn't expected his upgraded talent to be this powerful. His previous S-rank talent had already satisfied him. Its greatest advantage was merely doubling the effects of stamina-related potions and elixirs. Its durability and surpassing effects were only a fraction of what they were now. Now, with comprehensive upgrades, it was completely overpowered. Persian Cat's words perfectly echoed his own feelings. Of course, he hadn't forgotten that all of this was made possible by Lin Feng. Honestly, he didn't even know how to thank Lin Feng. Get him some high-tier equipment only top players could use? Yeah, right. Earlier, Persian Cat had asked which player could hurt him. while others might not know. Aotian himself wasn't even sure if he could withstand a single strike from Swordmaster Yang. His strength was leagues ahead of top-tier players. Powerful bosses in high-difficulty dungeons were mere child's play to Swordmaster Yang. Top-tier treasures fell into his hands with ease. Whether he used them himself or sold them, they were worth astronomical sums. And money? It seemed he wasn't lacking that, either. So, how could he possibly repay this? In real life, although Aotian had some connections and assets along with his older brother, would they even be useful? When faced with a globally popular game, a future #1 player seemed far more valuable than those assets. He was torn. Lin Feng, upon seeing Aotian's talent, was equally amazed. So SS-rank talents were this strong. No wonder, in the last life before the rise of the Eastern Emperor's sword, a legendary SS-rank genius within the human race had been assassinated by a spy. Many big names had claimed that if that person had survived, humanity wouldn't have been powerless against the otherworldly creatures. Lin Feng had previously thought this was just an excuse. But now, he realized that the true power of an SS-rank talent was indeed extraordinary. Unless he had an even stronger talent, anyone would covet it. Battle God Aotian grabbed Lin Feng and whispered, "Big bro, you've done me such a huge favor, and I don't know how to repay you. How about we meet up in real life?" Real life? Lin Feng instinctively wanted to decline. In the game, he was invincible, but in real life, he was just a broke guy renting an apartment. Although he had partially converted his in-game strength into real-world physical abilities, he was still just a stronger-than-average ordinary person. Now wasn't the time for a meet-up. Still, the invitation sparked a new idea in his mind. "What's your total attribute count now?" "Not counting weapons and gear, if you're comfortable sharing," Lin Feng asked. Aotian proudly patted his chest. "Big bro, if you're asking, of course I'm fine sharing." He lowered his head and calculated. "For the upgrade's 20 attribute points, I allocated 12 to stamina, 5 to endurance, and 3 to agility. With the secret medicine you gave me and what my brother and I collected, I've stacked a total of 32 stamina, 15 endurance, and 8 agility. The stamina cap is at 100%, but the caps for the other two are relatively low. Now, after the upgrade, my attributes are 57 stamina, 22 endurance, and 8 agility. Adding the initial 5 points, that's a total of 92. Plus, I just snagged 8 free attribute points from tagging along on your boss fights. Exactly 100 points." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "What a coincidence. Alright. Go ahead and allocate those 8 points. And if you're free, log out real quick." Aotian was puzzled. "Log out? What for?" Lin Feng gave a mysterious smile. "You'll see once you log out. I'll wait for you nearby." Although he didn't understand Lin Feng's intentions, out of respect and trust, Aotian agreed and logged out immediately. While Aotian was offline, Lin Feng continued opening treasure chests. The rest of the team eagerly clamored to let loose and have some fun. Persian Cat even shouted about helping Lin Feng level up. Lin Feng let them mess around while he sat back and watched them clear mobs. There were still 4 chests left unopened. He started with 2 excellent grade Shadow Wildcat boss chests. You've opened the level 15 Shadow Wildcat boss treasure chest, excellent grade, 12-fold amplification. You've obtained critical damage plus 118%. Obtained Frenzy in the Darkness. Obtained the Flowing Cloud Necklace. Acquired 9 taels of silver and 323 copper coins. You opened the level 15 Shadow Frenzy Cat boss chest, excellent tier, 12-fold amplification. Obtained critical damage plus 122%. Obtained Frenzy in the Darkness. Obtained the Gale Ring. Acquired 10 taels of silver and 415 copper coins. The extra attributes of both chests are quite similar, totaling 240% critical damage. Lin Feng's critical damage has now risen to 760%. He's just a step away from meeting the requirements for the Underworld King's Overkill bonus. Although the dropped loot wasn't plentiful, they were all rare accessories. The attributes were decent, boosting damage, agility, and attack speed, along with unique traits. It's a shame they came with level restrictions, making them only good for selling. He placed these two accessories alongside the blade type set he acquired earlier. Frenzy in the Darkness is a favorite among master gatherers, as it's an essential ingredient for crafting attribute-enhancing recipes. Since Lin Feng hasn't learned the alchemy technique, he couldn't view the specific crafting attributes and materials yet. He would need a master gatherer to research it. For now, his priority remained opening more chests. His strength was already far ahead of other players, even in the starter town, where few could pose a threat to him. The emergence of the Scarlet Dawn sect complicated things. Lin Feng had to seize every moment to grow stronger. That way, he could handle any unexpected situations with ease. He upgraded all 3 superior tier chests to the 12-fold amplification level, then began opening them one by one. You opened the level 11 Swift Wild Panther boss chest, superior tier, 12-fold amplification. You obtained attack speed plus 25%. You acquired Frenzied Sprint. You obtained Blink. You received 19 taels of silver and 358 copper coins. Initially, he thought the dodge rate boost might not be useful, but the chest surprisingly increased his attack speed. This greatly facilitated his spellcasting, ensuring he could act faster than others. After all, striking first is key. The chest also dropped 2 decent mid-level spells. Getting 2 spells from one chest was rare, though their attributes were slightly inferior to what he already had, so they'd likely end up being sold. You opened the level 15 Shadow Frenzy Cat Boss chest, superior tier, 12-fold amplification. You obtained critical rate plus 22%. You acquired a super simple gem. You obtained the Gale Rapid Boots. You received 25 taels of silver and 323 copper coins. While an increase in critical rate was nice, his base value was already high, so the 22% boost didn't make a significant impact. He was hoping for critical damage to push it to 1000% and fully unleash his spell potential. Unfortunately, this time he didn't get his wish and had to settle for what he got. However, the super simple gem caught his attention. Simple gems reduce an equipment's level requirement by 5 levels, while super simple gems lower it by 15 levels. As long as an item was at least level 15, it could be socketed to enhance its usability. Sadly, he hadn't come across his ideal top-tier gear just yet. You opened the level 15 Abyssal Fiend boss chest, superior tier, 12-fold amplification. You obtained fire absorption plus 30%. You acquired the flame shield. You obtained the Swift Abyssal Fiend staff. You received 24 taels of silver and 153 copper coins. The fire absorption boost was highly practical, reducing the damage of fire-based spells against him by 30%. Combined with his existing fire resistance, Lin Feng confidently claimed, "The Abyssal Fiend's lair is now my domain." The Flame Shield was the signature spell of the Abyssal Fiend boss, which had previously given Lin Feng a hard time. He had even used a precious slot to absorb it. However, the version dropped this time was weaker than what he already had, so it would likely go up for sale. The final item piqued his interest the most: Swift Abyssal Fiend Staff, set piece 1/3, legendary quality, weapon slot, level 15 requirement. Damage, plus 150. Attack speed, plus 30%. Fire Mastery, increases the power of all fire-based spells by 30%. Fire Efficiency, reduces mana cost of fire-based spells by 50%. Fire Haste, reduces cooldown of fire-based spells by 50%. Set bonus, 10% chance to deal defense ignoring damage, 1/3. A legendary set piece? Lin Feng hadn't expected such a surprise hidden in the final chest. The rewards from Nightmare tier dungeons were certainly in a league of their own. He immediately thought of the perfect wielder for this item, his summoned Yellow Turban Lancer, Zhu Rong. It matched perfectly with the recently acquired super simple gem. However, he needed to enhance it first. He spent 650,000 cultivation points to upgrade it directly to the 12-fold amplification level. Then, carefully, he gave the order to continue the enhancement. Enhance. Ping. Consumed cultivation points amplified to 13-fold, attack speed plus 5%. Continue. Ping. Consumed cultivation points amplified to 14-fold, attack. Attack speed plus 5%. Lin Feng swallowed hard. Could he continue? Ding. Consumed cultivation points upgraded to the 15th level. Attack speed plus 5%. His heart raced. This was the critical moment. Was the rumored 15th level really the limit? Ding. Consumed cultivation points upgraded to the 16th level. Attack speed plus 5%. He broke through. Lin Feng clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. Ding. Upgraded to the 16th level, unlocking 4 additional evolution options. The options were as follows. 1. Damage plus 150 points, B. 2. Attack speed plus 50%, B. 3. Normal attacks restore 1% HP, A. 4. Normal attacks deal additional fire-based split damage, equal to 80% of the original damage, A. 5. Normal attacks hit priority raised to divine/legendary tier items, S. 6. Normal attacks restore 1% mana, A. Each option was incredibly tempting, leaving Lin Feng momentarily indecisive. Ultimately, he decided to prioritize the S tier, raising hit priority. While it didn't directly increase damage, its impact was crucial. With this upgrade, as long as he faced defensive or evasion-based skills, any technique below divine tier would be guaranteed to hit. Lin Feng himself wasn't even at the divine level yet, let alone the average player. He suspected that below level 50, apart from mythic tier bosses, encountering such a skill was nearly impossible. As for legendary tier items, almost all the top tier equipment in the game had fallen into his hands. If he hadn't been the first to clear the level 15 nightmare dungeon, he doubted he'd have even seen a legendary tier item. In other words, using this staff for normal attacks meant nearly a 100% hit rate. Next, restoring HP during attacks was a must. Combined with the 50% attack speed bonus and base upgrades, it essentially guaranteed infinite lifesteal. While split damage was only 80% of the base attack and couldn't crit, it could still be a lifesaver in critical moments. The first options he eliminated were the flat damage increase and mana restoration. With the base upgrades reaching the 16th level, his damage had already increased significantly. An extra 150 points of damage was negligible against such a massive base. As for mana restoration, while vital for mages, this weapon was intended for a yellow turban warrior, who didn't currently rely on mana-based skills. Besides, absorbing mana from bosses was usually enough. Lin Feng originally wanted to upgrade the weapon's traits all at once, but seeing that the 16th level required 20.97 million cultivation points, he immediately dismissed the idea. Not worth the risk. At this point, this legendary tier weapon was already a masterpiece. Thanks for all your support. As promised, we'll add an extra chapter tonight for hitting the 200 reward milestone. Lately, stats have been a bit disheartening, with fewer readers, but your gifts and encouragement have kept me going. Seeing your discussions in the comments and your support for the story means so much. I'll keep working hard. As Lin Feng was about to check the effects of the upgrade, he suddenly received a system notification, detected that your item's power rating qualifies for the treasure rankings. Would you like to reveal your identity? Another treasure rankings update? Sure, why not? But the weapon's stats were too OP, and he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Ultimately, he chose to remain anonymous. When the new treasure rankings were released, the entire world buzzed with excitement. Flower not flower, holy crap, a new treasure rankings. Any big names on there? Sun Never Sets _foam just made it into the top 100 with a power rating of 41. No Pure Milk, a power rating of 41 just to scrape into the top 100? The high-level players are insane. Royal Glory, my flame staff didn't even make the top 10. Is the system broken? Many instantly recognized this user as the infamous spender who had dropped 500,000 gold ingots on gear. No Pure Milk, no way. I remember the flame staff being a level 13 excellent grade item. Are the top 10 all level 13 plus? Sun never sets underscore phone could also be level 10 superior grade. No pure milk, and how does one even get a superior grade? Sun never sets underscore phone, killing a superior grade boss, not that hard. No pure milk, my classmates can't even handle a level 5 excellent grade boss, and you're saying superior grade bosses are easy? I'm done. Royal Glory, to anyone in the top 10, if you're selling your gear, contact me first. No pure milk, the whale returns. Even though many didn't make the list, the heated discussions drove everyone to check out the rankings. Treasure Rankings, China Server. 1. Swift Staff of the Fallen Demon, Legendary, Power 1785, Owner, Anonymous. 2. Wolf's Resilience, Legendary, Power 1288, Owner, Anonymous. 3. Rapid Burst Sword, Superior, Power 825, Owner, Anonymous. 4. Moon in the Well, Superior, Power 825, Owner, Anonymous. 5. Twin Cities Sheath, Superior, Power 825, Owner, Anonymous. 6. Gale Speed Boots, Superior, Power 484, Owner, Anonymous. 7. Gale Ring, Epic, Power 177, Owner, Anonymous. 8. Flowing Cloud Necklace, Epic, Power 167, Owner, Anonymous. 10. Loyal Guardian, Epic, Power 140, Owner, War God Aotion. 11. The Flame Staff, Excellent, Power 135, Owner, Royal Glory. Only now do I realize Royal Glory wasn't bluffing. Spent 500,000 for gear, yet didn't even make it into the top 10. Silent Wanderer, all the top 10 are epic grade, so envious. No pure milk, I heard epic grade gear only drops from epic grade bosses? I haven't even seen one of those bosses. You're Jingage, who said they're all epic grade? There are 2 legendary grade ones too. No pure milk, I was just wrapping my head around epic grade, and now there's legendary grade? This game is too hard. I give up. Silent Wanderer, a single weapon with power over 1000? That's beyond my imagination. Fruit Brother, my total power doesn't even match a fraction of that weapon's. Crying. Sun never sets Feng Shao, I just noticed something. Our server's top player is anonymous, dominating the top 8 spots on the treasure leaderboard. Many players began to realize that behind these extraordinary gear pieces lies a mysterious, low-profile powerhouse. With such enviable power, what can one do to buy these items? Dark Shadow Dancer, posted, offering 100,000 gold for the contact info of the owner of the treasure, rank 678. DM me if you know. No pure milk, sighed, spending 100k just to buy info? My new car cost 100k, and I still had to do monthly payments. Skyblade, followed up, offering 150,000 gold for the contact info of the owner of the treasure, ranked 45. Let me know if you have leads. Silent Wanderer, sighed, Big Shot Whales, I bow to you. Sun never sets Feng Shao, honestly, I'd love to make that kind of money, but I'd never dare to cross these people. The global chat was abuzz with heated discussions over the ownership of the top-tier gear on the leaderboard and speculations about the mysterious anonymous. Even the usually quiet players joined in. East Emperor Sword, to the player holding the 3rd-ranked sword, if you're willing to sell, I'll pay a high price. Silent Wanderer, isn't that our server's #1 sword master? Greetings, oh great one. Sun never sets Feng Shao, don't call him the #1 so casually. Plenty of players with sword in their names, you know. No pure milk, Feng Shao, please enlighten us. Sun never sets Feng Shao, if you know, you know. If you don't, explaining won't help. It's not something I can openly discuss. Don't ask me anymore. Pretend you didn't hear anything. It's better for everyone. Silent Wanderer, bro, did you just copy-paste that reply? Level 9 Rhino Zone. East Emperor's sword froze after sending the message. His current weapon's power barely exceeded 100, yet with his S-tier talent, he could still farm in a level 9 area with ease. If he could obtain that 825 power epic weapon, his strength would skyrocket, and he might even have a shot at challenging a level 10 boss. Deep down, he had an unshakable resolve. Ever since his most humiliating defeat at the hands of Lin Feng, he had been burning to redeem himself. Hearing others doubt his status as the top swordmaster lit a fire in his eyes. But he had never given up on surpassing Sword of the Azure Sky. This sword, he had to have it. With that thought, his eyes gleamed with determination. Qingchuan City. Royal Glory paused mid-stride with two players trailing behind him. "Boss, what's wrong?" a wiry man asked respectfully. Royal Glory spoke gravely, "Let's not rush into the overachiever quest just yet. With our current strength, A-grade quests are fine, but S-grade quests are still uncertain. Once I secure the staff from the top of the treasure leaderboard, forget S-grade, we'll be able to take on SS-grade quests." The man behind him looked eager. "Boss, if you really get that staff, even SSS-grade quests won't be a problem, right?" Royal Glory snorted coldly, "I'm strong enough, but you guys won't keep up. Or do you think I'm Sword of the Azure Sky, who can carry others through SSS-grade quests with ease?" According to their strategist, the player who had recently conquered SS-grade and SSS-grade quests in quick succession was likely led by Sword of the Azure Sky. That person was no ordinary individual. The scolded man just smiled sheepishly, unfazed. "Boss, maybe you could ask Sword of the Azure Sky for help." Royal Glory's expression darkened, cutting him off with a wave of his hand. "Buying gear from him is one thing, but needing him to carry us through a level 10 overachiever quest? That'd make me no better than those cash-throwing noobs." After saying this, his eyes narrowed as if he had just pieced together the identity of the anonymous on the leaderboard. "Ugh, just finished typing this out, and now. Thanks for everyone's support. Tomorrow's update might be a bit late." The leveling group in the distance saw the leaderboard, and one of them excitedly ran back, drooling like Wall-East Coyote eyeing the Roadrunner. War God Blade Master rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. "Brother Swordmaster Yang, are the top treasures on the leaderboard all in your possession?" The gathering expert suddenly realized, yeah, the random weapon and boots the guy handed out made it into the top 25. Just imagine how overpowered the gear he's wearing must be. "Swordmaster Yang, can you sell me one of those agility items?" Persian cat cooed sweetly, even reaching out like she was about to link arms with Lin Feng. "Stop right there." Lin Feng immediately cut her off. "Do you see War God Blade Master's face right now? He'd probably lose it if you got any closer." He continued, "If I decide to sell, I'll let you see the stats first, but it won't come cheap." Persian cat nodded obediently. "Mesham, Swordmaster Yang, whatever price you set, I'll pay. Just let me buy it." She knew Lin Feng's strength was off the charts. If his gear made the leaderboard, it was definitely top tier. Just getting her hands on it would be a miracle. Haggling wasn't even on the table. The extra game currency she exchanged earlier was paying off beyond imagination. One dungeon run had boosted her several levels, not to mention the massive rewards from surpassing quest objectives. Her inbox was flooded with messages from friends asking how she got so strong. The investment was 100% worth it. If she could snag a few of those leaderboard items, her dream of becoming the top assassin wasn't far away. She reluctantly stepped aside, and War God Blade Master quickly moved in. "Big bro, that 4th place item on the leaderboard, Moon in the Well, is it a blade?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "What, is the only game you've ever played Legend of Mir?" War God Blade Master chuckled. "I've also read Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Big bro, can I at least take a look?" Lin Feng, tired of stringing him along, shared the item's stats in the party chat. "Moon in the Well. Asterisk grade asterisk exceptional. Asterisk type asterisk weapon. Asterisk slot asterisk main hand. Asterisk required level asterisk 10. Damage, plus 50. Strength, plus 25. Agility, plus 10. Attack speed, plus 30%. Blade mastery, asterisk increases the power of all blade techniques by 20%. Blade's intent, asterisk attacks have a 25% chance to blind the target for 3 seconds. War God Blade Master's eyes lit up like someone had just replaced his light bulbs with high beams. "Big bro, you've got to sell me this weapon. It's insane." This exceptional grade weapon wasn't just high damage, it also boosted strength and agility, two crucial stats. The attack speed bonus was the icing on the cake. Who wouldn't want to hit faster? And those two passive effects? Absolutely game-changing. This blade wasn't just powerful, it had presence. It was everything he dreamed of. Big bro, this weapon was made for me, I swear. Look at my name. I've been waiting my whole life for this blade. For the sake of this weapon, War God Blade Master had thrown all dignity out the window. Lin Feng ignored him and instead posted another item in the party chat. Twin City Scabbard. Asterisk grade asterisk exceptional. Asterisk type asterisk offhand weapon. Asterisk required level asterisk 10. Damage, plus 20. Defense, plus 10. Agility, plus 10. Blade Mastery, asterisk increases the power of all blade techniques by 30%. Blade's Aura, asterisk if the main hand and offhand weapons are of the same quality, all blade techniques gain an additional 50% power boost. War God Blade Master felt his head buzzing. So the blade wasn't perfect on its own, it needed this scabbard. Together, they were unstoppable. He swallowed hard. Big bro, are you trying to make me the #1 blade master in the game? Lin Feng shook his head. 2 items don't make a set. Blade Essence. Asterisk level asterisk mid-tier. Asterisk description asterisk passive skill. Increases the power of all blade techniques by 100% and reduces their cooldown by 50%. Asterisk cannot level up naturally. Can only be upgraded through merging with similar skills and asterisk. War God Blade Master's knees went weak. Big bro, no, Grandmaster. You're my Grandmaster. Lin Feng shot him a look. Is that all it takes for you to lose your composure? My blade set isn't even complete yet. War God Blade Master could barely breathe. 2 exceptional grade items and a rare passive skill? That alone was a 10-fold power boost. And it wasn't even everything? A crazy thought popped into his mind. Lin Feng's next message in the party chat confirmed it. Blade Combat Technique. Asterisk level asterisk mid-tier. Asterisk description asterisk. 1. Consumes 50 mana to increase damage by 50% and attack speed by 20% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. 2. Consumes 100 mana to summon 3 blade projections. Each projection has 70% of the user's stats, lasts for 1 minute, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. War. For the first time, Godly Blade felt what it truly meant to be overwhelmed with happiness to the point of breathlessness. This was an active blade-style technique. Not only that, but it had dual functionality, enhancing personal status or enabling split-body attacks. This entire set of blade-style gear was flawless, absolutely perfect. Perfect. Damn perfect. So perfect it was heartbreaking. Perfect held perfect and cried, perfect died. He felt like he was about to die too, the happiness fading away. Just as he was about to pass out, a sudden flash of white light appeared before his eyes. War God Aotion logged in. War God Blade grabbed him excitedly and exclaimed, "Brother, you have no idea what I just witnessed." He was about to start boasting when Lin Feng pulled out a 4-piece blade gear set, claiming it could create a super perfect blade master. War God Aotion became even more excited. "Boss, you don't know what I just discovered when I logged out." War God Blade didn't think much of it. "Did you not see the attributes of this gear and the technique? Once I equip them all, I'll be the strongest blade master." War God Aotion shook his head and laughed. "You're thinking too small." "Too small about what?" asked Gathering Master. "Your perspective is too small," War God Blade suddenly realized. Chubby's right. The title of Blade Master doesn't suit me. I should be called Blade King, or even Blade God. War God Aotion still smiled. Still too small. War God Blade scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. "Brother, you don't have to hype me up too much, even for family. Blade God is big enough. Are you planning to compete with Sword Lord Young himself?" Gathering Master sneered. Do you even have the strength? War God Aotian asked Lin Feng seriously. Boss, the improvement I felt just now, was it real? Lin Feng smiled. Your body should be able to feel the changes, right? War God Aotian waved his hands in excitement and confusion. Is this a one-time boost, or is it continuous? Lin Feng's smile faded, and his tone became calm but carried immense weight. As you grow stronger in the game, your real-life strength will synchronize and improve. War God Aotian's eyes widened in disbelief, and his voice turned hoarse. To the limits of the human body? Lin Feng shook his head. There are no limits. War God Aotian repeatedly confirmed, no limits? It was only then that War God Blade realized they were discussing something monumental. Gathering Master was trembling with excitement, thinking, the boss is finally revealing his true identity. He even considered going back to start writing a novel titled *MMORPG, the big brother I accidentally befriended turned out to be a GM. Lin Feng generously revealed some secrets about the game's development. Moments later, everyone's expressions were dazed, overwhelmed by the shocking revelations. War God Blade was the first to snap out of it. Are you saying that the stronger we are in the game, the stronger we can become in real life? Lin Feng shook his head. It's not a direct conversion. When you hit 100 points in attributes, you can convert 10% of that into real life. When you reach the next threshold, the conversion rate will increase to 20%. War God Aotian was full of anticipation. Is the next threshold at 200 attribute points? When he logged out earlier, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Despite years of martial arts training, his body had expelled an incredible amount of toxins. Tests showed significant improvements in his physical capabilities, endurance, and speed. This kind of holistic enhancement was unbelievable. Thinking of Lin Feng's words, he was skeptical but couldn't deny it. Playing the game could actually make him stronger in real life. This was just 100 attribute points, with a mere 10% conversion. If he continued to level up and reach 20%, wouldn't he surpass even real-life martial arts masters and boxing champions? Lin Feng smiled. Don't get ahead of yourself. The next threshold is 1,000 points. War God Blade sighed. That would require reaching level 100. It might take years to get there. Lin Feng explained, every 10 levels, attribute points will double. 1,000 points isn't that far off, and reaching even higher isn't just a dream. Everyone's eyes lit up. The higher the level, the more attribute points they'd gain. By sticking close to Lin Feng, they could remain at the forefront of players and also become superhuman in real life. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Opportunity and risk go hand in hand. As you grow stronger, the external environment will become harsher. In the future, your opponents won't just be humans. He expected everyone to panic, but instead, Persian Cat excitedly shouted, "Are we going to fight aliens? So thrilling! Will there be Ultraman?" The War God brothers also looked eager for battle. Lin Feng was speechless. You're not afraid of aliens? Gathering Master replied calmly, with the boss around, what's there to fear? War God Aotian chimed in, with you leading us, we're not scared of any enemy. The group was brimming with confidence. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. Aren't you putting me on too high a pedestal? In my previous life, I was easily killed by a golden immortal. Never mind those even stronger celestial beings or Buddhas. My battle power barely broke 10,000, and you're treating me like I'm the best of the best? War God Blade. Full of admiration, someone exclaimed, Boss, your strength is absolutely unmatched. You must be reborn or have traveled through time. With you around, even aliens wouldn't be scary. The Gathering Master chimed in with excitement, Big bro, you're literally the protagonist straight out of a novel. Lin Feng felt a wave of helplessness. My biggest secret, did they really figure it out so easily? The group cracked jokes and laughed freely, while Lin Feng, on the other hand, couldn't help but envy them. Ignorance is bliss, huh? Maybe having a relaxed mindset helps you grow faster and face future enemies head on. After learning the truth, no one was in the mood to grind levels anymore. The War God brothers said they needed to log off to handle some things, while Persian Cat mysteriously mentioned preparing a reward for Linfeng surpassing the mission. The Gathering Master, still 100 attribute points short, stayed in the game since logging off wouldn't change anything. Linfeng still had use for him, so he kept him around. After a few steps, Linfeng called over Huang Jin Lixir, Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong trudged forward in heavy steps, equipped with a staff that Linfeng had crafted. Huang Jin Lixir Zhu Rong. Level 1. Damage 816. HP 800. Mana 800. Defense 95. Equipment Speedy Abyssal Demon Staff, 16x enhancement. Skills Unwavering Stance, Furious Hammer, Divine Strength. Special skills Life Evolution, Battle Ready. This legendary weapon more than doubled Zhu Rong's damage output, making him arguably the highest damage dealer in the game. If summoned creatures could display their combat power, Linfeng estimated Zhu Rong's strength would easily be in the thousands. Linfeng led the Gathering Master and 5 Huang Jin Lixir into the forest. Level 12, 13, and 14 monsters fell one after another. Bosses were taken down one by Linfeng. Sword energy flew in waves, the flying general rained down arrows non-stop, and Zhu Rong blasted fireballs like a turret. With his incredible damage output, Linfeng could effortlessly crush any creature. Even without fire-based spells, his normal attacks, combined with an insane attack speed, were every monster's nightmare. The Gathering Master felt immense pressure. The gap between him and the big bro was just insane, absolutely monstrous. Persian Cat? Fine, a real man doesn't compete with a woman. I admit she's better than me. The War God brothers are pro players, so it's only natural for me as a life skills player to be weaker. But now, even Big Bro's summoned creature is stronger than me? Gritting his teeth, he made a firm resolve to work harder. His gathering speed suddenly surged. I will surpass you one day. Meanwhile, the global chat was constantly buzzing with announcements of Linfeng's boss kills. System notification, *. Player raising sword to the heavens, War God Aotian, and War God Blade have defeated the level 11 exceptional grade boss, Swift Wild Leopard, earning 5 free attribute points. Player raising sword to the heavens, War God Aotian, and Persian Cat have defeated the level 12 elite grade boss, Novice Sword Cultivator, earning 5 free attribute points. Player raising sword to the heavens, War God Aotian, Persian Cat, War God Blade, and Gathering Master have defeated the level 13 elite grade boss, Frenzied Treant, earning 5 free attribute points. Every few minutes, another boss kill notification popped up. While completing surpassing missions was somewhat expected, this level of efficiency had players talking. Flower not flower, * War God Aotian is impressive as always. A single MT can complete surpassing missions, no problem. Sun never sets young master phone, *, did you not notice who's carrying him through it? Silent Wanderer, * this time, all hail the big boss raising sword. Smiley Cutie, * Persian Cat completed a surpassing mission too. When will us female players get our moment to shine? I'm so mad. When Linfeng moved on to level 13 and 14 bosses, the player base exploded. Silent Wanderer, * is raising sword wiping out an entire boss den or what? Guardian of the best baby, * racking up dozens of attribute points in such a short time? So jealous. Royal Glory, * buying boss coordinates for a high price. Sun never sets young master phone, * you sure you can handle a boss over level 10? Royal Glory, * fine, I'll take level 10 and below. Selling? No plain milk, * I'm not laughing. Some players started voicing concerns. Zen Tangyuan, * at this rate, will raising sword get himself into trouble? Silent Wanderer, * trouble? Come on, farming bosses for loot is totally normal. No plain milk, * what if he discovered a boss insta-kill bug like attacking some secret weak spot? Flower not flower, * with imagination like that, why aren't you writing novels? Silent Wanderer, * man, the amount of electricity you generate could light up my whole house. Sun never sets, young master phone, asterisk, I know the big boss's secret to killing bosses. Silent wanderer, asterisk, spill it. No plain milk, asterisk, tell us the secret. Sun never sets, young master phone, asterisk, it's simple, just stack damage so high you can one-shot a boss. Hit it, and it's dead. Flower not flower, asterisk, I thought you were an all-knowing sage, but you. When did I become a fool? Silent wanderer, look closely at my name, I'm a silent wanderer, not a silent fool. In the world chat, players were bantering back and forth when suddenly, a blood-red system notification popped up. The same message was repeated 6 times. World, sword-wielding the heavens has enraged the monsters of Qingchuan City. In 3 hours, a massive horde will organize and launch an attack on Qingchuan City. World, sword-wielding the heavens actions have provoked the monsters of Qingchuan City. The moment the message appeared, every player was dumbfounded. Silent wanderer, where's that prophet from earlier? No pure milk, Buddhist dumpling, was it you who lured the monsters? Buddhist dumpling, Amitba, I was just speaking offhandedly. Compassion, compassion. Royal glory, bring it on. Mere monsters, they think they can take our city? No pure milk, with big shots around, what's there to fear? Not a flower, we'll defend Qingchuan City to the death. While everyone was hyped up and ready to fight, another system notification came through. Ding! The special mission, Defend Qingchuan City, has been triggered. You may choose to participate or opt out. Participating in the defense will grant double XP for killing monsters and a 20% drop rate bonus. Successfully defending the city will reward additional prizes based on the number of monsters defeated. Seeing the rewards, players' eyes lit up, there was no way they were missing out on this. But then, the system delivered another message, cooling their enthusiasm. Players who fail to defend the city will be banned from logging in for 24 hours. Players who opt out will receive neither rewards nor penalties. This left everyone stunned. The rewards were tempting, but the punishment was severe. In-game death usually just meant losing some time, which could be recovered. But a 24-hour ban meant falling behind everyone else significantly. The game had just launched, so every second was precious. For top players, being offline for 24 hours would create an almost insurmountable gap between them and their competition. Not a flower, never mind, I'll just provide support from the rear. I'm not cut out for the front lines of a big battle like this. No pure milk, what do you guys think, what are the odds of successfully defending the city? Explorer, the strongest monsters outside Qingchuan City are level 20 bosses. Do you really think we stand a chance? Silent wanderer, sword-wielding the heavens has casually taken out level 10 bosses. A level 20 boss shouldn't be too hard, right? Sun never sets Fengxiao, after level 10, bosses get exponentially stronger. A level 20 boss could be dozens of times stronger than a level 15 one. No pure milk, there's no way we can hold them off, right? The highest level among us is only 10, and there are only a handful of us at that level. How can a group of level 7 and 8 players possibly take down a level 20 boss? Buddhist dumpling, as I foresaw, sword-wielding the heavens has been too bold and reckless. Such arrogance inevitably leads to disaster. Silent wanderer, master, what should we do? Not a flower, master, get the bronze ball. Buddhist dumpling, everyone, stay safely within the city walls and conserve your strength. Leave the monsters outside to this humble monk. Silent wanderer, master, your self-sacrifice is truly moving. Not a flower, master, you're like a modern-day Bethune. I'll light incense for you. Buddhist dumpling, Amitba, this monk cannot allow hell to take in more guests. The players' concerns caused many who were on the fence to decide against participating in the defense. No matter how attractive the rewards were, they'd be pointless if you couldn't survive to claim them. Playing it safe, wasn't that the smarter choice? Sun never sets Fengxiao, I thought you were a monk, but you're just trying to steal my boss. His joke snapped many players back to their senses. That's right, there's no way the system would issue a task that's utterly impossible to complete. If the top players banded together, maybe there really was a chance. Before the monster siege began, players naturally split into two factions, one that cautiously opted out of the defense, and another that believed Linfoam could work miracles and wanted to grab some extra XP and loot. The trading house saw a surge in activity, and world chat was flooded with team recruitment messages. The calm before the storm wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. While other players were scrambling to prepare, Linfoam couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He didn't expect the current player base to stand a chance against a monster siege. Forget about a level 20 boss, even a level 15 elite boss could easily decimate everyone. The main force had to be himself. Normally, he'd prefer quality over quantity, but in a situation this urgent, he'd have to settle for some transitional gear to withstand the siege. He opened the trading house and started filtering through equipment. He only set two conditions, simplified and no level requirement. As long as it was usable, it was good gear. Whether it had good stats or not, well, that was up to luck. He initially thought there weren't many good pieces of equipment, but to his surprise, there was nearly a full page. Could someone have raided the boss's lair? After checking the world chat, he realized that activating dungeon tickets had unlocked level 5 and level 10 dungeons. A flood of players entered, most stayed on normal difficulty, but some skilled players cleared the hard mode, dropping a large amount of level 5 equipment and a few pieces under level 10. Although the stats of the simplified and no-level requirement gear were generally mediocre, they were good enough in a pinch. There was even a level 10 hat. Aside from its basic defense stats, its only standout feature was the lack of a level restriction. After careful selection, Linfoam picked out a few usable pieces of gear. Wolfskin hat. Grade, excellent. Type, equipment. Slot, head. Required level, level 8. Defense plus 10. Endurance plus 5. Regeneration, restores 3 HP every time you take damage. No level requirement, can be equipped regardless of level. This hat was priced at 300 silver coins, which was equivalent to 3,000 yuan. Stat-wise, its defense was low, and its bonus attributes weren't much to write home about. The regeneration effect was decent, but the amount recovered was too low. For an average player, it was passable, but the price was steep, equivalent to a month's salary. 2 days after buying it, the hat's value would depreciate, making even wealthy players reluctant to spend their money on it. For Linfoam, though, a bit of enhancement made it usable. He was used to enhancing superior grade gear, so he didn't expect the cost of enhancing excellent grade equipment to be so low. It only took 5,000 cultivation points to enhance the hat to an 8-fold increase. It wasn't that he was reluctant to use more cultivation points. After all, enhancing it to the max 12-fold would only cost 80,000 points, which could be earned from a single boss. However, excellent grade gear could only be enhanced up to 8-fold. He also spent 10,000 cultivation points to enhance the regeneration effect to its maximum. The final enhanced version was impressive enough to shock anyone who had seen the original. Wolfskin hat, enhanced X8. Grade, excellent. Type, equipment. Slot, head. Required level, level 8. Defense plus 12. Endurance plus 15. When using skills, mana consumption is reduced by 30%. Super regeneration restores 15 HP every time you take damage, with a 50% chance to restore an additional 30 HP. No level requirement, can be equipped regardless of level. The enhancements significantly improved its defense and even added a useful attribute. Linfoam often used mana-intensive skills, so the mana reduction was a welcome addition. While the super regeneration effect wasn't game-changing, when combined with his high defense, it made a noticeable difference. He continued searching and found a set of accessories, which he also enhanced to 8-fold. The Dark Stinger significantly boosted damage and agility, and its splash damage chance skyrocketed from 5% to 65%, allowing it to hit up to 5 targets. Though it didn't gain an ignore defense or true damage attribute, its damage exceeded 500, rivaling the Nightmare level 15 excellent grade boss, Dark Wildcat. The St. Cassius and Wall of Size were equipped with 8-fold enhanced helmets and armor, pushing their defense past 100 and their HP to 5,000. Lin Feng estimated that even the newly surpassed Persian cat boss's attack without ignore defense or critical hit bonuses likely wouldn't be able to break through their defense. Fully geared up, Lin Feng felt more confident facing the upcoming monster siege. However, he had no idea what surprises the monsters would bring. As for those players hoping to just be background extras? Friend, I've logged everything. Everyone can continue leaving comments under the Dragon Extras post, and I'll tally them up one by one and arrange opportunities as they come. I also opened all the treasure chests I got from consecutively defeating the bosses just now. For chests, 1 excellent grade and 3 superior grade, all enhanced to the 12th level, costing over 1.6 million cultivation points. The days when I used to stress over just a few tens of thousands of cultivation points are long gone. Now, the exciting unboxing session begins. You open the Level 11 Swift Leopard Boss Treasure Chest, Excellent Grade, 12x Enhanced. You received Agility plus 78. Obtained Windrunner Leg Guards. Obtained 15 taels of silver and 123 copper coins. Decent stat boosts. Attack speed, movement speed, and critical hit damage have all improved. The Windrunner leg guards are excellent grade gear, boosting movement and attack speed, with a feature that temporarily increases movement speed by 200%, making them perfect for escaping. Unfortunately, they have a level 10 carry restriction and no level free attribute, so they'll just have to be sold. You open the Level 12 Beginner Sword Cultivator Treasure Chest, Superior Grade, 12x Enhanced. Obtained, True Sword Chi Damage plus 1280. Obtained, Beginner Swordsmanship Manual. Obtained, 14 taels of silver and 53 copper coins. Not stat points, which surprised Lin Feng. He had expected only strength or agility points, but instead, there was a new effect, True Sword Chi Damage. The description says it's similar to fire-based damage, essentially true damage unless the target has resistance. The Beginner Swordsmanship Manual has a simple description: when using sword-type weapons, damage is increased by 10%, with a 20% chance to trigger Sword Chi Assault, dealing 10 points of Sword Chi damage per second. This seems to be the foundational technique for sword cultivators. However, while others deal 40 points of Sword Chi damage per second, Lin Feng's technique only dealt 10, leaving him slightly dissatisfied. He decided to enhance it to the 12th level to make it stronger. Sword Chi Assault, 12x Enhanced. Exclusive spell for lifting sword to the heavens. Tier, Advanced. Description: when using sword-type weapons, damage is increased by 10%, plus 40%. Each attack has a 20%, plus 70% chance to trigger Sword Chi Assault, dealing 10, plus 40, points of damage per second. Shattering Unparalleled, consumes 100 mana points, reduces the target's HP by an equivalent amount of mana. Exclusive trait: when your damage exceeds the target's defense by 20x, the base damage multiplier increases to 5x. After enhancement, the base effects increased significantly, and the power grew noticeably stronger. 50 points of Sword Chi damage per second, no one would want to endure that. While enhancing, Lin Feng chose a trait, and it pleasantly surprised him. This trait is great, it depletes both health and mana, and there's no cooldown. As long as there's enough mana, it can be used infinitely? What happens when enhanced? At 4x enhancement, it reduces HP by 3x and mana by 2x, with mana consumption at 150 points. At 8x, it reduces HP by 5x and mana by 3x, with mana consumption at 300 points, and it can target 2 people. At 12x enhancement, the system prompted. Shattering Unparalleled has been enhanced to 12x, unlocking 3 additional evolution options. Option 1, B reduces mana consumption by 100%. Option 2, A temporarily increases 50% ignore resistance chance upon activation. Option 3, SS if the target's mana is depleted after the attack, silences the target for 1 minute, preventing mana recovery unless SS is immune. Option 4, A temporarily increases 50% critical hit chance upon activation. Option 5, S enhances to reduce HP by 10x and mana by 5x, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Lin Feng found option 5 to be pointless, cooldowns were useless to him, and the damage boost wasn't worth it. Without hesitation, he chose options 2, 3, and 4. That SS level choice is just insane. It's not just about killing, but breaking their will too. As for immunity requiring SSS level effects, Lin Feng didn't care at all. In his previous life, even S-level and SS level effects were rare, let alone SSS level. This effect is practically invincible unless facing high-level mythical bosses. Shattering unparalleled. Consumes 300 mana, reduces HP by 5x and mana by 3x, attacks 2 targets, temporarily increases ignore resistance and critical hit chances by 50%, and silences the target for 1 minute if their mana is depleted, SSS immune. Though the description is lengthy, the power is undeniably impressive. He also wanted to enhance the exclusive trait further, but was prompted. Low-level traits cannot be enhanced using cultivation points. However, this revealed a blind spot to him. If cultivation points can enhance it, could it be improved in other ways? With a 6S level talent, there's still enormous potential waiting to be tapped. This sword chi assault technique has shown tremendous growth. After opening several more superior grade chests in succession, Lin Feng started feeling aesthetic fatigue and decided to speed through them. Choose. You unlocked a level 13 Frenzied Treant, excellent grade, 12x amplification. Plus 89 constitution. Received 9 taels of silver and 87 copper coins. You unlocked a level 14 Tiger Gang Boss, excellent grade, 12x amplification. Plus 105 constitution. Acquired Tiger's Descent. Received 13 taels of silver and 155 copper coins. You unlocked a level 15 Dragon Gang Boss, excellent grade, 12x amplification. Plus 112 endurance. Acquired Dragon's Surge. Received 18 taels of silver and 172 copper coins. These 3 treasure chests significantly boosted key attributes, which Lin Feng found quite satisfying. However, the other rewards were underwhelming. The manuals dropped by the 2 humanoid bosses were strength-based attack skills, powerful but overly simplistic, offering limited growth. Lin Feng skimmed through them and tossed them into his inventory. These kinds of things were better suited for those muscle-bound tough guys. As for the Frenzied Treant boss, it was a complete letdown. It should have been named Stingy Treant instead. Not only did it yield fewer attribute points and money, but it didn't drop any valuable items. Lin Feng decided that if he ever encountered this boss in the future, he'd eliminate it as quickly as possible. It wasn't worth wasting even a second. With this, Lin Feng had opened all the treasure chests from his previous boss kills, and his cultivation resources were nearly depleted. The result? A completely revamped attribute panel. Lately, the number of readers has dropped drastically, and my income has hit single digits. It's basically turned into a passion project at this point. With tears in my eyes, I ask, have all my readers left me? Is there anyone still here willing to stick with me? The story is just beginning, the real excitement is yet to come. Character, Sword Master of the Azure Sky. Level, 0, next level, requires 1 unit of Dao Essence. Talent, Chaos Apex, SSSSSS. Skills, Summon Warrior, 8x Amplification, Sword Chi Barrage, 12x Amplification, Sword Chi Wrap, 12x Amplification, Rapid Awakening, 12x Amplification, Rain of Pearls, 12x Amplification, Nightmare Strike, Underworld King's Wrath, 12x Amplification, Insight, 12x Amplification. Dungeon Perks, Auto Loot, Rewards Amplification. Attributes. Strength, 228, plus 35. Constitution, 254, plus 14. Endurance, 130, plus 55. Agility, 115, plus 31. Spirit, 12. Unassigned attribute points, 24. Damage, 1102. HP. Mana, 600. Defense, 328. Critical rate, 57.2%. Critical damage, 925%. Evasion, 42%. HP regen, 9% per second. HP auto-regens at 10 points per second, mana auto-regens at 10% per second. Luck, 1, Wealth, 4 taels of gold, 22 taels of silver, and 188 copper coins. Dao Essence required for this level, 1 tail of silver. Equipped items include Legendary Grade Wolf's Endurance, 12x Amplification, Superior Swift Strike Sword, 12x Amplification, Flame Rush, 8x Amplification, an Excellent Grade Wolfhide Cap, Wolf Fong Ring, Necklace, and Jade Pendant, all at 8x Amplification. Combat power had increased from over 10,000 to 58,000. While that's only a few times higher on paper, Lin Feng felt as though his actual strength had multiplied tenfold. The real test, however, would come during the upcoming monster siege. At that moment, his teammates began logging back in. War God Bladestorm looked conflicted, a mix of anticipation and reluctance in his expression. He seemed to want to say something but hesitated. War God Outyen couldn't help but step in. "Boss, we've discussed it and decided to collaborate with you on a deeper level." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Collaborate?" Outyen explained, "We all know this game is tied to the future, and you are the future we're chasing. If you're willing, we'd like to offer shares in our businesses in exchange for your guidance. All we ask is that you help us survive in what's to come." Lin Feng was taken aback. This guy had sharp instincts. He'd even managed to see through Lin Feng's identity as a transmigrator. Could it be that he's the true protagonist here? Persian Cat chimed in, eager to join the conversation. "Swordmaster, I have a few villas you can have for free, just let me tag along with you." The gathering master, who'd prepared his own pitch, was left speechless. Frustrated, he muttered, "Shares and villas? I've got nothing like that. All I have is a considerate younger sister." Lin Feng patted their shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't rush. Let's defend the city first, and then we'll discuss this in detail." Upon hearing this, the group asked in unison, "Defend the city?" Just then, the system broadcasted a message in the World Channel, "Attention all online players, please choose whether to join the city defense faction. Selection closes in 5 minutes. The Monster Siege Zone is a special area non-faction members cannot enter. Siege begins 1 hour after faction selection ends." Realizing the situation, the group showed no fear. They quickly joined the city defense faction without hesitation. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. No matter how strong the incoming bosses might be, with Swordmaster leading the charge, danger wasn't an issue, it was an opportunity. "Boss, are we participating in the city defense event?" The scrawny royal player, Xiao Hai, asked nervously. The royal glory, adorned in his luxurious gear, responded firmly, "Of course we are." "Who wouldn't join?" Xiao Hai hesitated, "But wouldn't that help Yang Jian Qingming? He's your greatest rival." Royal Glory snapped angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Defending the city is about farming bosses, earning rewards, and boosting our strength. Our Royal Legion won't hide behind others." Feeling ashamed, Xiao Hai nodded, "You're right, boss. I was too short-sighted. We'll make sure to stand out in this city defense." The surrounding players were fired up with passion. Royal Glory turned his back to them and let out a sigh, "How is the gap between me and my greatest rival growing even wider?" Meanwhile, at the town sheriff's office, Eastern Emperor Sword accepted a transcendence quest. The system prompted him to join the city defense, and he silently chose to participate. He thought to himself, "This city defense is both a challenge and an opportunity. Maybe I can use this to narrow the gap between me and Yang Jian Qingming." But a hint of uncertainty lingered in his eyes. In the level 8 hippo zone, an elite hippo collapsed. "Big bro, you're amazing," the righteous messenger exclaimed. Righteous Invincible rolled his eyes, "Yang Jian Qingming soloed the hippo boss hours ago. Meanwhile, it took 10 of us from 2 teams to kill just an elite. Where's the amazing part?" Righteous Messenger lowered his head in silence. Kill God walked over and asked, "Boss, what's the plan for the city defense event?" Righteous Invincible clenched his fists, "Anyone over level 7 is joining the defense. The rest can go hunt wild boars." Righteous Messenger's eyes lit up, "Are we going head-to-head with Yang Jian Qingming?" Righteous Invincible let out a bitter laugh, "You idiot. We're nowhere near strong enough to compete with Yang Jian Qingming. This is a good chance to follow the big guy and snag some benefits." Meanwhile, on the American server, boom! A level 10 skeleton boss fell with a thunderous crash. The World Channel lit up with the announcement that King Arthur and his team had achieved the first kill of a level 10 boss, earning attribute points. Players flooded the chat with congratulations, but King Arthur's gaze was fixed on the horizon. The monster siege is coming. Yang Jian, my rival, will you succeed? On the Sakura Country server, the tension was rising. Yamamoto-kun is incredible. He completed the Transcendence quest solo. As expected of our Sakura Country's #1 samurai. Several players dressed in colorful kimonos showered him with praise. Yamamoto Ichiro, the most talented warrior of the Yamamoto clan, had completed an S-rank Transcendence quest, becoming the first Transcender of their server. Yet, his face showed no joy, only shock. I had to use my ultimate ability, which has a 24-hour cooldown, and spend a fortune on high-quality level 10 equipment just to barely defeat an untranscended level 10 boss and complete an S-rank quest. How are the players from Huaxia managing to complete SS rank or even SSS rank quests? Puzzled, he began to pay close attention to the Monster Siege event about to unfold on the Huaxia server. He knew all too well that only those who had faced a boss solo could understand how truly daunting the upcoming siege would be. As the world's top players shifted their focus to the sudden event on the Huaxia server, the gates of Qingchuan City creaked open. One by one, players poured out, their gazes firm and resolute, fixed on the distant horizon. Dust filled the air, the earth trembled. The siege had begun.